Can you give yourself a makeover to resemble Fan Bingbing? Immediately, the man pushed aside the female teacher beside him, his gaze fixating on Chan Pingping, who stood nearby. It was early morning, and most students had yet to rise. The playground was devoid of any presence. Coupled with the injury on Chan Pingping's face, the man quickly grasped that this young girl was the one who had fought with his daughter. "Come here, you little brat, get over here." The man beckoned Chan Pingping with a crooked finger, simultaneously attempting to unbuckle his belt. "Just watch, I'll make sure you won't walk away alive today." A cold smile crept onto Chan Pingping's lips as she approached the man, crossing her arms. "If you have the guts, come at me directly. If you don't hit me today, you're my grandson." The man's expression darkened. "Well, you little brat, even now you're still so defiant? Then I shall grant you your wish." As he spoke, he had already undone his belt and raised it, preparing to strike Chan Pingping. Just as the belt was about to land on her, Jiang Yun, who had been standing aside, swiftly intervened, grasping the other end of the belt and positioning himself in front of Chan Pingping. While he could reprimand Chan Pingping, it was only because she was his sister. But how could outsiders bully her? "No need for your interference. How much power can a greasy middle-aged man possess?" Chan Pingping dismissed him, continuing unabated. "I just saw him driving a dilapidated van. It's obvious he's a poor loser. At his age, without even a decent mode of transportation, he must be all talk and no substance." Her words grew increasingly scathing, and the man's breathing quickened, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. The female teacher rushed forward, attempting to mediate. "Mr. Han, children speak without thinking. Please don't take her words to heart. She's still a child?" The man retorted coldly, "Get out of my way immediately, or I'll make sure to deal with all of you." Startled, the female teacher noticed the man's imposing stature and realized he was no easy opponent. With Jiang Yun already in conflict with him, she feared the situation would escalate. Hastily, she took out her phone and dialed the security. The man paid her no mind, his gaze fixating on Jiang Yun. "Are you the little brat's guardian? I'm giving you a choice. Either educate her in front of me, or let me handle it." Jiang Yun's expression remained cold. Although all the blame lay with Chan Pingping, she was still just a child, and this man had clearly crossed a line. "Is it your place to seek revenge because your child lost a fight?" Jiang Yun stated calmly, "Let me advise you. Let children resolve their own matters. It's inappropriate for us to intervene. I will educate her properly, but should anyone dare meddle, they should not expect me to be polite." "Oh," the man sneered, "you think you can stand up to me?" He then pulled out his phone, pointing at Jiang Yun. "You wait and see soon. You'll be begging for forgiveness in front of me." Chapter 185. Do you deserve the surname Jiang? As he spoke, the man had already stepped aside. His daughter cast a glance at Jiang Yun and rolled her eyes before speaking irritably. "Just wait. My uncle is the renowned head of the Jiang Group security team. My dad will definitely contact my uncle soon. You'll see what happens to you." After saying this, the girl ran back to her father. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's lips. The Jiang Group? Could there possibly be another Jiang Group in the capital? At that moment, Chan Pingping, who had been standing beside him, nudged him with her elbow. "Hey, the Jiang Group he mentioned. Isn't that your family's legacy? I suspect there will be quite a spectacle soon, and they will surely end up on the losing side." Jiang Yun shot a look of exasperation at Chan Pingping, snapping, "Where do you get all this nonsense? If you hadn't stirred up trouble here, we wouldn't be in such a predicament. I should never have kept you by my side." Chan Pingping merely snorted dismissively, ignoring Jiang Yun. The person she felt grateful to was Lin Shui. Without her as a wonderful sister-in-law, how could she possibly have a new life? The female teacher, having long since vanished, clearly did not intend to involve herself any further. To avoid attracting trouble. Before long, the man had finished his call, returning to Jiang Yun with an air of arrogance. "You may not have heard of me, Wu Tian, but my brother is Wu Fa. Once he arrives, you'll regret crossing me." Wu Fei and Wu Tian? What splendid names they had. It seemed their parents were quite cultured. Jiang Yun shook his head, regarding Wu Tian as one might look at a fool, and replied coolly, "They'll be waiting for you." "Good lad, you've got some guts." Wu Tian scoffed, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. Jiang Yun and Chen Pingping stood silently by, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. Time ticked by. A number of cars came to a halt before the school gate, and to Jiang Yun's surprise, the leading vehicle was a luxury car worth millions. He squinted slightly, muttering to himself, "How intriguing, oh. A security team leader can also be so affluent?" Wu Tian cast an impatient glance at Jiang Yun, retorting, "Do you really think my brother is just an ordinary security team leader? He's the head of the Jiang Group's security. Of course, a rustic like you wouldn't grasp the true depth of the Jiang Group, so why bother arguing with you?" Chen Pingping stifled a laugh behind her hand. After giving her a glare, Jiang Yun managed to silence her. In a short while, a group of people rushed towards them. "Uncle!" The girl dashed to the front of the leading man, pointing at Jiang Yun. "It's them who bullied me. How dare they bully my niece, completely unaware of their own insignificance." Wu Fei, stout and imposing, though lacking any visible sign of affluence, was dressed in an ill-fitting suit. He strode forward, flanked by a group of security personnel, and began sizing up Jiang Yun. Why does he look so familiar? Wu Fei scratched his head, struggling to recall where he had seen Jiang Yun before. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yun." Jiang Yun spoke confidently. He believed that merely his name would be enough to intimidate Wu Fei. After all, Wu Fei was the head of the Jiang family security. How could he possibly be unaware of Jiang Yun's esteemed name? However, to Jiang Yun's utter astonishment, a sneer formed on Wu Fa's lips as he jabbed a finger at Jiang Yun. "You too bear the surname Jiang? How dare you look down on yourself? Do you truly believe you are worthy of the Jiang name?" Jiang Yun was taken aback. This man didn't recognize him. Chen Pingping chuckled softly. "It seems your status as a Jiang family scion isn't as impressive as you thought. Are you sure you're not an imposter?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fei and his companions were momentarily stunned. A Jiang family scion? Wu Fei slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling snippets of conversations overheard at work in recent days. The Jiang family had undergone a tremendous upheaval, and the Jiang Group had changed hands. Rumor had it that a mysterious Jiang family scion had disrupted the existing balance, allowing Jiang Xian to ascend to power. Suddenly, one of the security guards exclaimed, "Isn't this Mr. Jiang Yun?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fei quickly turned his head, eagerly asking, "Is he really that Jiang family scion?" The guard nodded vigorously. "I've met Mr. Jiang a few times, but he probably doesn't remember me after all. I'm just a doorman, that moment." Wu Fei was left dumbfounded. He hastily approached Jiang Yun, grabbing his arm and quickly said, "So it's young Master Jiang. My sincerest apologies for not recognizing you earlier. Young Master Jiang, please allow me to offer my apologies. Do not hold my earlier words against me." Beside him, Wu Tian and his daughter were utterly bewildered. They had initially intended for Wu Fei to teach Jiang Yun a lesson, but never did they anticipate that the man before them was none other than the illustrious young master of the Jiang family. With a swift motion, Jiang Yun freed himself from Wu Fa's grasp and coolly remarked, "Did you not claim I was nothing of consequence? Furthermore, you suggested I change my name? Is it unnecessary for me to comply with such demands now?" In a flurry, Wu Fei raised his hand and struck his own face twice. "It is entirely my fault. Please, show leniency and do not hold this against me." Jiang Yun disdainfully snorted, showing no interest in Wu Fei. He retrieved his phone and promptly dialed Jiang Xian, soon hearing her voice on the other end. "Oh my, what an unexpected pleasure. What brings you to call me?" Jiang Yun bypassed pleasantries and stated directly, "The head of security at Jiang Group stands before me, accompanied by several guards from the company. If I recall correctly, it should be working hours now, correct? Is the management of Jiang Group truly this lax?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian quickly grasped the implications, her voice turning frosty as she inquired, "Where are you?" "I will come right over." "There is no need for such trouble," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. "I merely believe that such a person is unfit to serve as head of security." Chapter 186. The village chief arrives. Jiang Xian was astute. She understood Jiang Yun's underlying message all too well. Rest assured, he will never again appear within the company. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction before ending the call. Meanwhile, Wu Fa's face drained of color, resembling a deflated balloon, as he crumpled to the ground. After years of diligent service at Jiang Group, he had envisioned a comfortable retirement there, yet he found himself facing the unexpected consequence of losing his job over such a trivial matter. Jiang Yun, unfazed by the Jiang brothers, glanced at Chen Pingping beside him and curtly warned, "If you continue to stir up trouble, you shall promptly return to Qin family village." Chen Pingping said nothing and turned ahead towards the dormitory building. She intended to seize the breakfast hour for a much-needed nap. Jiang Yun paid her no mind and proceeded towards the school exit. The onlookers, who had been rendered speechless, exchanged glances before noticing the security guards hastily departing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Jiang Yun had not chosen to make things difficult for them, a fortunate turn of events amidst the misfortune. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Tian approached the despondent Wu Fa and, gritting his teeth, said, "Brother, I do not care what status that young man holds. He has shattered your livelihood, and you intend to let this slide?" Upon hearing this, Wu Fa's expression darkened in anger, and he raised his hand to slap Wu Tian across the face, coldly retorting, "You fool. What else should I do? If it weren't for your meddling, this situation would never have escalated to this point." Wu Tian clutched his face, while his daughter had already fled to a safe distance, too terrified to utter a word. "If I lose my job, I will not let you off the hook." With those words, Wu Fa hurriedly pursued the direction Jiang Yun had taken. Wu Tian sighed, lighting a cigarette before shaking his head. Who knew that young man possessed such power? Had I known, I would have never provoked him. Regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. Shortly thereafter, Wu Fa followed Jiang Yun out of the school gates. Seeing Jiang Yun enter his car, he rushed to the window and urgently called out, "Mr. Jiang, can we talk?" "I have nothing to discuss with you," Jiang Yun replied coolly, pressing the accelerator and driving away. Behind him, Wu Fa's persistent shouting went unacknowledged, as the guards who had accompanied him also departed in their vehicles. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun returned to his residence. However, just as he parked, he noticed several familiar figures approaching. "What brings you here?" In an instant, Jiang Yun was taken aback.
Before me stand several individuals, all of whom are villagers from Qinjia village, and the foremost among them is the village chief. The chief's weathered face flushed with embarrassment as he sighed and said, "Xiao Jiang, during these past few days, we have been reflecting on our previous actions, and we have come to realize our mistakes. I know you possess a compassionate heart. Otherwise, you would not have kept Chen Pingping by your side and even sent her to school. You are like a living bodhisattva in our eyes." Thus, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Yun raised his hand to interrupt, a look of confusion crossing his face as he inquired, "How do you know all this?" "We have spoken with Chen Pingping over the phone and learned of your kindness towards her, which prompted us to deeply reflect and come here together, hoping to discuss matters with you earnestly." Jiang Yun observed the village chief's demeanor and shook his head helplessly. The chief, despite his advanced age, had personally come here due to village affairs. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun finally opened the car door and said, "Let us talk in the car." The chief nodded eagerly and hurriedly followed his lead, while the other villagers stood quietly to the side, saying nothing further. Inside the car, Jiang Yun rubbed his forehead and spoke calmly. "I understand your purpose for being here. You merely wish for my assistance in repairing the roads and renovating the houses. Perhaps you even hope that I would genuinely purchase those photographs at a price of 100,000 each. However, no one is foolish. The reason Jiang Yun initially proposed such a price was merely a temporary measure. After all, at that time, The villagers had been clamoring for his demise, so how could he possibly repay malice with kindness? As soon as he finished speaking, the chief hastily waved his hand and said, "You misunderstand. The matter of the photographs has long been settled. That my primary purpose in seeking you is to request your help in refurbishing the roads. As for the issue of the houses, you need not concern yourself with that if you can assist us in road repairs. You will be our great benefactor. Chinjia village is already quite remote, and the rugged terrain makes it exceedingly difficult to traverse, which has contributed to the village's backwardness." Jiang Yun was taken aback, realizing that the villagers of Chinjia had regressed to such an extent. "Is it really that simple to just repair the roads?" he retorted. After all, Chinjia village was once the home of his mother, and in a sense, the villagers owed her a debt of gratitude. So he naturally did not wish to act too heartlessly. The chief's lips curled into a bitter smile as he shook his head, saying, "For you, repairing the roads may seem a trivial task. But for us, it is extraordinarily challenging. After all, this is no small sum." Jiang Yun nodded, hesitating for a moment before stating, "Rest assured, I will arrange for people to come and repair the roads for you. And I have also thought of a profitable method that may enable everyone to achieve prosperity." The chief's eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled out a cigarette, quickly lighting one, that the acrid scent of the low-quality cigarette made Jiang Yun cough a few times. He rolled down the car window before continuing, "Previously, I took a cursory look at the land around Chinjia village. You all cultivate corn, which is quite a loss that it would be better to try growing tianma. What is your opinion on this? Tianma is a well-known medicinal herb, valuable yet not easily cultivated. Without the guidance of professionals, it could lead to ruin within a year. Xiao Jiang, are you joking with me?" Jiang Yun shrugged. "Do I appear to be joking?" However, just as the words were about to leave his lips, the chief hesitated, taking a deep drag from his cigarette before continuing. "It's not that I don't believe you, but we have always grown grains. How would we know how to cultivate tianma? You may not worry about losing money, but what if we harvest nothing at all? Moreover, the investment in tianma is substantial. We cannot afford such capital, in truth." Jiang Yun had already considered these issues. He glanced sideways and smiled, saying, "You need not worry about the financial aspect, as for the cultivation techniques. I will arrange for specialized personnel to come and teach you. Once you are fully capable of handling it, I will let them depart." The chief was once again filled with excitement. Clutching his chest, he quickly inquired, "Is this truly the case?" Jiang Yun looked at him and patted his back, replying, "Chief, you should take care of your health. That if you were to suffer a heart attack, I would become a criminal. Additionally, we are alone in this car. If something were to happen, they might think I am a murderer." The chief chuckled and waved his hand, asking again, "If you provide us with funding and technology, and we only need to contribute a bit of manpower, wouldn't you be losing money?" Jiang Yun's approach resembled that of a philanthropist, which understandably caused the chief some concern. He feared it might be an unrealistic dream. Jiang Yun chuckled and waved his hand, continuing, "You should know that I also have the Yushua group, so in a sense, I am a businessman and would naturally not engage in a losing venture. Although I will provide you with funds and technology and will not interfere in your management, each household will need to cede 30% of the profits to me. In return, should the harvest be poor, I will also provide you with a sum to compensate for your losses. In fact, Jiang Yun had long calculated this account. Upon careful reflection, there would still be profits to be made. And once the villagers mastered the cultivation techniques, they would save a significant amount of money. The next moment, the chief hurriedly opened the car door, waving to several nearby villagers, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang not only agreed to repair our roads, but also pointed us towards a path to wealth. Everyone, come quickly to express your gratitude to Xiao Jiang. Old fellow, you are making a spectacle of me." Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head. It was evident that the chief was playing his own game. Now that so many people were aware of this matter, even if he wished to refuse, this crowd would likely not permit him to do so. "Xiao Jiang, this matter is settled. No one can go back on their word." The chief grasped Jiang Yun's hand, trembling as he said, "Let us return to the village and await your news in peace. I believe you will not let us down." Jiang Yin nodded with a smile, watching as they departed. After sitting in the car for a while, preparing to head upstairs, he noticed Lin Shui, dressed in professional attire, walking towards him. Their eyes met, and Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at school? Has everything been resolved?" Jiang Yin smiled and nodded, responding, "After returning from school, the people from Qingjia village blocked my way that I briefly discussed my plan with them. And now we have reached a reconciliation. Moreover, I intend to guide them towards a prosperous future." Lin Shui expressed her admiration for Jiang Yun, saying, "You did the right thing, that I have long wanted you to mend relations with those villagers. After all, they are your maternal family. Now that you have severed ties with the Jiang family and things have escalated to this point, if you do not make amends with your maternal kin, you will truly have no family left." As Jiang Yin stepped out of the car, he wrapped his arm around Lin Shui's waist, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Aren't you my family? As long as I have you. Even if the whole world turns against me, what does it matter?" Lin Shui shook her head, gently tapping Jiang Yin on the forehead, and said, "Your words are as sweet as honey. However, if you dare to charm other young ladies like this, do not blame me for being unkind." Jiang Yin quickly reassured her, "Rest assured, my dear, you have completely captured my heart. I have no interest in any other young ladies." Lin Shui laughed, glancing at her watch before saying, "All right, I won't waste any more time here. I might be late. As a leader of the company, I must lead by example." Jiang Yin nodded, asking, "Shall I drive you?" "No need. I will drive myself," Lin Shui replied with a smile. Jiang Yin tossed the car keys to her, saying, "All right, then be careful on the road." "Forget it. I have no interest in your car," she retorted. Lin Shui, embracing her shoulders, gazed at the limited edition supercar before her, shaking her head as she remarked, "Although you still harbor some estrangement with the Jiang family, you have at least forged a friendship with Jiang Xian. Given this, perhaps you ought to return the car sooner rather than later, so as not to cling to it indefinitely. Moreover, this car is rather ostentatious. It does not suit either of us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun promptly leapt into the vehicle, grinning as he responded, "I believe I am quite suited for it. How perfectly this car aligns with my temperament." Lin Shui approached Jiang Yun's side, offering a warning. "I advise you to behave yourself, that do not mistake my amiable disposition for permission to flirt around. Driving a supercar is merely a means to attract young ladies, is it not? Let me make this clear. Do not attempt to challenge my boundaries." Jiang Yun was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Lin Shui's ire. However, he also understood that she was merely jesting. He quickly reassured her, "Rest easy, my dear. I would never betray you. While I live, I am yours, and in death, I shall be your ghost." Lin Shui chose to ignore his words. Yet a warm sensation blossomed within her heart as she turned toward the parking lot, calling back without looking, "Just a heads up, keep your evening free. Qian is coming over, and I intend to host a welcome dinner for her." In the blink of an eye, she vanished from Jiang Yun's sight. Sitting within the car, Jiang Yun scratched his head, pondering, Lu Qian has come to the capital. Chapter 188. Reaping what one sows, a faint smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he shook his head and mused. Did this woman not declare that she would never set foot in the capital? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Yet he could not be bothered to dwell on it. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he noticed Wu Fa hastily approaching from behind. After Jiang Yun had departed the school gate, Wu Fa had hurriedly followed, but given the throngs of people surrounding Jiang Yun, he could only quietly stand aside and patiently await his opportunity. Now that the moment had finally arrived, he certainly would not let Jiang Yun slip away easily. Did I end just a few strides? Wu Fa stood before Jiang Yun, quickly kneeling as he spoke. "Mr. Jiang, I acknowledge my previous mistakes and sincerely apologize for my actions. I have thoroughly disciplined my brother. His daughter will no longer dare to trouble your sister. I implore you for one thing, to allow me to continue serving as the chief of security for the corporation. I have elderly parents and young children relying on me. If I lose this job, my entire family will suffer. I know you are a good man, so I beseech you to grant me this chance. I assure you, there will be no second offense." Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before responding coolly. The Jiang Group is not a refuge for the unscrupulous. As the head of security, you absconded from the company during working hours. Have you considered what would happen if someone caused a ruckus at that time? Who would maintain order? If the company's assets were damaged, who would be responsible for compensation? Wu Fei's expression darkened further with each word, and he began to sob. I understand your point, Mr. Jiang. I now recognize my errors, that if you can forgive me, I promise I will never repeat such behavior. A cold smirk appeared on Jiang Yun's lips as he shook his head and addressed Wu Fei. Once betrayed, never trusted again. I trust you comprehend this principle. Enough of this. Do not squander any more of my time to go back to the company. Gather your belongings, and leave at once that I in an instant. Wu Fei crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. It was all over. Soon, Jiang Yun returned upstairs. Having been worn out from the morning's events at school, he had not slept well. After indulging in a brief nap upon returning to his room, it was already noonday that moment. Dong Taizhan entered from outside. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun smiled. Have you been entertaining them all night? I had a bit too much to drink yesterday, and it was quite late when we finished. Concerned about disturbing you and your wife, I opted to stay out. Dong Taizhan lowered his head, scratching it awkwardly, and hastily spoke a few words. You need not explain so much to me. Jiang Yun poured himself a glass of milk, smiling as he said, I have always regarded you as my friend. You need not report your whereabouts to me. Just remember one thing, be available whenever called upon. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I can certainly manage that. Dong Taizhan promptly affirmed. Jiang Yun acknowledged him with a nod, downing the milk in one go, and then cheerfully stated, Come with me to the Jiang Group. I have some matters to discuss with Jiang Xian. All right, Dong Taizhan replied, swiftly returning to his room to change clothes. Before long, the two were on their way to the Jiang Group. Half an hour later, they found themselves seated in the general manager's office. Brother, what brings you here at such a time? It's rare to see you visiting me. Jiang Xian approached Jiang Yun with a bright smile and settled onto the sofa. Your office has been nicely renovated. Jiang Yun did not respond to her compliment, instead taking in the office's interior design. It was undoubtedly far more grand than Lin Shui's office. The pearwood desk alone was worth a fortune, complemented by the genuine leather sofa beneath them, the rosewood coffee table, and the collection of curios and antiques on the shelves, all enhancing the office's elegance that I know nothing of design or taste. All of this was arranged by our late father. This was once his office, and I've merely benefited from it. Jiang Xian remarked with a smile that I must thank you, brother. Without your assistance, I would not have risen to this position. Do not flatter me. All of this is well-deserved on your part. Jiang Yun chose not to engage in further flattery and got straight to the point. The reason I contacted you is that I need your help with something. Just speak plainly, brother, Jiang Xian replied eagerly. The matter is quite straightforward. I plan to cultivate medicinal herbs in a village, but I currently lack professional technicians, and since I have no connections in the capital, I thought of you. Jiang Yun did not hold back. Although he had acquired a significant share of the Jiang family's assets, it was still dwarfed by Jiang Xian's holdings. The primary beneficiary of the entire situation was undoubtedly Dong Taizhan. Dong Taizhan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, elegantly crossed his legs, produced a cigarette, and chuckled. So, my brother came all this way for such a trivial matter. You only need to make a phone call, and I can have it sorted in no time. Jiang Yun nodded absently. Then I shall trouble you. I will provide you with an address shortly, and you can send someone to handle the transfer. All right, Jiang Xian smiled. After concluding their business, Jiang Yun did not linger, for although Jiang Xian's smile remained, he felt no fondness for her, and even experienced a degree of aversion. When Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan departed the Jiang Group, it was already nearing dusk. Checking the time, he contacted Lin Shui and inquired cheerfully, Wife, when is Lu Qianqian arriving? I shall book a hotel now to host her welcome dinner. Considering the timing, it should be soon. I have a few matters to attend to. Why not help me receive her first? We can meet at the restaurant later, Lin Shui suggested with a smile. Jiang Yun agreed before ending the call. Soon, he and Dong Taizhan were racing towards the airport in the supercar. Chapter 189. Your mouth is still so filthy. Half an hour later, on the airport highway, Dong Taizan drove the supercar toward the airport. But behind them, a vehicle persistently pursued them. Mr. Jiang, should we stop to assess the situation? Dong Taizan glanced in the rearview mirror, frowning slightly. Ever since they entered the airport highway, the car had been tailing them, which unsettled Dong Taizan. Given the recent events surrounding Zhang Yun, he felt the need to exercise caution. Zhang Yun too furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, I don't believe I have offended anyone, have I? Perhaps they simply wish to race with us, came the suggestion. After a cold snort, Dong Taizan spoke directly. Mr. Jiang, you need not worry. As a bodyguard, my driving skills far surpass those of these ordinary individuals. Rest assured, I shall shake them off right away. In the next moment, Dong Taizan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing swiftly towards the airport. Zhang Yun was taken aback and hurriedly reminded him, steer steadily. I have no desire for a catastrophic accident. Fear not, Mr. Jiang. I could drive to the airport with my eyes closed, Dong Taizan confidently replied. You'd best keep your eyes open, Zhang Yun awkwardly retorted. That a few minutes later, the vehicle came to a halt by the roadside. Zhang Yun glanced in the direction of the airport and remarked, they should be out shortly. Let us wait here for a while. However, the next moment, Zhang Yun found himself in an awkward predicament. He looked at his supercar, stroking his chin before exclaiming, does this car only seat two? After I pick up Lu Qianqian, we will be three. What shall we do? Simple. I shall hail a cab back to the city shortly. You need not concern yourself, Mr. Jiang, Dong Taizan promptly assured him. Zhang Yun patted his shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Then I shall trouble you. As they conversed, the car that had been tailing them drew closer once more. Upon witnessing this, both Zhang Yun and Dong Tieshan's expressions shifted slightly. They had believed they had successfully evaded their pursuer. But to their astonishment, the individual clung to them like a shadow, impossible to shake off. When the vehicle stopped, a flamboyantly dressed woman emerged, swiftly approaching Zhang Yun. The overwhelming scent of cheap perfume made Zhang Yun feel slightly nauseous. Handsome. Nice car you've got here. The woman propped her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on Zhang Yun. After narrowing her fox-like eyes, she smiled and said, handsome, I wonder if you have some time? Would you like to find a place to chat? Once we get to know each other better, you are sure to like me. Such bluntness? Zhang Yun scoffed, waving his hand dismissively, that he then revealed the ring on his ring finger, coolly stating, if you're not blind, you should know that I am already married. And what of being married? There are goalkeepers in football, yet the ball still finds its way in, the woman retorted, unfazed by Zhang Yun's tone. Her smile deepened as she continued, rest assured, I will not interfere with your normal life. I merely wish to be friends. Ha! A cold smirk graced Zhang Yun's lips as he glanced at the car keys. What if this car isn't mine? Would you still wish to be friends? The woman fell into a momentary hesitation. All right, to be frank, this car is borrowed. After I pick up a friend, I will return it. So do not harbor any intentions towards me. Had it not been for the fact that she was a woman, Zhang Yun would have had Dong Taizan use force to drive her away. The woman furrowed her brow slightly, muttering under her breath, damn loser. I thought I had encountered a wealthy scion. Turns out I wasted my time tailing him. How infuriating! In the next instant, she returned to her car and drove off in the opposite direction. Zhang Yun crossed his arms and let out a cold snort, pondering how foolish these women were, flocking to luxury cars without considering their own worth. What kind of woman deserves what kind of car? That woman just now is likely suited for a bicycle. Dong Taizan shook his head and chuckled, choosing not to engage further. Just then, a figure approached from the side. A dog can't change its habit of eating dung. I knew that even if you made it to Beijing, you would still be no good. The voice belonged to. Zhang Yun furrowed his brows slightly, lifting his head to see Lu Qianqian striding towards him. Long time no see. Why is your mouth still so foul? This time, Zhang Yun did not hold back. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Qianqian, that was all in the past. Moreover, When Jiang Yun left Ningqing, he had granted Lu Qianqian a portion of shares, a significant favor indeed. "Your mouth is foul," Lu Qianqian retorted defiantly, placing her suitcase aside, and then furrowed her brow, asking, "Where do I sit?" Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, waved to a nearby taxi driver, and instructed, "Please help this young lady with her luggage and follow our car closely." In the next moment, Jiang Yun turned the car around and commanded Dong Taizhan back to the city. Initially, he had intended for Dong Taizhan to hail a taxi while he took Lu Qianqian back to the city, but seeing her now, he found it unnecessary to complicate matters. After all, given his displeasure upon seeing her, how could he bear to sit in the same car? Lu Qianqian let out a cold snort and retorted, "Do you think anyone would want to be your co-pilot? Who would covet your shabby sports car? If it weren't for President Lin being by your side, you would probably be begging on the streets." Jiang Yun chose to ignore her as he instructed Dong Taizhan, who promptly pressed the accelerator. Heading towards the city, Lu Qianqian also got into the car, following Jiang Yun and the others. Before long, the two cars returned to the city, since Jiang Yun and his companions were attending a private gathering. Dong Taizhan found an excuse to leave first in the sports car. Upon entering the private room, Jiang Yun and Lu Qianqian found it empty. "Where is President Lin? She is likely still busy with work," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, taking a seat at the main table and engrossing himself in his phone, clearly uninterested in continuing any conversation with Lu Qianqian. They had little to discuss anyway, and Lu Qianqian seemed equally disinterested in Jiang Yun. Moments later, they heard footsteps approaching from outside, followed by Lin Shui entering with a smile. "You both are already here. I apologize for the delay. I had an unexpected meeting. Have you ordered?" Jiang Yun shook his head. "Since you're treating, I merely intend to enjoy the meal without ordering anything." Hearing Jiang Yun's sardonic remark, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze shifted to Lu Qianqian, noticing a hint of discomfort on her face. And she seemed to understand the situation. After clearing her throat a couple of times, she took a seat beside Lu Qianqian and smiled. "Do not mind him. Choose whatever you like. President Lin, it's wonderful to see you," Lu Qianqian exclaimed, embracing Lin Shui's arm and adding, "Just order some dishes. I merely wish to catch up with you." "Very well, I shall arrange it," Lin Shui replied with a smile, gesturing for the waiter and casually ordering several expensive dishes. After all, it had been a long time since she and Lu Qianqian had seen each other. Soon, the food was served, and Jiang Yun continued to play with his phone, paying no attention to the two women beside him. Lin Shui, undeterred by Jiang Yun's demeanor, kept her focus on Lu Qianqian, smiling as she inquired, "Is everything well at home? What made you suddenly think of visiting me? I'm not just here to see you. I want to come and seek your support." Lu Qianqian hesitated, lowering her head as she spoke, "But I'm unsure if it's convenient." Lin Shui paused for a moment, then smiled. "How could it not be convenient? You have always been my right-hand woman. I would be thrilled to have you assist me here in Beijing." "That's great," Lu Qianqian nodded, her gaze falling on Jiang Yun as she said blandly, "I wonder if certain people would prefer me not to stay here. You shouldn't hold such a strong grudge against your brother-in-law." Lin Shui pulled Lu Qianqian closer and whispered, "Honestly, he is quite a good person. He has been protecting me throughout this time. Without his assistance, I might have been taken back to the Lin family." Now, the Lin family dared not appear before Lin Shui, not solely because she had become the general manager of Yinxue Group, but more importantly, due to Jiang Yun's rising status within the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had experienced some turmoil, Jiang Xian's exceptional capabilities quickly stabilized the situation. As Jiang Yun's aide, he could not be underestimated by others. Due to various reasons, the Lin family gradually faded from the sight of Jiang Yun and others. However, I failed to perceive any change in him, Lu Qianqian remarked somewhat irritably, as the scene she had witnessed at the airport resurfaced in her mind. She continued in a subdued tone, "Mr. Lin, I must remind you that some individuals are inherently playboys, a fact they can never alter throughout their lives. Just the other day, I observed certain individuals engaging in flirtatious conversations with other women. Who knows what their relationship entails? Therefore, Mr. Lin, it would be wise to exercise caution and avoid falling prey to their schemes. Otherwise, not only might you lose all your assets to them, but you could also find yourself leaving with nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she unconditionally trusted Jiang Yun's character, believing there must be some misunderstanding at play. Nonetheless, she felt no need to explain herself to Liu Qianqian. Liu Qianqian had always viewed Jiang Yun through a biased lens. But it was not solely her fault. After all, Jiang Yun's past actions had been witnessed by Liu Qianqian. This was the primary reason for her disdain towards him, ahem. Although the two were whispering, Jiang Yun could still hear their conversation. After awkwardly coughing a couple of times, he spoke up, "You two carry on. I need to step outside for some fresh air." "All right," Lin Shui nodded in response. Soon, Jiang Yun had exited the private room. Lin Shui then turned her gaze towards Liu Qianqian and inquired, "Is something going on at home?" Although Lin Shui had always maintained a superior subordinate relationship with Liu Qianqian, she regarded her as a sister. Given their long acquaintance, Lin Shui immediately sensed that something was amiss with Liu Qianqian's demeanor. Liu Qianqian shook her head, surprised that after such a long time apart, Mr. Lin's insight remained so acute. "To be honest, I had some conflicts with colleagues at the company, which is why I didn't want to stay any longer. Before leaving, I withdrew my share of the stocks and came to the capital, hoping to secure a position with you." Lin Shui smiled and replied, "I thought it was something serious that we don't need to address such things between us sisters. Just enjoy your time in the capital for a few days. And once you're done, you can start working at Yunxue Group. However, I must remind you that the major shareholder of Yunxue Group is Jiang Yun, so it would be prudent for you to maintain a good relationship with him. Otherwise, I might find myself in a rather awkward position." Liu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, her fingers lightly tapping the table as her mind wandered, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Shui patted her shoulder and continued, "All right, your previous antagonism towards Jiang Yun stemmed from my influence. However, our relationship is quite good, and he treats me well. Given the numerous misunderstandings here, you are unaware of the true circumstances, which naturally leads to some misconceptions about him. But as you gradually get to know him, you'll likely come to appreciate him more." Liu Qianqian couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Shui's words, covering her mouth as she said, "Mr. Lin, are you not worried that I might fall for him and steal him away from you? They say one must guard against fire, theft, and even their best friends. Don't you understand this principle?" In response, Lin Shui smiled confidently, taking a sip of water before casually stating, "Rest assured, Jiang Yun's heart belongs solely to me. Even if the most exceptional woman stands before him, he would remain unmoved. I possess that much confidence." Chapter 191. Coincidences happen for a reason. Despite Liu Qianqian's animosity towards Jiang Yun, she could still see Lin Shui's unwavering affection for him. Ultimately, she refrained from saying much more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun stood outside, smoking a cigarette. Having left his cigarettes with Dong Taizhan every day, he found it somewhat inconvenient, since Lin Shui did not object to his smoking. He now carried cigarettes with him. Whenever he needed to think, he would light one up without a second thought. Just as he was enjoying his cigarette, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a figure nearby. "Lin Mu? What is he doing here?" Upon spotting the figure stepping out of a luxury car, Jiang Yun quickly discarded his cigarette and rushed forward, grabbing Lin Mu's ARM. "Is it really you?" Lin Mu was taken aback. As their eyes met, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Clearing his throat, he replied, "Are you that surprised to see me? When did you arrive in the capital?" Jiang Yun ignored his question and retorted, Lin Mu hesitated. "San Mu, let me tell you, if you don't start being honest with me, I will go find your sister and make you explain everything to her." As he spoke, Jiang Yun pulled Lin Mu towards the hotel. "Wait, who are you calling San Mu?" Lin Mu shot back irritably. "You call yourself Lin Mu, so it's only fitting that I call you San Mu, given your name has 3 Mu characters, right?" Jiang Yun chuckled. "All right, let's not dwell on such details. Just tell me what's going on, or I'll have you explain things to your sister." After muttering a few curses under his breath, Lin Mu was about to speak when a flirtatious laughter echoed from behind them. "Hey, handsome, where are you off to? Aren't you going to your sister's place?" Jiang Yin turned to follow the voice and noticed a woman standing not far away. She was heavily made up and dressed provocatively. Clearly not someone of good character, to Jiang Yun's astonishment. Lin Mu responded with a smile. "I'll catch up with you later, sister. I have some personal matters to attend to." "You go ahead." "All right," the woman replied with a sultry smile as she headed into the hotel. Jiang Yun glanced at the luxury sports car, then back at Lin Mu, and suspiciously asked, "Where did you get the money to buy such an expensive car? And what is your relationship with that woman?" "The car belongs to that sister." Lin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. "She's just a friend I met at a bar. We hit it off, so I thought I'd get to know her better at the hotel." "What's the problem?" "Jiang Yun, I'm an adult. I don't need to report my actions to you." Jiang Yun frowned slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Lin Mu's arm and dragged him into the hotel. "What are you doing?" Lin Mu protested, struggling. However, being an IT guy, he lacked the strength of Jiang Yun. After some resistance, he was eventually brought into the private room. As the door swung open, Lin Shui and Lu Qianqian, who were engaged in lively conversation, widened their eyes in surprise. "Lin Mu, what are you doing here?" Lin Shui exclaimed, rushing toward him with a look of shock. Lin Mu stammered, still flustered. Jiang Yin kicked him lightly in the rear, then closed the door to the room, crossing his arms as he stated, "Not only did he mysteriously arrive in the capital, but he has also been entangled with a group of dubious women. If I hadn't caught him in time, he would have been taken advantage of tonight." Lin Shui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Lin Mu shot a glare at Jiang Yun. "What nonsense are you spouting? If anyone's going to sleep with her, it would be me sleeping with her, not the other way around. Besides, did you not see the luxury car she drove? She was merely looking for a thrill. Do you really think she has any genuine interest in me? Don't presume that everyone who enjoys the good life is merely looking for a free ride." Jiang Yin frowned but refrained from confronting Lin Mu directly. Lin Mu huffed through his nose, then turned back to Lin Shui, stating defensively, "The reason I came to the capital is that I was worried about this guy. Back in Ningxing, he didn't treat you well, so I was concerned you might face difficulties here. Plus, since you have no family or friends here, I felt it necessary to come." Hearing his words, Lin Shui felt a surge of gratitude, having lost their parents at an early age. The siblings had relied on each other for many years, and Lin Shui had always been most concerned about Lin Mu when they departed from Ningxing. In the next moment, Lin Shui had already pulled Lin Mu to sit at the table. "So where are you staying now? What are you doing?" "I found an apartment. It's quite nice for living and working." "Don't worry, sister," Lin Mu said, picking up chopsticks and smiling as he spoke. "As for work, I've established a small company in the capital, and we're currently developing a game. The company has shown some signs of improvement, and once the financing is completed, preparations for an initial public offering will commence." Lin Shui offered an awkward smile. An IPO, for a company to go public, it must raise at least several billion, not to mention the numerous stringent requirements. Although she had never seen Lin Mu's company, she assumed it was unlikely to be substantial enough to have such an opportunity. "How about this? You should move in with me and your brother-in-law. After all, our home is spacious with plenty of rooms. And Qianqian will also be staying with us, that we can all keep each other company." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's face turned ashen. All the people he despised were now under the same roof, and he anticipated that verbal skirmishes would be inevitable. Lin Mu's gaze shifted to the side, where Lu Qianqian was seated, and he smiled as he remarked, "What brings you to Beijing? I recall you were in Ningxing before, and it seems you didn't come with my sister." "I just arrived today," Lu Qianqian replied with a smile, continuing, "So it appears we have a fortunate coincidence. Given that, why don't we move in with President Lin? It will allow us to keep an eye on certain individuals." Chapter 192, United Against a Common Foe. Lin Mu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun, however, remained silent, his arms crossed, as if he were a statue. Even a fool could discern that Lu Qianqian was alluding to him, clearly attempting to provoke him. Though he was disinclined to engage with Lu Qianqian, she persisted with her taunts. Do you see? The eyes of the public are sharp. You think it's just me who doesn't trust you. Now even Lin Mu has come to Beijing to protect President Lin. You ought to reflect on your own actions. Jiang Yun remained silent, quietly fiddling with his phone. After Lin Mu had a light meal, he stood to leave. Jiang Yun abruptly grabbed his arm and inquired, Where are you headed? Lin Shui and the others in the private room turned their attention towards him. My friend is still waiting for me upstairs. I can't just leave them hanging. Lin Mu replied, irritation creeping into his voice. You need to move aside quickly, so they don't have to wait too long. Umph! Jiang Yun scoffed, still gripping Lin Mu's arm, his gaze drifting toward Lin Shui before he bluntly stated, Do you know who his so-called friend is? Lin Shui shook her head, bewildered. That woman was provocatively dressed and heavily made up. Even from a distance, one could practically smell her perfume, which clearly indicated her dubious nature. Jiang Yun coldly remarked, moreover, they met in a bar. What kind of decent person could that be, upon hearing this? Lin Shui suddenly grasped the situation. No. Since your brother-in-law has said that, you must come home with us immediately. I absolutely forbid you from associating with such a woman. As she spoke, Lin Shui picked up her handbag, approached Lin Mu, and grasped his other arm, continuing, You are not to visit bars again. That is an order. Lin Mu sighed, Sister. Can't we negotiate this? No. Lin Shui's tone was resolute, casting a glance at Jiang Yun. She instructed, All right, you settle the bill, and then we'll head home. Lin Mu shot a pitiful look at Jiang Yun, mentally cursing him countless times. Jiang Yun, however, grinned, since Lin Mu and Lu Qianqian were making his life difficult. He had no intention of letting them off easily. Once they exited the hotel, they headed towards the parking lot. Due to Jiang Yun's supercar only accommodating 2 passengers, the 3 of them ended up in Lin Shui's vehicle, while Jiang Yun drove his car closely behind. Sister, Lin Mu said, glancing back at Jiang Yun's car for a while before complaining, Why did you buy him such a nice car? Why not have him give it to me instead? He could easily ride a bicycle. Although Lin Mu had refrained from intruding on Jiang Yun's life before, they had lived together in Ningxing, so he had heard various things about him, in Lin Mu's view. Jiang Yun was merely a freeloader. Lin Shui shot him a glare and retorted, You are not to speak like that again. He's your brother-in-law, and he bought that car with his own money. If it weren't for your brother-in-law's repeated assistance, I might have. The words lingered on her lips, for she recalled the pressure from her family, who had always viewed her as a pawn for marriage alliances. If not for her struggle and Jiang Yun's support, she wouldn't have had such a smooth journey. Lin Mu scoffed, crossing his arms. Regardless, I can't stand him, that if you're not going to help me, then I'll take matters into my own hands. If he doesn't give me what I want, then no one will have it easy. Lin Shui paid him no mind, fully aware of her brother's character. Despite his bluster, he would never act out of line. Yet Lu Qianqian leaned in closer to Lin Mu, grinning as she said, It seems we share a common perspective on this matter. Let us unite against him. Lin Mu nodded vigorously. Lin Shui sighed in resignation, shaking her head. Why do you both harbor such animosity towards him? He hasn't done anything to you. If it weren't for him, how would President Lin have come to Beijing? Lu Qianqian crossed her arms, continuing, Besides, I witnessed everything that transpired in Ningxing. While he may be improving, the past cannot simply be erased. I just cannot stand him. Lin Mu nodded in agreement once more. Observing their demeanor, Lin Shui could only respond with a silent sigh. Before long, they arrived at their building. Once they exited the vehicle, they hurried upstairs as the door swung open. Lu Qianqian exclaimed, I thought in such a dilapidated neighborhood there wouldn't be any nice apartments. Who would have guessed that President Lin's place is so spacious? The reason Lu Qianqian made this remark was that she was comparing it to the villa Lin Shui had previously lived in. In contrast to the villa's environment, the residential building certainly seemed inferior. Yet, she had not anticipated that this apartment not only had a duplex structure, but also offered direct access to the rooftop, providing a sweeping view of the entire city. Lin Shui settled down and smiled. You two can choose any room you like. Aside from the innermost room and the master bedroom, The others are unoccupied. Are there other people living here? Lin Mu inquired, puzzled. Yes, Lin Shui confirmed with a nod, smiling. There is also a friend of your brother-in-law's living here. Please do not disturb him, and be polite if you encounter him. Understood. Lin Mu huffed, standing up and making his way toward the room where Dong Taizan resided. In the blink of an eye, he was at the door. What are you doing? Lin Shui called out urgently. Lin Mu shrugged with a smile, lifted his foot, and playfully stuck out his tongue at Jiang Yun. I have my eye on this room. Why should Jiang Yun's friend occupy it? Today, I am determined to claim it. Lin Shui looked on in astonishment, while Jiang Yun's expression remained impassive. Moments later, a thud echoed as Lin Mu kicked the door open. Chapter 193. Two comical characters. As the door swung open, Lin Mu bellowed. Whoever is inside, get out. This room is mine now. The slumbering Dong Taizan was jolted awake, his expression darkening considerably. After turning on the light and seeing Lin Mu standing before him, he coldly inquired. Who are you? The lady of the house is my sister. Who do you think I am? Lin Mu boasted haughtily that in his view, Jiang Yun's friend was nothing but a lowly acquaintance, likely just another party buddy. Dong Taizan ignored his words and approached the doorway, only then acknowledging Lin Shui and Jiang Yun in the living room, at which point his demeanor softened that he stepped closer to Jiang Yun and inquired. Mr. Jiang, what does this mean? Nothing to worry about, Jiang Yun said, gesturing to his head while casually munching on fruit. He is just a little out of his mind, that if you find him intolerable, feel free to teach him a lesson. It might save him from realizing just how naive he truly is. Dong Taizan suddenly understood the situation, and he swiftly strode over to Lin Mu. And before Lin Mu could react, Dong Taizan seized the collar of his shirt with one hand while the other hand had already descended upon his groin, lifting him off the ground with sheer force. Lin Mu was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, You let me down, or else I swear I won't let you off lightly. However, Dong Taizan paid no heed to his words. Sister, please save me. Lin Mu desperately glanced towards Lin Shui for help. Just as Lin Shui was about to speak, Jiang Yun patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, I know Dong Taizan. He knows how to exercise restraint and would never do anything outrageous. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shui finally nodded. Jiang Yun then stood up gradually, walked over to Dong Taizan and Lin Mu, and calmly said to Lin Mu, How about you apologize to me, and I'll have my friend let you down? Nonsense. Apologize to you? Lin Mu retorted coldly, maintaining his defiant demeanor. Jiang Yun raised his thumb at him, commenting, You are indeed quite bold. I hope you can remain this way, that he added with a smirk, but don't say I didn't warn you. My friend has quite a temper and particularly dislikes being disturbed while sleeping. You just woke him up, so good luck. Rest assured, since you are my brother-in-law, he won't kill you, but if you end up with broken arms and legs, don't blame us. After a few words, Lin Mu was already drenched in cold sweat. Back in Ning City, he had spent every day holed up in his room, endlessly coding, missing out on the joys of life. But after arriving in the capital, he learned what true masculine pleasure entailed. The thought of having his arms and legs broken made him anxious, and he quickly turned to Dong Taizan, saying, Brother, I was just joking with you. I won't compete for this room anymore. Could you please let me down now? It's really uncomfortable like this. I'm in quite a predicament. Don't you understand the pain of a man? Jiang Yun couldn't help but chuckle. Despite Lin Mu being quite annoying, he was sometimes amusing. Yet, Dong Taizan remained stoic, gripping Lin Mu's collar and groin without a hint of emotion, much like a robot to brother-in-law. Seeing that Dong Taizan was about to take action, Lin Mu hastily added, I was wrong, brother-in-law. Please get this big guy to let me down. I really can't take it anymore. It was only then that Jiang Yun waved his hand at Dong Taizan. In the next moment, Dong Taizan released his grip, and Lin Mu made intimate contact with the floor. Cursing under his breath, he stood up, rubbed his slightly reddened nose, and hurried over to Lin Shui, pointing at Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan, as he declared, Birds of a feather flock together. It's clear that those who follow Jiang Yun are not good people. Upon seeing Dong Taizan's eyes widen, Lin Mu felt as deflated as a punctured ball. Daring not to speak further, in the blink of an eye, Lin Mu and Lu Qianqian had found their room. During this time, Jiang Yun briefly introduced the two to Dong Taizan, and after getting acquainted, they each returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Yun lay quietly on the bed, watching Lin Shui emerge from the bathroom, a faint smile gracing his lips as he patted her pillow and playfully said, "Wife, the bed is warmed up for you. Care to flip my card tonight?" Observing his demeanor, Lin Shui chuckled and shook her head. "What are you thinking about?" "Naturally, I'm thinking about what a man should think about," Jiang Yun replied, licking his lips and preparing to pounce on Lin Shui when suddenly a series of knocks echoed from the door. Moments later, Lin Mu entered with a grin, rubbing his hands together and saying, "Sister, I want to go out for a midnight snack. Is that all right?" Jiang Yun glanced at the time, and before Lin Shui could respond, he interjected, "What time is it? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You planning to go find your little lady at the hotel? Aren't you? Hurry back to your room and go to sleep, that if you can't fall asleep, I can have Dong Taizan provide you with some personal companionship." The mere thought of Dong Taizan's large physique sent a shiver down Lin Mu's spine. He shot Jiang Yun an incredulous look, his lips moving as he muttered, "Get lost. Don't delay the birth of your nephew." Jiang Yun retorted irritably, while Lin Shui's cheeks flushed crimson. Just as Lin Mu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly realized something, casting a mischievous glance at Jiang Yun before dashing towards Lu Qianqian's room. This kid used to be interested only in coding. How did he suddenly develop a liking for women? Jiang Yun grumbled to himself, but he didn't dwell on it for long as he prepared to approach Lin Shui again. Lu Qianqian walked in from outside, a pillow cradled in her arms. She smiled at Lin Shui and directly stated, "President Lin, I would like to sleep with you tonight. Is that convenient?" Lin Shui nodded with a smile. "Of course, it's convenient, damn." Jiang Yun exclaimed, "I just wanted some quiet time alone with my wife." "What are you two up to?" Lu Qianqian disregarded him entirely, walking over to the bed with purpose. "Take your pillow and get out." Chapter 194. Establishing family rules, then you'll have to beg me, Lu Qianqian said with a mischievous grin. Meanwhile, Lin Mu outside the door covered his mouth, clearly ready to enjoy the spectacle. "That I beg you, my foot," Jiang Yun cursed, grabbing a pillow and tossing it at Lu Qianqian while shouting towards the door, "Dong Taizan, someone has causing me trouble over here. Come quickly." Startled, Lin Mu dashed back to the room without a moment's hesitation. Lu Qianqian frowned slightly, her thoughts drifting to Dong Taizan's imposing stature, causing her a bit of concern. Ultimately, she could only return to her room. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, these two really need some discipline. In no time, he slammed the door shut with force and locked it, then turned his attention to Lin Shui. "Wife, we must establish some family rules tomorrow. Otherwise, these two will truly run amok." Lin Shui looked at him and shook her head with a smile, saying, "All right, it's getting late. Let us just go to sleep and not continue this nonsense with them." Then tonight, Jiang Yun rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously, "that I'm a bit tired. Let us discuss it tomorrow." Lin Shui rolled over, hugging the blanket and drifting off to sleep. Jiang Yun sighed helplessly, with so many people in the house. Even having a little private time with his wife had become a challenge. The next morning, Jiang Yun woke up early and, seeing that everyone was still asleep, quickly made his way to the study, grabbing paper and pen to write furiously. After half an hour, he had drafted the family rules. "Who cooks in the house?" Just as he was about to leave the study, he heard a voice calling out nearby. "Whoever is hungry cooks for themselves." Jiang Yun opened the door, stepping out while grumbling. "If you have money, you can always order takeout." Lu Qianqian, standing in the living room, looked displeased. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun and remarked, "In such a large house, you don't even hire a maid. Are you expecting President Lin to cook for you, or are you planning to become a house husband?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Mu emerged from his room, chiming in, "Being a house husband sounds great. It's just right for us to take care of your daily needs. But don't worry, we won't let you do it for free." Lin Mu sat down beside Lu Qianqian with an air of conspiracy, as long as you take good care of us. We'll pay you a little something for your troubles." Jiang Yun cursed internally. If it weren't for the fact that this was his brother-in-law, he would have already knocked him on the head with a frying pan. Did I support this suggestion? Lu Qianqian quickly raised her hand in agreement. "What nonsense are you supporting?" Jiang Yun slammed the paper he was holding onto the table, beckoning to the two of them. "These are the family rules I just drafted. You both must adhere to them. Or you can pack your bags and leave." Lu Qianqian and Lin Mu exchanged glances before approaching the table to take a look. "Is this your house?" Lin Mu, with a hint of irritation, inquired coldly. "Do not presume I am unaware. Although you are married to my sister, this house was undoubtedly purchased by her, and the property deed bears her name. Does it not? What are you, to dare impose family rules here? Do you truly consider yourself the man of the house?" Lu Qianqian also took on an air of arrogance. In their shared disdain for Jiang Yun, the two presented a united front, with a resounding clap. Jiang Yun was thoroughly provoked. He slammed his hand on the table and coldly retorted, "The property deed has my name on it. Regardless of the role I play in this marriage, my wife has nothing to say. So what right do you have to meddle?" Upon witnessing Jiang Yun's fury, the two immediately lowered their heads, none daring to utter another word. After all, if matters were to escalate with Jiang Yun, it was Lin Shui who would ultimately suffer. Just then, Lin Shui, drawn by the commotion, emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Have you all been arguing since dawn? You all seem rather leisurely. Who might volunteer to fetch some breakfast for everyone?" Lin Mu retorted, "That IT guy has no athletic prowess. Since you were previously my sister's assistant, why not you?" In the next moment, Lu Qianqian's expression soured considerably. She rolled her eyes at Lin Mu and said, "While I may be General Manager Lin's assistant, I am not your assistant. My responsibilities are solely professional. Must I also concern myself with personal matters?" The fragile camaraderie between them seemed to crumble. Jiang Yun observed the two, nearly amused at their antics. Just moments ago, they had united against him, yet now their alliance lay in tatters. "Wife, please tidy up in the room. I will take you out for a meal," Jiang Yun said with a smile. Lin Shui nodded and headed back to her room. "And us?" Lin Mu shamelessly inquired. "That if you wish to join, you're welcome to, but if not, then so be it." Jiang Yun replied without turning back. "Do not forget to review the family rules. If you fail to adhere to them, I shall truly expel you. Do not think I jest. I never joke with livestock." The two clenched their fists, their faces flushed with indignation. 30 minutes later, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were ready and headed downstairs. As they reached the entrance, Lin Mu, now dressed in a sharp suit, hurried over, saying, "Sister, I have something I wish to discuss with you. Do you have a moment?" "Let us speak on the way," Lin Shui replied with a smile as she entered the elevator first. Jiang Yun, however, felt an ominous premonition. "Last night, I conducted a brief investigation and discovered that Yunshui Group is remarkably wealthy, valued at several billion. The principal owner. Would you consider investing in a dark horse enterprise? Rest assured, this investment will guarantee you a substantial profit," Lin Mu asserted confidently. Jiang Yun snorted dismissively, recognizing Lin Mu's ulterior motive to have his sister financially support his so-called gaming studio. "IT is a company. Be mindful of your wording," Lin Mu retorted through gritted teeth. Yes, whatever," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. Lin Mu ignored him, his gaze fixed longingly on Lin Shui. "Sister, please provide me with an answer." Chapter 195. "I am your wealthy benefactor." Lin Shui's attention shifted to Jiang Yun. Although she was the nominal head of Yunshui Group, the decision-making power resided with him. Jiang Yun would unconditionally fulfill any request of hers, yet investing was no trivial matter, especially when it involved Lin Mu. "Sister, what do you think he means?" Lin Mu asked with a slight frown. "You wouldn't consider seeking his opinion, would you? He clearly looks down on me and will undoubtedly sabotage my efforts." "Sister, I am your blood brother. No matter how close your husband is, he does not share our bloodline." Lin Shui shot him a warning glare. "Do not speak recklessly." But Lin Mu attempted to protest, but upon noticing Lin Shui's stern expression, He ultimately lowered his head. That I can offer you an opportunity. Jiang Yun interjected calmly, breaking his silence. What opportunity? Lin Mu asked irritably, and no matter what, he would never easily concede to Jiang Yun, especially given the past grievances that could not simply be overlooked. Even if Jiang Yun had changed, it could not erase the injustices Lin Shui had endured. Later, I will visit your company to assess its potential for growth, that if it turns out to be nothing more than a shell company, then I would rather not invest at all, Jiang Yun stated flatly, devoid of any emotional inflection. Fine. Lin Mu gritted his teeth. Though he despised Jiang Yun's commanding demeanor, he was in desperate need of assistance. After exiting the elevator, the group found a place to grab a quick breakfast. Since Lin Shui was headed to Yunshui Group and was not traveling the same route, the three quickly parted ways. You might as well let me drive your supercar, Lin Mu suggested, seated in the passenger seat. Ignoring Jiang Yun's expression, he continued, This car is a limited edition, right? I saw it online. It costs at least 7 or 8 million. Honestly, it does not suit your style. I believe it aligns much better with mine. How about this? If you let me have the car, I will not only give you an opportunity to invest in my company, but also reconcile our relationship, provided you do not wrong my sister. Jiang Yun, one hand on the steering wheel and the other digging in his ear, mused aloud, I think I have some sand in my ear. Did you hear someone fart? You. Lin Mu's face flushed with rage, resembling a ripe tomato. After pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun for a moment, he finally exclaimed, You want to even give me a car? You're as selfish as a dog. Suddenly, Jiang Yun accelerated, the car darting forward like an arrow. What are you doing? Are you angry and planning to take us both down with you? Lin Mu exclaimed in shock, hastily fastening his seatbelt. I guess it too fast for you. Shall I slow down? Jiang Yun asked with feigned innocence. The next moment, he slammed on the brakes, causing Lin Mu to nearly lurch forward due to inertia. Are you trying to kill me for my money? Lin Mu shouted in protest. Would you like to go again? Jiang Yun countered that you're ruthless. Lin Mu nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He had found Jiang Yun exceedingly irritating. From any angle, he exuded an air of annoyance. If not for Jiang Yun's grip on the steering wheel, Lin Mu would have loved to smack him on the head to teach him some manners. Soon, they arrived at a 2-story building. Jiang Yun parked the car and gazed at the small structure before him, taking in the ivy-covered red brick walls and the towering skyscrapers surrounding it. He gave Lin Mu a thumbs up. To find such a dilapidated building in such a bustling area is quite an achievement. But do not blame your brother-in-law for not warning you. If you lack the funds to run a company, you could simply find a garage and renovate it, could you not? From what I know, IT guys spend their days coding. What difference does it make whether they live in a palace or a doghouse? Why the obsession with appearances? Jiang Yun's teasing remarks lifted his spirits. Lin Mu, clenching his fists, could no longer contain his rising anger. As he prepared to lunge at Jiang Yun, the latter turned away and pointed at him, saying, I am currently your wealthy benefactor. If you dare lay a finger on me, not only will I refuse to invest in your company, but I will also leverage my connections to ensure that no one else does either. At that point, you shall remain trapped in this shabby building, coding for eternity. With Jiang Yun's words, Lin Mu had no choice but to relent. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, observing Lin Mu's dejected demeanor. Jiang Yun reached out to touzle his hair, akin to petting a dog, and cheerfully remarked, Be a good boy, Lin Mu, and listen to your brother-in-law. I will ensure you enjoy a life of abundance. But if you continue to collude with Lu Qianqian, do not blame me for being unkind. Lin Mu muttered inwardly, Look at how smug you are now. As their conversation continued, they ascended the stairs. Though the exterior appeared quite dilapidated, the interior boasted unique decor. You have quite a few employees here, Jiang Yun mused, settling onto a sofa and casually grabbing an apple to take a hearty bite. With only 6 people, can you truly manage? Certainly. Lin Mu seated himself beside Jiang Yun, exuding confidence as he declared, The individuals within our company are all exceptional talents. Even if they aspired to apply to major corporations, they would undoubtedly excel. Jiang Yun, taking a bite of an apple, inquired, "And how much do you pay them each month?" Lin Mu replied, "We are partners and collaborators. What need is there to discuss money? Furthermore, our gathering is driven by a shared dream, to create a game that belongs to us. In the future, we aim to establish a realm exclusively dedicated to our games." With arms outstretched, Lin Mu appeared to be envisioning a bright future. Jiang Yin couldn't help but chuckle at his enthusiasm, shaking his head as he pulled Lin Mu back to his side, giving him a thumbs up while saying, "It's a shame you aren't in direct sales. Your eloquence and ability to paint grand visions are truly remarkable." Suddenly, Lin Mu slammed his fist on the table and sprang to his feet. Did I end the half hour they had spent alone? Jiang Yin had managed to unsettle him numerous times. "What's the matter? Are you going to challenge the god of wealth?" Chapter 196. VR technology. Lin Mu clenched his fists tightly, ultimately conceding to Jiang Yin. "All right, I have no time to engage in a verbal sparring match with you. Let me take a look at the game." Jiang Yin lit a cigarette, crossing his legs as he gazed at Lin Mu. Very well. Soon, Lin Mu had gathered everyone in the office, discussing matters unknown to Jiang Yin, who patiently awaited their return. Before long, Lin Mu approached, carrying a cumbersome VR headset and handing Jiang Yin 2 controllers. "This is called a motion-sensing game console. I presume you have never encountered one before. Allow me to introduce it to you." Before he could finish, Jiang Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly took the VR headset. Although current VR technology was not yet widespread, it was anticipated that in a few years, it would not only be utilized in gaming, but also integrated into smart homes and vehicles. That he never imagined that Lin Mu was delving into VR technology. "Take it easy. Don't break the headset. Do you have any idea how much this costs? Most importantly, it's priceless and hard to come by." Ignoring the assistant's concerns, Jiang Yin quickly donned the VR headset, despite some differences from future versions. The current technology was impressive, indicating Lin Mu's talent. Jiang Yin regarded him with admiration and declared, "I'm in. Are you so quick to decide?" Lin Mu seemed incredulous. "What? Should you kneel and beg me instead?" Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly, "I've told you before, as long as the project is promising, I will disregard our personal grievances. Businessmen seek profit. I prioritize benefits." Lin Mu scoffed, despite Jiang Yin being the largest shareholder of Yinxue Group. He still did not regard him highly. As their conversation unfolded, footsteps echoed from downstairs, followed by the appearance of a familiar figure in Jiang Yun's line of sight. After observing the individual, he smiled faintly. "What brings you here? Does this company still have ties with the Lin family?" Jiang Yin had previously encountered this man at the Lin family estate. Indeed, the person before him was Lin Junyi's personal assistant, who recognized Jiang Yin and frowned slightly, pondering internally but disregarding Jiang Yun's words, shifting his gaze to the others present. "Who among you is in charge here?" Lin Mu, looking confused, stepped forward. "I am. Is there an issue?" "You must be Lin Mu," the assistant assessed him coolly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My employer is Lin Junyi. I trust you are familiar with that name. In the business realm of the capital, no one was unaware of the Lin family's prominence. My employer wishes to meet with you. You must accompany me at once." Despite being merely an assistant, his tone dripped with disdain, clearly underestimating Lin Mu. "I don't care who your master is. If he wishes to see me, let him come down himself." Lin Mu retorted, irritated. "Before I lose my temper, you should leave immediately, or we will forcibly escort you out. Get lost, you sycophant of the Lin family." Prior to arriving in the capital, Lin Mu had conducted thorough research on the Lin family, even knowing their involvement in harming Lin Shui. With these thoughts in mind, how could he treat the Lin family members kindly? "You bold fellow, just you wait. This matter is far from over." After leaving a few harsh words, the assistant departed down the stairs. Jiang Yin, puzzled, glanced at Lin Mu and asked, "Why would the Lin family suddenly contact you? Do they know your background? And does your sister know about this? What does our business have to do with her?" Lin Mu dismissed the others, finally sitting beside Jiang Yin and stating, "They are not here regarding the Lin family. They seek to obtain VR technology from me. I would rather sell the VR technology patent to a dog than to anyone from the Lin family. Jiang Yun nodded. At least you have some integrity. The Lin family had caused substantial harm to Lin Shui, a matter Jiang Yun would never forget, that if he had the capability to confront the Lin family, he would have acted long ago. However, this situation would not be easily settled. When the opportunity arose, Jiang Yun would seek justice from the Lin family. All right, since you've already reviewed the technology, if there's nothing else, you should leave promptly. Lin Mu grumbled. Can't you see that everyone here is busy? No one has time to entertain you. However, once you return, prepare the funds quickly. We are about to begin researching the core technology. This is when the real expenses will arise. Do not let me down. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction, then made his way downstairs. After leaving Lin Mu's company, he headed straight for Yinshua Group. Along the way, Jiang Yun's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Lin family. The Lin family members were not to be trifled with, and now that they had suddenly reached out to Lin Mu, should they fail to acquire what they sought, it was certain they would not give up easily. This thought made Jiang Yun uneasy. Although he found Lin Mu disagreeable, he was, after all, Lin Shui's brother and undeniably a talented individual. Keeping him close would be beneficial. Resolving his thoughts, Jiang Yun dialed Black Tiger's number, providing Lin Mu's address and requesting that Black Tiger send someone to discreetly protect him. Only in this manner could Lin Mu be kept safe that in the blink of an eye, the car arrived at the base of Yinshua Group. As Jiang Yun walked to the general manager's office, he noticed Lu Qianqian sitting outside. Clearly, Lin Shui had once again appointed her as her assistant. Looking for General Lin. Do you have an appointment? Lu Qianqian inquired, glancing at Jiang Yun. That I'm looking for my wife. What need is there for an appointment? Jiang Yun brushed past her, pushing open the door and entering the office. Why are you so rude? Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Stop right there. Chapter 197. Preparing for pregnancy, move aside. Jiang Yun's mind was still occupied with thoughts of Lin Mu, and Lu Qianqian's incessant chatter irritated him, causing his voice to rise. Employees in the office turned their heads, whispering amongst themselves that in a matter of steps, Jiang Yun had entered the office. Lin Shui, engrossed in her work, glanced up at the commotion and shook her head, saying, Could you two please be mindful of your behavior? It's acceptable to argue at home, but this is a workplace. Just look at the employees outside. They're surely gossiping about you. Jiang Yun shot a glance at Lu Qianqian beside him and plopped down on the sofa. Grumbling, I came to discuss something urgent with you. But this woman is deliberately obstructing me, that if it weren't for my principle of not hitting women, I would have acted by now. Lu Qianqian clenched her fists indignantly. Try hitting me. I dare you. As the tension in the office escalated, Lin Shui quickly interjected with a cold huff, gesturing for Lu Qianqian to leave. You can go back to your work for now. All right, Lu Qianqian nodded slightly. After gazing at Jiang Yun for a moment longer, she proceeded to step out of the office. Meanwhile, Lin Shui had already settled beside Jiang Yun, wrapping her arms around his and nestling her head on his shoulder. Have you forgotten what transpired in Ningqing? If it weren't for Lu Qianqian, I might have been. Lin Shui's words trailed off before she could finish. Jiang Yun, however, found himself reminiscing about the past. He vividly recalled that time when he had just been reborn. In the future, you ought to be more accommodating towards Qianqian. Whatever she does is ultimately for my benefit, Lin Shui murmured softly. She understood that this was a difficult request for Jiang Yun, yet she felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards Lu Qianqian. Jiang Yun nodded in agreement, then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand, that I just visited Lin Mu's company, that I was surprised to discover that he is researching VR technology. I suspect it won't be long before his company achieves great success. Although he is currently focused on gaming, the technology he possesses is of far greater value. Lin Shui looked taken aback. I have heard of VR. Besides its application in gaming, what else can it be used for? In truth, VR technology has not been widely promoted. It wasn't just Lin Shui who struggled to comprehend its potential. Many entrepreneurs shared her lack of foresight regarding VR's future. This technology can be utilized not only in gaming, but will also find extensive applications in smart homes and automobiles in the future. Jiang Yin replied with a smile that I came here to discuss the possibility of establishing a dedicated technology research and development department within Yunxue Group, which would be overseen by Lin Mu, that we would invest significantly, allowing Lin Mu to focus on this technology. What do you think? Lin Shui quickly nodded. Lin Mu is my brother. Out of both emotion and reason, I should support his project. Since you've already taken the initiative, I have nothing to worry about. I will have Qianqian handle this matter shortly. And later tonight, I will negotiate with Lin Mu. One must admit that Lin Shui's decisiveness was indeed commendable. However, the next moment, a somber expression crossed Jiang Yun's face. Did I ask there's something else? Lin Shui inquired promptly. Well, Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, then frowned as he spoke. There is indeed a minor issue. The Lin family has also approached Lin Mu, and it seems they have taken an interest in the technology he possesses. Moreover, the person who visited him was actually Lin Junyi's assistant. However, Lin Mu is aware of your relationship with the Lin family. So regardless of what conditions they proposed, he did not agree to them. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui's face clouded with concern. They approached Lin Mu. When we arrived in the capital, the Lin family pressured us at every turn. Without you here, I can't even imagine what my situation would have been. Ultimately, I would have been reduced to a mere tool for marriage in Lin Junyi's hands. That no, I must call Lin Mu over immediately. I cannot allow him to be in danger, Lin Shui exclaimed. The Lin family is ruthless in their actions, and she feared they might resort to extreme measures. Lin Mu is her only relative now, and she absolutely cannot permit anything to happen to him. Lin Shui hurriedly reached for her phone, but Jiang Yun intervened. That don't you understand your brother's temperament? He is quite stubborn, and given that he is currently working, he probably won't heed your call. Rest assured, I have already sent He Hu and his men over. His security company has plenty of bodyguards, so Lin Mu's safety is assured. Lin Shui let out a sigh of relief. It's truly a blessing to have you by my side. Since arriving in the capital, although she had to manage the intricate affairs of Yunxue Group, Jiang Yun had always been there to safeguard her, ensuring everything was in order. Lin Shui tightened her grip around Jiang Yun's arm and softly suggested, "Let's have a child." Now, Jiang Yun asked suddenly. In an instant, Lin Shui's face flushed. This is the office. I will calculate the right timing and start preparing for pregnancy. However, you must also make some preparations. And, as she spoke, Lin Shui reached into Jiang Yun's inner pocket and pulled out a cigarette. You must quit smoking from now on. Don't think that because you don't smoke in front of me, I won't notice. Have you even caught a whiff of your own scent? The smell of smoke is overwhelming. Jiang Yun raised his arm, sniffed his sleeve, and shook his head. This isn't my scent. It must be from Dong Taizhan, who smokes constantly around me, leaving me reeking of smoke. That's a flimsy excuse, Lin Shui retorted, rolling her eyes at him, choosing not to continue the argument. After exchanging a few more simple words, Jiang Yun finally left the office. As he passed by Lu Qianqian's workstation, he snorted coldly and said, "Take good care of Lin Shui. If anything happens in the company, report to me immediately." That Lu Qianqian ignored him entirely, turning her face away. Jiang Yun shrugged and made his way toward the elevator. Just as he reached the ground floor, his phone rang. Soon, he heard He Hu's voice. "Mr. Jiang, there is a problem with Lin Mu." Chapter 198. Jiang Yun's fury. "All right, I'm on my way." Jiang Yun hung up the phone and hurried to Lin Mu's company. Before long, he arrived downstairs. Just as he was about to call He Hu, he saw him approaching with several bodyguards clad in black suits. Quickly getting into a vehicle, Jiang Yun glanced at He Hu in the passenger seat and shook his head. "A few burly men suddenly boarded my car. If I hadn't recognized you, I might have been terrified. Those who don't know might think you were here to rob me," He Hu said awkwardly, scratching his head as he pointed to a dilapidated two-story building not far away. "To Mr. Jiang, I just discovered that someone has been secretly contacting employees within this company. Furthermore, upon investigating, I found out that the person contacting them is evidently from the Lin family." Jiang Yun furrowed his brows slightly. his fingers tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel as a cold smile crept onto his lips. So, they are determined to obtain the VR technology. Unable to persuade Lin Mu, they are resorting to targeting those around him. Do you remember what the employee looks like? Hei-Hu nodded heavily. I took a photo, and I recall he is a hefty man weighing at least 200 pounds. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I remember his clothing and build. Once inside the company, I could recognize him at a glance. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction and waved his hand to the others, saying, "Let's go." Before long, the group entered the two-story building. "What are you doing back here again?" Upon seeing Jiang Yun, Lin Mu frowned and said, "You aren't having second thoughts, are you?" "That's fine. There are plenty of people wanting to invest in my company. We don't need you as an investor. That I've already discussed this matter with your sister," Jiang Yun said casually as he walked into the company. "She has been planning a new department for you within Yinxue Group, and it should be ready in a couple of days. Once it's set up, you can pack your things and take your team over to Yinxue Group. The environment there is far superior to this place." Although the two-story building was reasonably well constructed, it lacked a sense of security. Jiang Yin couldn't expect Hei-Hu to keep personnel stationed there indefinitely to protect them. Could he? What do you mean? Lin Mu was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that I move?" "You could say that," Jiang Yin replied, grabbing a bottle of water and downing it in one go. "Everything I do is for your own good. Take a couple of days to pack. Don't let me and your sister's efforts go to waste." "But," Lin Mu wanted to protest further, but Jiang Yin ignored him, turning his gaze to Hei-Hu and calmly stating, "Bring that person out." Hei-Hu nodded and approached one of the employees, seizing him by the collar and coldly saying, "Come here." "What do you want?" The employee shouted defensively, then glanced at Lin Mu, quickly adding, "What kind of people have you brought with you? Look at what they're doing. Let me go immediately, or I'll call the police." Lin Mu's expression darkened. He was equally perplexed by Jiang Yun's actions. Other employees had also begun to stand up, their gazes fixed on him. At that very moment, a trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yun's mouth. After casting a glance at the plump employee, he languidly remarked, "Are you not aware of what you have done? I am offering you a choice. Will you clarify matters with them, or shall I expose your sordid deeds to the public?" This left the onlookers in a state of growing bewilderment. The employee clenched his teeth tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Just then, Lin Mu stepped in front of Jiang Yun, coldly stating, "Jiang Yun, do not presume to act recklessly on my territory. Even if we later join the Yinxue Group, I insist on establishing ground rules, the foremost of which is that the executives of the Yinxue Group must not meddle in our affairs." After shoving Lin Mu aside, Jiang Yun approached the corpulent employee, patting his cheek before curtly saying, "Lin Mu, while your grasp of professional knowledge is commendable, in terms of discerning character, you fall woefully short when compared to your sister. Can you not see that this individual is a backstabber?" The audience was momentarily stunned. The fat employee shouted, "Stop spreading lies. I'm a university classmate of Lin Mu. We were even roommates, although he is the manager. We are all shareholders in this company. By your logic, if I were to betray the company, would I not be betraying myself as well?" The other employees nodded in agreement. Yet, Jiang Yun merely smirked dismissively. Just as he prepared to present evidence, Lin Mu stepped closer to Jiang Yun, forcefully pushing him aside while pointing to the door and declaring, "Get out. You are not welcome here. Leave at once." The atmosphere shifted as Black Tiger and his associates exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Jiang Yun was their boss, and Lin Mu's disparagement of him was tantamount to an affront to their dignity. As tensions escalated, Lin Mu, with a look of disdain, shot back, "Jiang Yun, control your hounds. Do not let them bite indiscriminately." "You dare to repeat that?" Black Tiger's demeanor shifted. He was a figure of considerable repute in Ning City. In ordinary circumstances, anyone who encountered him would refer to him as Brother Tiger. Now, hearing a mere child speak to him in such a manner was intolerable, just as it seemed Black Tiger and his men were about to act. Jiang Yun intervened, seizing Lin Mu by the collar and glaring fiercely, "Apologize to them at once, were it not for their vigilance." Do you think you would be so comfortable? What kind of people are the Lin family? You have repeatedly refused to collaborate with them. Surely, they are already plotting against you in the shadows. And here are those who have stood guard against the elements, even helping you root out the company's vermin. Yet you insult them. Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? In the next moment, Jiang Yun gestured towards Lin Mu and commanded, "Bring forth the photographs." Let him open his eyes wide and see what his so-called roommate and brother has truly been up to. Let him grasp the extent of his ignorance. Chapter 199. Indecisiveness. Black Tiger did not hesitate. He retrieved his phone and opened the album. As a series of photographs appeared before the crowd. The employees gathered around, including Lin Mu. Observing the images of the plump employee alongside Lin Junyi's assistant, Lin Mu began to comprehend the situation, that he could no longer afford to be angry at Jiang Yun, and turned to the fat employee, his eyes reddening as he realized the betrayal. The other employees shared his dismay, their expressions grave. They had all been classmates or friends, comrades in arms within the company. Yet, none had anticipated that one among them would turn out to be a traitor. "Are you not going to explain yourself?" Lin Mu's teeth nearly ground to dust as he saw the employee remain silent. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and slapped the employee across the face, his voice chillingly cold. "Why would you do this?" The plump employee gasped for breath, his eyes widening as he charged at Lin Mu. Fortunately, Black Tiger and his associates reacted swiftly, restraining him. 2 bodyguards firmly held his arms, pressing him down to the ground. "Let me go," the employee shouted in desperation. Lin Mu's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features. Even now, he could not accept the reality unfolding before him, much less that this fat employee would betray him. Jiang Yun, knowing Lin Mu well, recognized that he spent his days sequestered in his room writing code, lacking social contact, and thus was rather naive, a perfectionist who likely regarded the fat employee as a confidant. The latter's betrayal struck Lin Mu like a heavy blow. "Why do you only pay us such meager wages? I want to earn money to buy a house and a car. Is that a crime?" The fat employee raged, "I have lost my looks. If I do not have money, how can I marry and raise a family? If I cannot continue my lineage, how can I face my parents? You all strive for your ideals, noble as you are, while I am the villain." Lin Mu clenched his fists tightly, but remained silent. Jiang Yun approached him, patting his shoulder gently before saying, "There is no need to waste words on such a person. You should investigate what confidential information he has leaked, that I will ensure he is handed over to the relevant authorities for formal investigation. Individuals like him, guilty of corporate espionage, can be sentenced for several years, which would serve as a form of justice for you." The fat employee's face turned pale with fear. Losing the bravado he had moments before, he quickly turned to Lin Mu, pleading, "I realize my mistakes. Furthermore, I did not divulge the company's core secrets. I merely provided them with some ordinary information that will not affect our technological advancements nor grant them access to our proprietary technology." Regrettably, Jiang Yun did not trust his words that a traitor is never deserving of forgiveness, but he gestured to Black Tiger, saying, "Proceed as I instructed. Temporarily detain him, and shortly, he will be sent to the relevant authorities." "Please no." The fat employee continued to struggle, as he was about to be escorted away. Lin Mu sighed, gritting his teeth as he said, "Brother-in-law, let it go, regardless of how much information he may have leaked. From this day forward, we shall sever all ties, that I no longer consider him a brother, and you need not trouble him any further. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. He is correct in that not everyone fights for their dreams." I should have considered this more carefully. Though Lin Mu was an IT man who often secluded himself at home, he had always been cared for by Lin Shui. Thus he was not lacking in financial stability and had no concept of money. He did not seek wealth. He only desired enough to live comfortably. Ironically, this very mindset led him to overlook the thoughts of those around him. The fat employee exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at Lin Mu before hastily adding, "You need not worry. Even after leaving the company, I will never join a rival firm, and I will quickly forget our core information. I will safeguard the value of your technology." Lin Mu nodded. and upon seeing Black Tiger and his men release the fat employee, he gestured, "I will trust you one last time. That is enough. Gather your belongings and leave. From now on, we shall no longer interfere in each other's affairs. You follow your own path, and I shall follow mine." The fat employee hurried to his workstation, quickly gathering his things before departing. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Yun smirked coldly and remarked to Lin Mu, "You truly are remarkably naive to you genuinely believe his words." Lin Mu chuckled bitterly. "What does it matter whether I believe it or not? He was, after all, a friend, and I might have personally sent him to prison." "How noble of you!" Jiang Yun patted his shoulder. "You will eventually pay the price for your indecisiveness." Lin Mu, however, chose to ignore his words. "Now that I have resolved this matter, shall we address our own?" Jiang Yun reclined on the sofa, arms crossed, regarding Lin Mu. "What do you mean?" Lin Mu frowned slightly. "Apologize to my associates, and we will consider this incident closed. Otherwise, I will leave this place right now." Jiang Yun's fingers lightly tapped his temple, and he continued, "As long as I am here, they may refrain from any drastic actions, but once I depart, their potential for misconduct is unpredictable." The cold glances from Black Tiger and his companions directed at Lin Mu sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Mu swallowed hard, fully aware of Jiang Yun's good intentions, and with heavy steps approached Black Tiger, bowing slightly in apology. Black Tiger nodded indifferently, choosing not to engage further in conversation. "You should hasten to tidy up and relocate to Yunxue Group as soon as possible," Jiang Yun instructed. "You are your sister's treasured jewel, and I cannot bear to see you come to harm. Otherwise, it would be your sister who grieves, and I who feels the ache." "Understood," Lin Mu replied. His head lowered. Just as Jiang Yun prepared to lead the group away, Lin Mu called out, "Brother-in-law, thank you." "There's no need to be so formal," Jiang Yun replied without turning back, and he departed with Black Tiger and the others. Clenching his fists, Lin Mu watched Jiang Yun leave before muttering through gritted teeth, "Sometimes he doesn't seem so unbearable." Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had reached the ground floor. Black Tiger respectfully stood beside him and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, shall we leave immediately, or should we leave some men to guard here?" "Let them stay for another day," Jiang Yun said, patting Black Tiger's shoulder. "Have your brothers endure a bit longer. They will likely begin packing soon. And by tomorrow, they should be integrated into Yunxue Group. Our company will only have our own bodyguards inside. And once they are in, you need not worry any further. In truth, all the security personnel within Yunxue Group had been replaced by Black Tiger's men. After all, Black Tiger's entourage consisted of professional bodyguards who not only possessed keen insight, but also had sharp instincts, ensuring the safety of the company's employees. Since Jiang Yun had spoken, Black Tiger did not dare to hesitate. After issuing a couple of commands, he observed as the bodyguards dispersed to their respective posts. Seeing this, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback and gave Black Tiger a thumbs up. "I must say, you all are quite professional. One must love their profession to excel," Black Tiger replied with a smile. "Moreover, Mr. Jiang, you provide us with generous compensation. It is only right that we deliver value for your investment." Jiang Yun chuckled and refrained from further comments as he made his way to the car. With Lin Mu's affairs settled, he intended to visit Yunxue Group, but the thought of Lu Qianqian still being at the company deterred him. Lin Mu had already apologized to him face to face, so it was likely that he wouldn't continue to trouble him, especially after referring to him as brother-in-law, indicating a thaw in their relationship. However, while he and Lin Mu had reconciled, mending the rift with Lu Qianqian would prove to be a more arduous task. Unlike Lin Mu, who had not suffered any harm, Lu Qianqian had been wronged due to Jiang Tengfei's actions, creating a deep-seated grudge that drove her to oppose Jiang Yun at every turn. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun had driven to the riverside, where he sat quietly, allowing the wind to caress him, pondering the matters of the Lin family. Throughout this period, he had not forgotten Lin Junyi's presence, which loomed like a malignant tumor, currently dormant, yet capable of inflicting a fatal blow should it awaken. Jiang Yun's fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel as he frowned and remarked, "Is it possible that the Lin family believes they can act with impunity?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he dialed Jiang Xian's number. Having ascended to the position of head of the Jiang family, Jiang Xian was now overwhelmed with numerous trivial matters, resulting in reduced communication with Jiang Yun. However, now that the Lin family had made the first move, Jiang Yun knew he had to prepare thoroughly to avoid being caught off guard. After a brief conversation, Jiang Xian made her way to the riverside. Half an hour later, she arrived in a sports car. Exuding an air of urgency, upon seeing Jiang Yun's vehicle, she remarked with irritation, "You really have no consideration for my feelings. Meeting me in the very car you once extorted from me." Huh. Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. "This car was acquired through my own merit. It cannot be deemed extortion. Enough of that. Let us discuss something important. The deal you wish to elevate the Jiang family to greater heights." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian shook her head, her eyes devoid of enthusiasm. "The affairs of the Jiang family are far more complicated than you can imagine, that I am currently overwhelmed and have no time to attend to other matters. If you have any plans, simply let me know. You have assisted me, and I, in turn, will owe you a favor." Jiang Xian was well aware of Jiang Yun's nature. He never engaged in unprofitable ventures. Since he sought her out, it was evident that he faced difficulties. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun decided against beating around the bush, stating plainly, "The Lin family has approached us. It is only a matter of time before Lin Junyi makes a move, likely leading us into a business conflict." Business conflict? Jiang Yun's words were interrupted by Jiang Xian. "The Lin family is not foolish. You hold considerable shares in Jiang Group and are a major stakeholder in Yinxue Group. Although the Lin family possesses greater heritage, they would not dare to strike first, would they? If both companies were to engage in a fierce competition, it would ultimately yield unfavorable outcomes for all involved. This is not the past. Making a profit is the bottom line." Jiang Yun understood this principle all too well, that he pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Lin Shui's brother had mastered a technology that could potentially lead a new era. To his astonishment, Lin Junyi had also recognized the value of this technology and was secretly undertaking various initiatives. However, Jiang Yun had already secured this technology, and he anticipated that Lin Junyi would not easily relent, prompting him to consider a preemptive strike to suppress the Lin family. That on his own, Jiang Yun knew he could not achieve this, but with Jiang Xian's assistance, the task might become considerably easier. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that his rapport with Jiang Xian was not as close as it appeared. As expected, a hint of difficulty crossed Jiang Xian's face as she said, "Brother, I wish to help you. But my foundation is still shaky, that I lack the authority within the Jiang family, and I am powerless." A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips, that he had been monitoring Jiang Xian during this period and was fully aware of her actions. Jiang Xian's methods were remarkably decisive. After ascending to power, she had executed a significant overhaul within the Jiang family. Now all the members of the Jiang family were her loyal subordinates, so her claims of being powerless were clearly excuses. "Very well. Then consider my words unspoken," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. "However, should I be driven to a desperate situation, do not forget that I still hold a portion of shares in the Jiang family. When it becomes absolutely necessary, I will not hesitate to utilize those shares, which will undoubtedly impact the Jiang family's development. That I have forewarned you. How you choose to respond is entirely your affair." While Jiang Yun's tone was calm, Jiang Xian understood the underlying implications that To collaborate with Jiang Yun and facilitate her ascent. She had agreed to his conditions. Although the shares relinquished to Jiang Yun were not substantial, should he forcibly reclaim them, it would cause considerable turmoil for the Jiang family, a fact she could not dismiss lightly. Contemplating this, Jiang Xian's lips twitched momentarily before she managed to smile. "Brother, you possess considerable resources. Until it becomes absolutely necessary, surely you wouldn't need to resort to the Jiang family shares." In truth, Jiang Xian had already made up her mind. Given more time, she could dilute Jiang Yun's shares. allowing her to seize control of the Jiang family, leaving no one to impede her. Yet, she had not anticipated that Jiang Yun would start to target those shares. Who knows how far the Lin family might push me? Jiang Yun replied, shaking his head, that of course. I have devised a comprehensive strategy that if you are willing to assist, perhaps the situation won't deteriorate so drastically. What is it? Jiang Xian inquired eagerly. Quite simply. Jiang Yun smiled as he spoke. If you could help me arrange a meeting with Lin Junyi, we could sit down and have a thorough discussion. After that, I would appreciate your assistance in clarifying a position. I believe there is still room for reconciliation. What do you think? Ultimately, Jiang Yun wished to have her on his side and to drag her into this murky situation. Although Jiang Xian was somewhat reluctant, considering the interests of the Jiang family and her own status. She eventually nodded in agreement. Once all arrangements were settled, Jiang Xian promptly contacted Lin Junyi. She wanted to resolve everything swiftly, allowing her to focus entirely on the Jiang family and eliminate Jiang Yun's influence as soon as possible. Despite being led by Jiang Yun this time, she was determined that such a situation would not recur as the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Xian, though young, commanded respect from Lin Junyi. Soon, the three of them met in a restaurant. Looking at Lin Junyi seated across from him, Jiang Yun adjusted his collar and said with a smile, Master Lin, it has truly been a long time since we last met. They say that one should regard a soldier differently after a 3-day separation. This saying certainly applies to you. Lin Junyi replied coolly, when you first arrived in the capital, you were like a lost dog that I never expected that in such a short time you would reach your current standing. It has indeed surpassed my expectations. Jiang Xian remained quietly seated, not uttering a word. If it weren't for Jiang Yun's insistence, she would never have found herself in this situation. Master Lin, I invited you here today to discuss matters regarding VR technology. I must say, you possess a keen sense and can foresee the potential of VR technology. It is truly remarkable that as he spoke, Jiang Yun clapped his hands, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and continued. However, I must caution you. While commercial competition is permissible, do not cross the red line that if I learn that Lin Mu or anyone around him encounters trouble, I will not spare you lightly. You should know that I am a madman. If someone provokes me, I will pursue them to the bitter end. It was a blatant threat. Lin Junyi felt as though Jiang Yun was striking him repeatedly across the face. In the entirety of the capital, there were no more than a handful of individuals brave enough to speak to him in such a manner. What was Jiang Yun? Merely a small fry emerging from Ningqing, who genuinely believed he had become a new elite in the capital. In the next moment, Lin Junyi slammed his hand on the table, standing up with a cold glare at Jiang Yun, and articulated each word carefully. Mind your tone when speaking to me. Although we are not blood relatives, I am Lin Shui's elder. By seniority, you ought to address me as uncle. Do not be so presumptuous. Otherwise, it will not end well for anyone. That a slight smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Yun's mouth as he casually picked up a teacup, playing with it in his hands, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He resumed, the reason I brought Jiang Xian along today is to convey our stance. United as siblings, anyone who dares to oppose us will inevitably pay a hefty price. Lin Junyi's gaze shifted to Jiang Xian, indicating that her sentiments aligned with his. Jiang Xian uttered a few words through clenched teeth. Well said. In truth, prior to arriving, Lin Junyi had already devised a strategy to counter Jiang Yun. Although Yun Snow Group had a solid foundation, it still paled in comparison to the Lin family stature that if he were to enlist a few more business partners, he could comprehensively suppress Yun Snow Group. Yet, he never anticipated Jiang Xian would intervene. Very well, we shall see. Lin Junyi coldly remarked before standing up and striding toward the exit of the private room. Jiang Yun, however, paid no heed to his demeanor. Lin Junyi was no fool. He understood his course of action. You have truly put me in a perilous position. Jiang Xian shook her head in resignation, lifting her glass and taking a sip of her drink before sighing. It seems we have completely severed ties with Lin Junyi. The Jiang family and the Lin family are now at war. I advise you to return and study more about electronic information and related materials thoroughly. Then familiarize yourself with the Lin family. They are engaged in high-tech industries, which explains their keen interest in the VR technology you fancy. Had it not been for Jiang Xian's reminder, Jiang Yun would have remained oblivious to their business ventures. Know thyself and know thy enemy. In 100 battles, you will never be in peril. That it appeared he truly needed to delve into the materials upon his return. With the individuals having departed, he saw no reason to waste the lavish spread before them. Jiang Yun smiled and declared, "Today, let us siblings enjoy a splendid meal." Chapter 202. Jiang Qingying awakens. I have no interest in dining. Feel free to eat alone, Jiang Xian stated before picking up her handbag and leading the way out of the private room. Jiang Yun, disregarding her comments, began to eat on his own. After a hearty meal, as he prepared to return home for a well-deserved rest, his phone rang. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the line, he instantly felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Did I guess it really you?" Jiang Yun exclaimed incredulously that he never imagined that Jiang Qingying had awakened. Although Jiang Qingying's voice was frail, Jiang Yun was nevertheless elated. As long as he regained consciousness, he had ample confidence in helping Jiang Qingying recover fully. "Wait for me. I'm heading to the hospital right now." As he spoke, Jiang Yun dashed out of the restaurant. Then he gestured to the designated driver nearby, tossing the car keys to him and instructing, "Hurry to the hospital." Half an hour later, Jiang Yun stood in the hospital room. That moment, Jiang Qing lay on the pristine hospital bed, while two nurses discreetly exited. Their eyes met, and with excitement, Jiang Yun clenched his fist that he approached Jiang Qingying, grasping his arm and hurriedly inquiring, "How do you feel? Has the doctor examined you? What is your condition?" "Brother, don't worry. I've already been examined. The doctor said I'm recovering quite well," Jiang Qingying replied with a smile. "Moreover, the doctor informed me that I will be able to leave the hospital in no time. That's wonderful," Jiang Yun exclaimed, feeling a surge of relief that he realized that he owed everything to Jiang Qingying. Had it not been for Jiang Qingying's timely intervention, Yun's No Group might have changed hands. That it was precisely this incident that had infuriated the old Master Jiang, resulting in Jiang Qingying being hospitalized for over a month. Jiang Yun had thought he would never again speak to Jiang Qingying, but he never anticipated that he would awaken. "Brother, I know everything you've done for me." "Thank you," Jiang Qingying said with a smile. "By the way, how are things with the Jiang family? They haven't continued to make things difficult for you, have they?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun fell into deep contemplation. Has something happened? Jiang Qingying noticed his unusual expression and pressed further. "What about Ingzi?" Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, pausing for a moment before continuing. During the car accident, Ingzi had already passed away. As for the Jiang family, it has changed hands. Jiang Xian has taken over, and both the old Master Jiang and the second Master Jiang have passed away. Your parents, too, have vanished without a trace. After Jiang Xian ascended to power, the second Master Jiang fell into despondency and ultimately passed away alongside the old master. As for his parents, they had been expelled by Jiang Xian and had long since ceased to make an appearance. Jiang Xian. How could she have assumed control? Jiang Qingying appeared shocked, inquiring further. "Well," Jiang Yun sighed before explaining. "It is a long story. When the time is right, I will tell you everything that has transpired in the Jiang family recently. For now, focus on recuperating in the hospital. Once you are fully healed, I will come to take you home. Although you are no longer the eldest son of the Jiang family, you are still my brother. Yun's No Group is not solely mine. It is yours as well." Jiang Qingying nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Throughout the entire afternoon, Jiang Yun remained in the hospital, seemingly having endless conversations with Jiang Qingying. Upon discovering that Jiang Tingfei was not his biological father, Jiang Yun had not been overly concerned, for he had never received familial affection within the Jiang family. However, Jiang Qingying's presence had transformed everything, allowing Jiang Yun to rediscover a long-lost sense of kinship. As night fell, Jiang Yun reluctantly departed from the hospital. Lin Shui had yet to finish her work, The house was enveloped in a profound silence. Jiang Yun called out towards Dong Tieshan's room. "Where are you?" Throughout the day, he had not laid eyes on Dong Taizhan, which struck him as rather peculiar. However, there was no sound emanating from the room. Jiang Yun paused momentarily, then proceeded to Dong Tieshan's door. Knocking gently, yet still receiving no response. Where could he be? Jiang Yun muttered in perplexity before pushing the door open. As expected, the room was shrouded in darkness. That he pulled out his phone and dialed Dong Tieshan's number. Fortunately, the call connected swiftly. "Where are you?" Jiang Yun inquired directly. "I'm out handling some matters." Dong Tieshan's voice sounded somewhat despondent, reflecting a tinge of melancholy. Sensing something amiss in his tone, Jiang Yun quickly probed. Is something wrong? He had never regarded Dong Taizhan merely as a bodyguard, but rather as a friend, akin to the bond shared between Jiang Qingying and Shadow in the past. Their relationship transcended that of mere employer and employee, evolving into a brotherhood. Had it been otherwise, Shadow would not have recklessly risked his life to save Jiang Qingying in critical moments. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, there's nothing grave on my end. I will return tomorrow once I've resolved this." Dong Taizhan reassured him hastily. "Where are you?" "I'll come to meet you," Jiang Yun stated plainly. "No need," Dong Taizhan quickly declined. "Enough with the pleasantries. Please send me your location, and I shall head over immediately." Jiang Yun's tone was resolute. Ultimately, Dong Taizhan had no choice but to relent. After receiving the address, Jiang Yun drove towards Dong Tieshan's location. After an hour of driving, he gradually entered the urban-rural fringe. What could Dong Taizhan be doing here? As he slowed down, Jiang Yun dialed Dong Tieshan's number again. "I've arrived, but the roads here are quite convoluted, and I can't seem to pinpoint the exact location. Could you come out to meet me?" Jiang Yun stated directly. Dong Taizhan quickly acknowledged and hung up. Soon, Jiang Yun spotted Dong Taizhan striding towards him at the mouth of an alley. After parking, Jiang Yun approached Dong Taizhan, smiling as he remarked, "Why the long face? What on earth has transpired? Speak up. Perhaps I can lend a hand." "Well," Dong Taizhan hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and saying, "Mr. Jiang, it's not a significant matter, just that this area is undergoing redevelopment, but the compensation offered is rather unfair. So my mother is yet to relocate." Upon noticing Dong Tieshan's reluctance to continue, an ominous premonition washed over Jiang Yun, prompting him to furrow his brow and inquire. And then, Chapter 203, a reunion with Wu Fa, and then, after a moment of hesitation, Dong Tieshan's expression grew notably grim, that he clenched his fists tightly. And through gritted teeth, he managed to utter, "This morning, my mother was hit by a bicycle. That she's quite elderly now, and after being struck, she has been bedridden and unable to get up." Jiang Yun's understanding dawned on him, and he squinted slightly, asking, "So, it was the demolition company's doing?" "Not definitively, but I've already looked into it. There are still a few residents in the vicinity who haven't moved, and several elderly individuals in those households have experienced minor accidents. Though none were fatal, they were certainly shaken up. I was planning to confront the developers about this," Dong Taizhan said through clenched teeth. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that a mere conversation would not suffice. Indeed, had Jiang Yun not arrived, it was likely that Dong Taizhan would have resorted to violence against those individuals. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun placed a reassuring hand on Dong Tieshan's shoulder and said calmly, "I empathize with your current emotions, but we lack concrete evidence to hold against them. Should you confront them physically, the situation could escalate into something far more complicated. They might use it as an opportunity to stage a scene and have you arrested, leading to far greater losses." Jiang Yun's keen insight allowed him to perceive the underlying intricacies of the situation. Dong Taizhan, a rough and ready man who had been a bodyguard since entering society, had a notoriously volatile temperament. After studying Jiang Yun for a moment, he furrowed his brow and said, "Are we simply to let this go? I cannot swallow this indignation." As they walked towards Dong Tieshan's home, Jiang Yun continued, "First, let us check on your mother, that if her condition is serious, we must rush her to the hospital without delay. We cannot afford to waste time." regarding the demolition company. I will arrange for an investigation. At present, Jiang Yun not only commanded Yin Shui Group, but also held shares in Zhang's group, establishing a significant presence in the capital and expanding his network. Thus, resolving this matter was well within his capabilities. Grateful, Dong Taizong glanced at Jiang Yun and quickly expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. There's no need for formalities. We are brothers," Jiang Yun replied, patting his shoulder with a smile that he had initially thought that as a bodyguard. Dong Taizong would be able to protect his family. Yet he overlooked a crucial truth. In this world, those without power or wealth are like ants. Physical prowess alone offers little protection. Before long, they arrived at a demolition housing unit. Upon seeing Dong Tieshan's mother lying on the bed, Jiang Yun immediately inquired, "How are you feeling, ma'am? Perhaps we should head to the hospital." Dong Taizong, in his 30s. While his mother appeared to be over 60, bore wrinkles and gray hair that belied her age, it was evident that Dong's mother had endured her share of hardships. "Who is this?" She did not respond to Jiang Yun immediately. Instead, looking towards Dong Taizong. "This is my employer." Dong Taizong quickly introduced that Mr. Jiang has treated me well and has always regarded me as a brother, that I have been staying at Mr. Jiang's home for some time now. His salary is significantly higher than others. Although Dong Taizong was affiliated with the Black Tiger organization, the bodyguards under Black Tiger were divided into two categories: direct hires from their security company and external hires like Dong Taizong. The distinction lay in that the former could only serve the Black Tiger company, while the latter could take on freelance jobs and even decline requests from Black Tiger. Upon hearing Dong Tieshan's introduction, Dong's mother's expression shifted, and she hastily sat up, grasping Jiang Yun's hand. "Thank you for looking after my son during this time, sir. You're too kind, ma'am," Jiang Yun replied with a smile. "Taizong is also my brother. Although we have a hierarchical relationship, we get along splendidly. You need not worry. He will not suffer while by my side." "Indeed, indeed." Dong's mother nodded repeatedly, her gaze shifting to Dong Taizong as she hastily said, "Since your employer is here, I presume you have matters to attend to. Do not fret about me. I am merely an old woman. They wouldn't dare do anything to me if they do not provide a fair price. I shall resist until the end. You should leave with your employer and attend to your business." Dong Taizong gritted his teeth, wishing to stay with his mother, but given her insistence, he could only nod in agreement. "Are you sure you do not need to go to the hospital?" Jiang Yun asked once more. "No need. I've worked odd jobs my entire life and know my body well, that it's just my age. I merely twisted my waist. I am not so fragile that I require Mr. Zhang's concern," Dong's mother replied promptly. Jiang Yun sighed, and with that he and Dong Taizong departed as they watched the two figures fade into the distance. Dong's mother limped back into her room. However, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizong did not walk far. Jiang Yun leaned against a wall, lit a cigarette, and stated, "We should pay a visit to Zhang's group shortly. Let Jiang Xian help us investigate who owns this development project, that I will negotiate with them to propose a reasonable price. Once your mother has vacated this place, we can engage them further." Jiang Yun could discern that Dong's mother was quite obstinate and would not leave easily. Dong Taizong expressed his gratitude to Jiang Yun. "I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Jiang." At that moment, several figures emerged from the alley. Upon seeing the person at the forefront, a cold smirk crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he remarked, "What is he doing here?" "Mr. Jiang, they're the people from the demolition company." Upon seeing the approaching crowd, Dong Taizong immediately clenched his fists, his expression darkening to an extreme. Not far away, Wu Fa was striding towards Jiang Yun, and as Jiang Yun turned to look at him, Wu Fa also noticed Jiang Yun. "Is this not Boss Jiang?" Wu Fa crossed his arms, his demeanor undergoing a complete transformation. Gone was the obsequiousness of their last encounter. Chapter 204. Self-inflicted misery. "What do I need to report to you for?" Jiang Yun said nonchalantly. "It seems you found a new job." "Of course." Wu Fa disregarded Jiang Yun's tone and snorted coldly, then continued, "I am now part of the demolition company, and I owe this lucrative position to Mr. Jiang. Had you not denied me the opportunity to return to Jiang Corporation, how could I have possibly become a team leader in the demolition company? A cold smile crept onto Jiang Yun's lips as he glanced at Dong Taizhan beside him, then remarked sarcastically, "Did you see that? One should aspire to be like Wu Fa. A person like him cannot thrive, nor will the heavens permit it." Wu Fa scoffed, instantly puffing himself up with arrogance. Jiang Yun continued, "Not long ago, Wu Fa was kneeling before me, pleading to be reinstated at Jiang Corporation, to continue in his role as head of security, yet I turned him down. One must admit. His ability to bend and endure is something many cannot achieve that to earn money. One must set aside their pride. I imagine he nearly broke his knees in despair to secure this position as a small team leader in the demolition company." Although Dong Taizhan was not one to smile easily, Jiang Yun's words amused him. The onlookers behind Wu Fa stifled their laughter, covering their mouths that Wu Fa's lips twitched. All of this was part of his sordid history. Yet Jiang Yun had the audacity to mention it in front of his subordinates. This was clearly a slap in the face. Wu Fa's expression darkened with fury, his fists tightening as he charged towards Jiang Yun, exclaiming, "I was afraid of you before, but I owe you no favors now. Today, I shall teach you a lesson." No longer bound by his previous position as head of security at Jiang Corporation, he felt emboldened that as he approached Jiang Yun, his fist poised to strike, Dong Taizhan swiftly stepped forward, grasping Wu Fa's wrist and delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Though Wu Fa was burly, he was no match for the professional bodyguard Dong Taizhan. After sending Wu Fa flying, Dong Taizhan returned to Jiang Yun's side and coldly addressed the crowd that Wu Fa, clutching his stomach, knelt on the ground. His features contorted in pain that he gestured to the people behind him, gritting his teeth and shouting, "You fools, did you not see me getting beaten? Why are you still standing there? Attack together." The demolition company personnel exuded a certain roguishness, and at Wu Fa's command, they began to encircle Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan. The narrow alleyway worked to their advantage as Dong Taizhan stood resolutely before Jiang Yun, embodying an impenetrable fortress. One by one, he dispatched their attackers with ease that in no time. The group behind Wu Fa faltered, retreating in fear. Witnessing their cowardice, coupled with Dong Tieshan's intimidating gaze, Wu Fa's breath quickened as he realized Dong Taizhan was not to be trifled with. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and pointed at Jiang Yun, declaring, "You Jiang Yun, you are merely a discarded son of the Jiang family. Just wait. I will make you pay." With that, Wu Fa fled in a panic. Accompanied by his subordinates, Jiang Yun paid him no mind, glancing at Dong Taizhan with concern. "Are you unharmed?" "No problem." Dong Taizhan replied with a smile that's good. Jiang Yun nodded, and soon the two made their way out of the alley. Before long, they were in a car headed straight for Jiang Corporation. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Jiang Corporation. As Jiang Yun stepped inside, several security personnel quickly approached him, although the head of security had been replaced. These guards still served within Jiang Corporation. One of them spoke up urgently. "Young Master Jiang, please, come inside." They were well aware that Jiang Yun was one of the Jiang family and held shares in Jiang Corporation. Making him their superior, they would not dare offend him. Jiang Yun disregarded them, leading Dong Taizhan directly to the elevator. Moments later, they stood before the general manager's office. After a brief report from the secretary, they were respectfully ushered inside, with the secretary smiling. "Young Master Jiang, the general manager is still in a meeting. Please wait here. I will inform him of your presence as soon as he is available." As Jiang Yun settled onto the sofa, he glanced at the time and asked without looking up, "How long do we have to wait?" "Not sure yet." The secretary, noticing Jiang Yun's expression darkening, quickly added, "The meeting has been ongoing for an hour. It should be wrapping up soon. The general manager is aware of your arrival and will come to see you as soon as possible." Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, prompting the secretary to exit the office. Glancing at Dong Taizhan, Jiang Yun smiled. "Why are you standing there? There's no need to be so formal. Just treat it like your own home and sit down. Is that all right?" Dong Taizhan asked instinctively. While he had served many employers, he had never encountered a boss as amicable as Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun patted the space beside him, saying, "What could possibly be wrong with that? Enough with the formality." "Understood," Dong Taizhan replied, cautiously taking a seat beside Jiang Yun. Time passed slowly. Jiang Yun remained engrossed in his phone, yet Jiang Xian's presence was still absent. After half an hour, footsteps echoed outside the door, and Jiang Xian entered. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, she approached warmly, quickly saying, "I apologize for the delay. I ran into some issues. I understand that Miss Jiang is a busy person, now that she has become the general manager of Jiang Corporation. I can imagine she has numerous matters to attend to. As a mere idle person, I would never presume to take too much of your time. Simply having the opportunity to meet Miss Jiang is a privilege." Jiang Yun spoke mildly, yet Jiang Xian discerned the underlying meaning in his words. "You came to see me suddenly. Is there something urgent?" she asked directly, given the ongoing demolitions in the urban-rural fringe. Jiang Xian should be well aware, right? Chapter 205. Foxes relying on tigers. Jiang Yun set his phone down and continued, "The purpose of my visit is to request your assistance in introducing me to the person in charge of the demolition company. It shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Your matters are my matters. How could it possibly be a burden?" Jiang Xian responded with a smile, "That I will inquire immediately to find out who is responsible for this project and provide you with a prompt answer." If not for the fact that she had delayed Jiang Yun for so long, she would not have been so courteous. "I will wait here for you. I will leave as soon as you give me news," Jiang Yun stated directly, resuming his phone activities. Jiang Xian's lips twitched slightly. Though she was filled with grievances, she ultimately headed for the door to Mr. Jiang. "Are you being a bit too harsh on her?" Dong Taizhan whispered. "After all, she is the head of Jiang Corporation. I even sensed she was about to lose her temper." "Huh." A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he replied, "Rest assured, she would never dare to confront me. While we are both members of the Jiang family, we do not share the same ideals. This is a simple favor she will not refuse. However, I also do not wish for her to take too long." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xian re-entered the office, having already inquired on his behalf that "I have found out that the demolition work in the urban-rural fringe is being handled by a small company. Although I am not particularly familiar with them, I can leverage my connections to help you reach their manager. When do you wish to meet with them?" One must admit, Jiang Xian's efficiency was indeed impressive. In truth, the Jiang family has long established its own network of information. Over the years, although the patriarch, Old Master Jiang, has maintained a firm grip on the family's power, Jiang Xian has been diligently maneuvering behind the scenes. Even though she is not the head of the Jiang family, she commands a certain level of respect, as many in the capital are compelled to consider her sentiments. This is also the primary reason why Jiang Yun sought her out. At this moment, Jiang Yun glanced at the time. It was just around lunchtime, prompting him to suggest they meet somewhere for a meal. "I wonder if Miss Jiang would do me the honor of joining me?" Jiang Xian hesitated momentarily. Though she was somewhat reluctant, she eventually nodded in agreement. Before long, she had arranged everything and was following Jiang Yun to the restaurant. Given that the demolition company in question was merely a small enterprise, lacking any comparison to the Jiang Group, the company's head had rushed to the hotel upon receiving Jiang Xian's message. As Jiang Yun and his companions entered the room, the head of the demolition company promptly stood up and respectfully approached them. His gaze fixed on Jiang Xian. "You must be General Jiang of the Jiang Group, correct? I am Li Xingming, the head of the demolition company." As he spoke, Li Xingming handed Jiang Xian a business card. She glanced at it briefly before making her way toward the private room, hardly exchanging further words with him. Were it not for Jiang Yun's request to contact Li Xingming, she would have completely disregarded someone of his caliber, as they were from entirely different worlds. The situation unfolded as follows. Jiang Xian, being unaware of the intricacies of the matter, listened as Jiang Yun began to speak, "That I hear you are currently undertaking demolition work in the urban-rural fringe, and my friend just happens to reside there. I shall not waste time with pleasantries. My friend's mother was struck by a bicycle and is now bedridden, Unable to move, is this matter related to your operations? Instantly, Li Shengming's expression soured considerably. Seeing Jiang Xian remain silent indicated to him that Jiang Yun's words were indeed reflective of her stance. Naturally, he did not dare to offend Jiang Yun. After a quick glance around, he hastily rubbed his hands together and said, "Sir, there must be some misunderstanding. Our company conducts legitimate business. How could we possibly engage in such reprehensible actions?" Jiang Yun scoffed disdainfully, rising to position himself behind Li Shengming, gently pressing on his shoulder as he spoke, "That I believe you are acquainted with Wu Fa. He has already disclosed everything to me. Are you still planning to deny it?" Li Shengming's face changed dramatically as he instinctively glanced at Jiang Yun and exclaimed, "Wu Fa would betray me?" With this revelation, Jiang Yun understood the truth of the matter. It appeared that the bicycle incident and the troubles faced by the neighbors were not mere coincidences. Beside them, Dong Tieshan's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists. Had it not been for Jiang Yun's discreet signal, he would have charged at Li Shengming to deliver a severe reprimand. Li Shengming soon realized he had misspoken, casting an awkward glance at Jiang Yun before hastily clarifying, "This is all a misunderstanding. We harbor no ill intentions. After all, the sooner they vacate, the sooner we can commence our project. Moreover, the price we offered was already quite generous. Yet they are insatiable, so..." Before he could finish, Jiang Yun seized the collar of his shirt, coldly stating, "Do not presume that just because I am not in the real estate business, I am unaware of the depths of this matter. I have already investigated the prices in the urban-rural fringe. The figures you provided are far below market value. How dare you speak so?" Li Shengming swallowed hard, his breathing quickening as he responded, "There must certainly be a misunderstanding. How about this? I was unaware that Miss Zhang's friend resided there. Please tell me their name, and I shall negotiate a new price with them that will surely satisfy." Jiang Yun replied, "The remaining households are all my friends. Here is the deal. I won't make it difficult for you. Offer them a fair price, and if they agree to leave, that would be ideal. However, if they refuse to budge, I will hold you accountable to this moment." Li Shengming felt a chill run down his spine. Jiang Yun was clearly setting a trap for him. His gaze shifted to Jiang Xian, and he urgently asked, "Miss Jiang, may I inquire as to your relationship with this individual? Is his stance representative of your wishes?" "Yes," Jiang Xian replied, her eyes still glued to her phone screen. Li Shengming furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and stating, "Very well. I will offer them a revised price that will absolutely satisfy you." Chapter 206. New City Bidding Meeting. Li Shengming's expression was grim. A revised offer would undoubtedly reduce their profit margins. However, with Jiang Xian intervening, he found himself with little recourse to protest. The meal was far from pleasant, with Jiang Xian leaving early while Jiang Yun accompanied Li Shengming to the urban-rural fringe. Having been warned by Jiang Xian, Li Shengming dared not engage in any further mischief. Before long, everything was settled that Mr. Jiang. "Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave," Li Shengming said coldly. Though he was obliged to show respect to Jiang Xian, he did not regard Jiang Yun with the same deference. Yet Jiang Yun paid no heed to his attitude. As long as he achieved his goal, the rest was inconsequential. That he waved his hand nonchalantly and smiled. "Go ahead with your business. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to Jiang Xian." Upon hearing this, Li Shengming internally cursed Jiang Yun. Wasn't that a redundant statement? If he had the ability to approach Jiang Xian, how could things have escalated to this point? After watching Li Shengming and his entourage depart, Jiang Yun made his way to his car and waved to Dong Taizan, cheerfully stating, "The demolition issue has been resolved. For the next few days, stay at home and spend some quality time with your mother. That I assume you'll need to look for a new house as well. You can assist your mother with that. That I want to require your help on my end. If needed, I'll contact Hey Hu directly. The security company has plenty of excellent bodyguards, and from a certain perspective, the security company is also Jiang Yun's enterprise, so he needn't be overly formal with Hey Hu. Dong Taizan expressed his gratitude with a glance at Jiang Yun, then clenched his teeth and said, "Mr. Jiang, your kindness will not go unappreciated. I shall repay you in the future." Jiang Yun merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. This was his nature. When others treated him well, he reciprocated with courtesy that in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun had driven away from the urban-rural fringe. As he prepared to head home for a nap, his phone rang. "What is it, dear?" Jiang Yun asked warmly upon seeing the caller ID. "There's a bidding meeting this afternoon. Would you like to join me?" Lin Shui inquired. "Have all matters concerning Lin Mu been resolved?" Jiang Yun did not respond immediately, but instead shifted the subject. Today marked the first day of Lin Mu's company joining Yun Shui Group, and he imagined there would be numerous affairs to attend to. Lin Shui replied with a smile. "Everything has been arranged perfectly, and with Lu Qianqian assisting, there is no need for me to worry about anything." "Very well. I initially intended to see if Lin Mu needed any help, but since that has settled, I'll accompany you to the bidding meeting. That IT will be a good opportunity to broaden my horizons." Jiang Yin said with a grin, "Do you even need to broaden your horizons?" Lin Shui replied helplessly, "If it weren't for you, how could Yun Shui Group have reached its current stature? You, the behind-the-scenes boss, have far richer experiences than others, yet you still pretend to be a novice." Jiang Yin chuckled. "Let us not dwell on that. I'll wait for you downstairs at the company, and then we can head to the bidding meeting together." Soon, Jiang Yun hung up the phone and made his way to Yun Shui Group. Half an hour later, they met. Upon seeing Lin Shui get into the car, Jiang Yun embraced her and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing her face to flush a deep crimson. She muttered softly, "We're already an old married couple. Why do you still act like young lovers meeting for the first time?" As Jiang Yun started the car, he replied, "Every time I see you, it feels as if we are still in the throes of passion, compelling me to kiss you uncontrollably. Of course, if you find it embarrassing, perhaps you should hurry up and bear me a child. Once we have a baby of our own, I can shift my focus." Upon hearing this, Lin Shui let out a huff. "That is out of the question. Initially, I had intended to create a family of 3 with you, but after hearing what you said, how could I possibly bear to give myself a rival in love?" Jiang Yin shook his head helplessly. Offering an awkward smile as they conversed, the vehicle had already arrived at the venue of the bidding event. Looking around, he noticed quite a crowd at the entrance. With a perplexed expression, Jiang Yun inquired, "Which plots of land are up for auction today? Why are there so many people?" He had merely scanned the crowd when he spotted several familiar figures, each one a prominent entrepreneur from the capital. When the topic of the bidding event arose, Lin Shui's expression turned serious. She furrowed her brow and said, "Are you aware of the New City plot?" "New City?" Jiang Yun was taken aback. His fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel as he recalled some information about New City. Although he had always lived in Ning City, he possessed some understanding of matters in the capital. Before his rebirth, he had several acquaintances in the capital, one of whom was involved in real estate. Jiang Yun had heard him mention New City. Despite its grand name, New City was an older district in the capital in his previous life. Jiang Yun was unaware of who had developed the New City plot. But now that it was up for auction, it was akin to a piece of prime real estate. Securing the New City plot would undoubtedly enhance the market value of Yun Shui Group. "I have some recollection of New City," Jiang Yun replied, regaining his focus. After glancing at Lin Shui, he smiled and remarked, "I must say, my wife's vision is truly far-sighted. Since you are also interested in the New City plot, let us spare no effort to acquire it. I refuse to believe anyone dares to compete with us." Although New City was a coveted asset, several prominent families had not ventured into real estate, thus posing little threat. Jiang Yun remained unconcerned. With enough financial backing, he could easily secure the New City plot. "Before arriving, I had a brief conversation with the company's appraisers," Lin Shui stated with a smile. "The market value of the New City plot is only a few billion. If the bidding exceeds that amount, even if we acquire the land, we would ultimately incur losses. Let us see how it unfolds." "Let us enter." Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Chapter 207. The rising star of the real estate industry. Jiang Yun followed Lin Shui out of the car, and they entered the venue side by side, finding their seats. Jiang Yun then turned to Lin Shui with a puzzled expression and asked, "I fail to grasp how Yun Shui Group suddenly ventured into real estate. Isn't it due to the prevailing circumstances?" Lin Shui shook her head in resignation. Although Yun Shui Group was a subsidiary of Jiang Group and considered a flagship enterprise of the Jiang family, many of its projects had become obsolete in the market. Thus, if they did not adapt, Yun Shui Group would not survive in the long run. The landscape of the capital is changing rapidly. We must keep pace to remain invincible. Establishing our company was no easy feat, and only we understand the struggles involved. Therefore, I must safeguard our Yun Shui Group. Jiang Yun felt deeply moved. During this time, he had not focused on Yun Shui Group, resulting in most employees being unaware of his true identity. To them, he was merely seen as a man living off his wife's success. However, Jiang Yun was unconcerned. As long as Lin Shui understood his identity and contributions, that was sufficient. In a moment, the host took the stage. Jiang Yun's peripheral vision caught sight of Li Xingming seated nearby. Li Xingming was momentarily taken aback that Mr. Jiang. His expression shifted to one of discomfort. After parting ways with Jiang Yun, Li Xingming had investigated Jiang Yun's background, gradually realizing that he was indeed a young master of the Jiang family. However, Li Xingming still regarded Jiang Yun with disdain. Despite the numerous online discussions surrounding Jiang Yun, many were derogatory, aiming to tarnish his reputation. Moreover, since Jiang Yun had not taken charge of Jiang Group nor resided within the Jiang family, Li Xingming had little regard for him. What surprised Li Xingming was encountering Jiang Yun at such a grand auction. Jiang Yun merely nodded in acknowledgement, his expression remaining unchanged as he continued to gaze straight ahead. Soon, the host briefly introduced the details regarding the new city plot. As everyone was eager to obtain the land, they swiftly transitioned into the bidding segment. Listening to the flurry of bids around him, Jiang Yun remained unmoved, never once raising his paddle. He had already learned that only the new city plot was available for bidding today. And everyone present shared a common goal: to claim new city for themselves. The main event would undoubtedly occur at the end, with the current bidders merely being minor players. 0.5 billion already. Are we not going to raise our bid? Lin Shui questioned with a puzzled glance at Jiang Yun. A faint smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he kept his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Let us wait a moment longer. Since Jiang Yun had made such a statement, Lin Shui naturally supported him unconditionally. After 10 minutes, the value of New City had doubled, and once the price reached 10 billion, the number of bidders noticeably dwindled. Jiang Yun glanced to his left, where a middle-aged woman Saturday the last bid of 10 billion had come from her. Was she out of her mind to offer such a price? Lin Shui furrowed her brows and remarked, "While the new city plot is valuable, it is far from worth 10 billion. It seems we are destined to miss out on this land." Yun Shui Group had only recently entered the real estate sector, making this Lin Shui's first experience in bidding for land. Yet it seemed they were fated for an unfruitful beginning. 12 billion, Jiang Yun declared, raising his paddle. Lin Shui, taken aback, whispered, "Are you insane?" She had already consulted specialists on the estimated value of New City, and Jiang Yun appeared to be throwing money away, that if they secured New City at that price, Yun Shui Group could potentially be dragged down. However, Jiang Yun's expression remained unchanged as the astronomical bid was announced. The crowd turned their attention to Jiang Yun. Who is this person? How dare he propose such a high price? They seemed to think Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were merely naive individuals from affluent families, foolishly attempting to participate in the bidding without understanding the market. Upon hearing such remarks, Lin Shui's face flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Jiang Yun, however, paid them no mind, focusing instead on the woman sitting to his left. After his bid, the woman turned to meet his gaze. Jiang Yun felt her eyes bore into him like sharp daggers, causing discomfort. 15 billion. The woman called out once more. Jiang Yun promptly countered with 20 billion. He was acutely aware that New City's value far exceeded Lin Shui's estimates. Securing New City would provide Yun Shui Group with a significant opportunity, and both he and Lin Shui could potentially rise to prominence in the capital. The woman's expression shifted slightly as she toyed with the beads in her hand for a moment before ultimately lowering her bid paddle. The host looked at Jiang Yun, excitement radiating from her voice as she exclaimed, "Let us congratulate the representative of Yun Shui Group. They have acquired the new city plot for 20 billion. The crowd erupted in applause. Although many were not fond of Jiang Yun and Lin Shui, they recognized their boldness and felt compelled to curry favor with them that go take care of the paperwork. Jiang Yun whispered in Lin Shui's ear, "I will explain later. The value of New City is far beyond your imagination. Trust my judgment." Lin Shui nodded gently. Even if she had doubts, what could she do? With so many eyes upon them, could they possibly deny it? After Lin Shui left, Jiang Yun noticed the woman from earlier approaching him, flanked by several well-dressed men, clearly indicating her extraordinary status. While Jiang Yun was unfamiliar with her identity, others were not. Was she High Miss Gao? Chapter 208. After all, we are all passers by Gao. May we gracefully approach Jiang Yun. Pulling out a chair with poise, that it was evident that Gao Meihui hailed from an illustrious background, her every gesture exuding elegance and authority. Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, casually picking up a cup of water and taking a sip before inquiring, "Is there something you need? You seem quite interested in the land in Xinqing." Gao Meihui directly broached the subject. Indeed, who wouldn't he be drawn to a lucrative venture? Jiang Yun lazily stretched, acknowledging that they were all merchants, driven by profit, and if this parcel of land could yield returns, why would he refuse? However, given the price you're offering, I presume there is little profit left for you, he continued. The development of the Xinqing area requires substantial renovation, which differs from typical real estate projects that if new buildings were to be erected, there might be some profit, but with renovations, the margins are slim. Are you proposing such a lofty price merely out of charity? Jiang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile as he rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, seemingly unfazed by Gao Meihui's penetrating gaze or the crowd behind her, but he was not easily intimidated. And in the midst of so many onlookers, Gao Meihui would likely refrain from any rash actions. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "We are all intelligent individuals. Why pretend to be oblivious?" Gao Meihui squinted, questioning his intent. "That it's quite simple," Jiang Yun replied. "Urban redevelopment is not solely my endeavor. Although I have acquired the land in Xinqing, I will also receive support from higher authorities. Surely, Miss Gao, that is what has piqued your interest as well." Gao Meihui's expression shifted instantly. "How do you know this?" In truth, she too was drawn to the backing from the authorities. Urban reform was a matter of civic welfare, garnering accolades while also yielding benefits. Who wouldn't he want to partake? However, the specifics of governmental support were not common knowledge. She had expended significant effort to uncover such information, to her surprise. Jiang Yun was also aware of these details. Jiang Yun continued, "As for how I came by this information, that is of no concern to you. That if there is nothing further, my wife awaits me, and I must take my leave." Before arriving here, Jiang Yun had not anticipated the governmental support. However, observing Gao Meihui's exceptional demeanor and her relentless pressure on competitors, he discerned the underlying dynamics. Having been reborn, he possessed insights into societal developments, allowing him to piece together the puzzle swiftly. After watching Jiang Yun depart, Gao Meihui snapped her fingers and instructed those nearby, "Immediately investigate his background." Understood. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had met with Lin Shui. "Has everything been settled?" he inquired, a smile gracing his face. Lin Shui forcefully slapped the contract into Jiang Yun's arms, exclaiming, "You were incredibly impulsive. Did you not notice how enthusiastic the staff were towards me? Even a fool could see they perceive us as easy targets. That is 20 billion, not $20. Jiang Yun shrugged, maintaining his smile. "Trust me, if I had the audacity to acquire this land, I will undoubtedly ensure that Xinqing generates unprecedented profits." "Let us hope so," Lin Shui replied, leading the way out of the venue. With the completion of the bidding for the Xinqing land, Jiang Yun had already become a notable figure. Within the Lin family, Jiang Xian was scrolling through news on her phone, frowning as she remarked, "What on earth is Jiang Yin up to? Why the sudden interest in real estate? He even managed to acquire Xinqing with such a substantial amount. Has he lost his mind? To recklessly venture into a new field demands caution. Is he not afraid of faltering?" The butler, standing nearby, chuckled. "Regardless, he bears no relation to us. Even if he were to fail, we would merely observe from the sidelines. Moreover, he has offended Miss Lin on several occasions, while she may be reluctant to sever ties. He certainly deserves a lesson." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian's expression darkened. She shot an irritated glance at the butler, retorting, "Jiang Yun still holds a portion of shares in Jiang Group, while I have no desire to associate with him or witness his downfall. If Yin Shui Group were to collapse, he would certainly seek to exploit those shares that in that case, the entire Jiang family would be dragged down with him. People seem to grow more useless with age. Perhaps you should think a bit more critically in the future." After reprimanding the butler, Jiang Xian chose to disregard him further. As night fell, Jiang Yin and Lin Shui did not return to the company, but headed straight home. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Dong Taizan seated on the sofa. Jiang Yin was momentarily taken aback, quickly asking, "What brings you back? Did I not ask you to stay with your mother?" "I have ensured my mother is settled. That my cousin has come to Beijing to assist me in caring for her, and the housing arrangements are all taken care of. You need not worry, Mr. Jiang." Dong Taizan expressed his gratitude, adding, "I heard you accomplished something significant today, and I thought you might need extra hands, which is why I came to help. You're aware I acquired Xinqing." Jiang Yin replied with a smile, tossing his coat aside, while Lin Shui retreated to her room. "That I just had a brief conversation with Lu Qianqian, who mentioned a few details about Xinqing, which is how I learned some news." Dong Taizan continued. Jiang Yin shook his head, surprised that his acquisition of a mere piece of land had attracted so much attention. Truly, an exceptional man shines wherever he goes. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. As Dong Taizan opened the door, Li Xingming entered, carrying a few items and respectfully glancing at Jiang Yun with a fawning smile. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for the previous misunderstandings. That I bring you a humble token of goodwill. Please accept it." Chapter 209. Consecutive Betrayals. "What brings you here?" Jiang Yun questioned, perplexed by Li Xingming's presence. "That I've been restless these past few days, wishing to personally apologize to you. Hence my uninvited visit." Li Xingming approached, setting down the gifts he had brought. Jiang Yin tapped his fingers lightly on the table, speaking blandly, "I assume you've heard about the Xinqing situation." Li Xingming's face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head awkwardly and stepped closer to Jiang Yun. "Indeed, my primary purpose today is to apologize and discuss Xinqing with you. Now that you have secured this land, it won't be long before you commence renovations in the area," he stated confidently. "You will naturally require a construction team, but I understand this is your first foray into the real estate sector, so you likely lack a reliable engineering team," he continued, seeking to ingratiate himself. "I would like to offer my assistance to alleviate your burdens." Jiang Yin recognized that Li Xingming had ulterior motives, that he had ample time to apologize, so why approach now, at the moment of Jiang Yun's triumph? Narrowing his eyes, he remained silent for a moment, contemplating. Although Li Xingming had his own agenda, he had correctly surmised that Jiang Yun needed trustworthy individuals for the Xinqing project. Despite Li Xingming's unlikable demeanor, he was astute and had successfully built a substantial business. His engineering team was likely competent. Most importantly, he was wary of Jiang Yun. After weighing various factors, Jiang Yun finally nodded. "That I can offer you this opportunity. But should any issues arise in the projects you undertake, I will hold you accountable. Furthermore, I trust you are aware of my relationship with Jiang Xian." Jiang Yin mentioned Jiang Xian merely to remind Li Xingming of the stakes involved. Li Xingming, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly assured him, "Rest assured, I will ensure you have no cause for dissatisfaction with the project. That if there are any shortcomings in my actions, sir, please feel free to speak candidly. There is no need to involve Miss Jiang." Jiang Yin responded with a faint acknowledgement and then waved her hand, saying, All right, I am a bit weary now that if there is nothing pressing, you may take your leave early. Once the project commences, I will reach out to you, Dell. Xingming expressed his gratitude repeatedly before exiting the room. After Dong Taizhan closed the door, he approached Jiang Yun with a puzzled expression and inquired, Mr. Jiang, why did that fellow suddenly change his demeanor? Did you not hear his words? It was merely due to the project in my hands. Jiang Yun, casually eating fruit, chuckled and replied, in truth, he may not understand why I would invest such a considerable sum for the new city project. Nevertheless, construction teams like Li Shengming's can certainly profit from it. And for them, it is an immense undertaking. Mr. Jiang, do you truly find him trustworthy? Dong Taizhan squinted slightly, evidently recalling events that transpired in the urban-rural fringe. Jiang Yun pondered for a moment before continuing. This world is not merely black and white. There exists a gray area in many matters. While we may disapprove of certain individuals' actions, perhaps they are merely adhering to the rules of their industry. But rest assured, if that fellow falls into my hands again, I will not let him off easily. Dong Taizhan nodded. After all, he was merely a bodyguard. Even if Jiang Yun regarded him as a friend or brother, he could not overstep his boundaries, nor could he interfere in Jiang Yun's affairs. Since Jiang Yun trusted Li Shengming, he felt it was inappropriate to voice further opinions. Before long, Lin Mu returned, although his expression was rather grim. Jiang Yun glanced at him curiously and asked, I had expected you to walk in with your head held high today, especially since your gaming company has merged with Yinxue Group. This should be a monumental opportunity for you. Yet some seem rather discontent. Are you unwilling to see your company become part of Yinxue Group? Lin Mu snapped back to reality, tossed his backpack aside, plopped down on the sofa, and sighed. The merger with Yinxue Group is indeed exhilarating. However, there is another matter that is quite troubling. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated. Did I ask it concerning the core technology? Jiang Yun interjected. Lin Mu nodded, frowning as he replied, Did not the fat man betray me previously? While he does not possess the core technology, I initially did not think much of it. Yet, to my astonishment, he secretly reached an agreement with my other two technical shareholders. Now our D team is in shambles. And after those individuals departed, the core information in my possession is no longer a secret. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's expression darkened considerably, but he sat up straight and glared at Lin Mu, saying, Why did you not inform me sooner? We have already reached this critical juncture, and you still hesitate. Are you intending to allow your sister to acquire a hollow shell of a company? Immediately place them on the sidelines. After all, you are the legal representative of the gaming studio, and the information you hold is indeed a trade secret. Now that they have privately handed that information to others, they have crossed a line. We absolutely cannot let them go unpunished. While speaking, Jiang Yun had already picked up his phone, preparing to make a call to brother-in-law. Lin Mu quickly snatched the phone away and exclaimed, If that call goes through, they will be utterly finished. Moreover, we have not applied for a technology patent, so they have likely already disclosed the core aspects of the technology to others. Even if we were to apprehend them now, it would be too late. Jiang Yun, exasperated, smacked his own forehead and pointed at Lin Mu, saying, So you intend to let them go unscathed? Allow all the sweat of you and your remaining technical staff to go to waste. Chapter 210. The invitation. Jiang Yun could hardly fathom Lin Mu's stubbornness and his lack of understanding in managing people in comparison to Lin Shui. He seemed to be worlds apart. Were it not for Jiang Yun's familiarity with the siblings, he might have suspected Lin Mu was adopted. They were entirely different realms. Brother-in-law. Since matters have escalated to this point, we must continue developing the technology, optimizing it as much as possible, and rendering the core technology they possess into mere scraps of paper. After all, we were college roommates and have been good friends for years. We cannot send them to prison over a piece of technology, can we? If that were the case, how would I attend class reunions? I would be unable to hold my head high in front of my classmates. Lin Mu mumbled softly, his head bowed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun could not help but laugh coldly. So, it is all for your so-called brotherly bond? Lin Mu remained silent. You are truly foolish. Jiang Yin rebuked coldly that I will not concern myself any longer. After all, your small company is hardly worth much. The extent to which this technology can be developed depends solely on your own abilities. And it has nothing to do with us. After finishing his words, Jiang Yun headed toward the door. Just as he opened it, he collided directly with Lin Shui, peering through the crack of the door at Lin Mu standing downstairs. Lin Shui closed the door and fixed her gaze on Jiang Yun, asking, "Did you have a quarrel with Lin Mu? What do you think?" Jiang Yun replied, his chest heaving with frustration. He walked to the window and lit a cigarette, then furrowed his brows as he spoke. "I cannot comprehend what Lin Mu is thinking. After the core technology was stolen, he is willing to disregard everything for the sake of some brotherly bond and pride. Is he truly an adult?" Jiang Yun exhaled a few smoke rings, clenching his fists and striking the wall beside him. Others may not understand the significance of VR technology, but Jiang Yun was acutely aware of what this technology represented. It could potentially usher in a new era and disrupt the existing commercial landscape that he had believed he had discovered a business opportunity, only to realize he had erred, because he had chosen the wrong people. "All right." Lin Shui gently guided Jiang Yun to sit on the edge of the bed, smiling as she said, "In truth, I was already aware of this matter. One learns from experience. Just treat Lin Mu like a child. He needs to grow." Jiang Yun shook his head helplessly that I the price of this growth not too steep. Yet, seeing Lin Shui's expression, he refrained from saying more, wrapping his arms around her and softly stating, "Lin Mu wishes to let things slide, but I have my principles. Since these individuals have erred, they must face the consequences of their actions." Lin Shui was startled by his words. "What are you planning to do?" Given that Lin Mu's studio had already merged with Yinxue Group, news of the stolen core technology had reached Lin Shui's ears early on. However, she did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was merely a project worth a few million that she could not possibly reprimand her brother over such a trivial sum. Moreover, she understood Lin Mu's character well. If Jiang Yun acted impulsively, it could complicate matters further, possibly even driving Lin Mu away entirely. That I merely wish to speak with those individuals and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us," Jiang Yun said with a smile. Rising to his feet, by the way, please help me gather some information. I need to understand the details of the individuals around Lin Mu. Lin Shui hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. She recognized that Jiang Yun's intentions were ultimately for Lin Mu's benefit. After making a few calls, Lin Shui sent a message to Jiang Yun's phone and sat beside him, stating, "This is all the information you requested. But you must promise me not to let things turn sour with Lin Mu. When undertaking such matters, careful consideration is essential, understand?" Jiang Yun walked over to Lin Shui's side and gently kissed her forehead. Replying, "All right, soon," Jiang Yun had successfully contacted those individuals and arranged to meet them, that I won't be home for dinner tonight. You need not wait for me, as I do not know when I will return," he said with a smile before heading off. Lin Shui was well aware of his intentions, having overheard his conversation with those individuals. Although he had not revealed much, she understood Jiang Yun's mindset. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the figures of the trees had vanished from sight. Jiang Yun waved a hand at Dong Taizhan, who stood nearby, and promptly inquired, "Where's that fellow?" "He has gone back to his room," Dong Taizhan replied with a smile, that I thought he had ventured out again. Having changed into his suit, Jiang Yun directly led Dong Taizhan outside. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as Dong Taizhan was about to retrieve the car, a van came to a halt before Jiang Yun. Instantly, several men clad in black surrounded Jiang Yun. Witnessing this scene, Dong Tieshan's expression darkened considerably. He swiftly rushed to Jiang Yun's side, clenching his fists and coldly glaring at the group. "Who are you? Get the hell out of here." The men paid no heed to Dong Tieshan's demeanor. The man at the forefront coldly stated, "Are you Mr. Jiang? My boss wishes to meet you, so please come with us. I ask this how you invite someone." Dong Taizhan gritted his teeth and retorted icily. The man sneered. "Let me give you a piece of advice, kid. This is none of your business that if you continue to talk back, do you believe we won't kill you?" It was evident that these men were not to be trifled with. Jiang Yun had shown kindness to Dong Taizhan, and thus he would not easily abandon him, that he declared resolutely, "If you wish to take Mr. Jiang away, you'll have to step over my dead body. Otherwise, don't even think about it." As the men appeared ready to act, Jiang Yun quickly pulled Dong Taizhan behind him and furrowed his brow, saying, "I can go with you, but my brother must accompany me." Agreed, the black-clad men nodded. With Dong Taizhan by his side, Jiang Yun felt a semblance of security. Moreover, he had yet to ascertain the identity of their boss, so he could only engage with them cautiously. If a conflict erupted here, not only was there a risk of Dong Taizhan getting hurt, but he too could be forcefully taken away, that if matters escalated to such an extent, it would indeed be troublesome. Chapter 211. The Attitude of Gao Meihui. Mr. Jiang, why did you agree to them? After settling into the vehicle, Dong Taizhan leaned toward Jiang Yun and lowered his voice. Jiang Yun replied coolly, "I can't just stand by and watch you all fight in front of my house. Can I? We'll assess the situation. If they truly become unreasonable, you need not concern yourself with me. Make every effort to leave first and bring Black Tiger here for support." Black Tiger's security company boasted numerous bodyguards, and as long as they were by Jiang Yun's side, his life would be safeguarded. Dong Taizhan nodded heavily, refraining from further dialogue. Half an hour later, they arrived at an opulent estate, far grander than the residences of the Lin and Jiang families. Upon entering, the man at the forefront gestured toward Jiang Yun, saying, "Mr. Jiang, my boss is waiting for you inside." "All right." Jiang Yun nodded lightly and exchanged a glance with Dong Taizhan, although he had arranged to meet with Fatty and the others. He needed to handle the current situation first, that as for the core technical issue, it would have to be postponed. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan proceeded side by side toward the estate's hall. Upon encountering the woman seated at the head of the table, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Yun's lips as he stepped forward, saying, "I thought someone wanted to see me. Turns out it's Miss Gao." "Mr. Jiang, it's been a while," Gao Meihui responded warmly. Indeed, the lady occupying the foremost position was none other than Gao Meihui. Dressed elegantly in a qipao, her flawless figure was accentuated exquisitely, and just a glance was enough to leave one captivated. Soon, Jiang Yun took his seat, while Dong Taizhan stood respectfully behind him. "Miss Gao, may I inquire why you summoned me?" Jiang Yun raised his teacup and directly asked, "Mr. Jiang is quite astute. Can you not discern my intentions?" Gao Meihui replied with a smile. Jiang Yun lightly drummed his fingers on the table, narrowing his eyes slightly as he responded, "If I am not mistaken, you're referring to the land in the new city. However, it is common knowledge that this land belongs to our Yunxue group, that I trust someone of your stature would not engage in such underhanded dealings. Most importantly, should this information circulate, it would not reflect well on Miss Gao's reputation." Evidently, Jiang Yin was concerned about Gao Meihui making any reckless moves. This was the Gao family's territory, filled with her associates. If they were to clash, Jiang Yun genuinely feared what she might do. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, our Gao family is prosperous and would never resort to undercutting others' businesses. However," Gao Meihui smiled slightly and continued, "I merely wish to explore a potential collaboration with you that I wonder if you would be interested." Prior to this meeting, Gao Meihui had reviewed all available information about Jiang Yun. She had even conducted a brief investigation during his time in Ningxing that a year ago, Jiang Yun appeared unremarkable. Yet upon his arrival in the capital, he underwent a remarkable transformation, even establishing Yunxue Group with formidable force. Notably, Yunxue was once the most promising branch of the Jiang family. Jiang Laozi, a master strategist, losing the Yunxue Group to Jiang Yun was a testament to Jiang Yun's capabilities. Furthermore, Jiang Yun navigated between several prominent families with ease, a feat even she found difficult. Coupled with the new city project, her interest in Jiang Yun was piqued. "Miss Gao, please elaborate on what business you wish to pursue with me," Jiang Yun inquired. Prior to arriving, he had briefly reviewed some materials, particularly since he had only recently entered the real estate sector and needed a fundamental understanding of the power dynamics in the capital. Gao Meihui, the eldest daughter of one of the four prominent families in the capital, led a real estate empire. However, Jiang Yun was taken aback by how she managed to uphold the Gao family's legacy while wielding significant authority, which underscored her exceptional qualities that if we were to collaborate, it might not be such a bad idea, he mused, particularly concerning the new city land. Gao Meihui smiled and said, given your current position, it would be quite challenging for you to acquire the new city land independently. Moreover, as you have just entered the real estate industry, making such a substantial move would undoubtedly attract envy and create significant troubles for you that if I were to provide my support, the new city project would surely yield bountiful rewards for you. Additionally, this would lay the foundation for a solid partnership between our families, establishing the Gao family and you as steadfast allies. Gao Meihui's rapid ascension to the head of the Gao family stemmed from her keen insight. Everyone in the Gao family was well aware of her remarkable judgment in assessing people, which allowed her to gather numerous talented individuals under her command that in this instance, she had placed her bets on Jiang Yun. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and asked, Miss Gao, what if I decline? Only Jiang Yun was privy to whether he could handle the new city land. Furthermore, his financial resources extended far beyond what was visible through Yushua Group. He also held a 30% stake in the Jiang family, a considerable sum indeed. However, this remained his ultimate trump card. Should anyone choose to confront him, Jiang Yun would not hesitate to utilize these funds. Gao Meihui narrowed her eyes and said, Mr. Jiang, let us not dwell on your capacity to acquire this land. However, I have heard that you recently acquired a small company, and it seems the core technology of that company has been stolen. If I were to intervene, perhaps I could simplify this matter. I wonder if you can perceive my sincerity. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Gao Meihui had been monitoring him all along. Yet he understood her implications. Those who had been poached were now aligned with Lin Junyi, indicating that Gao Meihui was prepared to declare war against the Lin family on his behalf. This development would indeed grant him a reprieve. After all, he had thoroughly severed ties with Mo Juin, and the collaboration between Yunshua Group and the Mo family was steadily dissolving. It would not be long before he completely distanced himself from Mo Juin. Now, due to the issue concerning the core technology, he found himself at odds with the Lin family. Should the Mo and Lin families join forces, the situation could become exceedingly precarious. However, with Gao Meihui at his side, he need not harbor any concerns. Utilizing the new city project to win her over seemed like a prudent strategy to Mr. Jiang. Have you reached a decision? Gao Meihui's voice resonated in his ears. Jiang Yun snapped back to reality and replied with a smile. Given your evident sincerity, I cannot refuse that I hope Miss Gao can provide me with a collaboration proposal promptly, after which we can make a decision. Chapter 212. Meeting at the restaurant. Mr. Jiang is a straightforward individual. Someone I hold in high regard. That a faint smile graced Gao Meihui's lips as she continued. Rest assured, I will have someone prepare the contract, and you will certainly witness my sincerity by tomorrow evening. Jiang Yun glanced at the several bodyguards in suits standing nearby and shook his head, saying, I have already seen your sincerity. Gao Meihui chuckled awkwardly. Was she truly worried that Mr. Jiang might not be interested? That was why she resorted to this approach to invite him for a meeting. Jiang Yun paid little heed to her words, that if discussions were to fall through today, the outcome would likely differ. However, as they were all in the business realm, appearances mattered significantly. As long as the surface appeared acceptable, that sufficed that in their eyes, there were no eternal enemies, only perpetual interests. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Gao Meihui, Jiang Yun finally departed with Dong Taishi. As they watched Jiang Yun and his companion walk away, Gao Meihui's assistant, who had remained by her side, inquired, Miss, why must we lower ourselves to collaborate with him? I have conducted a brief investigation into Jiang Yun. Though he has made a name for himself in the business world, he is currently facing numerous troubles. Despite his seemingly good relationship with Jiang Xian, it is merely superficial. Moreover, he has offended the Lin and Mo families, and he could be crushed by these formidable forces at any moment. That wouldn't partnering with him be somewhat disadvantageous for us? The assistant's considerations were comprehensive. Over the years, he had been Gao Meihui's right-hand man, in other words, Her achievements were not solely her own, but also attributable to his contributions. Gao Meihui's lips curved slightly as she elegantly crossed her legs, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she replied, "Fear not. I have my grand design that if we undertake the new city project independently, we might still earn some profit. However, collaborating with Jiang Yun will significantly reduce our profit margins. Yet, I am inclined to work with him because I value his strategic insight." The assistant was momentarily taken aback. Strategic insight? Gao Meihui was no ordinary individual. She was renowned in her own right. Moreover, she had excelled academically and studied abroad before the age of 20, returning within a few years to uphold the Gao family single-handedly, a feat deserving of respect. Despite her numerous accolades, her pride had grown over the years, and few in the entire capital's business circles had caught her eye. Yet, the assistant could hardly fathom why she held Jiang Yun in such high regard. As the assistant pondered these thoughts, Gao Meihui's voice broke through once more. His ability to discern the value of the new city project indicates he possesses considerable strategic insight. Of course, there is also the possibility that he has powerful allies supporting him. Jiang Yun's rapid rise was akin to ascending a ladder of clouds, each step distancing him further from those behind him. Gao Meihui had always been well acquainted with the depths of the capital's waters. But Jiang Yun's accomplishments in such a short span could not solely be attributed to his abilities. He might indeed have influential patrons. Understanding dawned upon the assistant, who nodded in realization, acknowledging that the young lady had a far-reaching vision. Enough flattery. Go prepare the contract and finalize the details swiftly, Gao Meihui commanded before heading upstairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companion had already entered their vehicle, heading towards the city center. On the way, Dong Taizan glanced at the pensive Jiang Yun and promptly asked, "Mr. Jiang, what occupies your thoughts?" "It's nothing significant. I'm merely surprised that the Gao family would willingly cooperate with us. Everyone has their own motives, particularly those in positions of power, who seldom engage in frivolous endeavors." Gao Meihui's sudden outreach, now seeking to safeguard him, seemed too convenient. Pondering extensively, Jiang Yun found himself unable to arrive at a conclusion. Regardless, cooperation benefits us as well. Why overthink it? Dong Taizan chuckled. "Rest assured, even if the sky were to fall, I would ensure your safety." Jiang Yun glanced at him with gratitude but remained silent. Dong Taizan was a person of deep gratitude, always remembering Jiang Yun's kindness. Otherwise, he wouldn't steadfastly follow Jiang Yun today, even preparing to confront the Gao family. This loyalty truly touched Jiang Yun's heart. After checking the time, Jiang Yun slapped his forehead and said, "Let's not return home just yet. I still have a few people to meet." Due to unforeseen circumstances, he had forgotten his appointment with the chubby man. Although he had spent over an hour at the Gao family, he still planned to visit the agreed location that if they hadn't left, they could proceed as planned. If they had departed, he would seek another opportunity tomorrow. Dong Taizan agreed and altered their direction toward the hotel. 30 minutes later, they parked by the roadside. As they walked side by side towards the hotel, following the waiter to the private room, Jiang Yun overheard voices from within. Just as Dong Taizan was about to push the door open, Jiang Yun gestured for him to wait, whispering, "Hold on a moment." Meanwhile, inside the private room, the discussion was heated. "Who is contacting us? They seem to know so much about us, and even mentioned calling the police. Could it be Lin Mu's doing?" The chubby man spoke first, fidgeting like an ant on a hot pan. A stylishly dressed woman beside him interjected, "Calm down. Lin Mu values loyalty above all else. And considering the company's recent underperformance, he likely feels indebted to us. Even if we wrong him, he wouldn't send us to prison. Besides, dealing with such a man is straightforward, that if it comes to that, I will take charge of resolving this matter." The others at the table nodded in agreement, praising the woman. The chubby man added with satisfaction, "Sister Ray is indeed capable." Chapter 213. Can dreams be measured in money? Since that's the case, let's not waste any more time here. The chubby man glanced at his watch and remarked irritably, 2 hours have passed since our agreed time, that I suspect they're just trying to intimidate us and toy with us. Let us disregard them and leave. With someone voicing their opinion, the others nodded in agreement, gathering their belongings to head out. Just as they were about to exit, the door to the room swung open unexpectedly. Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan walked in confidently, addressing the group. "Where are you all headed?" In the next moment, Dong Taizhan had closed the door behind them, standing like a statue beside Jiang Yun. The chubby man squinted at Jiang Yun, scrutinizing him for a moment before furrowing his brow. "What brings you here? Were you the one who summoned us?" Jiang Yun took a seat at the head of the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the surface, and replied without raising his head, "Indeed, I am here on behalf of Lin Mu to discuss your involvement in the theft of commercial secrets." Instantly, the atmosphere shifted as the group's expressions changed. Exchanging nervous glances, the stylish woman beside the chubby man raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting as she moved to sit next to Jiang Yun. They had previously encountered Jiang Yun at Lin Mu's small studio, so they were familiar with him and his status of Mr. Jiang. "It's been a while," she said, pulling up a chair beside him and flashing a charming smile, "that I thought someone was here to cause us trouble. But it turns out to be you, Mr. Jiang. Even if you didn't state your purpose, we are well aware of it. You must be here to seek justice for Lin Mu, correct? However, I know you are a businessman, and a clever one at that. So allow me to present you with a proposal." Jiang Yun remained silent, intrigued to see what this woman would conjure up. The chubby man and the others stood behind Sister Rue, exuding a confident aura. Regrettably, Jiang Yun held them in utter contempt. They were merely a group of IT men. Even Dong Taizhan could easily overpower them with a single hand. Ruijia continued, "Mr. Jiang, we are not attempting to steal the core technology, as it is indeed a product of our collaborative research, which also includes Lin Mu's contributions. Therefore, we have come prepared." As she spoke, Ruijia produced a bank card and presented it to Jiang Yun with a smile, saying, "You must be aware of the state of our humble studio. Even if we toiled there for a lifetime, we could never earn a fraction of what is in this card. Of course, our share has already been taken, and this portion belongs to Lin Mu. Please assist him in accepting the money and kindly persuade him. We are still friends." The rotund man nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Exactly, our ultimate goal is profit, and with this outcome, none of us incurs a loss." In truth, Ruijia and her companions had long deliberated that if they could not discuss the matter amicably, they would resolve it with monetary compensation. After all, once Lin Mu accepted the money, the entire nature of the situation would change. From a certain perspective, they had indeed leaked company secrets, and should Lin Mu pursue accountability, they might find themselves sidelined. However, if the money entered Lin Mu's possession, it would be tantamount to him selling his own core technology. The matter would thus be laid to rest. It must be acknowledged that Ruijia's strategy was quite astute. Unfortunately, the individual seated before her was Jiang Yun, not the gullible Lin Mu. Jiang Yun glanced at the bank card, disdainfully tossing it aside, and calmly stated, "While you may live for wealth, Lin Mu is in pursuit of his dreams." Can dreams be measured in monetary value? Ruijia furrowed her brow slightly, and the expressions of the others darkened. Clearly, they sensed Jiang Yun's stance that I am offering you an opportunity. If you are willing to return the core technology and sign a commercial confidentiality agreement, pledging not to disclose any information regarding the core technology, I shall refrain from pursuing your accountability. Given that the technology in Lin Mu's possession was still under development and not yet mature enough for patent registration, Jiang Yun had no choice but to impose such restrictions. Regrettably, Ruijia shook her head and lit a cigarette, revealing little semblance of an IT professional. Yet, she was one of the core members of the team, and it was her efforts that had facilitated contact with Lin's family. As for the rotund man, he was merely bait she had cast at Mr. Jiang. "I sincerely apologize," Ruijia said, her brow knitted as she pointed at the bank card on the floor. "You must take it whether you want it or not, for the core technology cannot be reclaimed, and we cannot sign any confidentiality agreement. It is not that we are intentionally opposing you. It is simply that we have already relinquished the core technology, which is likely now under development. I hope you will not make things difficult for us. We can still be friends in the future." Jiang Yun's expression darkened, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. I knew it. The money is already in your hands, and I suspect the core technology has been sold off. You truly are a repugnant band of parasites. Given that, you need only await your fate. Tomorrow morning, I will involve the relevant authorities. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions. As he spoke, Jiang Yun adjusted his collar and stood up. Ruijie and the others exchanged anxious glances, their hearts racing. Mr. Jiang, you are forcing us into a corner. Ruijie quickly added, how about this? If you refrain from pursuing our accountability, we can continue to work alongside Lin Mu and research other technologies. Rest assured with our capabilities. We will soon develop superior technology. I am confident that in the future, I can ensure you reap substantial profits. Chapter 214. A corner dog barks. I believe you should be aware that your studio has been absorbed into the Yushua group. Correct? Jiang Yun remarked nonchalantly. Although Lin Mu is quite lenient towards you, many matters are beyond his control. The technology now belongs to Yushua Group, and since you have privately sold it, I certainly have the right to sue you. As for your claim to develop better technology, I advise you to think carefully that I have conducted a thorough examination of your studio. Your ability to develop this technology is entirely due to Lin Mu. As long as Lin Mu remains by my side, I will establish an even better technical team for him, and it won't be long before we produce projects of superior quality than your previous core technology. The faces of the group turned ashen. It was evident that Jiang Yun was resolute. Their initial audacity to sell the core technology had stemmed from their confidence in Lin Mu's friendship, believing he would not escalate matters. However, they had not anticipated Jiang Yun's interference. Today, as he approached the door, Jiang Yun paused and turned to look at the worried group, stating, "Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention. You are merely a bunch of opportunists seeking personal gain. Now that you have lost your value, I trust the Lin family will not protect you, for everyone knows that harboring a group of traitors is akin to inviting disaster. Enough. I have said all that needs to be said. Take care of yourselves." With that, Jiang Yun departed with Dong Taizhan. The rotund man clenched his fists, watching Jiang Yun leave, and then shouted furiously, "What do you think you are? How dare you lecture us? Do you really think you are someone important?" In the next moment, Dong Taizhan halted his steps, that he turned back to face the rotund man, picking up a nearby chair and striking it against the man's back. In an instant, the rotund man collapsed to the ground, while everyone except Ruijie surged forward like a pack of wild animals. Within moments, they all lay on the floor, utterly spent. Dong Taizhan had not even exerted his full strength. The group was simply too weak, a bunch of individuals in suboptimal health. Dong Taizhan spat on the ground and followed Jiang Yun's lead. Inside the private room, Ruijie's face was grim, but her fear was more pronounced. She understood Jiang Yun's methods. The Jiang family was in disarray, and they had now changed hands. Having offended Jiang Yun, they were certain to face a bleak future. "Ruijie, what should we do?" the rotund man asked hastily to Ruijie hesitated, biting her lip, "Though we have no choice but to take risks. That I remember Lin Mu mentioning that he lives with Jiang Yun and his sister. Does anyone know where they reside?" The rotund man scratched his head, asking, "Ruijie, what are you planning to do? Are you thinking of pleading for mercy? But given Jiang Yun's attitude, he won't give us a chance. Then should we just run away?" Ruijie smirked coldly, glancing at the rotund man with disdain. "You fool. This is the age of big data. Where do you think you can hide? Quickly tell me Lin Mu's location. It will be too late if you delay." Though the rotund man was unsure of her intentions, he provided an address. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun arrived at the base of his apartment building. Despite attending a banquet, he still felt hunger pangs. That "Mr. Jiang, it's getting late. I suspect the missus and others have already turned in. There likely isn't much food at home. Would you like me to order some takeout for you? Or shall we go out for a late-night snack?" Dong Taizhan inquired eagerly. Jiang Yun regarded him thoughtfully. The old Dong Taizhan was like a block of wood, oblivious to subtleties, merely trailing behind Jiang Yun like a statue. However, since he had helped resolve issues in the urban-rural fringe, Dong Taizhan had transformed entirely, even displaying more warmth. Fine, go ahead and grab some food from a nearby restaurant, that we can just have a simple meal upstairs. Especially since you haven't eaten either. This night had been filled with too many events, and Jiang Yun felt somewhat fatigued that as he prepared to rest his eyes, he heard a tapping sound on the glass beside him. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed Wei just standing nearby. Jiang Yun lowered the car window and, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "There's a matter at hand." Sister Ray gestured toward the empty seat beside Jiang Yun. "May I join you to discuss it?" However, Jiang Yun replied bluntly, "It's not convenient. If you have something to say, just say it plainly to no need for circumlocution, and certainly no ulterior motives." Jiang Yun was no fool. Sister Rui was no simple character either. There was an unmistakable cunning about her, and he had no desire to share such a confined space with her. Sister Rui gritted her teeth, refraining from showing her anger. A faint smile crept across her lips as she continued, "Mr. Jiang, I hope you can grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Rest assured, this is merely a transaction between us that if you refrain from reporting me and my team to the authorities, I will be entirely at your service. You can summon me at any time that my skills in bed are far beyond your imagination. What do you think?" Sister Rui had displayed ample sincerity, her words stripped of any ambiguity. Clearly desperate to secure Jiang Yun's favor, she needed to stabilize her position. Otherwise, imprisonment was a real possibility. That a cold smirk appeared on Jiang Yun's lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Sister Rui. He said flatly, "You ought to assess your own worth. Even if I were not married, I would never consider you. Leave at once, and do not discuss me further." Sister Rui felt deeply insulted, though she worked in the IT industry. Her appearance diverged greatly from the typical IT woman. Her fashion sense was exquisite, and with her striking beauty, she had won the hearts of many men. Yet, she had not anticipated Jiang Yun's utter lack of respect. Even humiliation. In an instant, Sister Rui clenched her fists and coldly retorted, "You are quite bold. We shall see." Chapter 215. A lesson for him. Jiang Yun paid her no mind, rolling up the window and closing his eyes to rest. Before long, Dong Taizhan returned, carrying a lunchbox. Noticing Jiang Yun had fallen asleep, he gently nudged him. "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yun sleepily opened his eyes, his gaze resembling that of a drowsy rabbit. "Have you got everything?" As he exited the car, he inquired. Dong Taizhan nodded and replied, "I only picked up a few simple items that I hope they suit your taste. There's no need to fret that I'm not from a wealthy family. I've endured my share of hardships. I can eat anything." Jiang Yun smiled and followed Dong Taizhan home. In no time, they had returned to the house, where, as expected, everyone had already retired for the night. After a light meal, they each returned to their respective rooms. The following morning, Jiang Yun contacted the relevant authorities and personally sent Dong Taizhan to explain the situation. Once everything was settled, he returned to the dining table. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, Lin Mu burst through the door, hurrying to Jiang Yun's side. His expression dark and stormy, but he slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Yun. "Jiang Yun, why did you make decisions on my behalf? Who gave you the right?" The sudden outburst left Lin Shui, who stood nearby, bewildered. Jiang Yun replied calmly, "Young man, temper your fervor. My actions were entirely for your benefit. Moreover, as a member of Yinxue Group, you must consider the company's interest that we invested a substantial sum to acquire your studio, yet the core technology was preemptively sold. That shouldn't I be held accountable?" Although Lin Mu hadn't clarified the events leading to his anger, Jiang Yun surmised that Sister Rui and her associates had contacted him. "What exactly is going on?" Lin Shui inquired, puzzled. However, neither Jiang Yun nor Lin Mu provided an answer. Lin Mu clenched his teeth and enunciated, "Regardless, I do not consent to your involving the authorities. Do not forget, they were once my people. Even if they stole the core technology, whether or not to deal with them is my prerogative and no one else's. I hope you can recognize this and refrain from meddling in our affairs. I also expect you to respect me, as I am an adult." With that, Lin Mu turned to leave, but Jiang Yun swiftly rose. grasped Lin Mu's collar and struck him sharply across the face, coldly stating, "What kind of talk is that? Lin Mu, I advise you to wake up. They have already bullied you, treating you like a fool. And yet here you are, helping them count their profits." Lin Mu, clutching his face, was taken aback by the sudden slap. His eyes widened as he retorted, "That has nothing to do with you. That's nonsense." Jiang Yun seethed with anger that he understood Lin Mu's stubbornness, but never anticipated his foolishness to such an extent. Jiang Yun continued, "Stop with the pointless rhetoric. I am the head of Yinxua Group. Since they have infringed upon my interests, they must face the consequences of their actions. Furthermore, Dong Taizan has already approached the authorities, and I believe that at this moment, the fatty and his crew are being interrogated. You need not involve yourself further. If you dare to continue your reckless behavior, I will make you regret it." Lin Mu trembled with fury. After a prolonged moment of pointing his finger at Jiang Yun, he finally coldly declared, "You are truly despicable. You are a cold-hearted and unfeeling person." After finishing their meal, he stormed back to his room, slamming the door behind him. Both Lu Qianqian and Lin Shui exchanged glances at Jiang Yun. "Though I disapprove of your methods, you did nothing wrong this time," Lu Qianqian remarked, having heard of the incident involving Lin Mu. She patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder and continued, "Lin Mu is just a child. Do not stoop to his level, that's none of your concern." Jiang Yun retorted dismissively. Lu Qianqian bit her lip in frustration, feeling as though she was speaking to a wall, that in a blink, the dining room was left with only Jiang Yun and Lin Shui. Lin Shui remained silent, her gaze distant, lost in thought. Jiang Yun glanced at her and embraced her, softly asking, "Do you believe I was wrong?" "Well," Lin Shui pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Resting her head on Jiang Yun's shoulder, with a sigh, she admitted, "Your actions were indeed justified, but I worry that Lin Mu may struggle to cope. He is quite close with that group of people. And now that you have escalated the situation, he will certainly harbor resentment toward you." A cold smile graced Jiang Yun's lips as he mused, "I merely wish to impart a lesson to Lin Mu. Otherwise, I fear he may be manipulated again in the future. This matter does not require your involvement, that if he wishes to harbor anger, let it be directed solely at me. Now, hurry and eat. The meal will grow cold." Lin Shui nodded and refrained from further comment. That as the morning passed, the situation had largely settled. With irrefutable evidence, Sister Rui and her associates found it difficult to argue their case, even if Lin Mu attempted to defend them. Jiang Yun's presence rendered such efforts futile that in the office of the general manager at Yinxua Group, the fatty and his cohorts had already been dealt with. Jiang Yun's mood lifted, prompting him to personally prepare a thoughtful lunch. As he approached the door with the meal in hand, he heard a commotion from within. Following the sound, he spotted Lu Qianqian striding toward him. Their eyes met, and Lu Qianqian frowned, asking, "What are you doing here?" "Delivering lunch to my wife. Did I ask that a problem?" Jiang Yun raised the lunchbox he was holding and then inquired again, "By the way, what was that noise?" "Someone is throwing things," that Lu Qianqian crossed her arms. "I intended to find Manager Lin to check on him, but since you're here, it would be better if you went instead. After all, this situation was caused by you, so you must resolve it." Jiang Yun immediately understood. Handing the lunchbox to Lu Qianqian, it seemed Lin Mu was causing trouble again. Chapter 216. Escalating tensions. Lu Qianqian sighed as she accepted the lunchbox, shaking her head in exasperation. "He's throwing things again. I wonder if he'll be any better after venting." Jiang Yun chose not to respond, well aware of Lin Mu's temperament. It is anticipated that for the foreseeable future, Lin Mu will undoubtedly regard him as an adversary. To fully come to terms with this matter will certainly require a significant passage of time. After all, Lin Mu shares an excellent rapport with those around him, and Jiang Yun's actions are akin to a slap in the face. However, all of this is entirely within reason. As a businessman, Jiang Yun would not easily forgive even a betrayal from his own brother. That in the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun found himself standing before Lin Mu's office. Before he could push the door open, he was met with a sharp, piercing sound, Evidently, Lin Mu was still inside, throwing things about that in truth, Jiang Yun had already been quite generous towards Lin Mu. Within the entire Yunxue group, only Lin Mu and his team enjoyed an independent office space, even free from the oversight of the upper echelons of the company. Yet, Lin Mu remained oblivious to his good fortune. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yun finally pushed open the office door. In the next moment, he was confronted by an enraged Lin Mu, who rushed towards him and seized the collar of Jiang Yun's shirt. Coldly reprimanding, "Did I not tell you not to lay a hand on my people? Yet, what have you done? You actually assisted them in sending me to the cold bench behind my back." Although Lin Mu was fuming, the employees in the company were unaware of the unfolding drama. After Jiang Yun shut the door behind him, he pointed to Lin Mu's hand that was gripping his collar and calmly stated, "Can we not have a rational discussion? Were it not for the fact that Lin Mu was Lin Shue's brother, he would have retaliated long ago." Throughout this affair, Jiang Yun had never believed himself to be in the wrong. After all, the other party had not only stolen the core technology, severely jeopardizing the company's interests, but had also betrayed Lin Mu. Shouldn't such actions be subject to regulation? Scoundrel! Lin Mu released his grip and sat down on the sofa, coldly declaring, I do not wish to see you right now. I will be going to process my resignation shortly, and then we will sever all ties completely from now on. Let us maintain a distance as if we have never known each other. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have agreed to your financing or brought my team into your group." With a scoff, Jiang Yun shook his head, dismissing Lin Mu's words entirely. Although Lin Mu and Lin Shui were not far apart in age, their temperaments were as different as night and day, resembling a chasm between them. Jiang Yun approached Lin Mu, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it before speaking nonchalantly. "Do you truly believe that even if I did not interfere with your studio, they would not betray you?" "Nonsense." Lin Mu gritted his teeth, asserting, "As long as we are a team, they would never abandon me." "And what if everyone desires to collaborate with Lin Junyi? What then?" Jiang Yun countered. From a certain perspective, Lin Mu was indeed a member of the Jingxing Lin family, yet Lin Junyi had never regarded him with any respect. The reason Lin Shui was sent to Jingxing was to facilitate a union that would strengthen the Lin family's influence in the city. To put it bluntly, Lin Shui was merely a pawn. And Lin Mu at this moment was even less than that. In response to Jiang Yun's probing, Lin Mu remained silent. Jiang Yun seated himself beside Lin Mu, exhaled a puff of smoke, and continued, "Lin Junyi has offered them a lucrative deal, which I suspect they will find hard to refuse. However, since they are your friends, they should be aware of your relationship with the Lin family. Thus, I believe that their collective betrayal stems from a fear that you would object to collaborating with the Lin family. If Yunxue Group does not recruit you, they will undoubtedly take the core technology and align themselves with Lin Junyi. This is an undeniable fact. The greatest disparity between you lies in the fact that you are striving for a dream, while they are motivated by financial gain. Therefore, from a long time ago, you have been on divergent paths. It was only a matter of time before you drifted apart." After this lengthy discourse, Lin Mu clenched his jaw tightly. In truth, he had been reflecting on the situation and understood Jiang Yun's implications. Yet he could not abide Jiang Yun intervening in his affairs. "Is this your justification for meddling in my studio?" Lin Mu coldly retorted, "I do not care what you think. The matter has reached this point, and the evidence is irrefutable. For the next few years, they will be serving time in prison." Jiang Yun crossed his legs and replied coolly, "Moving forward, I will contact other technicians to provide you with key personnel. You must expedite the improvement of the technology. Now that Lin Junyi has seized the initiative, we still have the opportunity to recover." Before Jiang Yun could finish his sentence, Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You need not waste your breath on such futile talk. I have made myself clear. I will be gathering my things to leave shortly and will completely sever ties with you. Whether or not I can accelerate the technological research is not something you need to concern yourself with." As he spoke, Lin Mu began to pack his belongings, appearing genuinely ready to depart. Jiang Yun merely smiled in disdain, extinguishing his cigarette before nonchalantly declaring, "I advise you to consider this. When we acquired your studio, We signed a contract, although the core technology has been stolen. This matter does not absolve you of responsibility, that if they are imprisoned, they will not have to fulfill the contract, but you will be obligated to do so, that if you choose to walk away at this juncture. You will be liable to compensate us 10 million, that if you cannot produce this sum, you might as well join your brothers in prison. With a sudden change in expression, Lin Mu's face paled. His fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding audibly, and his whole body trembled. He turned to glare at Jiang Yun, speaking in a low voice. Fine. I wish to see just how capable you truly are. Do you think you can send me to prison? My sister will never forgive you for this. Just then, a loud kick at the door interrupted the tension. Lin Mu, have you lost your mind? Lin Shui stormed in, her face flushed with anger. She quickly approached Lin Mu and slapped him across the face. That in an instant, both Lin Mu and Jiang Yun were left stunned. After a moment, Lin Mu pointed at his own cheek and said, Sister, you actually hit me for him. Fine, they say a married daughter spills water. Now I see clearly that you are no longer a member of the Lin family. If that is the case, let us draw a clear line from now on. We shall pretend we have never known each other. With that, Lin Mu prepared to leave. However, Lin Shui seized his arm, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, The one who is mad here is you. I have grasped the entirety of the situation. Has your brother-in-law done anything wrong? Do you have any idea how much loss this has caused the company? Your brother-in-law is the head of Yunxue Group. He is not just your brother-in-law, but also my husband, and he owes everyone an explanation. Your so-called partners have secretly stolen the core technology. Do you have any idea how much we stand to lose? If we let this slide, Yunxue Group will not only become a laughingstock in the industry, but we will also be unable to maintain order among our internal employees. Do you wish to see the group become a disarray? Lin Shui's face was grim. Over the years, she had been so preoccupied with her own affairs that she had neglected to discipline Lin Mu, resulting in his current state. Lin Mu clenched his fists, biting his lip tightly, yet he remained silent. Observing the redness creeping into his eyes, Jiang Yun sighed and stepped forward to address the siblings. He placed a reassuring hand on Lin Mu's shoulder and stated, In truth, I am doing this for your sake. The situation requires resolution, and my involvement will be far more advantageous than yours. Let me take on this villain's role that I in the time to come. Let us proceed according to my original plan. I will grant you a few days off to help you adjust your mindset. Lin Mu still did not respond. You should be aware of what the Lin family has done to your sister. This is precisely why I harbor such animosity towards them. Upon discovering their contact with you, I was eager to merge your studio into Yunxue Group. Since our enterprises do not overlap, if we wish to compete with them in the marketplace, we must seize this opportunity. They have a keen interest in VR technology, and I hope you can help your sister defeat them in the commercial arena. Strive to surpass them technologically. Jiang Yun gently patted Lin Mu's shoulder and spoke, Take a moment to contemplate. If you still wish to leave Yunxue Group, then consider my previous words as mere nonsense, that I shall provide you with a severance payment. And as for the penalty for breach of contract, let us disregard that for now. After speaking, Jiang Yun did not linger, pulling Lin Shui out of the office. All that needed to be said had been articulated. Now, it was time for Lin Mu to reflect on his choices. He was an adult, after all, and must possess his own thoughts. The moment they exited the office, Jiang Yun noticed several employees gathered to observe. Casting a cold glance at the crowd, he said, Are you all quite at leisure? Do you still have time to watch the spectacle? If that is the case, I shall arrange for the department managers to assign you some additional tasks. The crowd was taken aback, and no one dared to utter a word further. In the blink of an eye, they hurried back to their respective workstations. Only then did Jiang Yun lead Lin Shui back into the office. Simultaneously, he observed a group of employees whispering amongst themselves. They wondered what was so special about him that he had captivated their general manager Lin to such an extent. Did he truly believe the company belonged to him, daring to boss them around? It was said that General Manager Lin had entrusted all her shares to him, which, while he may lack significant ability, made him a substantial shareholder in their company. They decided to endure for the time being. Inside the office, Jiang Yin sat on the sofa, glancing at the lunchbox beside him before inquiring with concern. "Have you not eaten? I heard you were dealing with Lin Mu's matter, so I rushed over without time for a meal." Lin Shui sighed, leaning against Jiang Yun's arm, "that I know you have been deeply troubled by Lin Mu's situation and have considered every angle, even taking on the role of the villain. However, I did not expect that Lin Mu would be so ungrateful." While others may not comprehend Jiang Yun's true character, Lin Shui understood him well. Although he was vehemently opposed to evil, he treated those around him with kindness. Despite Lu Qianqian's repeated provocations, Jiang Yun had never stooped to her level. So how could he intentionally make things difficult for Lin Mu? "Darling, do not let Lin Mu upset you that I will speak with him soon and ensure he comes to apologize to you." Lin Shui added, "Ha." Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile, gently stroking Lin Shui's hair. "Enough of your worries about our matters that I understand Lin Mu better than you do, being his brother-in-law. Besides, whether he apologizes or not matters little. After all, we are family, and he will eventually come to realize my good intentions." Lin Shui gazed at Jiang Yun with gratitude, pondering how many good deeds he must have done in his past life to deserve to meet him in this one. "What do you plan to do next?" she inquired. "Well," Jiang Yun pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the table before stating, "we need to urgently bring in professional technicians to assist Lin Mu. We must strive to perfect our technology in the shortest time possible and swiftly register the patent. Although Lin Junyi has seized the initiative, I will ensure he does not gain any advantage. This time, I will see him utterly defeated." Previously, Jiang Yun had been seeking opportunities to confront the Lin family directly, primarily to vindicate Lin Shui's grievances. However, due to the disparity between Yinshui Group and the Lin family, he had refrained from taking rash actions. Now, the opportunity lay before him, and he felt compelled to confront the Lin family head-on. Lin Shui hesitated, biting her lip as she instinctively glanced toward Lin Mu's office. Furrowing her brow as she said, "Do you think he will concede?" "Rest assured, he will undoubtedly yield," Jiang Yin replied with a confident smile. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Shui chose not to press further today as Lin Shui enjoyed her lunch. Jiang Yun's phone rang, and a woman's voice came through to Mr. Jiang. "Hello, I am Chen Pingping's teacher." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he quickly inquired, "Teacher, is there something wrong? I hope you can come to the school and take your sister home. I am practically begging you." The teacher's tone was exceedingly earnest. Jiang Yun sighed and promptly replied, "In that case, I will head over to understand the situation." After hanging up, he turned to Lin Shui, shrugging with a helpless expression. "Your brother and my sister are certainly not easy to manage. They have barely been quiet for 2 days before causing me more trouble. If all goes as expected, it seems she won't be able to stay at the private school much longer. I have already decided that if she is expelled, I will send her straight back to Qinjia village to fend for herself." Lin Shui quickly interjected, "Surely, it can't be as bad as you think. Why don't I accompany you?" Jiang Yun hesitated, but before he could respond, Lin Shui had already risen, donned her clothes, grabbed her handbag and car keys, and pointed toward the door. "Isn't the teacher urging you? Let us not waste any more time. We should go and see the situation. Truly troublesome," Jiang Yin muttered under his breath as he followed Lin Shui out the door. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the private school that a teacher stationed at the reception area came out first. "That Mr. Jiang, you have finally arrived. That I sincerely apologize for having to summon you again so soon after our last meeting. But I am at my wit's end. I can no longer teach this child. Unlike regular schools, private institutions have the authority to expel students without conditions. However, due to the decent reputation of the private school Jiang Yun chose and his acquaintance with the principal, the teacher had not simply issued a notice, but had instead been discussing the matter with him. Jiang Yun could tell that Chen Pingping had evidently crossed the teacher's line. "Teacher, what exactly happened?" Jiang Yun asked, not taking the teacher's words at face value. The teacher sighed and frowned. "She is in a relationship. What is the issue with that?" Jiang Yun instinctively responded. Beside him, Lin Shui hurriedly nudged his arm and whispered, "What are you babbling about? Chen Pingping is still a minor. Of course, there are problems with her dating. This is a case of early romance. The teacher overheard their conversation and, after a deep sigh, continued, if it were merely a case of early romance, we could guide her through it. However, do you know what transpired last night? Chen Pingping actually climbed out of the window and sneaked into the boys' dormitory. If she hadn't been caught by the dorm's supervisor beforehand, she might have ended up in a compromising situation. I understand that Chen Pingping's parents are not around, and you, as her cousin, have invested a lot in her well-being. However, I hope you can understand my position. I simply cannot educate her any longer. You have no idea, when I heard about the incident, my blood pressure spiked. Early romance is not the end of the world. And even if she sneaked into the boys' dormitory, it is not a matter of life and death. However, she lived on the 3rd floor, and not only did she remove 2 iron bars from the railing using pliers, but she also fashioned a rope from bed sheets to slide down from the 3rd floor that if something had gone wrong, both the school and I would be held accountable, even if your family does not pursue the matter. What about the school's reputation? The teacher's expression was one of utter helplessness. If it were not for the circumstances, she would not have considered expelling a student. Jiang Yun glanced back at the teaching and dormitory buildings, noting the school's commendable security measures with bars on every window. Yet, he never imagined that Chen Pingping would resort to such drastic measures. Teacher, how about this? Suddenly, Lin Shui stepped forward and said earnestly, Chen Pingping is far too young. She is still a minor, that if she is thrust into society too soon, I fear she will learn all the wrong things, given the myriad temptations out there. Could you perhaps discuss with the other teachers to see if she could be transferred to another class? Surely there are other instructors who would be willing to accept her. By the end of her plea, Lin Shui's voice faltered, lacking confidence. The teacher beside them shook his head and remarked, we have long considered this approach. And the principal even convened a meeting with all the teachers specifically because of her, yet not a single teacher is willing to accept her. Therefore, I regret to say that it would be best for you to take her back. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a cold smile, and he shook his head, saying, Chen Pingping is indeed a source of endless trouble that I knew she was no easy character. We should have let the village chief take her back from the start. She always brings me trouble. Lin Shui remained silent, but the teacher's stance was resolute, leaving them with little room to argue. Jiang Yun, disinterested in the matter of Chen Pingping, waved his hand dismissively and declared, in that case, let her pack her things. We shall take her away immediately. The teacher nodded heavily in agreement, casting a grateful glance at Jiang Yun before heading towards the dormitory building. Standing aside, Jiang Yun lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Lin Shui and spoke. Wife, I wish to discuss something with you that I'll go first, Lin Shui replied, possessing exceptional insight. She was well aware of Jiang Yun's thoughts. You intend to send Chen Pingping back to Qinjiakin, but she is far too young. I have already treated her like a younger sister that if she returns to Qinjiakin now, her future would be irrevocably ruined, that I know you dislike her, but you both share the same blood. Why not allow her to stay with us for the time being? I can guide her. Chapter 219. The path ahead. Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Shui's expression, he felt uncertain about how to refuse and ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Moments later, he saw the teacher approaching with Chen Pingping. Are you here to take me back? Chen Pingping's face bore no hint of worry. Instead, she appeared quite pleased with herself. She dragged her suitcase to Lin Shui and hugged her arm, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, I've missed you so much. How long has it been since we last saw each other? Tonight, you must hold me while I sleep. Let's get close again. Lin Shui ruffled her hair and replied, I truly wonder what thoughts occupy that little head of yours. You can't even attend school now, yet you seem so happy. Moreover, as she spoke, Lin Shui cast a glance at Jiang Yun, who was walking away, and whispered, You must apologize to your brother later. He was quite upset with you, that if he doesn't forgive you, you might end up back in Qinjiakin. Fine, I'll do as you say, sister-in-law, Chen Pingping responded impatiently before dragging her suitcase away. The atmosphere in the car was exceedingly tense. Jiang Yun wore a grim expression, while Lin Shui occasionally stole glances at him, keenly observing his mood. She worried that he might suddenly lose his temper and unleash his wrath upon Chen Pingping. Chen Pingping was no innocent either. The situation regarding Lin Mu had already caused chaos at home. If Chen Pingping were to quarrel with Jiang Yun, their lives would undoubtedly descend into disorder. Before long, the three of them arrived home. Sister-in-law, I'm going to take a shower first. I worked up quite a sweat moving my luggage and feel like I might stink, Chen Pingping said as she prepared to head to her room. Just then, Jiang Yun swiftly stepped in front of her and kicked her suitcase aside. Bang! The suitcase crashed against the wall with a deafening sound, startling both Lin Shui and Chen Pingping. What are you doing? Chen Pingping exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she clenched her fists. She glared coldly at Jiang Yun and spat out, "Why did you kick my suitcase? What is your problem? Did I provoke you? How dare you speak to me like that?" Jiang Yun thought to himself, almost succumbing to the urge to slap Chen Pingping across the face, but ultimately, reason prevailed. "Look at what you've done. Do you not feel ashamed for being expelled by the teachers?" Crossing her arms, Chen Pingping retorted, "I've always said I don't want to study. I just want to enter society and earn money as soon as possible. But you disregarded my wishes and dumped me in a semi-closed school. I did all this to protect my own interests. I merely wanted to escape the clutches of the school." Seeing her defiant demeanor, Jiang Yun coldly reprimanded, "So you chose to engage in romantic relationships? And you dared sneak into the boys' dormitory? Are you out of your mind?" Chen Pingping gritted her teeth, resembling a mother tiger ready to pounce. "That was all an act. I'm not interested in those boys. They are foolish and live in a completely different world from mine. I am far more mature than they are. The reason I climbed to the boys' dorm at night was to escalate the situation and get expelled. But now it seems I've achieved my goal." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Chen Pingping. That it was infuriating to think that he had been outmaneuvered by a young girl. The next second, he pulled out his phone and dialed Heihu's number, instructing, "Find me several private schools immediately and send me the information. The stricter, the better." After giving a few instructions, Jiang Yun hung up the phone. Chen Pingping immediately shouted, "You're still going to send me to school? Don't you find this exhausting? The teachers have summoned you to the school repeatedly. How can you bear it? I'll tell you. Even if you send me back to school, I will not obey. I assure you, you will come to regret this." Jiang Yun dismissed her with disdain. "This time, I will find a more formidable teacher and grant the school the authority to discipline you properly. If necessary, they can even resort to physical punishment, as long as they don't damage your face or brain. Even if they leave you crippled, I can still support you." Chen Pingping's face turned pale with rage, and she dashed upstairs. Jiang Yun's expression was equally sour. After kicking Chen Pingping's suitcase again, he sank onto the sofa and downed a glass of water, feeling somewhat calmer. How infuriating. The village chief and the villagers are all so simple. How did Chen Pingping end up like this? She can't possibly be a child adopted from Chenjiakin, can she? Jiang Yun muttered coldly. Enough, she is still just a child. Why stoop to her level? Lin Shui sighed, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yun and leaning into him. "I will have a good talk with her, but if she truly doesn't wish to attend school, we shouldn't force her anymore. After all, we will become increasingly busy. We can't be running around for her every day." Jiang Yun rubbed his temples and replied grumpily, "What about her? Should we send her back to Chenjiakin or let her stay here? If we are seldom home, can we count on her to be responsible? She will surely be out all day and night. Before long, she will become the dregs of society. I initially kept her in the capital to broaden her horizons, hoping she would achieve something. I never meant to watch her descend into the abyss and ruin herself, that I, in truth." Jiang Yun felt little familial connection to Chen Pingping anymore, treating her more like a stranger than a sister. Yet, he had already done everything he could for her. That don't worry. The scenario you fear will not transpire, that I will keep her close and help her improve bit by bit, Lin Shui continued. If I can't manage her, then we can consider sending her back to Chenjiakin. Chapter 220. Reconciliation, then let it be as you wish, Jiang Yun said with a resigned expression as he walked away, clearly still discontented about keeping Chun Pingping around. However, since Lin Shui had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to argue further. After calming Jiang Yun's emotions, Lin Shui made her way to Chun Pingping's room. Women understand each other best, making communication much easier, sister-in-law. What brings you here? Chun Pingping sat sulkily at the head of the bed. Upon seeing Lin Shui enter, she finally rose and walked over to her side, promptly inquiring about something. Though she possessed a rebellious nature, she was not blind to right and wrong. Had it not been for Lin Shui's assistance, Jiang Yun would never have allowed her to remain in the capital. Thus, she naturally felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Shui. Lin Shui pulled her to sit beside her and smiled as she said, I understand that you are upset, but have you considered that your actions may indeed have some faults? Otherwise, how could Jiang Yun possibly be so angry? Initially, he listened to my advice, which led to you being sent to school. This was all for your own good. You must understand your brother's good intentions. Lowering her head, Chun Pingping fidgeted with her clothes, yet remained silent. Enough, Lin Shui continued gently, did I, too, have gone through your age. Everyone experiences a rebellious phase. However, recognizing one's mistakes and striving to amend them is what makes a good child. She gestured towards the door and softly urged, hurry and apologize to your brother. Although he indulges me and heeds my every word, that does not grant me the liberty to act recklessly. I forcibly kept you here this time, and I'm certain your brother feels somewhat uncomfortable about it, that if you obediently follow my advice, I will take you to the company tomorrow to work as my personal assistant. How does that sound? Chun Pingping's eyes widened in astonishment as she quickly turned to Lin Shui, exclaiming, really? Previously, she had visited Yunxue group with the villagers from Chun family village, and she was well aware of the company's opulence. The prospect of working there would certainly bolster her reputation. Do I appear to be deceiving you? Lin Shui retorted. All right, I shall heed my sister-in-law's words and apologize at once. Chun Pingping sprang to her feet and hurried out of the room, with Lin Shui trailing behind her. Observing as she approached Jiang Yun, Lin Shui crossed her arms and smiled, refraining from intervening. The two needed to resolve their issues privately. Brother, Chun Pingping stood beside Jiang Yun, biting her lip in hesitation for a moment before finally saying, I was wrong that I should not have caused trouble at school. Please grant me another chance. I promise I will not cause you any more distress. If I misbehave again, you can send me back to Chun family village at any time. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Yun's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He turned to face Chun Pingping and asked bluntly, can you take responsibility for what you just said? I'm still a minor, so naturally, I cannot be held accountable. Chun Pingping mumbled softly, leaning against Jiang Yun's arm and nuzzling her head against it. Brother, please don't stay angry. The sister-in-law has already explained that everything you do is for my own good, that I admit I was wrong. But starting today, let us bury the hatchet. I promise not to irritate you again. Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting past Chun Pingping to Lin Shui, who stood a short distance away. Clearly, he himself was bewildered by what Lin Shui had said to her that had prompted such a change in the girl's demeanor. Well, you two were siblings. Although the blood ties are thin, there is an old saying, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Since we all live under the same roof now, let us not continue this quarrel. Lin Shui interjected, stepping forward. She glanced at Jiang Yun and said, as the elder brother, you shouldn't make things difficult for her. Give her a chance. Can't you see she is apologizing? With his wife's words hanging in the air, Jiang Yun could only sigh in resignation, shaking his head as he remarked, my status in this household is diminishing by the day. Fine, I will trust her this once, but if she causes trouble again, don't blame me for saying this in advance. Even if you try to stop me, I will have to send her back to Chun family village. Lin Shui smiled faintly, fully aware of Jiang Yun's sentiments. Over the years, despite residing in Ningxing with Jiang Tingfei, he had never truly experienced the warmth of family. Although Chun Pingping's presence had disrupted many of his plans and disturbed their lives, it was undeniable that her vivacious spirit had brought about some changes in him. Perhaps this was the essence of familial bonds. After exchanging a few light-hearted words, Qin Pingping, her spirits lifted, scampered back to her room to play video games, while Jiang Yun and Lin Shui remained seated on the sofa. "What exactly did you say to her?" Jiang Yun inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. "And have you arranged her path moving forward? Although she has taken the initiative to admit her mistakes, I still don't trust her. I am certain she will revert to her old ways soon enough. Rest assured, I just promised her that starting tomorrow, I will keep her by my side. Perfectly coincidentally, I am in need of a personal assistant, so she can temporarily fill that role. After all, she won't have to do much. Simply following me around and serving tea will suffice." Lin Shui explained with a smile. Jiang Yun sighed in exasperation. Recognizing the effort his wife was putting into this situation, he shook his head, choosing not to respond further, but by the way, since you two have reconciled, why don't we go out for a meal? It would be a fitting celebration, Lin Shui suggested eagerly. Though we appear to have made amends on the surface, I suspect it won't be long before we are at odds again. I have grown accustomed to this cycle, Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. He glanced toward Lin Mu's room and frowned, saying, "However, the issues between me and your brother cannot be resolved so easily. Are we really going to go out without him?" Chapter 221. Leisurely moments bringing up Lin Mu left Jiang Yun feeling uneasy, and there was a strong possibility that tensions might flare again during the meal. Yet, it would be equally inappropriate to exclude him. To go out as a family while leaving one member behind would be a slight. Lin Shui, sensing his discomfort, sighed and said, "Let me check with Lin Mu if he is willing to join us for dinner. Then we shall all go together. If not, we will set out without him." "That works," Jiang Yun agreed, pulling out his phone to contact Lu Qianqian. Before long, Lu Qianqian returned after receiving the message, and Dong Taizhan and Qin Pingping emerged from their rooms, creating an atmosphere of familial warmth. Only the siblings from the Lin family remained in their quarters. Yet, thankfully, no discordant sounds emerged, which eased Jiang Yun's concerns that as time passed, Lu Qianqian grew impatient and remarked, "What on earth is Lin Mu doing?" President Lin personally went in to discuss matters with him. Does he still intend to hold a grudge? Ultimately, it was indeed Lin Mu's fault. Had he not mismanaged his personnel, such an incident would not have occurred. Hearing this, Jiang Yun smiled lightly and remarked, "You are actually defending me. The sun must be rising in the west today. Stop flattering yourself. I am siding with reason, not kinship," Lu Qianqian retorted with a hint of exasperation. "This time, you indeed safeguarded the company's interests, even at the cost of your own reputation. I am only standing by you because of that. But rest assured, my dislike for you remains unchanged." Jiang Yun chuckled indifferently, unfazed by Lu Qianqian's words. After a few more minutes, Lin Shui finally emerged from the room, wearing a look of resignation as she glanced at Jiang Yun and the others. "Let us go. He wants some time alone at home." "That is fine," Jiang Yun nodded, leading the group out. Since Jiang Yun drove a sports car that could only accommodate one passenger, fortunately, Lin Shui had a business vehicle. The family thus traveled in two cars, heading straight for the restaurant. While waiting for Lin Shui, Lu Qianqian had already made reservations, and they soon arrived at the chosen venue. I checked the reviews. The menu seems quite comprehensive, and the feedback appears fair. "Shall we dine here?" Lu Qianqian suggested first. The others nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun was not particularly picky about food, as long as it filled his stomach. Soon, they entered the restaurant, found a window-side table, and settled in to order their meals. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan seemed somewhat ill at ease, keeping his head down and fiddling with his phone. How could this be concealed from Jiang Yun's discerning eyes? Jiang Yun patted Dong Taizhan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Come with me for a smoke." "Certainly," Dong Taizhan replied promptly, hastening to follow Jiang Yun's lead. After their departure, Lu Qianqian leaned closer to Lin Shui and said urgently, "Lin, you really need to keep a close watch on Jiang Yun. I heard that you two are trying for a baby. How can he smoke? It will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the child when it arrives." Qin Pingping nodded in agreement, saying, "I believe Sister Lu is right. You little girl, Haven't you reconciled with your brother already? Why are you still standing beside Qianqian? Lin Shui teased to be careful, or your brother might find out you're speaking ill of him behind his back and send you back to Qinjia village. Cough, cough. Chen Pingping awkwardly cleared her throat, refraining from further comment. Although she and Jiang Yun appeared to have made amends, it was merely a temporary arrangement, and she knew she had to keep Jiang Yun in good spirits. If any conflict arose between them, it was highly likely that Jiang Yun would indeed send her back to Qinjia village. And Lin Shui continued, shifting her gaze to Lu Qianqian, stating pointedly, surely you understand the principle of not biting the hand that feeds you. You are currently residing in Jiang Yun's home, and he is the CEO of Yinxue Group, that it would be prudent for you to refrain from speaking ill of him, that if you oppose him. Be wary. He might just kick you out of the house and the company, leaving you struggling to find your footing in Beijing. Lu Qianqian glanced at the two men smoking outside and muttered irritably. I doubt he dares. As the three women began to order, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan were leisurely enjoying their cigarettes. Over the past few days, Jiang Yun had been inundated with trivial matters, leaving him little time for proper rest, not even a decent night's sleep. Thus, dining out with friends was a rare opportunity for relaxation. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he turned his gaze towards Dong Taizhan and inquired, Is everything all right at home? You seem somewhat preoccupied, as if lost in thought. Not all. Dong Taizhan quickly waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he explained, This is my first time dining out with an employer, so I can't help but feel a bit nervous that Mr. Jiang, perhaps I should head back. You all are friends and relatives, and I'm not very familiar with everyone here. I wouldn't know what to say if I sat with you. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smile faintly. After getting to know Dong Taizhan better, he found him to be much like a big boy, with a remarkably simple mind. Who would have imagined that beneath such a rugged exterior lay the heart of a youthful spirit? Do not overthink it. Since we all share the same roof, we are all friends. That I do not regard you as a servant, and neither does Lin Xue. Oh, please, do not be so reserved. Otherwise, I might truly become upset. Jiang Yun feigned anger as he spoke. Dong Taizhan, filled with gratitude, nodded vigorously, saying, Mr. Jiang, your kindness is beyond measure. I will repay you with my actions in the future. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. Just as the two were discarding their cigarette butts and turning back towards the restaurant, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the spot where he had just been seated, and his expression darkened considerably. Who were those two individuals? Chapter 222. It's him. Two men in casual suits were seated directly across from Lin Shui and the others, occupying the very spot recently vacated by Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan. Jiang Yun distinctly noticed the look of disdain on Lin Shui's face. We need to go back, Jiang Yun declared, sprinting towards the dining area. Meanwhile, within the restaurant, one of the men sitting to the left spoke up. Ladies, would you care to join us at our table? Rest assured, all expenses for tonight will be covered by us. You won't have to spend a dime. He deliberately flaunted the watch on his wrist. Throughout this exchange, Lin Shui remained engrossed in her phone, ignoring the two men entirely. However, Lu Qianqian stood up and retorted sharply, I'm sorry, but our friend stepped out for a moment and will return shortly. I advise you to leave. Don't say I didn't warn you. Their tempers can be quite fierce. Instead of displaying any concern, the two men merely laughed. The man on the right patted his chest and said, You should inquire about my identity. All the local businesses are connected to my uncle. Not only would those two not dare touch me, but if I were to smash this establishment, the owner would still have to treat me with respect. Oh, really? Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan returned to the table. The man who had spoken frowned slightly, having initially thought that Lu Qianqian was merely trying to chase him away by claiming the table was taken. But now, it appeared she was indeed telling the truth. How could two men dine with three beautiful women? Such a situation was intolerable for them. The man disdainfully sized up Jiang Yun and snapped. This table is occupied by me. If you two wish to eat, you'll have to find somewhere else. Don't worry. I have plenty of money. Order whatever you like tonight. It's all on me. The other man joined in with a derisive chuckle, his gaze filled with contempt. He had assumed Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan were wealthy individuals, but upon closer inspection, he nearly laughed aloud. Although Jiang Yun was dressed in clean casual attire, it was hardly designer. One could purchase his entire outfit for a mere 4 digits. Dong Taizan looked even more shabby, donning a camouflage outfit topped with an old camouflage jacket, a sight too pitiful to behold. "Before I lose my temper, you'd best leave," Jiang Yun coldly declared, disregarding their words and issuing an ultimatum. "What did you say?" The man feigned ignorance and stood up, placing a hand to his ear and reiterating, "Could you repeat that? I want to make sure I hear you clearly." Bang. Just as he finished speaking, Dong Taizan raised his leg and sent the man flying, crashing heavily onto a nearby table. Startled diners quickly stood up, hastily moving aside, as if fearing they would be splattered with blood. Dong Taizan approached the man who had spoken and seized his hair, delivering 2 resounding slaps before pointing at his nose and commanding, "Apologize to Mr. Jiang this instant." Seeing the commotion, the man's companion had already fled in terror. The man who had been struck struggled to kneel on the ground, his face pale, but his eyes betraying a hint of fear. "I advise you to think carefully. My uncle has numerous contracts, and he recently secured a new project that if you harm me, my uncle will not let this slide lightly. He urged I suggest you release me and apologize." Otherwise, before he could finish, Dong Taizan delivered 2 more slaps, causing the man to grimace in pain. "What a load of nonsense," Dong Taizan said impatiently, then turned his gaze to Jiang Yun, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I'll take him outside to handle the situation. You all enjoy your meal." Handle. Upon hearing this, the man's mind raced with memories of the action films he had seen. Were they planning to silence him permanently? Jiang Yun nodded indifferently, and Dong Taizan prepared to escort the man out. The man struggled, fully aware that many eyes were upon them, and with cameras in the restaurant, he believed Dong Taizan would dare not act recklessly. However, if taken outside, his life could very well be at stake. "Don't just stand there. Call the police," he shouted, desperation in his voice. Yet the onlookers remained silent. Many pulled out their phones, but only to record the incident, showing no inclination to assist the distressed man. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, followed by a group of construction workers rushing in, glaring menacingly at Dong Taizan and Zhang Yun. That in an instant, the man under Dong Tieshan's control seemed to regain his vigor and shouted, "Help me." Glancing at Dong Taizan, he added smugly, "My uncle's men have arrived. You're about to regret this." Dong Taizan remained unfazed, delivering a kick to the man's side while bellowing, "Shut up," though Dong Taizan remained unperturbed. The faces of Lin Shui and the others standing nearby turned pale with fear. They had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent. Lin Shui hastily moved to Jiang Yun's side and quickly took out her phone, declaring, "I will contact the security team of the group immediately and urge them to come over and help us out. You must stall for a moment. Under no circumstances should you allow Dong Taizan to clash with them. They outnumber us, and we will undoubtedly be the ones to suffer in the end." The 2 women following her, Lu Qianqian and another, nodded in agreement. Just as Jiang Yun pondered how to handle the situation, he caught sight of a familiar figure striding toward the dining hall. In an instant, a cold smile appeared on Jiang Yun's lips. Could it be him? "Uncle!" The man shouted at the sight of someone emerging from among the laborers, raising his voice in alarm. His companion joined him at the newcomer's side, pointing at Jiang Yun and exclaiming, "Uncle, these are the very individuals who assaulted us. You must not let them off lightly." "Mr. Jiang?" Li Xingming, standing at the forefront of the crowd, noticed Jiang Yun and hurried to his side, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Chapter 223. One matter at a time. Do you know him? The man under Dong Tieshan's control was momentarily taken aback. Observing Li Xingming's obsequious demeanor, he found himself at a loss. Jiang Yun replied coolly, "We merely intended to enjoy a pleasant meal, but your nephew deliberately instigated trouble, even attempting to lay hands on me. So, you tell me, why am I here?" Upon detecting the anger in Jiang Yun's words, Li Xingming's expression shifted dramatically, that he promptly apologized to Jiang Yun before rushing to the man controlled by Dong Taizan. raising his hand to deliver several sharp slaps to the man's face. "You fool! I have repeatedly warned you to maintain a low profile. Yet, how have you behaved? Not only did you provoke others, but you also brought this upon Mr. Jiang. You wretched scoundrel. Come here and apologize to Mr. Jiang at once, or I shall have no choice but to dismantle you and feed you to the dogs." The man, startled, crawled toward Jiang Yun, hastily uttering, "Mr. Jiang, I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let this slide." It was evident that even Li Xingming was intimidated by Jiang Yun, and he dared not defy his uncle's wishes. "Mr. Jiang," seeing that Jiang Yun was ignoring the man, Li Xingming quickly added, "If you still harbor resentment, feel free to strike him, or I can have my men assist you. However, I hope this matter does not affect our collaboration. I will completely sever ties with him and ensure he never appears before you again." After scrutinizing the man for a considerable time, Jiang Yun finally waved his hand and said indifferently, "He hasn't committed any egregious offense. A brief lesson will suffice. Take him away so that our dining experience is not disrupted." Li Xingming nodded, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he returned to the man, commanding, "Drag this useless fool away." As a throng of laborers departed, Li Xingming hastily continued, "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for that ruffian's affront last night. Please enjoy your meal. I will take full responsibility for this incident." Jiang Yun, however, paid him no heed and resumed his seat at the table. Li Xingming was merely a contractor, and it was only due to Jiang Yun that he had the opportunity to engage with the new city project. He aspired to leverage this project to expand his company and thus dared not provoke Jiang Yun lightly. Despite Jiang Yun's unfriendly demeanor, Li Xingming quickly retreated to a corner. Soon, Lin Shui and the others settled back into their seats. Lu Qianqian's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun as she softly inquired, "What is your relationship with that man? He seemed quite fearful of you, merely a contractor under my employ, though I doubt he is afraid of me. Rather, he fears losing the project," Jiang Yun replied tersely, offering no further explanation. "Have we ordered all the dishes?" Lin Shui nodded. Shortly thereafter, the waiter brought all the dishes to Jiang Yun and his companions, along with several bottles of fine wine. Li Xingming had instructed them to ensure that Jiang Yun was well taken care of, and the restaurant staff dared not be negligent. After the meal concluded, Jiang Yun and his companions returned home early. They had initially planned to visit an amusement park, but following the day's events, their enthusiasm had waned. Upon opening the door, they found Lin Mu seated on the sofa, consuming instant noodles, while Chen Pingping sat beside him, scolding, "You could have joined us for a lavish meal, yet you chose to hide at home eating instant noodles. That don't you think there is something wrong with your head?" "Not your concern. Just leave," Lin Mu replied irritably, taking a sip of the noodle broth before retreating to his room. Chen Pingping crossed her arms and remarked, "What is so impressive about that? Being fooled by others. And yet you act so tough." Lin Shui quickly approached her and implored, "Please, refrain from speaking carelessly." Lin Mu was in a foul mood, having been betrayed by those closest to him. Anyone in his position would struggle to navigate such a betrayal. Chen Pingping's thoughtless remarks were akin to salting Lin Mu's wounds. Fortunately, it seemed Lin Mu had not registered her words, thus avoiding an argument. Jiang Yun approached the two and rolled his eyes at Chen Pingping, expressing his disdain. "I warned you long ago not to keep her around, but you wouldn't listen. Now you see how insufferable she is, don't you?" Chen Pingping stamped her foot in frustration. However, Jiang Yun paid her no mind, swiftly making his way to his room. After a long day, Jiang Yun retired early, unaware of when Lin Shui had come to bed. The following morning, as he prepared to head downstairs for breakfast, he noticed Li Xingming rushing toward him. "Mr. Jiang," he called out. Jiang Yun was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" "Last night, I pondered throughout the night and realized I must apologize to you in person. After all, it was my nephew who erred. Rest assured, I have thoroughly reprimanded him. He will not dare to act in such a manner again." Li Xingming continued, "Mr. Jiang, I know you are not the petty sort, and I trust you won't let last night's events jeopardize our collaboration. This matter did not arise from you. Why would I terminate our partnership? Jiang Yin lit a cigarette as he strolled toward the breakfast shop outside the community. That's a relief. Li Xingming appeared visibly anxious, wiping the sweat from his brow. Mr. Jiang, when shall we commence work? What about the specific plans? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun hesitated. He had already arranged matters with Gao Meiwei and was supposed to receive the collaboration proposal last night, but had yet to receive any news. Let us do this. I will reply to you later, he stated coolly, gesturing for Li Xingming to cease following him. The project will not escape you. But you must fulfill your promises that if any issues arise with the quality, I will not spare you. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang. I swear that if the quality of the project does not meet your expectations, I shall be struck down by the heavens, Li Xingming hastily affirmed. Jiang Yun, uninterested in further discussion, pulled out his phone and dialed Gao Mei. As soon as she answered, he cut to the chase, inquiring, "What is the situation on your end? What about the contract you promised me?" Chapter 224. The stubborn homeowner, I have already sent it to your email. Gao Meiwei replied lazily, sounding somewhat irritated. I wanted to ask you why you have yet to respond. This. Jiang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Realizing the oversight was his own, that he cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, I will take a look now and get back to you as soon as possible. All right, Gao Meiwei acquiesced that if there are no issues, let us proceed with the construction as soon as possible. After hanging up, Jiang Yin sighed helplessly, holding his phone with a look of resignation that he was clearly the principal party in this matter. Yet he found himself constrained by Gao Meiwei's demands. However, given the Gao family's influence and his current need to rely on them to hold the Lin family in check, he had no choice but to endure for the time being. Gao Meiwei has already sent me the email. I trust there will be no issues. Please prepare accordingly and wait for me at the construction site. I will join you shortly. Jiang Yin offered a few words of advice before heading to a breakfast shop to procure some morning sustenance. Simultaneously making his way upstairs, upon returning home, he glanced at his mailbox and discovered an email from Gao Meiwei. The details of their collaboration were meticulously outlined, leaving no room for criticism. After printing the documents, Jiang Yun affixed his signature and tidied up briefly before setting off for the new city construction site, with Dong Taizhan closely following him. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the new city construction site, the residents had all vacated due to the impending renovations, and they would only return once the project was completed. Being an older district, it necessitated the installation of high-density foam boards on the exterior walls, alongside the reconfiguration of gas pipelines, not to mention the alterations to water and electricity systems, rendering living here rather inconvenient. Mr. Jiang, you have arrived. Li Xingming, who had been waiting, approached briskly, eager to speak. Behind him stood a considerable number of individuals, each wielding various tools. Jiang Yun nodded, accepted a hard hat, and remarked, I conducted a brief inspection and noted that the residents have all departed. Given this situation, we shall commence construction today to ensure the timely progress of the project. Mr. Jiang, Li Xingming suddenly interjected, appearing quite troubled. While many residents have indeed left, there remains a portion who have not. That I have dispatched someone to negotiate with them, and we should receive news shortly. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction. But before he could respond, a group of disheveled workers rushed back, the foremost among them pointing into the distance and exclaiming, Boss Li, I have already spoken with that group, and not only are they refusing to leave, but they also chased us away. Among them are quite a few elderly individuals, so we dared not retaliate. Perhaps you should handle this matter yourself. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Li Xingming. Did you not assure me that everything was resolved? Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, that I have extensive experience in handling such projects. These situations are quite common. There are always stubborn residents, but I am confident that once I engage in dialogue with them, they will agree to vacate immediately, Li Xingming asserted confidently, leading his team away. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun began to explore the new city. Although he had acquired this land a few days prior, he had yet to visit the site. Brother, why do I feel that Li Shengming is rather unreliable? If it comes to that, should we not contact Miss Gao and have her send some assistance? The Gao family specializes in real estate, and they would undoubtedly handle both construction-related matters and complex issues like this with ease. Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively that we cannot rely on the Gao family for everything. That would invite disdain. Let us wait for his update, that if Li Shengming cannot manage this minor issue, what purpose does he serve as a contractor? After exchanging a few words, Jiang Yun and Li Shengming moved to one side. Within a few steps, they found themselves in the central area of the new city. Nearby, a cacophony of voices erupted, and we simply will not move. We have already been promised compensation. Do you expect us to disregard your words? Indeed, if we do not receive additional compensation, we will not leave. Besides, there are so many elderly individuals among us that do you truly believe you can forcibly evict us? Li Shengming raised his hands, attempting to calm the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to explain that we are not here to demolish your homes, but rather to improve the quality of your living conditions as mandated by policy, ensuring you reside in greater comfort. However, if you refuse to vacate, we cannot proceed with construction, which would also be unfair to those who have already left. How long must they wait to return to their homes? I implore you to consider the well-being of others. I have heard that the compensation has already been distributed to you. Has it not? That sum should be sufficient for you to secure temporary accommodations during this time. That a chorus of derisive laughter erupted from the crowd. One individual retorting, that meager amount is hardly enough to rent anything. If you want us to leave, then increase the compensation. Most of us here are elderly, and moving back and forth poses risks. If anything were to happen, who would bear the responsibility? It was evident that the opposing party was deliberately instigating conflict. That as one person spoke up, many others quickly echoed their sentiments. That Li Shengming appeared increasingly helpless. Gritting his teeth in frustration, it was clear that he was dealing with an unreasonable group. What seems to be the problem? Jiang Yun stepped forward from the crowd, first glancing at Li Shengming, then surveying the gathering. That Mr. Jiang, this group adamantly refuses to leave and insists on additional compensation. Li Shengming muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. That I have encountered such individuals frequently. They merely wish to be obstinate. I have a strategy to handle them. What strategy? Jiang Yun, being new to the real estate sector, found himself at a loss in such situations. That it is quite simple. Construction requires a suspension of water and electricity services to ensure the safety of the buildings. If we cut off their water and power, how could they possibly continue living here? Li Shengming smirked. This is an apartment complex, not a single-story dwelling. They cannot simply fetch water from a well. Can they? One could not deny that it was indeed a clever idea. However, before Jiang Yun could respond, an egg suddenly hurtled towards him. Smack! The egg splattered against Jiang Yun's chest, staining his jacket. He frowned slightly. But before he could utter a word, a voice rang out. If you do not increase our compensation, you can get lost. Stop obstructing our way. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Li Shengming quickly offered a tissue, hastily helping Jiang Yun clean himself. The next moment, he waved his hand decisively. Don't just stand there. Cut off all water and electricity. If they wish to linger here, let them do so indefinitely. After all, the new city is vast. We can commence work elsewhere. Those following Li Shengming were seasoned workers who understood his methods well. In an instant, they set about locating the electrical and water shut-off valves. Meanwhile, the remaining residents began to panic, shouting, if the water and electricity are cut off, how will we survive? How will we navigate the streets at night? Once construction begins, this area will be filled with machinery, and the roads will be riddled with holes. That if anything happens, who will take responsibility? Li Shengming, however, remained unperturbed, his expression as cold as I see an eye for an eye. Since they initiated the conflict, we have no obligation to continue accommodating them. Call your people back immediately, Jiang Yun instructed tersely after hastily wiping his clothes. All done, came the response from those who had gone to shut off the utilities. That it was evident that they were skilled hands, executing their tasks with precision. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed again as he quickly insisted. Reverse the water and electricity shut off immediately. This is sheer madness. We need to negotiate. Surely we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Jiang Yun has always favored a cautious approach, refusing to provide anyone with a handle against him. But now, if they proceeded with shutting off the utilities unilaterally, the fault would lie with them, Mr. Jiang. What are you afraid of? Li Xingming bit down hard, declaring, they're clearly the ones causing trouble. Our actions are entirely justifiable. Even if this escalates, it will not significantly affect us. The compensation has already been given. Others have taken their money and left. Why should they be any different to deal with such greedy individuals? One must resort to extreme measures. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of applause erupted. Very good. No wonder your reputation is so poor. It appears you are accustomed to such dealings. The voice belonged to Jiang Yun, and Li Xingming turned to see a young man approaching, appearing to be in his early 20s, clad in a tailored suit and polished leather shoes, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. Young Master Lin? Upon seeing the young man, Li Xingming leaned close to Jiang Yun and whispered, this is the young Master Lin from the Lin family, the son of Lin Junyi. That a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Yun. The sudden arrival of the Lin family indicated that matters were far from simple as expected. Behind Lin Qing stood a throng of reporters. This moment, the reporters eagerly raised their cameras, capturing the scene before them. Lin Qing continued, have you all heard what Boss Li just said? The residents here won't relocate, and they intend to cut off the water and electricity without hesitation. It seems that one mirrors the company one keeps. I have long heard of Boss Zhang's ruthless methods, and it appears this reputation is well-deserved. Truly, seeing is believing. Li Xingming quickly positioned himself in front of Jiang Yun, gesturing to the crowd with a frown, and declared, what are your thoughts on this construction site? Hurry and get them out of here. Is this a place for reporters? As Li Xingming's entourage prepared to advance and drive them away, Lin Qing, standing aside, sneered, what do you mean? Now that we have uncovered the dark underbelly, do you intend to silence us? Throughout this exchange, Lin Qing's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yun. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Qing added, Boss Jiang, there's no need for you to expel us. We shall leave on our own accord. However, I advise you to contemplate how you will address public scrutiny. The new city project is a prize in the eyes of many. Having laid claim to it, you have become a thorn in many sides. Acting so recklessly rather than with caution, I underestimated you. Had I known this would unfold, I would not have come here at all. With that, he gestured to his companions and stated, all right, we have captured all the necessary moments. There is no need for us to waste time here, that we shall withdraw. The reporters exchanged glances and nodded enthusiastically. Jiang Yun was currently a figure at the center of controversy due to his acquisition of the new city project. Every real estate mogul in the city had their eyes on him. If negative news about Jiang Yun were to break at this moment, it would surely boost ratings. The crowd arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, while the residents began to shout, adopting a posture of spectators. Jiang Yun's expression darkened as he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, casting a frustrated glance at Li Xingming. I told you not to cut off the water and electricity, yet what on earth are you thinking? You are utterly useless. With those words, Jiang Yun strode away from the new city site, followed closely by Dong Taizhan. This was a disaster. He had intended to make a good impression in front of Mr. Jiang, but it had backfired spectacularly. Li Xingming gritted his teeth, casting a furious glance at the residents who were still flaunting their bravado, and spat in disgust. It's all because of this damn group of bastards. After speaking, he led his team away temporarily. With such an incident occurring, the start of the new city project would undoubtedly be delayed, and it was best not to linger. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had returned to his car, where he sat inside, puffing on his cigarette, his brow furrowed as he said, it seems I should never have relied on Li Xingming. This guy is truly incompetent. Given the circumstances, it was time to strategize. Dong Taizhan sighed, In reality, we need not concern ourselves with public opinion. We simply need to proceed with the construction as planned. Chapter 226. Gao Meiwei steps in. It is not that simple. Zhang Yun exhaled a cloud of smoke, frowning as he remarked, "Today's events have only emboldened those stubborn residents. I fear that in the days to come, they will only become more insistent that if we refuse to continue offering compensation, they will certainly not leave." In a moment, Zhang Yun fell deep into contemplation. "Mr. Zhang, you are not short on funds, and I see there are not many households left. Surely, providing them with additional compensation isn't a substantial sum? In the grand scheme of things, it shouldn't have a significant impact," Dong Taizhan interjected hastily. "Huh." Zhang Yun's fingers lightly tapped the table, a faint smile emerging at the corners of his mouth as he spoke softly. "I had a hunch that someone had tampered with things here, which is why so many stubborn residents suddenly appeared. Today, Lin Qing's unexpected arrival has only solidified my suspicions. Since these obstinate residents are orchestrated by the Lin family, if we were to offer money, the Lin family would likely bribe those who have already moved out. After those obstinate residents leave, those individuals will return to protest, and the outcome will ultimately remain unchanged. Currently, Zhang Yun was devising a strategy that would serve both parties well." Dong Taizhan sighed and chose not to speak further. Suddenly, a pleasant ringtone sounded. Zhang Yun picked up his phone, and Gao Meihui's voice came through. "Mr. Zhang, I just sent you a location. Hurry over." "All right." Zhang Yun was already scheduled to meet Gao Meihui, and upon receiving her call, he quickly checked his phone and headed straight to the hotel. Half an hour later, before the entrance of the Royal Hotel, just as Zhang Yun's car came to a stop, a series of honks sounded from across the street. Zhang Yun paused, turning towards the sound, and noticed Gao Meihui sitting inside her vehicle. "Wait for me in the car. I'll go meet Gao Meihui." In a blink, Zhang Yun had entered Gao Meihui's car. While the driver discreetly exited in the enclosed space, Gao Meihui's expression was far from pleasant. "Mr. Zhang, I had thought you to be a clever individual. How did things end up in this predicament?" she questioned. "The new city project hasn't even commenced, and already we've been caught red-handed. How can we proceed with construction now?" Zhang Yun hesitated before furrowing his brow and responding. "You knew about this? What else could it be?" Gao Meihui retorted, exasperated. "I have journalist friends, so I received the news in advance. The newspapers I've visited at the construction site are all connected to the Lin family, and they are currently preparing a story. Soon, they will disseminate this information. When that happens, not only will your reputation suffer, but the new city project will also be disgraced." Zhang Yun remained silent, as he had already anticipated this outcome, but had not had the chance to prevent Li Shengming's actions. "I have arranged to meet Lin Qing. He should have arrived by now, though we need to discuss this matter thoroughly and resolve it at its roots," Gao Meihui stated, stepping out of the car first. Zhang Yun followed her lead, remarking, "Your efficiency is truly impressive." Gao Meihui merely acknowledged him with a nod. Choosing not to elaborate, Zhang Yun recognized that her motives were quite straightforward, primarily for her own benefit. After all, the new city project was not solely Zhang Yun's venture. Gao Meihui had also invested in it. If issues were to arise, she would inevitably face repercussions as well. However, Zhang Yun found himself reassessing Gao Meihui. She was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. In no time, the two arrived at a private room. As they pushed open the door, they found Lin Qing's smile fading as he looked at Zhang Yun standing behind Gao Meihui, frowning as he remarked, "Miss Gao, why have you brought along a flower protector?" With that remark, Zhang Yun was reduced to a mere footnote. He, the head of the new city project, was now merely someone else's flower protector. A truly laughable state of affairs. "Allow me to reintroduce. This is my business partner," Gao Meihui stated, her face betraying no hint of emotion as she took a seat. "Business partner?" Lin Qing's lips twitched slightly before he frowned. "Are you implying that you are also involved in the new city project?" "Naturally," Gao Meihui replied after sipping her water, her tone nonchalant. "Therefore, my purpose for coming here is quite simple. I hope the new city matter does not escalate, that IT would be beneficial for all parties involved, that if you continue to pursue Jiang Yun relentlessly. It places me in a difficult position, that I trust you understand my point? Lin Qing slightly furrowed his brow, his lips twitching again. Although both the Lin and Gao families were esteemed clans, a significant disparity existed between them. Had Lin Qing's father been present, perhaps he would not have felt the need to regard Gao Meihui with such deference. But he could not afford to do so. I have said all I needed to say. I trust you are a wise individual and know how to proceed. Gao Meihui stated coolly, falling silent thereafter. Lin Qing nodded, rising in indignation that he approached Jiang Yun, paused, then patted Jiang Yun on the shoulder, gritting his teeth and saying, "Quite impressive that I hear you previously relied on Lin Shui, and now you have Gao Meihui by your side. Your charm with women is truly enviable." Jiang Yun ignored him, quietly smoking his cigarette. "Time will tell. We shall see." Lin Qing continued, "You struck a blow against our Lin family. This debt will be settled sooner or later." With that, he turned and exited the private room. Gao Meihui's gaze fell upon Jiang Yun as she spoke softly. "You haven't been in the capital for long, yet you've managed to make quite a few enemies that I've heard your relationship with Jiang Xian is not as amicable as one might imagine. Regardless of how it stands, it won't make much difference." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, "I still hold a card in my hand. Unless I force Jiang Xian into a corner, she won't dare to act against me. Your affairs are of no concern to me. My focus lies solely on the new city project." With that, Gao Meihui made no effort to linger for a meal and departed. Shortly thereafter, Dong Taizhan entered the room. Observing Jiang Yun enjoying his meal, he directly inquired, "Mr. Jiang, I just saw that young man from the construction site leave here. I presume you two met. How did things turn out?" Jiang Yun continued to eat as he casually replied, "It went relatively well. With Gao Meihui as a formidable ally, it certainly makes things much easier for us." Just then, Jiang Yun's phone rang, and he heard Li Shengming's voice on the other end. "Mr. Jiang, I have good news for you. They've moved." Chapter 227. The exorbitantly priced foam board Jiang Yun acknowledged with a slight nod and stated, "Then let us commence construction." He reaffirmed his suspicion that these stubborn residents were indeed connected to Lin Qing. However, he chose not to dwell on it. As long as the issue was resolved, that was sufficient. Casting a glance at Dong Taizhan, he commanded, "Head to the construction site." Dong Taizhan complied and started the vehicle. Half an hour later, they arrived at the site. With the stubborn residents gone, Li Shengming and the others began to work diligently. As Jiang Yun approached, Li Shengming was the first to greet him. "Mr. Jiang, your timing is impeccable that we're about to procure a batch of high-density foam boards. Would you like to accompany us?" Jiang Yun nodded. "That sounds good." While he trusted Li Shengming and believed he wouldn't dare to make any reckless decisions, the matter of construction materials was fraught with complexities that warranted a personal inspection. Under Li Shengming's guidance, they quickly arrived at a hardware factory. The factory owner greeted them eagerly. "Mr. Li, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. This is my boss, Mr. Jiang," Li Shengming promptly introduced. "All right, let's see the goods first, and if the quality can't be guaranteed, I'll hold you accountable." "Rest assured, there won't be any issues," the factory owner replied with a smile as he led Jiang Yun and his companions inside. In a flash, they stood before a warehouse where several employees brought out a high-density foam board. Jiang Yun wasn't particularly familiar with this material, but Li Shengming was knowledgeable. After a brief inspection, he smiled in satisfaction. "This is good. Let us maintain the original pricing for this batch, and I'll need..." Before he could finish, the factory owner frowned. "Mr. Li, we've been partners for many years. To be frank, I don't have much of this foam board left. The cost has risen, so I can't stockpile too much. That if you need a large quantity, I can contact the manufacturers right away and arrange for direct shipment." He added. Li Shengming nodded. "Then why are you hesitating? Hurry and place the order. We need it urgently." The foam boards were crucial for the renovation of the old city, and a delay in delivery would hinder the entire construction process. However, regarding pricing, the factory owner rubbed his hands together. "There might be a slight increase." "How much?" Li Shengming retorted. "An additional 100 per board." the factory owner replied, casting a wary glance at Jiang Yun and the others. In an instant, Li Shengming's expression darkened considerably, that he pointed an accusatory finger at the factory owner. Are you joking with me? A price hike of that magnitude per board. You must have heard about the New City project. The gentleman before you, Mr. Jiang, is the chief officer of that initiative, that we need a substantial number of foam boards for the maintenance of the old city. And if your prices have risen so drastically, then we have no need to continue this partnership. Jiang Yun, meanwhile, searched online for information regarding high-density foam boards. What he discovered was shocking. Each board cost only a few yuan, yet the sudden price increase was clearly abnormal. He scrutinized the factory owner and then placed a reassuring hand on Li Shengming's shoulder, stating, since he lacks the sincerity to cooperate, we needn't force ourselves to engage with him. Let us seek alternatives. Li Shengming gritted his teeth, gesturing towards the factory owner before following Jiang Yun's lead, that in no time, they were back in the vehicle. After watching them leave, Lin Qing emerged from the shadows. Young Master Lin. They are preparing to collaborate with another company for the factory owner. This was a significant loss. Even at the original price, he would have made a handsome profit. However, Lin Qing's abrupt interference and deliberate inflation of prices left the factory owner in a precarious position. Yet, being merely a small player, he dared not offend Lin Qing. Rest assured, the pricing with others will be similar, unless they source from outside the capital, that would delay the timeline. There are still ways to handle this. A faint smile crept across Lin Qing's lips, for all his machinations were aimed at ensuring the New City project crumbled under Jiang Yun's management. After all, Jiang Yun had exhausted his resources to secure the project. Any misstep could spell disaster for him, potentially dragging Yinshua Group down with him. Young Master Lin, about what you promised me earlier. The factory owner hesitated to voice his concerns. Lin Qing patted his shoulder, assuring him, fear not, what I promised will certainly be fulfilled. You will not suffer any losses. Thank you, young Master Lin. The factory owner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, opting not to say more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had returned to the vehicle. Just moments ago, Li Shengming had reached out to several hardware factories he had previously collaborated with, only to receive the same discouraging news. All quoted similar prices. And the foam boards were all subject to increases. Bang. Li Shengming slammed his fist against the steering wheel, gritting his teeth as he said, Mr. Jiang, I suspect someone is playing tricks behind the scenes. In all my years in the renovation business, I've never encountered such a bizarre situation. Foam boards can't just spike in price like this. Jiang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery. Lost in thought. Mr. Jiang, if it comes to that, we might consider reaching out to Ms. G. As far as I know, the Gao family not only engages in real estate, but also owns several factories. They likely produce foam boards themselves. That if she assists us, these issues could be resolved effortlessly. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow. No, that won't do. That I just met Gao Meihui this morning, and relying on her again would only prove my inadequacy. Rubbing his aching temples, he decisively stated, let's do this. Take me to the hospital. Mr. Jiang, are you feeling unwell? Li Shengming inquired with concern. Cut the unnecessary chatter and drive. Jiang Yun snapped. Chapter 228. Jiang Qingying discharged before long. The vehicle came to a halt at the hospital entrance. Mr. Jiang, do you need me to accompany you inside? Li Shengming asked. No need. I'll go up alone. You head to the construction site and ensure all preliminary preparations are in order. I'll handle the foam board issue, Jiang Yun instructed before striding towards the hospital. In a short while, he arrived at Jiang Qingying's hospital room. During this period, Jiang Yun had been preoccupied with his own affairs and had not visited Jiang Qingying. Their reunion was warm. Jiang Qingying swiftly rose and embraced him, exclaiming, Brother, you're here. How has your recovery been? Jiang Yun led him to sit on the edge of the bed, inquiring with genuine concern. How are you feeling? Well, Jiang Qingying replied with a smile. I've been recovering quite well. I no longer need to continue rehabilitation for the next few days, and soon I'll be able to leave the hospital. Then I can return to your side and continue to be your right-hand man. Jiang Yun patted his shoulder, noticing that Jiang Qingying's complexion had improved considerably. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Yin approached the window, lighting a cigarette. With his back to Jiang Qingying, he inquired, "Recently, I have ventured into a real estate project. I wonder if you have any knowledge of the industry." Little did he expect that as he took this new step, he would encounter a myriad of challenges. Although Jiang Yun was surrounded by numerous acquaintances, they were either unfamiliar with the real estate business or unreliable, leaving him uncertain about whom to confide in. Jiang Qingying was one of the few individuals he trusted. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Qingying replied directly, "The Jiang family possesses some land, but it has not developed well in recent years, especially since the real estate market has been monopolized by the Gao family. However, I do know some developers, so if you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Jiang Yin had been waiting for this very response. "Can you find some reasonably priced high-density foam boards?" Jiang Qingying paused, then said, "I know a few factories. Sourcing foam boards should not pose a problem. Let me inquire right away and I'll get back to you." Jiang Yin nodded, quietly smoking a cigarette. Jiang Qingying busied himself, making several calls before returning to Jiang Yun's side, smiling as he said, "Brother, I have made the necessary contacts that I will send you the address. And you can negotiate directly with the factory personnel." It must be said that Jiang Qingying indeed proved to be of some assistance. Yet Jiang Yun was well aware of this, given that Jiang Qingying had spent many years in the capital, undoubtedly cultivating his own network of connections. "Perhaps I should accompany you." Jiang Qingying suddenly changed his mind, stepping aside to change his clothes, beaming as he said, "I could use a breath of fresh air myself." "Very well, then let us go," Jiang Yin replied with a smile, leading Jiang Qingying out the door. As Li Xingming had already taken the car, Jiang Yin had contacted Dong Taizan in advance, who was now waiting for them downstairs at the hospital. Upon seeing them, Dong Taizan promptly opened the door for them. Once inside the vehicle, they set off toward their destination. During the ride, Jiang Yun inquired with concern, "Is your health all right?" "Rest assured, my recovery is going well. The doctors say I will be fine soon." "So, brother, let us focus on our business," Jiang Qingying replied with a smile. Over the past few days in the hospital, he had reflected on many things and had come to understand who truly cared for him, which is why he sought to deepen his relationship with Jiang Yun. By the way, once you were discharged, why not come work with me? I am planning to establish a new company, and it could be registered under your name." Jiang Yun suggested with a smile. Jiang Qingying paused. Though he had been in the hospital, he was still aware of Jiang Yun's endeavors. "The Yinxue Group is doing quite well. If you have any new ideas, you could easily establish a new department under the Yinxue Group's umbrella. It's certainly more advantageous than starting a new company from scratch." Jiang Qingying was not a frivolous young master. He possessed a keen business acumen. However, Jiang Yun shook his head, saying, "You and I are brothers, and I have no need to hide anything from you. Although matters concerning the Jiang family are temporarily under control, with Jiang Xian no longer complicating things for me, there remains a malignant tumor that must be excised, and that is the Lin family." The moment Jiang Yun mentioned the Lin family, his expression soured significantly. Glancing out the window, he continued, "You should be aware that the Lin family actively obstructed both me and your sister-in-law in the past, even attempting to deceive her into becoming a pawn for their alliances with other families. Furthermore, the Lin family has been persistently harassing us lately. We cannot simply let them off the hook. That as our company expands and my projects multiply, it is the perfect time to settle old scores. However, for safety's sake, I need to leave myself an avenue of retreat, which is why I wish to register a company under your name, just in case." Upon grasping the situation, Jiang Qingying smiled and said, "Then I shall follow your lead. I will do as you say." "Good," Jiang Yin replied with satisfaction. As the two conversed, the vehicle arrived at a factory. The factory manager, having received the news, promptly approached them. Although he did not know Jiang Yin personally, he had a close relationship with Jiang Qingying. "Young Master Jiang, I heard you were hospitalized recently that I have been too busy to visit. I hope your recovery is going well." The manager inquired with a smile. "Quite well, thank you." Jiang Qingying waved his hand dismissively before continuing. This is my older brother, and we require a batch of high-density foam boards that do you have any in stock. High-density foam boards? The factory manager furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jiang Yun for a moment before asking, Are you Mr. Jiang Yun? You know me? Jiang Yun was taken aback by the recognition. The factory manager nodded, glancing around cautiously before gesturing towards the factory interior. Let us move inside. The walls have ears, after all. Jiang Yun and Jiang Qing exchanged glances and followed him to Mr. Jiang. There is not going to be any conspiracy here. Is there? Dong Taizan asked cautiously as he walked alongside Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun waved his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips as he assured, Just keep your mind at ease. There will be no significant issues. I suspect the manager has his own concerns. Dong Taizan nodded but remained vigilant, as he was Jiang Yun's bodyguard, always tasked with ensuring his safety. Moments later, they entered an office. Jiang Yun found a clean spot to sit, then turned to the factory manager with a puzzled expression, asking, What is it that you need to discuss? The manager glanced at Jiang Qingying, who nodded, before he said, Young Master Lin has already contacted us, instructing all factories capable of producing high-density foam boards in the capital not to engage with you or provide you with products. Otherwise, it would be considered opposing the Lin family. Young Master Lin? Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. You must be referring to Lin Qing. Indeed, the factory manager sighed. The Lin family is powerful, possessing considerable influence in the capital. We common folk cannot afford to offend them. Since you have managed to find your way here, I assume you have encountered several manufacturers. Jiang Yun nodded, shifting his gaze as he frowned and asked, So, what do you mean by that? The factory manager looked at Jiang Qingying a few times, then scrutinized Jiang Yun again, that he clenched his teeth, hesitated for a moment before making a difficult decision. As a friend of young Master Jiang, I feel obligated to assist you. However, I have a family to support, and I cannot afford to confront the Lin family. I am truly sorry. The factory manager understood Jiang Qingying's situation. The Jiang family had undergone significant changes, and although Jiang Qingying remained a young master, real power now rested with Jiang Xian. Moreover, Jiang Yun lacked sufficient capital to confront the Lin family, making it clear that they could not afford to offend Lin Qing, lest they jeopardize their livelihoods. Jiang Qingying's face turned pale with anger as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Just as he was about to speak, he was restrained by Jiang Yun. How about this? I have a win-win suggestion. Would you be interested in hearing it? The factory manager paused, realizing that unless absolutely necessary, he could not afford to offend either Jiang Yun or Jiang Qingying. Please go ahead. Jiang Yun continued. It's quite simple. Although Lin Qing forbids you from doing business with us, if you were to affiliate your factory with the Yunxue group, that would resolve the issue, wouldn't it? The factory manager hesitated, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Jiang Yun lit a cigarette. Speaking slowly, I understand you may not want to work for someone else, and I recognize your perspective that's so. Before I acquire your factory, we can establish an agreement wherein you retain full control over the factory's operations, and neither I nor anyone from the Yunxue group will interfere, for the profit sharing. We can agree on a 50-50 split. I assure you, you will not suffer any losses, and you will not be subject to anyone's oversight. Would that be acceptable? It must be noted that Jiang Yun was making significant concessions. The factory manager recognized Jiang Yun's sincerity and nodded vigorously. All right, let us proceed as you propose. Are you aware of the location of the new city? First, please arrange for a shipment of foam boards to be sent to the new city upon arrival. There will be someone to hand over the materials to you. After issuing a few directives, Jiang Yun picked up her phone and called Lu Qianqian, briefly explaining the details of the contract. Once everything was settled, Jiang Yun stood up to leave. I have already instructed the secretary of the general manager of Yunxue Group to print the contract for you later. You can simply go and sign it. All right. The factory manager nodded with emphasis. Soon, the group exited the factory, and Jiang Yun glanced at Jiang Qingying beside her, inquiring, Where are you planning to go? Back to the hospital, or shall we go out for a stroll? Jiang Qingying replied with a smile. After finally escaping from the hospital, I certainly cannot confine myself in a cage any longer. I will have someone take care of the discharge procedures shortly. From today onward, I intend to stay by your side. Initially, she had planned to wait a few more days before being discharged, but she had lost the inclination to do so. Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. That's fine, but do take care of your health that if you feel unwell at any point, make sure to inform me in advance, lest you perish by my side. You, Jiang Qingying gritted her teeth in indignation. Yet Jiang Yun's sharp tongue had managed to amuse her. In the blink of an eye, the group had already arrived at the construction site. Throughout the entire afternoon, Jiang Yun leisurely roamed around the new city. The project had officially commenced, which was indeed a cause for celebration. However, while some rejoiced, others were discontent. Although Jiang Yun and her companions were elated, within the Lin family, Lin Qing was fuming that he sat at the head of the hall. His expression terrifyingly grim, and after glancing at his assistant standing before him, he coldly inquired, "Have you investigated thoroughly? Where exactly did Jiang Yun acquire those foam boards? Did I not communicate with everyone in the capital? How dare anyone oppose me? Are they courting death?" Upon learning of the new city's commencement, Lin Qing was consumed with rage, even feeling a murderous impulse. The assistant lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "I've already looked into it, but that factory has been acquired by Jiang Yun, which is likely why they provided her with materials. Even if we locate the factory's owner, it is probably futile. Furthermore, the suppliers in the capital have their own specialized procurement channels, which we cannot interfere with." Lin Qing's face darkened with fury as he smashed the cup in his hand onto the floor, coldly stating, "I had meticulously planned everything, yet I never anticipated that Jiang Yun would acquire a factory. She truly is extravagantly wealthy. Let her continue her antics. I still have my contingencies." The assistant hurriedly stepped forward to ask, "Young Master Lin, what other plans do you have? I can assist you in executing them." Lin Qing kicked the assistant aside, shouting, "Get lost. You are all more hindrance than help. Do I need to report my plans to you? Immediately focus on your designated tasks. Keep a close watch on the construction site of the new city, and if anything arises, report to me at once." The assistant, trembling in fear, nodded vigorously and hurriedly left the room. Chapter 230. The Lin family banquet for the entire day. Jiang Yun was occupied at the construction site of the new city, by the time he returned home. The sun was setting. "Allow me to introduce a new friend," Jiang Yun said as he brought Jiang Qingying inside. Waving to the individuals seated at the dining table at that moment, Lin Shui and the others had just finished work, and upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, their gazes converged upon him. "Jiang Qingying, aren't you supposed to be in the hospital?" Lin Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Sister-in-law, I have fully recovered and was discharged today, since I currently have nowhere else to go. I plan to stay by my brother's side for a while, that I hope that you won't mind my presence." Jiang Qingying responded with a smile. "Mind? How could I?" Chen Pingping was the first to rise, declaring, "With such a handsome young man living under the same roof, I bet even sleep will be filled with sweet dreams." As a young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Qingying had previously been busy with company matters but also prioritized her appearance. Although she was a young woman, her beauty was striking, and her complexion was remarkably delicate, reminiscent of a youthful lad. "All right, enough with the infatuation." Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at Chen Pingping, moving to Lin Shui's side as he smiled. "She hasn't caused you any trouble, has she?" "Not at all," Lin Shui said, pulling Chen Pingping closer with a grin. "Moreover, she is quite well behaved, so you need not worry about Pingping." Chen Pingping playfully stuck out her tongue at Jiang Yun. He shook his head in exasperation but refrained from engaging in the sister's antics. Suddenly, a phone on the table vibrated several times. Lin Shui, puzzled, picked it up and asked, "Is this Lin Shui?" A rich, magnetic male voice replied from the other end. Chen Pingping quickly leaned in, straining to listen. "That it's a man," she exclaimed, pointing at the phone and glancing at the others, "and his voice sounds quite pleasing. Could he be a suitor for sister-in-law?" Jiang Yun's expression shifted. Yet he remained silent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qing, that if we consider blood relations, I should be your brother. Lin Qing's voice was not only melodious, but also exuded elegance. The Lin family was hosting a banquet, and I hope you can attend so we may strengthen our familial ties. Despite the years of separation, blood is thicker than water. Lin Shui frowned slightly, but did not respond immediately. She glanced at Jiang Yun and covered the mouthpiece. Asking, a person named Lin Qing suddenly reached out to me, inviting me to some banquet. Should we go? Of course we should go, Jiang Yun replied with a cold smirk. It seems Lin Qing has failed to calculate his moves against me and has now turned his sights on Lin Shui. However, we must face whatever comes our way. There is no room for retreat. Lin Shui finally acquiesced and hung up the phone to sister-in-law. Who is that person? He mentioned being some sort of relative. Qin Pingbing inquired eagerly. Lin Shui's expression soured at the mention of the Lin family. After a moment of contemplation, she replied nonchalantly, I have only one family member, and that is Jiang Yun. You all can order something to eat. Jiang Yun and I need to step out for a while. After speaking, she picked up her handbag and walked toward Jiang Yun. Just as they reached the door, Dong Taizhan hurried over to Jiang Yun's side, saying, Mr. Jiang, would you like me to accompany you? No need for that. Good wine and good banquets are rare. Having dealt with Lin Qing all day, receiving his invitation this evening likely signifies his ill intentions. Since it is a banquet, there will undoubtedly be many people present, and I trust Lin Qing will not dare to act out of line. You should remain home. I will keep you updated. Jiang Yun smiled, leading Lin Shui toward the elevator that on the way, Lin Shui's expression appeared somewhat unnatural, her chin resting in her hand. Having been in the capital for so long and interacting with the Lin family, they have never shown me such warmth before. Why have they suddenly come to seek me out? Could it be because of you? Lin Shui's perception was astute, quickly discerning the underlying dynamics. Jiang Yun chuckled and, without reservation, recounted the events surrounding the new city project to her. So, you mean to say that Lin Qing is plotting against you behind the scenes? Lin Shui's brows furrowed in concern. Then why should we still attend the banquet? Isn't that inviting trouble? No, we need to hurry back home and avoid dealing with those people. Observing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Yun felt a surge of warmth within. Calm down. The matters that need addressing will be dealt with in due time. Besides, I have already promised you that I will not allow the Lin family to bully you further, for their past actions. I will ensure they pay the price they deserve. Jiang Yun spoke briefly, but resolutely. Refocusing on driving, Lin Shui sighed and chose not to press further. Before long, they arrived at a lavish clubhouse. The venue was brightly lit, and a multitude of people could be seen coming and going. The two elegantly strolled into the establishment. Why now? They were considered part of the upper echelons of society, with the Yanxue Group expanding rapidly and now boasting assets worth billions. Jiang Yun was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with numerous business moguls in the capital. However, when compared to those top-tier families, they still had a considerable distance to cover. Unfortunately, the Lin family did not occupy a position at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy. As Jiang Yun and his companion made their entrance, the eyes of the crowd within the club turned towards them, a wave of envy rippling through the onlookers. That moment, Lin Shui graced the scene in a stunning white evening gown, resembling a majestic swan. Her presence effortlessly eclipsed the other women in attendance. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Shui linked her arm with Jiang Yun's, disregarding the multitude of gazes as they proceeded into the grand hall of the club. Whispers began to circulate around them. Who are these two? I don't recall seeing them before. If I'm not mistaken, they must be the heads of Yanxue Group, and that man appears to be from the Jiang family. It is said that he is the reason behind the upheaval in the Jiang family, allowing Jiang Xian to rise to power. As the rumors swirled, Jiang Yun and his companion remained unfazed. Suddenly, a boisterous voice broke through the chatter. Sister, you've arrived. Chapter 231. Do you want to approach Lin Shui? Jiang Yun turned to face Lin Qing, who approached with a playful smirk, noting, You see your sister. But have you not noticed your brother-in-law? Lin Qing's lips twitched, but with so many guests present, he refrained from confronting Jiang Yun. "Sister, I thought you wouldn't deign to show up. It seems you still hold me in high regard." Lin Qing paid no mind to Jiang Yun, his attention solely fixated on Lin Shui. Lin Shui merely offered a polite smile, choosing not to engage with Lin Qing, as he had continually attempted to ensnare Jiang Yun, thus marking him as an adversary. Although Jiang Yun was unaware of Lin Qing's ulterior motives, he could discern the malice behind his demeanor. The next moment, a man following Lin Qing stepped forward, extending his hand towards Lin Shui with a smile. "You must be Miss Lin, right? I have heard much about how well you manage Yinshui Group. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. I must say, not only are you quite capable, but your beauty is also remarkable, truly a paragon of talent and grace that inspires envy." Lin Shui glanced at the man's outstretched hand, yet she did not reciprocate the gesture. Instead, Jiang Yun interjected, seizing the man's hand and declaring, "Thank you for your high praise of my wife. May I ask your name?" The man cast a cold glance at Jiang Yun, retracting his hand with a marked shift in demeanor. Straightening his collar, he arrogantly replied, "Mo Feng." Jiang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are from the Mo family?" During his previous collaboration with Mo Juan, he had conducted a cursory investigation into the Mo family. Thus, he recognized the man before him. However, Jiang Yun had little impression of Mo Feng, and the scant information he possessed indicated that Mo Feng was starkly different from his peers of wealth. Typically, Mo Feng indulged in a life of leisure, neglecting his responsibilities within the Mo family, and consequently, he had not garnered the favor of Mo Juan, as other heirs vied for attention, and Mo Feng himself lacked any notable abilities. "I heard that you know my father." Mo Feng regarded Jiang Yun with disdain, scoffing, "Moreover, you are quite adept at schemes, even managing to outwit my father, which led him to sever ties with you. I assume you have had no further dealings since? You are indeed foolish. The Mo family's collaboration with Yinshui Group is a tremendous honor for you, yet you squander it and even provoke a rift with us. Have you lost your mind?" Unlike Lin Qing, Mo Feng's words were sharp and unapologetic, showing no concern for the repercussions of his statements. Meanwhile, Lin Qing stood by, observing the exchange without intent to intervene. Many onlookers gravitated towards the scene, eager for the unfolding drama. "The reason I severed contact with your father is due to his underhanded dealings. You may wish to inquire about the unsavory actions he has taken. Furthermore, when we were on friendly terms, I addressed him as Brother Mo, which means you should call me Uncle based on our generational hierarchy." Jiang Yun offered no concessions to Mo Feng. Mo Feng's expression darkened, his fists clenching, his face turning a shade akin to that of a liver, as he pointed at Jiang Yun, demanding, "Say that again." The atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Jiang Yun stepped closer to Mo Feng, lowering his voice in disdain. "I advise you to think carefully before you act. Don't let yourself be sold while paying the seller." "Who would sell me?" Mo Feng retorted instinctively. Ignoring him, Jiang Yun turned and walked away with Lin Shui. "Stop! Clarify your words." Mo Feng persisted, evidently unwilling to let the matter rest at this point. Lin Qing seized his arm, shaking his head as he cautioned, "With so many eyes upon us, refrain from doing anything reckless, or it will be your family's disgrace." "But this scoundrel has insulted me. I have to settle the score." Mo Feng retorted coldly, yet he was pulled upstairs by Lin Qing. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Mo Feng's expression soured as he frowned. "You can't seriously be siding with him to humiliate me, can you?" "Of course not," Lin Qing reassured him, patting his shoulder with a smile. "Regardless of others' opinions, I will always consider you my brother. By the way, what do you think of Lin Shui's appearance?" Upon hearing Lin Shui's name, the anger on Mo Feng's face diminished significantly, as he licked his lips and grinned. "She is undoubtedly a rare beauty. After years of mingling, I have yet to encounter a woman as stunning as she. Just a glance was enough to leave one spellbound." Lin Qing chuckled mischievously, leaning closer to Mo Feng and whispering, "If I could deliver her to your bed, would you be interested in a night of passion?" Mo Feng felt his heart race, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Really? I certainly have my ways. Otherwise, this banquet would not be happening today, Lin Qing replied, but then his expression turned serious. However, I must caution you. Should you engage in any indiscretions, Jiang Yun will not let you off easily. And even your family could be implicated, so think carefully about whether you wish to proceed. Rest assured, I know how to conduct myself. Mo Feng sneered, confidently declaring, I can ensure it remains unnoticed, and I will make Lin Shui unaware of who has touched her. After the deed is done, I can arrange for a few photographs to be taken. Do you think Lin Shui would dare to expose me? Clearly, everything was part of Mo Feng's design. You rascal. No wonder you are a seasoned player in matters of the heart. Lin Qing chuckled, recognizing that Mo Feng had likely used such tactics before. Let us dispense with this idle chatter. Mo Feng rolled his eyes, his thoughts consumed with Lin Shui's visage, eager to know. When can you deliver her to my bed? Wait in the room. I will ensure she arrives in 10 minutes. Lin Qing replied, his tone serious. But remember, do not entangle yourself in trouble. Chapter 232. Delaying time, I'll handle it. You need not worry. Mo Feng grinned wickedly, already envisioning Lin Shui in his mind. Rubbing his hands together, he hurried towards the upstairs rooms. Observing his frantic demeanor, Lin Qing shook his head in disdain, remarking, no wonder, as the scion of the Mo family, he remains underappreciated by Mo. He will inevitably fall victim to his own desires. Having said that, Lin Qing descended the stairs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui found themselves amidst the crowd. Engaging in conversation with several businessmen, Lin Shui was the general manager of Yinxue Group. Many sought to cultivate a rapport with her. It was a well-known strategy. Proximity breeds advantage. Just then, Lin Qing emerged from the throng, and upon sighting him, the crowd greeted him warmly, stepping aside to avoid appearing overly familiar with Jiang Yun and Lin Shui. The attendees of this banquet were all prominent figures in the capital. Seasoned individuals who had long been aware of the strained relationship between Jiang Yun and Lin Qing, as well as the lingering enmity between Jiang Yun and the Lin family, to survive in such a precarious situation. One could not afford to offend either party. Mr. Jiang, might we have a private conversation? Lin Qing inquired gracefully. It seems we are not on such intimate terms, so there is no necessity for a private discussion. Is there? Jiang Yun showed no regard for him whatsoever. Whether he was the young master of the Lin family or the host of this grand banquet, in Jiang Yun's eyes, he and Lin Qing were simply not of the same ilk. It was only a matter of time before their facades would be torn away, so there was no need to indulge him. What about matters related to the new city project? Lin Qing inquired, swirling the red wine in his glass, a smile gracing his lips. Jiang Yun frowned slightly. It was precisely because of Lin Qing that he had gone through great lengths to procure high-density foam boards. Upon hearing Lin Qing mention the new city project once more, he was immediately engulfed in hesitation. After a brief moment, he glanced at Lin Shui beside him and whispered, "Wait for me here. I shall ascend and speak with him briefly, and I will return shortly." He was eager to discern the true intentions behind Lin Qing's words that on the second floor, within a private room, Lin Qing occupied the main seat on the sofa. He regarded Jiang Yun, who sat beside him, for a moment before casually remarking, "It seems you have taken quite an interest in the new city project, as though stepping on your tail the moment it is mentioned sends you into a frenzy. One must always strive for excellence. Now that I have decided to venture into the real estate industry, it is imperative to provide everyone with a satisfactory outcome, completing the new city project with flair and seizing the opportunity to make a name for myself." Eventually rising above the Lin family, Jiang Yun declared, deliberately elongating his words and revealing a confident smile, "and subsequently usurp your position. Are you not afraid of the wind turning and catching your tongue?" Lin Qing shook his head, responding, "Over the years, many have sought to challenge the Lin family's standing, their strength far surpassing yours, yet the outcome has always been the same. They have vanished without a trace. I trust that you, Mr. Jiang, are not merely boasting. It would be unfortunate if, in the end, you gained nothing and lost the Yunxue group in the process, for should that word get out, it would become a source of ridicule. Jiang Yin dismissed his words. What was the value of making grand proclamations here? The true measure would be revealed in due time. Let us be frank. What tricks are you playing? He shifted the conversation, directly inquiring. Lin Qing glanced at the time, his eyes flicking momentarily. The new city project involves renovating old buildings. Aside from foam boards, you will undoubtedly require a plethora of materials. However, if I were to monopolize the remaining supplies, your project would encounter significant obstacles, possibly delaying the timeline. Therefore, I advise you to be wise. If you bow your head to me, I shall refrain from making things difficult for you. That a cold smirk crept across Jiang Yun's face. Bow my head? What nonsense is this? The Lin family has committed countless heinous acts against Lin Shui, nearly tarnishing her reputation. Despite knowing she has been my wife for many years, they still wish to use her as a pawn in their familial alliances. I find it utterly disgraceful. Yet someone must bear the consequences of these actions. Furthermore, I caution you against any underhanded maneuvers. The new city project is not solely my enterprise. The eldest daughter of the Gao family is also involved. Should you engage in clandestine schemes, you not only jeopardize my interests but also oppose Gao Mei. At the mention of Gao Mei, Lin Qing's brow furrowed slightly, his tone cooling. Are you threatening me? Jiang Yun rose abruptly. His intention for entering the room was to convey his resolve. Now that he had articulated his thoughts, he felt no need to linger. As he walked towards the door, he stated nonchalantly, "You may interpret it that way." With that, he exited the private room. Lin Qing crossed his legs, his expression devoid of anger, instead adorned with a subtle smile that he leisurely swirled the contents of his wine glass. Shaking his head, I had thought Jiang Yun to be a man of intelligence. Little did I know he could not perceive my deliberate stalling. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Lin Qing's personal assistant rushed in, a look of delight on his face. "Young master, everything has been handled. The person has been delivered to Mo Feng's room, that we need only to await the ensuing spectacle." "Well done." Lin Qing downed his drink and stood up, striding toward the exit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Downstairs, Jiang Yun searched the first-floor hall, but could not locate Lin Shui's figure. He quickly seized a nearby server by the arm and pointed to the spot where he and Lin Shui had stood moments earlier, inquiring, "Where has that young lady gone?" After descending, Jiang Yun persistently dialed Lin Shui's number, but it remained unanswered, causing him to feel a surge of anxiety. Despite the throngs of guests in the venue, unforeseen circumstances could arise. The server shook her head apologetically. "I'm truly sorry. I've been busy attending to other guests and did not notice the young lady you mentioned." "Damn it, as the server departed." Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his gaze shifting to Lin Qing, who was leaning against the railing on the second floor. He dashed towards Lin Qing with determination. Chapter 233. Searching for a person. Jiang Yun quickly realized that Lin Qing had been deliberately stalling for time. In just a few strides, he reached Lin Qing, seizing him by the collar. The bodyguards flanking Lin Qing prepared to intervene, but Lin Qing raised a hand to halt them. The crowd below took note of the unfolding scene, their eyes drawn upwards in curiosity. Jiang Yun's lips twitched in agitation. He paid no heed to the onlookers or the bodyguards behind Lin Qing, grit his teeth, and demanded, "Where is Lin Shui? What have you done with her?" "Mr. Jiang, I do not comprehend your words," Lin Qing replied, a sly smile plastered on his face. "Lin Shui is not only your wife but also my sister. She is an adult. What could I possibly do to her?" "It seems there is a misunderstanding." Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Lin Shui was his bottom line. He had severed ties with both the Jiang and Lin families precisely because they had sought to lay their hands on her, even uniting with Jiang Xian to usurp the Jiang family. "Enough with your nonsense. You spoke of the new city project in the private room to stall for time, and now, after I emerge, my wife has vanished. You claim this has nothing to do with you. Let's be clear. Today's banquet is hosted by you, and if anything goes awry with your guests, you bear the primary responsibility." At those words, Lin Qing chuckled, shaking his head that Mr. Jiang, I have already stated that Lin Shui is an adult. She knows what she is doing. Should I keep her under constant surveillance? My advice is to return home and search thoroughly. If she is not there, she will likely be waiting for you when you return. His words were laden with veiled threats, revealing a direct connection between Lin Qing and Lin Shui's disappearance. Jiang Yin tightened his grip on Lin Qing's collar, his teeth chattering in fury. Had he known Lin Qing would dare to scheme against them at the banquet, he would have brought Dong Taizhan along. By the way, Lin Qing lowered his voice, leaning in close to Jiang Yun, speaking in a tone meant only for their ears that I suspect Lin Shui is currently in some man's room. Engaged in activities best left unspoken. Given the timing, she should be finishing up shortly. Rest assured, within half an hour, she will appear before you. So relax and await her return. Jiang Yun's breath quickened, his eyes reddening. Lin Qing's words struck deep, pushing him to the edge of his restraint, that in a sudden burst of rage. Jiang Yun clenched his fist and swung it towards Lin Qing's face. The impact drew blood from Lin Qing's lips, loosening several of his teeth, and Jiang Yun released his hold on him. Onlookers gaped in shock, a whirlwind of speculation erupting. What had transpired? Had Jiang Yun truly laid hands on Lin Qing? Was he out of his mind? Lin Qing was the young master of the Lin family. He would undoubtedly retaliate. This was a declaration of war. The crowd buzzed with various opinions, some already strategizing how to align themselves. Meanwhile, the bodyguards behind Lin Qing glared at Jiang Yun, their expressions icy, ready to spring into action at Lin Qing's command, prepared to reduce Jiang Yun to a mere pulp. Lin Qing wiped the blood from his mouth, his smile unperturbed. Jiang Yun, you are far more foolish than I anticipated. In front of so many witnesses, you dared to strike me, but it matters not. As long as tonight passes, you shall pay dearly for your actions, and you will have nowhere to weep. He spoke. Lin Qing gestured to those around him, commanding, what are you all waiting for? Didn't you see that he struck first and injured someone? Let him receive a proper lesson, then throw me out. The several bodyguards nodded in agreement, eagerly advancing towards Jiang Yun. At that moment, a crowd of individuals surged in from outside, clad in black suits and moving in perfect unison. The man leading them was none other than Black Tiger. Today, should anyone dare to lay a finger on Mr. Jiang, I shall make them wish they had never been born. As Black Tiger made his entrance, the crowd downstairs hastily parted ways, granting passage to these harbingers of doom. Just moments ago, Jiang Yun had conducted a thorough search but failed to find Lin Shui. Sensing that something was amiss, he quickly contacted Black Tiger, leading to the current scene before him. Mr. Jiang, are you all right? Black Tiger and his entourage moved forward, encircling Jiang Yun and shielding him within their ranks. Don't worry about me. Quickly follow me upstairs and search every room. If you find Lin Shui, contact me immediately. Jiang Yun commanded, leading the way upstairs. Previously, he and Lin Qing had entered the private room for less than 10 minutes. Even if they moved quickly, she shouldn't have been taken too far, likely remaining within one of the upstairs private rooms. Although the club was exquisitely decorated, it had only a few floors, making the search relatively straightforward. Jiang Yun and his group ascended to the upper levels. Lin Qing's assistant approached him, inquiring, young master, should we stop them? Stop them for what? A faint smile graced Lin Qing's lips. This entire affair has nothing to do with us. It was a Mo Feng who secretly arranged for someone to kidnap Lin Shui and bring her to his room. What transpires from here is beyond our knowledge. The assistant quickly grasped the situation, recognizing Lin Qing's cunning nature and deftly shifting the blame onto Mo Feng while he could remain a mere observer, even allowing Lin Shui's reputation to be tarnished. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his group were systematically searching each room. As they reached the 4th floor, Black Tiger pointed to 2 individuals standing nearby, saying, brother, there are bodyguards in front of this room. We should hurry over to check. Jiang Yun followed his gaze and waved his hand, urging, what are we waiting for? Get moving. In an instant, Black Tiger advanced swiftly, and before the 2 bodyguards could react, they were subdued by the company members behind him. With all his might, Black Tiger kicked the door, which burst open with a crash. The moment the door flew open, everyone was taken aback by the scene before them, and Black Tiger and his companions instinctively turned their heads. Chapter 234. Young Master Mo becomes a wreck. Before them stood Lin Shui in a torn evening gown, her hair disheveled and appearing exceedingly distressed. "Jiang Yun," Lin Shui cried out, her eyes welling with tears beside her. Mo Feng frowned slightly. The reason he had delayed for so long was that he had been setting up the camera, intending to capture this historic moment. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Yun would arrive. Before Mo Feng could react, Jiang Yun was already at his side, swinging his fist directly at Mo Feng's face. Just as Mo Feng prepared to retaliate, Black Tiger, standing outside the door, widened his eyes and commanded the others, "Stay outside. No matter who comes, don't let anyone in." After speaking, he charged into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. With Jiang Yun and Black Tiger working in unison, Mo Feng was swiftly subdued and forcefully pinned to the ground. "You beast!" Jiang Yun, still seething with rage, raised his foot and delivered several kicks to Mo Feng's face. Dressed in a lavishly tailored suit and fine leather shoes for the banquet, Jiang Yun's relentless kicks soon left Mo Feng's face marred with blood, causing him to writhe in agony. Lin Shui had managed to get dressed and rushed down from the bed, taking refuge behind Jiang Yun. Although nothing had transpired, she remained in a state of shock. "It's all right now." Jiang Yun held Lin Shui close, offering her gentle reassurances that Mr. Jiang, "What should we do with this person?" Black Tiger inquired coldly. "Let us cripple him." With that, Jiang Yun led Lin Shui out of the room, and just then, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, sending chills down their spines. Having found Lin Shui, Jiang Yun and his group made no further delays. As they reached the ground floor, Jiang Yun cast a cold glance at Lin Qing, saying icily, "You wait. This matter is far from over. I will ensure you pay for your foolish actions, that I will make sure the entire Lin family pays the price." After leaving behind a few harsh words, Jiang Yun and his group departed. Inside the fourth-floor room, two bodyguards swiftly pushed open the door, only to find Mo Feng rolling on the floor. "Young Master Mo, are you all right?" At that moment, Mo Feng was clutching his groin, his face pale as a ghost, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot with rage. Gritting his teeth, he managed to squeeze out a few words. "Hurry. Take me to the hospital." Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and Lin Shui had returned home. Upon entering the room, Lin Shui's eyes were already red-rimmed, and she instinctively clung to Jiang Yun's waist. Her expression grim as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Earlier, Black Tiger and the others had been by their side, preventing her from expressing her emotions. Now that they were home, she felt the need to vent her feelings. Jiang Yun gently patted her back, reassuring her that everything was over now. "You should get some rest, that I have a few matters to attend to. It is quite late." "What do you need to do?" Lin Shui countered, sensing an ominous premonition. She knew Jiang Yun was not merely stepping out for a casual errand. It was likely related to Mo Feng. Jiang Yun forced a smile, saying, "Just going out for a smoke, to clear my head, and to have a good chat with Black Tiger and the others. That don't worry. Nothing will happen. Then come back early." Lin Shui wiped her tears and whispered. Jiang Yun nodded and stepped out. Downstairs, Jiang Yun stood in the shadows, smoking continuously, while Black Tiger remained silently by his side. That was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Yun so furious. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. After finishing several cigarettes, Jiang Yun waved at Black Tiger, instructing, "Let us head to Yunshui Group." A group of people got into the car, heading straight for the company. On the way, Jiang Yun contacted employees from various departments of Yunshui Group that he had previously refrained from engaging in a bitter feud with the Lin or Mo families, but since they were pressing hard, he would fight them to the bitter end. After tonight, he would ensure that Mo Juin and his ilk understood just how ridiculous their actions were. As Jiang Yun plotted his course of action against the two prominent families. The hospital was ablaze with lights, Mo Feng lay in despair on the hospital bed, his complexion as pale as death. Although he had been brought in promptly, he had lost a significant part of himself and now appeared almost like a normal person. Yet he was irrevocably ruined. Most importantly, he would now require a catheter to relieve himself. He felt as though he had lost his dignity as a man. Bastard. I will never let him off the hook. Mo Feng clenched his fists, roaring, I want him to suffer as I do. The bodyguard standing nearby dared not utter a word that a sound of footsteps approached, and Lin Qing and Mo Ju entered side by side. Uncle Mo, I sincerely apologize. I had hoped for a pleasant gathering, but unexpectedly, such an incident occurred at the banquet. Now it has left Mo Feng in this state. Lin Qing sighed, having learned of Mo Feng's condition on the way over. Though he spoke with feigned concern, he felt a thrill of excitement inside. This event had thoroughly ignited the enmity between the Mo and Jiang families that he wouldn't even need to lift a finger to watch Jiang Yun's downfall. Although Mo Feng was not the sole heir of the Mo family, he was still a member of that clan, and now, in such a state, it was akin to slapping the Mo family members in the face. The incident had become widely known, and everyone at the banquet was aware of the unfolding events, including Mo Feng's condition. By tomorrow morning, it would surely spread throughout the capital. At that point, the Mo family would become a laughingstock. This was all self-inflicted. Why provoke Jiang Yun of all people? Had they lost their minds? Mo Ju and remarked coldly, staring intently at Mo Feng's groin for a while before frowning and asking, Is it completely ruined? It's beyond repair, a bodyguard said, his head lowered. When we brought the young master to the hospital, we contacted the best specialists. However, even that couldn't save him. The bodyguard hesitated. Not finishing his sentence, bang. Mo Ju and slammed his fist on the table, seething with rage. My son has not committed any outrageous acts against Lin Shui, yet Jiang Yun has resorted to such extreme measures. Does he think the Mo family is devoid of defenders? Chapter 235. Fish dead, net broken. Uncle Mo, this matter indeed stems from my actions. Had I not hosted this banquet, it would not have escalated to this point. Lin Qing sighed, saying, Very well, I shall cooperate with your plans. Regardless of your intentions towards Jiang Yun, I will lend you my support. Your words are more than sufficient, Mo Juin replied, patting his shoulder with a faintly forced smile. After exchanging a few brief words, Lin Qing departed the hospital room. Instantly, Mo Juin's expression darkened. He strode towards Mo Feng and slapped him fiercely, disregarding the injuries marring his face. That Mo Feng winced in pain, exclaiming, Why are you striking me? I am also a victim. Do you still have the audacity to speak? Mo Juin retorted. Were it not for your reckless impulses, how could you have acted so dishonorably towards Lin Shui? Though you now find yourself incapacitated, the fault lies with you first, and I cannot even escalate this matter further. You useless wretch, a failure in every regard. Had I known it would come to this, I would have severed your legs the moment you were born and kept you chained at home, sparing our family from repeated humiliation. For many years, Mo Feng had squandered his time, relying solely on the family's legacy. Had it not been for their status, he would have faced dire consequences long ago. Every time he landed in trouble, it was Mo Juin who intervened, but this time, the situation had spiraled out of control. This cannot be entirely attributed to me. Mo Feng gritted his teeth, arguing, It was Lin Qing who claimed to have orchestrated everything, and he even placed Lin Shui in my bed. My intentions were merely to engage in some indiscreet behavior, but I planned to document it and invite others into the room afterward. I would simply walk away, leaving no trace of trouble behind. Who could have anticipated that Lin Qing would fail to restrain Jiang Yun? In no time, Jiang Yun had come knocking on their door. As Mo Feng spoke, his fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with indignation. I knew Lin Qing could not be trusted. Mo Juin glared at Mo Feng with utter disappointment, exclaiming, You pathetic fool! You have been outmaneuvered, and yet you assist them in counting their gains. From the very beginning, Lin Qing has sought to ensnare you, even if you had indeed entangled yourself with Lin Shui. It would only lead to your own downfall. How could you be so foolish? Mo Jun trembled with rage. He had spent his life striving to strengthen the Mo family, yet Mo Feng resembled a simpleton, failing to inherit even a fraction of his wisdom. Then why did you just greet Lin Qing with a smile? Why did you acquiesce to his conditions? Mo Feng muttered. Did you not wish to absorb Yunxue Group? This opportunity presents itself, and we could launch a full-scale assault on Yunxue Group. Nonsense. Mo Jun snapped coldly that I seek to restore the dignity of the Mo family. Your actions could tarnish our reputation and even devalue our stock. The losses to the Mo family would be incalculable. Mo Feng frowned slightly, unable to fathom the severity of the situation. There is no reasoning with a useless wretch like you, Mo Jun said dismissively. Striding out of the hospital room, today's dawn broke. The major corporations had yet to open their doors. Employees of Yunxue Group remained tirelessly engaged, having gone without sleep for an entire night, in the office area. Jiang Yun stood before the crowd, coffee in hand, gesturing to a nearby manager as he inquired, Has everything been handled? Rest assured, we have acquired all the scattered shares of the Mo family, and we have discreetly contacted several minor shareholders to purchase their stakes. Once the market opens this morning, we will buy up the Mo family stocks again, driving them to a halt, the manager replied. Jiang Yun nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his lips that if this state persisted for a few days, he would sell off his shares at a low price, causing a collapse of the Mo family stock. While it would not deliver a fatal blow to the Mo family, it would certainly instill fear within their ranks. This was merely an appetizer. Throughout the night, Jiang Yun meticulously studied every project associated with the Mo family, that he intended to stake his claim in every industry the Mo family was involved in. Employing a strategy that would harm them while inflicting damage upon himself, he was determined to confront the Mo family to the end. It was evident that Jiang Yun was genuinely furious. After all, everyone has their breaking point, and for him, Lin Shui was that line. Since the Mo family had dared to cross it, he would not easily forgive them, serving as a warning to the Lin family as well. As the sun ascended, Mo Jun received news. Listening to the stream of reports, he furrowed his brow and remarked, Has Jiang Yun lost his mind? He has suddenly acquired so many companies while competing with us for market share. And now he is maliciously purchasing our group's stocks to drive down their value. What could he possibly gain from this? If a price war ensued, while the Mo family would suffer losses, Jiang Yun would gain nothing. The man reporting beside him sighed before continuing. His intentions are quite clear. It seems he wishes for us to perish together. Morale within the company is wavering, and some are even preparing to jump ship. We must devise a strategy in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Moreover, to my knowledge, Jiang Yun has already contacted several of our partners and has even siphoned off a number of our contracts. Mo Jun's expression darkened considerably. How could so much transpire in just one night? The man shook his head. It seems improbable, yet it appears someone is assisting Jiang Yun from the shadows, enabling his smooth progress. Could it be Gao Meiwei? Mo Jun mused, his complexion growing increasingly grim. The man beside him kept his head lowered, remaining silent. After a moment's hesitation, Mo Jun declared, Prepare immediately. I must meet Jiang Yun at once. The situation had escalated to this point, and it was time for a serious discussion. Half an hour later, outside Yunxue Group, Jiang Yun sat leisurely in the lobby, sipping coffee. Mo Jun approached him briskly, his expression tense but striving to keep his emotions in check as he spoke in a low tone. Jiang Yun, what exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 236, A Grand Scene. Are you truly prepared to engage in a fight to the bitter end? Mo Jun's face was fraught with tension, his breathing noticeably quickening. The Mo family's enterprises had been built over generations. If they were to be lost under his stewardship, he would be at a loss for how to answer to his ancestors. Jiang Yun savored his coffee, not even glancing at Mo Jun, his gaze fixed upon his phone. Are you even listening to me? Mo Jun exclaimed in frustration that if we continue this conflict, it will only lead to mutual destruction. Surely you are not foolish enough to pursue such an end. What must occur for you to cease this madness? Mo Juin implored. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his fingers on the table before finally lifting his head, regarding Mo Juin with disdain, and shaking his head with a smile. I have no desire for a death struggle with you. Even when I discovered your treachery, I refrained from seeking retribution. However, your family has overstepped its bounds, and your precious son has acted disgracefully. Even if I were to sacrifice the entire Yunxue group, what of it? Lin Shui and I will always have our wealth, no matter where we go. We shall lead lives of happiness and contentment. Unlike you, burdened by the weight of your family's affairs that a blatant threat. Mo Juin's lips twitched as he realized for the first time how formidable Jiang Yun truly was. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, let us strike a deal. If you are willing to make concessions, I shall agree to any of your demands, provided they are not excessive. You still dare to negotiate with me? Jiang Yun scoffed, shaking his head. It seemed the esteemed Mo boss was not as astute as his reputation suggested. He failed to grasp the gravity of the present situation. What? Mo Juin's expression soured as he scrutinized Jiang Yun for a moment before finally asking, what would it take for you to relent? Have your useless son come and apologize, and perhaps I shall reconsider. Jiang Yun stated directly that fine, that Mo Juin nodded heavily. As long as Jiang Yun could cease his actions, the Mo family would have a chance to breathe, that as for how to deal with Jiang Yun in the future, that could be contemplated later. I shall give you half an hour. If within that time Mo Feng has not arrived, I will instruct my subordinates to proceed with the original plan. Jiang Yun said nonchalantly, returning to his phone, that as Mo Juin departed. Jiang Yun gradually lifted his head, dialing a few numbers, his smile growing increasingly pronounced. This time, I will make sure everyone in the capital knows the consequences of crossing me. In the blink of an eye. Dong Taizan, having received the call, arrived promptly. That he glanced at the throng of reporters outside the company in trance and inquired, Mr. Jiang, is there a problem? Why are there so many reporters here? Because there is a spectacle to behold. Jiang Yun rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table. You needn't worry. I summoned them. Just sit quietly beside me and watch the show. With Dong Taizan by his side, Jiang Yun felt considerably more at ease, unburdened by any concerns. Even if the other party resorted to brute force, this was his territory, and he had elite bodyguards nearby. Thus, he was unafraid. Although Dong Taizan was somewhat perplexed, he complied with Jiang Yun's wishes. Meanwhile, in the office building of Yunxue Group, all employees in the office area stood at the windows, peering down below. Lin Shui, who had just arrived at the group, was equally bewildered. She waved her hand at her assistant and asked, what is everyone looking at? There are quite a few reporters downstairs, and everyone is eager to see what is happening. But we don't yet know the details, the assistant quickly explained. Lin Shui shook her head. It seems I have been too lenient with you all. With less work to do, you have time for these trivial pursuits. Henceforth, we shall implement an overtime policy to keep you all busy. President Lin, please calm down. I will tell everyone to get back to work right away. The assistant was startled. Just as she approached the crowd, she spotted a line of luxury cars downstairs and immediately turned to Lin Shui, exclaiming, President Lin, come look quickly. The Mo family has arrived. The Mo family. Lin Shui paused, somewhat puzzled, yet hurried to the window. Downstairs, Jiang Yun remained seated on the sofa, seemingly uninterested in greeting the newcomers. That Mo Juin, having just stepped out of the car, noticed the reporters and felt a pang of unease. Dad, why must we submit to them? We are coming to Yunxue Group with our heads bowed, and with so many onlookers, Jiang Yun must be plotting something. Are we to be led to slaughter? Mo Feng grimaced, clutching his thigh, where the injury still pained him. Any sudden movement in the car had caused him excruciating agony, and walking was even worse. Mo Juin shot him a glare, and, filled with frustration, retorted, You useless fool! If it weren't for your words, would we be in this predicament? Enough of your nonsense. Come with me to see Jiang Yun. Reluctantly, Mo Feng followed his father, albeit at a sluggish pace. Those observing the commotion exchanged bewildered glances, noticing Mo Feng's peculiar gait, prompting whispers among the crowd. What happened to young Master Mo? Did he sustain an injury? Fortunately, Mo Feng did not hear these remarks. Otherwise, he would have been infuriated. Across the street, a stretched Lincoln idled, where Lin Qing lit a cigarette and mused. Why has Jiang Yun suddenly summoned the Mo father and son? What is going on? And with such a spectacle, is he preparing some grand scheme? The Mo family is a first-tier family in the capital, with a foundation far surpassing Jiang Yun's imagination. What could he possibly do? Given Jiang Yun's swift counterattack, even Lin Qing was unaware of the situation with the Mo family stocks, his assistant remarked with a smile. Regardless of what scheme he is concocting, the outcome will remain unchanged. We simply need to enjoy the show. That remains to be seen. We must consider whose spectacle it is, Lin Qing replied, dismissing his assistant. Meanwhile, in the lobby of Yinxue Group, Mo Juin and his son hastily approached Jiang Yun, with Mo Juin stepping forward and saying, I have brought Mo Feng as you requested. Now, please tell me, what are your intentions? Mo Feng's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth, preparing to take a seat on the nearby sofa. Did I tell you to sit? Jiang Yun's voice was icy. Did I advise you not to push me too far? I am still the young master of the Mo family, and now that my father is here, you would be wise to tread carefully, or else he will not let you off lightly. Mo Feng threatened. A cold smile crept across Jiang Yun's lips as he dismissively shook his head, pulling out a cigarette and addressing Mo Juin. It seems your son is still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Perhaps you should enlighten him? Confused, Mo Feng glanced at his father. Unsure of Jiang Yun's words, the silence that Mo Juin coldly commanded. And when Mo Feng ceased his protests, his gaze returned to Jiang Yun. Mr. Jiang, please clarify how we can avoid further conflict with the Mo family. Father, are you truly afraid of him? Mo Feng gritted his teeth, continuing, he is merely a clown. Why should we concern ourselves with him? Smack. Mo Juin swiftly slapped Mo Feng across the face, silencing him. The reporters stationed outside the glass window raised their cameras, capturing the scene. Jiang Yun's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he pointed to the ground, declaring, have your son kneel before me and apologize, and I shall bury the hatchet and refrain from troubling the Mo family. That is my demand. Very well. Mo Juin clenched his jaw. For the greater good, he could only compel Mo Feng to apologize temporarily. As for preserving face, that could be addressed later. Dad, how can you agree to such an unreasonable demand? Mo Feng fumed. There are so many eyes watching us, and reporters recording this moment, that if a video of me kneeling before him gets out, not only will I lose face, but so will you. Silence, kneel. Mo Juin's tone was resolute. Father. Mo Feng's face fell in despair, wishing to argue further, but Mo Juin remained unyielding. Kneel. Mo Feng clenched his fists tightly, ultimately succumbing to his fate, kneeling before Jiang Yun and bowing his head multiple times. Is that sufficient? Mo Juin's gaze shifted to Jiang Yun, awaiting his response. Lack of sincerity. Continue. Jiang Yun lit another cigarette, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. You do not push me too far. Mo Feng's face paled, his voice chilling. Consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Jiang Yun, D.O. as he says. Mo Juin spoke with difficulty. He understood Mo Feng's intentions. The Mo family had already lost face, and after today, they might struggle to hold their heads high, potentially impacting their business. Yet he had no choice but to concede to Jiang Yun's demands. Should Jiang Yun choose to stand his ground, the outcome would be mutual destruction in the chaotic business landscape of the capital. Any misstep by the Mo family could lead to someone else taking their place, leaving them no chance for recovery. A true gentleman knows when to bend, for the greater good, even if reluctantly. Mo Juin had to comply with Jiang Yun's wishes. Mo Feng, however, struggled to comprehend this. Yet, fearing his father's resolve, he eventually knelt beside Jiang Yun once more, repeatedly bowing his head. In mere moments, blood began to trickle from Mo Feng's forehead. leaving it bruised and swollen. But Jiang Yun appeared oblivious, engrossed in his phone, uttering not a single word. Upstairs in the office area, an employee rushed out of the elevator, shouting to the crowd, "There is a spectacle downstairs. Young Master Mo is currently bowing to President Jiang. He has bowed dozens of times, yet Mr. Jiang shows no sign of letting him stop. Hurry, everyone, follow me downstairs. Let us venture out together to witness the spectacle." The crowd in the office area hastily rushed towards the staircase and elevator, eager not to miss this momentous occasion. Just as the young assistant prepared to depart with them, she noticed Lin Shui standing beside her and quickly smiled. "President Lin, shall we hurry down to join the excitement?" Although unaware of the specifics, she firmly believed that Jiang Yun could not possibly be the unreasonable type. It was undoubtedly Mo Feng who had committed some grave misdeed against Mr. Jiang. Since last night, Mr. Jiang had initiated a series of sanctions against the Mo family. And with such a dramatic scene unfolding, we simply could not afford to miss this historic moment in ordinary times. Mo Feng was arrogant and disdainful, his reputation quite tarnished even within the elite circles of the capital. Yet no one dared to confront him directly, as his status commanded respect. Jiang Yun's actions were akin to a breath of fresh air for the onlookers, who naturally wished to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Shui hesitated momentarily. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, yet concern lingered within her. She knew that Jiang Yun's actions were motivated by his feelings for her. Had it not been for Mo Feng's near transgressions against her, Jiang Yun would not have resorted to such extremes. However, she also worried about the Mo family's formidable influence, having now irrevocably severed ties. The future certainly appeared bleak in the blink of an eye. Lin Shui followed the assistant downstairs to AT that moment. Mo Feng continued to mechanically bow his head, having lost all semblance of dignity, with nothing left to lose. He resolved to continue until Jiang Yun was satisfied that Mr. Jiang, he has bowed to you no less than 100 times. Is that not sufficient? Mo Jun, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to interject. Jiang Yun threw his cigarette but at Mo Feng's feet and calmly stated, "Let us make this simple. I do not wish to further complicate matters for you that if you bow and apologize to me, I shall release both you and your son as he spoke." Jiang Yun gestured towards Mo Feng. Mo Jun frowned slightly, but ultimately bowed to Jiang Yun, saying, "Mr. Jiang, we acknowledge our prior mistakes and hope for your magnanimity in absolving us." "That's more like it," Jiang Yun replied. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, he rose slowly and approached Mo Jun, gently patting him on the shoulder, continuing, "Do not harbor any resentment. It is a father's duty to correct his son's misdeeds. Is it not?" "Indeed, you are correct." Mo Jun nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He had navigated life with aplomb, yet never had he experienced such humiliation, all of which Jiang Yun had orchestrated. This debt would need to be settled eventually. "Well, now that we have clarified our matters, I shall not continue to trouble the Mo family's enterprises. You may take your son and depart," Jiang Yun said nonchalantly. "Very well. Thank you, Mr. Jiang," Mo Jun replied coldly as he led Mo Feng out the door. The instant they exited, reporters frantically captured their expressions, igniting a flurry of speculation. The Mo father and son paid them no mind, swiftly entering their vehicle, which then sped away as they departed. The crowd of journalists and onlookers dispersed, while the employees of Yinshui Group returned to their posts. Yet their faces bore expressions of lingering intrigue, their minds still replaying the recent events that Mo Jun was indeed a prominent figure in the capital. Yet here he was subjugated by Jiang Yun, even going so far as to apologize. It was truly a remarkable spectacle. Meanwhile, within a car parked at the roadside, Lin Qing wore a grim expression that he had initially intended to leverage the Mo family's power to deal with Jiang Yun. But to his utter astonishment, the endeavor had backfired spectacularly. Now, Jiang Yun emerged even more renowned, instantly becoming a prominent figure in the capital. What else could be done? "Drive immediately. We must return," Lin Qing instructed, and the assistant pressed the accelerator, Speeding off into the distance that I in the lobby of Yunxue Group, Lin Shui approached Jiang Yun briskly, her high heels clicking on the floor, having observed the scene from above. She was astonished at the sight of Mo Feng repeatedly bowing to Jiang Yun, and even Mo Juin had bowed in apology. It was truly beyond her comprehension, given the public nature of the encounter. Jiang Yun refrained from embracing Lin Shui, but wore a gentle smile as he held her hand, saying, Mo Feng's actions toward you necessitated consequences, yet to avoid further complications, I did not want you to descend. Jiang Yun was unwilling to thrust Lin Shui into the public eye, as being a public figure was not without its burdens. He preferred a shoulder that stressed himself. Why did Mo Juin concede to you? Lin Shui inquired, puzzled. Having returned home after last night, she had been oblivious to the events that transpired. Suddenly, she gasped, her face pale with fear. You haven't done anything terrible, have you? You didn't kidnap their family members. Did you? Jiang Yun, I must warn you, do not stray down the wrong path. You have a family and a career now. If you were to be imprisoned, what would become of me? Observing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Yun found her both endearing and amusing that he shook his head, saying, Silly wife, I'm not foolish enough to jeopardize myself over two imbeciles from the Mo family, that I merely. He then proceeded to recount the events from the previous night until now. Lin Shui was once again taken aback. Have you lost your mind? You risked the entire company. If Mo Juin is truly intent on a relentless feud, how do you plan to respond, should a conflict arise between their families? The inevitable outcome would be the bankruptcy of Yunxue Group, leaving all employees to face dire straits. Jiang Yun's lips curled into a confident smile that MY's initial intent was to battle them to the bitter end. Even if the company were to collapse, what would it matter? As long as we are together, that is all that truly matters. Establishing the company was merely to keep us occupied. It was never meant to be our livelihood. The Mo family, however, is different. The Mo Group is their ancestral legacy, that if we were to go under, they would not emerge unscathed either. In essence, it was akin to being a person who had nothing left to lose. The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. Regrettably, I overestimated them. I had only just prepared for a confrontation, and they came to beg for mercy instead. Though Jiang Yun spoke nonchalantly, Lin Shui's heart raced with anxiety. Should any part of the plan falter, Yunxue Group might very well cease to exist. Yet she understood that all of Jiang Yun's actions were driven by his desire to protect her, and his current endeavors were merely a means of avenging her. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Shui embraced Jiang Yun tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Promise me you won't do this again. Don't make me worry. In truth, whether she faced grievances mattered little. As long as they could be together, that was enough. Jiang Yun gently stroked her hair and replied with a smile, All right, I will heed your wishes. At that moment, a light cough interrupted them, and they saw Gao Meiwei approaching, flanked by two burly bodyguards. She turned to Lin Shui, a faint smile gracing her lips. Miss Lin, may I borrow your husband for a moment? I have a few matters I wish to discuss with him privately. Would that be convenient? Of course, Lin Shui nodded, rising to head upstairs. She had many matters to attend to and did not wish to linger with Jiang Yun any longer. After watching Lin Shui enter the elevator, Jiang Yun shook his head, saying, You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Just as I was enjoying a moment with my wife, you had to interrupt. It is quite vexing. Now, speak. Why have you sent my wife away? What do you wish to discuss with me? Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed on Gao Meiwei. She elegantly crossed her legs and began, just now. In this very spot, the young master of the Mo family bowed and apologized to you, correct? Indeed, but what of it? Jiang Yun replied dismissively. It is merely his own doing, that I had thought you were an astute individual. Yet I find you astonishingly foolish, Gao Meiwei retorted, her tone exasperated. I am unclear as to what Mo Feng did to provoke such ire from you, but I do understand that your relationship with the Mo family is now irrevocably strained. In the business world, this will inevitably lead to mutual destruction, that I have also conducted an investigation into your actions. The reason the Mo family has chosen to back down this time is merely due to their unexpected predicament. This can be regarded as a timely measure to mitigate losses, yet it does not signify that they are afraid of you. Jiang Yun's expression remained devoid of any trace of concern as he exhaled a puff of smoke and inquired once more. So what? It seems your business is truly expanding, and you have become rather arrogant. Gao Meihui's gaze flickered, her attention fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Yun. Previously, at the bidding site, she had an inkling that there must be a formidable figure backing Jiang Yun. Otherwise, how could someone so new to real estate have dared to spend lavishly on acquiring land in the new city? Coupled with Jiang Yun's current demeanor and methods, she became increasingly convinced that he indeed had support, which emboldened him. Having contemplated these thoughts, Gao Meihui advised, "I urge you to exercise restraint. Now that relations with the Mo family have soured, it would be wise not to create more enemies in the near future. I do not wish to worry about your affairs daily, that we are partners. Yet I am not your caretaker, and there is no need for me to constantly clean up after you at that moment." Dong Taizhan abruptly stood up. "What are you doing?" Gao Meihui's lips curled into a cold smile, her expression dripping with disdain as she pointed at Dong Taizhan. "Is your dog going to bite?" Jiang Yun frowned slightly, signaling Dong Taizhan to sit back down. "Enough. I came here merely to give you a reminder. I've said all that needed to be said. I hope you will take heed." Gao Meihui did not linger further and turned to leave. The instant she departed, Dong Taizhan clenched his fists and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "That vile woman speaks with such disdain. Mr. Jiang, if you ever plan to deal with her, I hope you will grant me the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Rest assured, that day is not far off." Jiang Yun replied coolly, yet the visage of Gao Meihui lingered in his mind. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends. All relationships are bound by interests. The proximity of Gao Meihui to him is solely due to the new city project, and once it concludes, it will not be long before she completely distances herself from him, potentially even becoming an adversary. Jiang Yun gently tapped his fingers against his temple, already contemplating strategies, resolute not to allow Gao Meihui to lead him by the nose. "After a long night, let us both return and catch up on some sleep." Stretching lazily, Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Taizhan beside him. "All right," Dong Taizhan nodded, following Jiang Yun out the door. They made their way. Jiang Yun found himself yawning repeatedly. Exhaustion etched across his brow. With all matters settled, the tension in his body began to ease. Before long, their vehicle arrived at the entrance of the community, just as Dong Taizhan prepared to drive into the complex. A truck came barreling towards them at alarming speed. Before either of them could react, a violent impact jolted them, causing the car to spin wildly, leaving Jiang Yun's stomach churning that he had no recollection of how many times the vehicle had rolled before it finally came to a halt. After a resounding thud, they saw the community's security rushing towards them, hastily offering assistance. The truck driver, bloodied and disheveled, struggled to crawl from the driver's seat, leaning against the truck's wheel, gasping for breath. "Isn't this Mr. Zhang's vehicle?" One of the security guards recognized the license plate and hurriedly began to check on them, calling out, "Mr. Zhang, are you all right?" Inside the car, Jiang Yun rubbed his aching head, managing to extend his hand. "I'm here. Quickly check on my friend. In a car accident, it is often the person in the driver's seat who suffers the most severe injuries." And with his mind somewhat foggy, he naturally worried about Dong Tieshan's condition. "Mr. Zhang, I'm fine," came Dong Tieshan's reassuring voice, allowing Jiang Yun to breathe a sigh of relief. "As long as you're okay." Soon, with the assistance of bystanders, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan were extricated from the vehicle. Jiang Yun glanced at his disheveled appearance and furrowed his brows. It was so close. I could have been done for. At that moment, his chest was embedded with shards of glass, though fortunately, the wounds were not deep, and his face bore several cuts that oozed blood, giving him a somewhat ghastly appearance. Dong Taizhan appeared far worse. His left leg was immobile, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a word of pain. "Mr. Jiang, please hold on a moment longer. We have already contacted the emergency center, and the ambulance will arrive shortly. One of the security guards quickly reassured him. Jiang Yun recognized the voice and looked at the guard more closely, saying, "I remember you. You were the first to spot me, and you helped the most when rescuing me." The guard scratched his head, smiling in response. "You're a resident of our community. This is our duty. So there's no need for thanks. All right, when I return, I will express my gratitude properly," Jiang Yun replied before losing consciousness, gently closing his eyes. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying on a pristine hospital bed. "He is awake. My brother is awake." Suddenly, he heard the excited voice of Jiang Qingying. Jiang Yun then noticed several individuals seated on the sofa in the ward. Lin Shui and others rushed forward. She grasped Jiang Yun's arm tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she urgently asked, "How are you feeling? Does your injury still hurt?" Seeing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Yun smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, it's just some superficial injuries. How is Dong Taizan?" Upon mentioning Dong Taizan, the expressions of those present darkened considerably. Jiang Yun felt a sense of foreboding and raised his voice, asking what exactly is wrong with Dong Taizan. "He is stable." Lin Shui hesitated before continuing, "but he has a comminuted fracture in his left leg. There may be complications in the future, and walking could become somewhat inconvenient." Jiang Yun was taken aback. How could it be so serious? "Quickly take me to see him." Chapter 240. Out of sight, out of mind, but don't be too agitated. Although your injuries are not severe, you need to rest properly for a while, Lin Shui advised as she helped Jiang Yun out the door. The individuals in the ward exchanged glances. Jiang Qingying spoke first, "Since my brother has awakened, you needn't worry any longer. Everyone has endured a long wait, so it's best to return and rest for now." After learning of Jiang Yun's car accident, Lu Qianqian and Chen Pingping rushed over, having kept vigil in the hospital throughout the night. Though they had clashed with Jiang Yun in the past, they gradually came to understand his character and naturally worried for his safety. "That's fine. You can't be expected to stay in the hospital indefinitely. We'll head back to rest and return later to take your shift," Lu Qianqian stated as she led Chen Pingping out of the ward. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, as Jiang Yun pushed the door open, he was met with the sight of Dong Taizan lying on the hospital bed. At that moment, Dong Taizan looked extremely pale, devoid of any color, even requiring an oxygen mask to breathe, with various tubes inserted into him and numerous machines at the bedside. Witnessing this scene made Jiang Yun's heart ache, his crimson eyes nearly bulging out. Lin Shui was startled and quickly reassured him. Although Dong Taizan is severely injured, he is out of danger. He should regain consciousness by tonight, so there is no need for concern. Right now, your priority is to recover your health. After all, there are many matters that require your attention, that if you were to collapse, what would happen to our family?" Jiang Yun bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. Just then, Jiang Qingying entered the room, glancing at Jiang Yun before moving to his side. "Brother, no one understands this feeling better than I do. I lost EZ in a car accident and lay in a hospital bed for months. I nearly didn't wake up. Brother, you and Taizan are both fortunate. At least you are both safe. Listen to your sister-in-law. Do not continue to worry about Taizan. I will take good care of him." Jiang Yun snapped back to reality, managing a faint smile as he turned his gaze back to Lin Shui. "Has the cause of the accident been determined?" "The investigation is nearly complete. The truck driver was intoxicated to the point of being legally drunk and was speeding, that he has since been detained, which provides some accountability for both of you," Lin Shui quickly explained. Jiang Yun had been in a coma for a day and a night, and all matters had been thoroughly investigated. Yet a trace of difficulty lingered on Jiang Yun's face as he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Something is amiss. How could this be mere coincidence? If it was indeed a case of drunk driving, why was I the one who encountered it? Furthermore, the roads near our community are not main thoroughfares. And there are several bends that I distinctly recall that he accelerated suddenly after making a turn, which left us unable to evade and resulted in today's tragic calamity. This indicates that there must be a hidden hand behind this accident." Lin Shui and Jiang Qingying exchanged glances. Could it be? The Mo family's involvement. Just an hour before the accident, Jiang Yun had compelled the Mo family to visit and apologize, even demanding they kneel and plead for mercy. Not only humiliating Mo Fong, but also causing Mo Juin to lose face that if everything were not a mere coincidence, it would naturally point to the Mo family as the orchestrators. However, Jiang Yun remained pensive. His lips sealed that Mo Fong may be a fool, but Mo Juin was undeniably astute. Otherwise, he would not have allowed his son to kneel in front of reporters and so many others that a man of such restraint would hardly act impulsively. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun spoke softly. Let us first attend to Dong Taizan. As for other matters, we shall set them aside for now. Ultimately, the truth will come to light. Understood, Lin Shui nodded, refraining from further comment. Given Jiang Yun's poor condition, she soon returned to the hospital room that he lay upon the bed, his complexion somewhat grim, his thoughts still preoccupied with the incident surrounding the accident. Outside, a knock echoed through the door, and in walked Gao Meiwei, holding a bouquet of flowers at Mr. Jiang. It is truly a relief to see you alive, she said, her voice cool as she placed the flowers aside. Jiang Yun cast a glance at the yellow and white chrysanthemums and remarked dryly, if you bow to me 3 times more, I might mistake you for someone here to bid farewell. As the esteemed daughter of the Gao family, did she not know to apply some thought when gifting flowers? Gao Meiwei settled down with her arms crossed and rolled her eyes at Jiang Yun, retorting, why do you act as if you've swallowed gunpowder? I bear you no ill will, and I came specifically to see you. If you maintain this attitude, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yun shrugged nonchalantly, sitting up in bed as he continued. Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Gao, but there is no need for your concern. I am far from death. Fine, let us consider it my overzealousness, Gao Meiwei huffed, turning towards the door. Just as she departed, Lin Shui entered, shaking her head. Why do you treat Gao Meiwei in such a manner? It's as if she owes you money. Regardless, she is still the daughter of the Gao family. It would benefit you to show her some respect. Unnecessary, Jiang Yun interjected, furrowing his brow, that I suspect this incident has little to do with the Mo family, which implies that it could very well be someone close to me who is responsible. With Gao Meiwei being one of the suspects. Moreover, just look at the flowers she sent. As he spoke, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the chrysanthemums once more, his frown deepening. Clearly, she hopes for my survival. Hence the choice of flowers to irritate me. Enough, don't continue to be angry. Lin Shui sighed in exasperation that if you dislike them so much, I shall dispose of the flowers immediately. Out of sight. Out of mind, that be by the way. Jiang Yun shifted focus, disregarding the bouquet. Have you contacted the people I asked you to find? Jiang Qingying had already used his connections to locate 2 private detective firms. Lin Shui glanced at her watch and replied, they should be arriving shortly. Chapter 241. Gratitude and Retribution. No sooner had she spoken than a knock sounded at the door. Speak of the devil. And he shall appear today. As Lin Shui rose, she saw Mo Juin stepping in. Instantly, both Jiang Yun and Lin Shui were taken aback, having anticipated the arrival of the private detectives, only to find themselves face to face with the last person they wished to see. Mo Juin set down the gifts he carried and hurried to Jiang Yun's side, exclaiming, Mr. Jiang, how did this happen? Do you truly not know the answer to that? Lin Shui interjected, her expression darkening as she crossed her arms. Mrs. Jiang, I do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. Mo Juin replied, furrowing his brow, that I rushed here to clear my name. Surely, Mr. Jiang understands that if I wished to harm him, I would not resort to such despicable methods. Furthermore, there were numerous reporters capturing the moment when Mo Fong knelt before him. Now, with Mr. Jiang suddenly in an accident, all suspicion falls upon us, making us the target of public outrage. Our PR department is already responding. But the company's stock continues to plummet, and there is a significant amount of negative sentiment online, which adversely affects us. Given these circumstances, it is imperative that we extricate ourselves from this suspicion. Noticing Lin Shui's lingering displeasure, Jiang Yun gestured towards the adjacent room. Wife, please check if Dong Taizan has regained consciousness. I have matters I wish to discuss privately with Mr. Mo. Understood. Lin Shui hesitated briefly before nodding. In the blink of an eye, the room was left with only Jiang Yun and Mo Juin. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yun addressed Mo Juin directly. I believe this accident has no connection to you. Mo. In the future, I will help prove your innocence, thereby dispelling the online rumors. Excuse me. Mo Juin was taken aback. He had expected to provide a thorough explanation, yet Jiang Yun's directness caught him off guard. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Mr. Jiang, please state your terms plainly. There is no need for circumlocution that I in this world. There is no such thing as a free lunch. How could Jiang Yun simply take him at his word? This indicated that Jiang Yun likely had ulterior motives. Jiang Yun lightly tapped his temple with his fingers before stating, I must admit, Mr. Mo, you are indeed a clever man, that I do have certain intentions that require your cooperation. Please speak freely, Mr. Jiang, Mo Juin encouraged with a smile. Jiang Yun beckoned him closer, lowering his voice as he whispered a few words into his ear. Mo Juin's eyes darted, and he shook his head, saying, Mr. Jiang, your ambition is quite impressive. However, we are fundamentally aligned. Had it not been for the previous events, I believe we would have made excellent partners that I in this world. Only interests endure. Enemies do not. Jiang Yun replied coolly. Mo understands my meaning. So if there is nothing else, you may take your leave, that I have personal matters to attend to. A smile graced Mo Juin's lips, his mind echoing Jiang Yun's words. Mo Juin exited. Lin Shui entered once more. She had just checked on the adjacent room and returned, fully aware that Jiang Yun had merely sought to dismiss her. Why have you suddenly grown so close to Mo Juin? Lin Shui queried. Puzzled, well, Jiang Yun lightly drummed his fingers on the table before smiling as he replied, Mo Juin is a perceptive individual, and we still face enemies lurking in the shadows, until we ascertain the true nature of the accident. It is wise to maintain a good relationship with him, which may allow us to enlist his assistance. Rest assured, everything has been arranged. You need only focus on managing Yinshui Group's affairs. For everything else, I shall handle it. Although Lin Shui found herself somewhat bewildered, she refrained from further questioning. Trusting in Jiang Yun's capabilities, she believed he would not engage in actions detrimental to their interests. By the way, while you were speaking with Mo Juin, the private detective arrived. That I had a brief conversation with him outside and conveyed all your instructions. That I believe it won't be long before he uncovers the truth for you. Lin Shui said with a smile. Jiang Yun pulled her into an embrace, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek before saying with a grin, You truly are my capable assistant. Now, could you please assist me in completing the discharge paperwork? I have no lingering health issues, and with so many matters at hand, I cannot remain in the hospital indefinitely. Lin Shui hesitated but ultimately nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, all the formalities had been completed, and Jiang Yun and his companion exited the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhang Qingying remained behind to care for Dong Taizhan. Leaving them free of worries. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun and his companion found themselves back at the foot of their building. As they approached the security office, Jiang Yun paused, glanced at those nearby, and inquired, What happened to the security guard who rescued me from the car that day? Just before losing consciousness, Jiang Yun distinctly recalled a guard stepping forward to assist him. It was that very guard who first discovered the accident scene. Ultimately, that individual could be considered his savior. Are you referring to Xiao Wang? The security captain sighed and replied, Mr. Jiang, I regret to inform you that just half an hour ago, Xiao Wang received urgent news from home that it seems his wife is experiencing an ectopic pregnancy and is suffering from severe hemorrhaging. The situation is quite critical. It is likely we won't see Xiao Wang for the next few days. Jiang Yun frowned slightly, retrieved a business card from his pocket, and handed it to the security captain, saying calmly, Please convey to Xiao Wang that if he requires any assistance, he should not hesitate to contact me directly. The captain quickly accepted the card, expressing gratitude on behalf of Xiao Wang, that the entire community, even the most modest of homes, was valued at several million, and with Jiang Yun residing on the top floor, his abode was worth well over 10 million, clearly indicating his distinguished status. To garner the favor of such an individual was a promising prospect for anyone's future. As the security captain pondered this, Jiang Yin had already made his way home. Xiao Wang is truly fortunate. Chapter 242. Good deeds are rewarded. Time passed swiftly, and the security captain pulled out his phone, promptly dialing Xiao Wang's number to relay Jiang Yun's message. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had returned home. Due to his injuries, he retired to his room early, washed up, and lay down on the bed. However, sleep eluded him. He merely scrolled through his phone. Beside him, Lin Shui brought a plate of fruit and said, "I haven't been to the office all day. Since you're fine, I'll head back to check on things, and if anything arises, just call me." Jiang Yin pointed to the adjacent room and smiled, assuring her, "Don't worry. Ping Ping and Qian are still at home, that I can call them if needed. Besides, your husband is tough as iron. Although injured, it's nothing serious. Just relax." Lin Shui nodded in agreement and stepped outside. Time ticked by. Despite Jiang Yun's persistent worries, fatigue ultimately overcame him, and he drifted into slumber. Several hours later, a melodious ringtone stirred him from his dreams that he glanced out the window and noticed night had fallen. Grabbing his phone, he pressed the answer button. "Mr. Jiang, it's me." A familiar but unrecognizable voice greeted him. "Who is this?" Jiang Yin asked, rubbing his temples in confusion. "This is Xiao Wang. Do you remember me, Mr. Jiang?" "Ah, it's you, my savior." Jiang Yin jested before getting to the point. "I asked, there's something you wish to discuss at this late hour." "Indeed, I have a favor to ask, Mr. Jiang." Xiao Wang hesitated, his voice growing softer. "Could I borrow some money from you?" Jiang Yin replied directly, "There's no need for formality between us. Just tell me how much you need, Mr. Jiang. I'm not one to covet wealth. It's just that my family is facing some dire circumstances, and I have no choice but to reach out to you." Xiao Wang spoke softly, "I'm at the hospital. You can inquire further, my wife. All right, provide me with your location, and let us meet to discuss this." Jiang Yun said, recalling the captain's earlier words, that he felt the urge to step outside for some fresh air. "First hospital." "Wait for me," Xiao Wang said quickly. After hanging up, Jiang Yun dressed and prepared to leave. As he reached the door, Chen Pingping, seated on the sofa, turned and asked curiously, "It's so late, do you have something urgent? You should focus on recovering at home and not burden your sister and Law. Be quiet." Jiang Yun replied, slightly annoyed, "I was merely in a car accident. It's nothing serious. Am I now confined to the house? Besides, who are you to control me? Just focus on your television and snacks." Without waiting for further protest from Chen Pingping, Jiang Yun stepped outside, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the first hospital. Half an hour later, he stood in the hospital lobby. Xiao Wang had been waiting anxiously and hurried over upon seeing him. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for troubling you at this hour. How is your health?" Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Please, tell me what is happening at home. What assistance do you need?" Xiao Wang's expression darkened. He lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "My wife has an ectopic pregnancy and urgently needs surgery. However, we are just ordinary people and do not have connections to any specialists. The risks of such surgery are significant, so we hope you could assist us, Mr. Jiang." Not only did he wish to borrow some money, but he also sought Jiang Yun's help in finding a trustworthy doctor. "I hope it's not too much trouble." Jiang Yun patted him on the shoulder, retrieved a bank card from his pocket, and handed it to him. "Go pay the fees first, and I'll arrange the surgery. You'll hear back from me shortly." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang," Xiao Wang exclaimed, visibly moved, as he took the card and rushed to the payment desk. Jiang Yun stepped aside and dialed Jiang Qingying's number. Before long, Jiang Qingying had contacted an expert and informed the hospital. After all, he was regarded as the heir of the Jiang family and had considerable influence, even if the family's prominence had waned over the years. Everything was arranged smoothly, and Xiao Wang watched as his wife was taken into the operating room. He returned to Jiang Yun's side, gratitude etched across his face. "Mr. Jiang, you are truly a benefactor to our family. Rest assured, I will repay the surgery costs as soon as possible. Although my wife and I have no savings, We own a house. If we cannot repay the debt, I will mortgage the house to you." Jiang Yun waved his hand, smiling as he responded, "Money is merely a material possession. There is no need for such formality that if it weren't for your assistance, Dong Taizhan might have missed the critical window for rescue. You are also our savior. Consider this a token of gratitude." But Xiao Wang wanted to argue. Jiang Yin interjected, "Enough. Let us proceed as I suggested, that if you continue to hesitate, I won't hesitate to become annoyed." "Mr. Jiang." Xiao Wang's eyes glistened with tears. It seemed that fate had woven their paths together. Although he had helped Jiang Yun, he was now receiving swift recompense. Jiang Yun glanced at the time and smiled. "I won't keep you waiting here any longer. That my friend is still upstairs, and since we're at the hospital, I might as well check in on them. Please take care of what you need to." Xiao Wang replied promptly. Jiang Yun nodded and ascended the stairs, quickly arriving at Dong Tieshan's hospital room. Awake? As he pushed open the door, he noticed Dong Taizhan enjoying a meal, a faint smile gracing his lips. A weight lifted from Jiang Yun's heart. "Mr. Jiang, I'm relieved to see you well," Dong Taizhan said hastily. "If it weren't for my poor driving skills, the accident wouldn't have occurred. Ultimately, it was my fault," Jiang Yun stated, taking a seat beside him and glancing at Jiang Qingying, who was peacefully sleeping on the sofa. "Has he not revealed the truth to you?" "Truth? What truth?" Dong Taizhan asked, puzzled. Chapter 243. The hardships of being a woman. This incident has nothing to do with you. The accident was orchestrated. Jiang Yun's expression darkened once more as he broached the topic. However, the mastermind behind it remained undiscovered, that he had already hired a private investigator, confident that the truth would soon be unveiled. In the coming days, focus on recuperating in the hospital. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Once you're well, return to my side to resume your role as my bodyguard. He spoke. Jiang Yun gently patted Dong Taizhan on the shoulder and then, with a smile, remarked, "To be honest, I am still somewhat unaccustomed to the days without you by my side, brother." Dong Taizhan hesitated, words lingering on the tip of his tongue, yet ultimately nodded, conceding to his brother's arrangements. Although he was oblivious to the details of the accident, he had overheard the conversation between Jiang Qingying and the doctor, revealing that his leg had been irreparably damaged. Even if he were to walk again in the future, his agility would inevitably be compromised, rendering him unfit to serve as a competent bodyguard. However, witnessing Jiang Yun's demeanor, he found it difficult to disclose the harsh truth. Little did he know, Jiang Yun was already fully aware of everything. After a brief exchange, Jiang Qingying, who had been reclining on the sofa, slowly opened his eyes. Stretching lazily, he noticed Jiang Yun seated at his bedside and promptly rose. Smiling as he inquired, "Big brother, when did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me? I saw you sleeping so soundly. Why should I disturb you? Besides, without this little rascal eavesdropping, we could share some heartfelt words." Jiang Yun jested. "Looks like I am the outsider now." Jiang Qingying shrugged in resignation. "All right, now that Taizhan is taken care of, I can rest easy from now on. I'll need you to take good care of Dong Taizhan in the hospital." "That is your new task," Jiang Yun added with a smile, his gaze shifting to Dong Taishan. "It's getting late, so I'll take my leave. Make sure to rest well and recover quickly. I'll be waiting for your discharge." Dong Taizhan cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yun, but said nothing further. Jiang Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Qingying, and the two exited the hospital room in succession. The corridor was enveloped in silence, void of any sound at this late hour. They walked to the stairwell, where Jiang Yun finally lit a cigarette. Gazing out the window, a hint of sorrow flickered in his eyes as he stated softly, "Do not disclose the specifics of Dong Tieshan's condition to him, especially anything related to his leg injury. Remember to speak with the doctor tomorrow and ensure they don't let anything slip." Jiang Qingying nodded. "Big brother, rest assured, I won't be foolish enough to reveal the truth at this time." Changing the subject, he inquired with curiosity, "By the way, how is the investigation progressing? Any leads yet?" "Not yet, but it should be soon. The private investigator Lin Shui contacted seems quite capable. I expect a response shortly," Jiang Yun replied. After finishing his cigarette, he decided not to linger any longer, stating, "All right, you head back to care for Taizan. I'll be going home." After a few more words, Jiang Yin made his way downstairs, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he proceeded toward the operating room. Before long, he met with Xiao Wang. Although Xiao Wang's wife had been taken into surgery an hour ago, the lights in the operating room remained lit, and no news had emerged. Yet the absence of news offered Xiao Wang a strange sense of reassurance that Mr. Jiang, you haven't left yet. Xiao Wang, anxiously seated, rose quickly upon seeing Jiang Yun approach. Greeting him respectfully, "I just went upstairs to check on my friend." Jiang Yun replied with a smile, gesturing toward the operating room as he asked, "By the way, how is your wife's condition? Was the surgery successful?" "No news yet," Xiao Wang sighed, shaking his head. "Let us wait a bit longer, Mr. Jiang. You were just in an accident. You should head home to rest instead of waiting here with me. That I'm already very grateful that you lent me money and helped me find a good doctor." Jiang Yin took a seat beside him, waving his hand dismissively. "It was merely a small favor. There is no need for such a heavy psychological burden that I've already mentioned that you don't need to repay that money. Furthermore, I have another idea. Once your wife exits the operating room, you should resign from your position and I will arrange a new job for you, one that pays better, with control over Yunxue Group and significant shares in the Jiang family." Coupled with his current involvement in the new city project, arranging a position was not a challenging task for Jiang Yun. That Mr. Jiang, there is no need to trouble yourself. I'm doing well in property management. Xiao Wang quickly stood, visibly moved, shaking his head. Water flows downhill, and people strive upward. You deserve all this. That I've always said you are my savior. And if I treat you poorly, wouldn't that be a disgrace? Jiang Yun chuckled lightly, responding with casual grace, that in truth, Xiao Wang had merely acted early. He was not Jiang Yun's savior. Nonetheless, Jiang Yun recognized Xiao Wang's character and understood that he would not have sought help so swiftly unless driven to desperation. Thus, he felt inclined to assist Mr. Jiang. Xiao Wang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but before he could speak, the operating room door swung open, and the lead surgeon emerged, removing his blood-stained gloves. That he glanced at Xiao Wang before smiling and announcing, "The surgery was very successful. That's wonderful." Xiao Wang exclaimed, his fists clenched tightly, jumping up and enveloping the doctor in a grateful embrace, promptly expressing, "Thank you, doctor. No need for such formality. It's our duty." The lead surgeon replied, waving his hand as he headed toward the office. Xiao Wang paced back and forth, murmuring repeatedly, "This is fantastic. My wife is safe." Observing his elation, Jiang Yun allowed a faint smile to surface, refraining from interrupting as he made his way downstairs. With all matters settled, upon returning home, Jiang Yun took a quick shower before lying down beside Lin Shui, who had already fallen into a deep slumber. As thoughts of Xiao Wang and the term ectopic pregnancy surfaced in his mind, he gently kissed Lin Shui's forehead and whispered softly, "This woman works so hard. I will cherish you." Chapter 244. Leaving without a word before long. Jiang Yun drifted into a peaceful sleep beside Lin Shui. When he awoke, he found Lin Shui seated at the vanity, prompting him to smile and ask, "Why are you up so early?" "There are some matters to attend to at the company. And besides, it's getting late," Lin Shui replied with a smile, shaking her head. "That is for you. You should continue to catch up on your rest and recover quickly. There is still much for you to handle." "I am not that delicate," Jiang Yun retorted as he rose and headed for the door. Just as he opened it, he noticed Zhang Qing entering from outside. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Questioning, "Why are you back?" "Tieshan's family has arrived, so you no longer need my assistance. Hence I returned early," Zhang Qing explained with a smile. "But don't worry, I've left them a bank card. If there are any further expenses at the hospital, they can simply use my card." "That is good to hear," Jiang Yun replied, retrieving a bottle of milk from the fridge and adding, "You've worked hard these past few days. Since Taizan no longer requires your care, take a good rest today. Starting tomorrow, head to the new city construction site to assist me as a supervisor." Although Li Xingming was on site, Jiang Yun preferred to send someone reliable. No need to wait until tomorrow. I have no other matters at the moment. I'll just go take a look at the construction site now. Jiang Qingying stated, pointing toward his room, that I'll change my clothes and head over shortly. Jiang Yun sat down with his milk and bread, shaking his head in mild exasperation. This kid seemed restless after spending too much time in the hospital, yet it was good in a way. As men, they should remain industrious. Otherwise, they would be letting down their gender. Just then, Lin Shui emerged from her room, fully dressed and made up. Having overheard Jiang Yun's words, she smiled and remarked that is a bit of a feudal mindset. Nowadays, men and women are equal as long as one possesses talent. A woman can certainly hold her OW and an MY wife speaks wisely. Jiang Yun chuckled, not bothering to dispute her. Suddenly, Lin Shui's phone rang, and upon answering, a troubled expression crossed her face. After responding several times, she finally hung up. What's wrong? Jiang Yun asked, casting a puzzled glance that a moment ago, the hospital contacted me, requesting that I come in to settle the medical expenses. Upon learning of the car accident involving Jiang Yun and another individual, Lin Shui hurried to the hospital, assuming responsibility for all medical costs. However, she was suddenly met with a call for settlement, suggesting only one possible scenario. In an instant, Jiang Yun stood up and remarked, could it be that the hospital has made an error? Taishan is still hospitalized, and I have already completed my discharge procedures. Are they asking us to settle because Taishan has already left? With this thought, Jiang Yun hastened towards Jiang Qingying's room, pushing the door open to inquire, have Taishan's family truly come? You wouldn't have conspired with him to facilitate his discharge, would you? Impossible, Jiang Qingying replied, tying his tie and shaking his head. The doctor has stated that Taishan's leg still requires observation, even if he wishes to go home. I would not consent. Brother, please refrain from further unfounded speculation. Do you doubt my ability to handle matters? Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, sensing an unsettling feeling within. No, I must see for myself at the hospital. He quickly returned to his room to get dressed and made his way outside. Behind him, Jiang Qingying, now dressed, swiftly followed. As they sat in the car, Jiang Qingying shook his head in exasperation. Brother, why are you rushing to the hospital so early in the morning? Taishan is not a child. He shouldn't be so willful. No, I understand Taishan's character, Jiang Yun replied, his brow still furrowed. His pride is exceedingly strong. If he learns that his leg is ruined, I fear he may not withstand the blow and might even disappear. Did you let something slip that gave Taishan a hint? Jiang Qingying quickly clarified, brother, do I seem like the type to speak carelessly? How could I possibly make a mistake? Jiang Yun remained silent, his fingers incessantly rubbing his temples, feeling increasingly uneasy. Soon, they arrived at the hospital, and as expected, after a series of inquiries, they discovered that shortly after Jiang Qingying's departure, Dong Taishan's family had taken him out of the hospital, with all belongings accounted for, yet the discharge paperwork had not been processed, prompting the hospital to contact Lin Shui. What could Taishan be thinking? How could he leave at such a time? In front of the ward, Jiang Qingying crossed his arms. Could it be that he is concerned about our expenses? We are certainly not lacking in funds for his hospitalization. Even if he requires amputation, we can cover the surgical costs. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun shot him a glare, his expression cold and displeased. Such nonsense. Quickly contact He Hu and retrieve Taishan's information. We need to ascertain where his family resides so we can pay them a visit. All right, I will handle it. Jiang Qingying promptly replied, heading towards the hospital exit. Just then, Jiang Yun's phone rang, and a strange voice came through, raspy and chilly. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Jiang Yun? Yes, that's me. Who are you? Jiang Yun responded. Allow me to introduce myself. Your wife recently reached out to me to investigate the circumstances surrounding your car accident. I have made some progress and would like to discuss it with you in person if convenient. The voice continued. Very well. Please provide me with an address, and I shall come over. Jiang Yun glanced at the time and added, I will be there shortly. Before long, he received a text message. Half an hour later, At as Jiang Yun entered, he noticed a man wearing a cap seated by the window, that he promptly dialed a number. And upon seeing the man's phone vibrate, Jiang Yun approached him. After sitting down across from the man, Jiang Yun directly inquired, "You were the one who called me just now, correct?" Chapter 245. The Superfamily. The man nodded, retrieving some documents from his briefcase and sliding them across the table. "That I have thoroughly investigated the matter and organized all relevant relationships and details for you." Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction. Just as he reached out to take the documents, the man quickly pressed his hand down atop them and said coolly, "When Miss Lin contacted me, she only provided a deposit that if you transfer the remaining balance, I will hand the documents over to you." Understood. Jiang Yun requested a bank account and promptly transferred the funds. Upon receiving the payment, the man smiled with satisfaction, releasing his grip. "However, I must attend to some matters. So if you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out." Private detectives often operate in the shadows and must employ discreet methods, necessitating a cautious approach. The man prepared to leave. Jiang Yun did not rush to examine the documents, but instead grasped the man's hand and stated directly, "I have a matter I need you to investigate, that if you can uncover the truth, I will offer you double the commission." "What is it?" the man inquired. With the man resuming his seat, Jiang Yun elaborated, "Though I hail from Ning City, I am of the Jiang family in the capital. Many years ago, my parents entrusted me to the Jiang family in Ning City, and since then, I have lost all contact with them, not knowing their fate. I need you to investigate what transpired back then and their current whereabouts." The affairs of his parents had always weighed heavily on Jiang Yun's heart. With the passing of Old Master Jiang and Second Master Jiang, all leads had been severed. Although Jiang Yun had attempted to research the family records after Jiang Xian took charge of the Jiang family, he had found no useful information, leading him to temporarily set the matter aside. Now, with a glimmer of hope, he certainly could not afford to let it slip away. The man did not haggle, but instead stated, "Investigating the recent car accident is relatively straightforward, as it just occurred and the other party's actions were not particularly meticulous, allowing for a swift resolution. However, probing into events from decades ago will require more time. If you can wait, then we have a deal." Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. "I have waited over 20 years for the truth. What does a little more time matter?" "Very well. Then we have an agreement." The man affirmed and made his way towards the exit. After watching him leave, Jiang Yun opened the dossier and began to scrutinize its contents. While everything was thoroughly detailed and supported by evidence, it raised suspicions and confusion within him. The individual orchestrating the car accident had no connections to him. Jiang Yun did not even know this person's identity. Qian Yucai? Jiang Yun stared at the name for a long moment before frowning and muttering, "Who is this person?" Suddenly, Jiang Yun's phone rang again, that he answered to hear Jiang Qingying's voice. "Brother, I managed to contact Taishan, but he has returned to his hometown, that I am preparing to meet with him now. Do you wish to accompany me? I will send you my location, as I need to discuss some matters with you." Jiang Yun's attention remained fixed on the dossier, and in a distracted tone, he replied before hanging up that a cup of coffee later. Jiang Qingying entered the seat. He quickly scanned the room and, upon spotting Jiang Yun, approached him with a smile. "Brother, you sound a bit anxious. Has something happened?" "Do you know this person?" Jiang Yun asked, handing the documents to Jiang Qingying. His brow furrowed in confusion, that in an instant, the smile on Jiang Qingying's face faded, his brow knitting in concentration. "Qian Yucai? That name sounds familiar. Could it be?" Suddenly, he smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Brother, I remember now. I once heard Old Master mention that there are several super families in our country. Compared to them, our Jiang family is like a mere star next to the bright moon. And this Qian Yucai seems to be the head of the Qian family, renowned as the foremost family in the capital. However, this person is elusive, and details about the Qian family are shrouded in legend. So whether it is true remains uncertain." Jiang Yun listened, utterly perplexed. "What do you mean by that? If he is indeed the head of the foremost family in the capital, why would there be doubts? Moreover, with such a prominent identity, Why are all the details about him merely legends? Upon mentioning this matter, Jiang Qing took a seat beside Jiang Yun, simultaneously shaking his head as he spoke. Brother, you may be unaware, but all that I know regarding the Qian family comes solely from my grandfather's lips. It is said that the Qian family possesses immense capabilities and boasts a century-old heritage. I have even heard the old man mention that the Qian family occupies a significant portion of the capital, with shares in the banks as well. If we were to draw a comparison, the Qian family could be likened to the Rothschild family of the East. Yet, the Qian family remains shrouded in mystery, compounded by the absence of any public presence in the capital and the lack of any prominent businessmen bearing the surname Qian, leading many to fall into the misconception that the Qian family is merely a legend. Thus, the veracity of the words spoken by the old man and myself eludes even me. Jiang Yun was taken aback. Now that the private investigator had laid out the information regarding Qian Yucai before him, it was surely not as simple as a mere fabrication. Furthermore, given that Jiang Qingying had previously heard tales about the Qian family, it appeared that a thorough investigation was indeed warranted. However, if the Qian family were truly as powerful as Jiang Qingying suggested, his predicament would become significantly more precarious. Although he could not recall when he had offended someone from the Qian family, opposing such a clan would be tantamount to courting disaster. Brother, where did you acquire the information on Qian Yucai? Jiang Yun's gaze turned cold, and his voice sharpened slightly as he furrowed his brow and continued. According to the private investigator's findings, it was Qian Yucai who orchestrated the accident. Chapter 246. The boss awaits. Is that true? Jiang Qingying's face was a picture of astonishment, setting aside the question of whether this individual even existed. We are fundamentally not of the same world, and as mere small fry, how could he possibly target you so suddenly? The doubts he harbored mirrored those of Jiang Yun. If the Qian family's foundation were indeed so formidable, there would be no need for them to engage in any conflict with him. Moreover, if the Qian family wished to deal with him, they could simply lift a finger to obliterate the Yunxue group and all of his hard-earned enterprises. Enough. Let us not dwell on this matter for now, though we remain uncertain about the situation. It is best to remain calm and composed, Jiang Yun remarked as he gathered the documents and followed Jiang Qingying out the door. The pressing concern was to resolve the issue with Dong Taizhan first. Everything else was of secondary importance. Once back in the car, Jiang Qingying spoke directly. Brother, you must prepare yourself mentally that I have inquired. And Jiang Qingying's residence is in a village under the jurisdiction of the capital. Even at the fastest pace, it will likely take half a day to reach. Would you like to inform sister-in-law? Jiang Yun smiled faintly. Do you think I am under the thumb of my wife? Even if I were, it would not be a source of shame, for such devotion stems from love. Besides, we are now family. Knowing that you fear sister-in-law changes nothing. Jiang Qingying jested. Enough chatter, just drive, Jiang Yun replied curtly, shutting his eyes to continue contemplating matters related to the Qian family. The two drove into the suburbs where vehicles became increasingly sparse. Just as they were about to merge onto the highway, they spotted several luxurious RVs blocking their path, effectively sealing off their route. What is happening? Jiang Qingying frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Jiang Yun, who had been resting his eyes, slowly opened them. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze sharpened considerably. The next moment, they witnessed several robust men in suits stepping out of the RVs, positioning themselves before the car, with the leader knocking on the window in a cold manner. Brother, what should we do? Jiang Qingying's expression darkened, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. They were still unclear about the identity of these individuals, and it was evident they were not friends. Otherwise, who would resort to such measures to obstruct their path? Should I hit the gas and break through? Jiang Yun scrutinized the two RVs blocking their way. Shaking his head before speaking, the vehicles in front and behind us are completely blocked. Even if we attempted to ram through, our car would likely not suffice. Moreover, since they have not directly damaged our vehicle, it indicates they may not intend to harm us. It might be better to step out and engage them in conversation to ascertain the situation. During this time, Jiang Yun's previously tranquil life had been thoroughly disrupted, with a plethora of troubles now surrounding him, which was the primary concern for both men. However, as the saying goes, one must face challenges head-on. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yun pushed open the car door and approached the group before him. Smiling as he inquired, "Gentlemen, what is the meaning of your sudden obstruction?" "Our boss wishes to see you," the man at the front stated. "And who might your boss be?" Jiang Yun countered, "That Mr. Qian requests your presence." The man gestured for him to enter, but offered no further explanation. Jiang Qing quickly moved to Jiang Yun's side and spoke in a low voice, "Brother, I will accompany you," given the unclear circumstances. He could not allow Jiang Yun to venture alone into potential danger. Jiang Yun smiled gently and waved his hand. "What is meant to be will be. You are not Taizhan and do not possess the necessary skills. If anything were to occur, it is likely we both would be caught in it. You should head to the security company and find Heihu, informing him of the situation here, that if anything arises, I will contact you immediately." Despite Jiang Yun's calm demeanor, Jiang Qing understood the gravity of the situation. Reluctant as he was, Jiang Yun's reasoning was sound, and in the end, he nodded in agreement, watching Jiang Yun depart with the others. Inside the RV, Jiang Yun settled into the back seat, flanked by two muscular men that he could vaguely discern the weapons they carried, which were certainly not for mere culinary purposes. Shifting his gaze to one of them, Jiang Yun smiled and asked, "Who is your boss? How did you come to know my identity? What business does he have with me?" The man remained as unyielding as a statue, offering no response. Jiang Yun, undeterred, casually reached into his pocket, prompting the two men beside him to mechanically turn their heads, their eyes fixated on his hand, clearly wary of any weapon he might produce. Jiang Yun chuckled. "There is no need for such tension, gentlemen. The atmosphere is simply a bit stifling. So I thought to have a smoke to ease it, and I assure you, my intentions are completely harmless." The two men neither stopped him nor acknowledged his words. Once he finished his cigarette, the vehicle continued its journey for a full half-hour before finally coming to a halt. Peering out of the window, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the manor before him. Aside from a few men standing at the entrance, dressed similarly to the two beside him, there was no one else in sight. The vast estate resembled a ghost town. Following the group out of the vehicle, Jiang Yun maintained a facade of calm. Yet internally, he was rife with anxiety, already devising plans to escape this place. But how simple could the situation truly be? Within moments, they had entered the main hall of the manor. Looking up, Jiang Yun noticed an elderly man seated at the head of the room, skillfully preparing tea, exuding a sense of practiced elegance that suggested he was no stranger to the ritual. Although he had heard the footsteps of the arrival, he did not cease his actions, and his face bore no discernible expression, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. "Boss, the guest has arrived," one of the muscular men announced as he approached the elder. Bowing his head slightly, the old man waved his hand dismissively, then lifted his gaze to Jiang Yun. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback before quickly stating, "You are Qian Yucai?" Chapter 247. To be a puppet or to perish previously. Jiang Yun had perused the information on Qian Yucai, allowing him to recognize the man at once. "Impudent! How dare you address the boss by name?" One of the muscular men shot a glare at Jiang Yun, his expression darkening. Qian Yucai gestured with his hand, "Leave Ah-san here. The rest of you may depart." The man who had just spoken moved to stand respectfully behind Qian Yucai. Exuding an oppressive aura, as the others exited, the doors of the hall were firmly shut. Jiang Yun, glancing at Qian Yucai, smiled and said, "Old Master Qian, it is an honor to finally meet you in person." "Please take a seat," Qian Yucai replied, gesturing to a chair nearby. "Old Master Qian." Jiang Yun rubbed his hands together, a faint smile gracing his lips, before hastily speaking. "I'm still unaware of the reason for your summons. So let us speak frankly. Given your esteemed status, one would assume you wouldn't concern yourself with someone as inconsequential as I. Yet, your sudden invitation to meet has left me somewhat bewildered." Jiang Yun's words were exceedingly polite. mindful of the stark difference in their social standings, especially with the looming presence of the vigilant Asan beside him. Although Jiang Yun was oblivious to Asan's true identity, he could discern that this individual was a formidable fighter, and engaging him in a confrontation would yield no advantage. Relax. I merely wish to discuss a few matters with you. I have no intention of putting you in a difficult position, Qian Yucai replied nonchalantly, lifting his teacup to sip his tea. Old Master Qian, may I inquire about the topics you wish to discuss? Jiang Yun felt a sense of unease, recalling the private investigator's ominous words. Initially, he had dismissed the notion that the car accident was linked to the Qian family. But now it seemed increasingly plausible. Moreover, Jiang Qingying's assertions bore no merit. Qian Yucai was not merely a figure of legend, but a tangible presence in their lives. Let us dispense with the pretense. Do you not have any questions for me? Qian Yucai spoke coolly. Jiang Yun's eyes darted, and he quickly grasped the underlying meaning of Qian Yucai's words. Rubbing his hands together, he stated, "Since you have posed such a question, I shall be candid that I am quite curious as to why someone of your stature would seek to complicate my life. That earlier accident, I presume, was orchestrated by your people." Qian Yucai did not deny it. Instead, he nodded, saying, "Indeed, this matter was executed under my directive, though I have my reasons. You have meddled with individuals you ought not to have, and I felt it necessary to give you a warning. If I had not intervened, it would not be long before someone would come looking for you, and at that point, it would be exceedingly difficult for you to preserve your life." His tone was casual, yet the weight of his words was undeniable. "Are you referring to the Mo family?" Jiang Yun countered, "As for who they are, that is irrelevant. You need only comprehend one thing. You still possess a modicum of value to me, which is why I have spared your life. Should you entertain the thought of opposing me, you must contemplate the consequences. You have numerous family and friends, not to mention a wife to care for. I trust you would not act foolishly." Qian Yucai spoke with conviction, then continued, "Now that we have broached this subject, it is imperative you understand a few things. The Mo family is but a pawn we have cast out, and all the resources in Mo Jiuan's possession belong to the Qian family. There are many such puppet families, hence I do not place much importance on him. Had you not appeared in the capital, perhaps everything would have proceeded as usual, with no one daring to disrupt the status quo. Yet you emerged like a slippery eel, stirring the waters of the capital, which is one of the reasons I have taken an interest in you." Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback, still grappling with the implications of Qian Yucai's words that I hope the Yunxue group can be integrated into the Qian family, and you will become one of us. In the future, I will assist you both overtly and covertly, helping you to catch up with the Lin and Mo families, eventually becoming a significant player in the capital, Qian Yucai elaborated. Realization dawned upon Jiang Yun. Qian Yucai coveted the Yunxue group, which had led to this invitation. However, accepting would mean becoming a mere pawn in Qian Yucai's game. Conversely, refusing would undoubtedly provoke Qian Yucai's wrath, since Qian Yucai had seemingly decided to abandon the Mo family. The accident's purpose was evidently to remind him of his standing in the capital. Contemplating these thoughts, Jiang Yun found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The Yunxue group held immense significance for him, and with Lin Shui tirelessly dedicating herself to the company, any revelation of his potential betrayal could jeopardize their marriage. Weighing the options, he found himself unable to reach a decision that I can grant you time to consider. Qian Yucai stated coolly, "But you must understand my patience is finite, that if you do not respond within a day, our next meeting may not occur here." That he added, "Think carefully. Being someone else's pawn may not be without its advantages, as it can afford you a life of luxury. Just look at Mo Jiuan and Lin Junyi. Do they not enjoy the fruits of their labor?" Jiang Yun maintained a faint smile, inwardly cursing Qian Yucai countless times. This was clearly the act of a cunning old fox, feigning righteousness while seeking to usurp his Yunxue group. Indeed, it was not that the old had turned wicked, but rather that the wicked had merely aged. "Well, I have said all that needs to be said." Qian Yucai waved dismissively, turning his attention away from Jiang Yun. "San, see him out." Jiang Yun slowly rose, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and followed Asan toward the exit of the villa. Upon reaching the front gate, Asan did not utter a single word and prepared to leave. Jiang Yun quickly interjected, "Aren't you going to escort me back?" This villa was situated in a remote area, with the highway right outside. Even if he walked for a day and a night, he would likely not return to the city. "I cannot take you back." Asan replied curtly that "I hear you possess considerable skills. You'll have to figure it out yourself." Chapter 248. The greenhouse fire. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. Do the dogs of wealthy families behave so fiercely? Nonetheless, he had no desire to quarrel with Asan. Habitually, he pulled out his phone to look up Dong Tieshan's number, but upon seeing the familiar name, a bitter smile crept onto Jiang Yun's face. Ultimately, he dialed Jiang Qingying's number. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun sat on a stone by the roadside, watching as a van approached him. "Brother, get in," Jiang Qingying called out, rolling down the window. Once Jiang Yun was inside the car, Jiang Qingying, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What happened? Why are you sitting by the road?" "Don't mention it, I encountered a dog." Jiang Yun preferred not to divulge his encounter with the Qian family and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, have you been to Dong Tieshan's house?" "I have, but Dong Taizhan was quite adamant and refused to leave with me. In the end, I had no choice but to return to the city and await news from you," Jiang Qingying replied. Jiang Yun nodded. "All right, take me to find Taizhan." Though he had not known Dong Taizhan for long, he understood the man's mindset that a bodyguard who had lost his leg would find it difficult to remain in his employer's service. However, what Jiang Yun did not realize was that he regarded Dong Taizhan as a brother and had never viewed him as merely a servant. "Brother, it's getting late. Should we not return home to rest?" "We can go see him tomorrow morning," Jiang Qingying suggested quickly. Unlike Jiang Yun, who was a solitary figure, Jiang Qingying had a devoted wife waiting for him. Thus, he needed to consider Jiang Yun's situation carefully. "Let's head to the Dong residence first. I'll give Lin Shui a call, then I'm sure she will understand," Jiang Yun instructed. Dialing Lin Shui's number, he briefly explained the situation before hanging up and closing his eyes, reflecting on Qian Yucai's words. Given the villa's proximity to the highway, it took merely an hour for the two to reach a village. As they surveyed the landscape, they noted that the roadsides were lined with corn, and the narrow path could barely accommodate a single vehicle. The rough terrain caused both men to jolt in their seats. Had it not been for Jiang Qingying's excellent driving skills, Jiang Yun would likely have succumbed to nausea. After a convoluted journey, the vehicle finally came to a stop in front of a two-story residence at the eastern edge of the village. Jiang Yun gazed at the modest duplex and chuckled. "I didn't expect Tieshan's family to be such upstarts. This village isn't particularly remote, but it probably relies on agriculture for sustenance. Throughout our journey, this was the only two-story building we encountered," Dong Taizhan replied with a smile. "Isn't that because bodyguards earn well? This money isn't easily come by." Jiang Yun shook his head, smiling, choosing not to elaborate further. With Dong Taizhan by his side, he felt no fear. He could even dare to attend meetings alone. This was all due to the trust that Dong Taizhan instilled in him. However, being a bodyguard meant putting one's life on the line for a paycheck. It was not as simple as it sounded. As the conversation unfolded, Dong Taizhan stepped forward and knocked on the door. Yet no sound emanated from within. It seemed as though they were deliberately avoiding us. Jiang Yun picked up his phone and dialed Dong Tieshan's number. After several attempts, Dong Tieshan's voice finally came through the line. "Mr. Jiang," he began, but Jiang Yun interjected directly. "I am outside your door. Hurry and let me in." "All right." After a moment's hesitation, Dong Taizhan nodded in agreement. Moments later, an elderly man emerged, glancing at Jiang Yun and his companion before asking, "You must be Tieshan's employer, correct? Please come in." The old man was exceedingly warm, and Jiang Yun smiled in return, following the elder's lead into the room. Inside, Dong Taizhan lay on the bed, one leg encased in a plaster cast, his complexion far from healthy, that a pungent odor of medicinal herbs permeated the air. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here in person?" Dong Taizhan sighed and quickly replied. Did I not make my intentions clear to young Master Jiang? Now that I find myself in this condition, I know you value loyalty and will not easily abandon me. Yet I feel deeply remorseful. Mr. Jiang, I am a man of integrity. I hope you will grant me the favor of allowing me to step down from my role as your bodyguard. However, Jiang Yin paid him no heed and replied coolly, "What do you intend to do instead? Go home and farm. Whatever it may be, I have hands and feet. I will not starve." Dong Taizhan scratched his head and chuckled, maintaining his endearing simplicity. Jiang Yin felt a pang of sympathy and sighed. "Very well. Even if you no longer wish to be my bodyguard, I still require a driver. Your driving skills are commendable, so you shall remain by my side, with your salary unchanged." Dong Tieshan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And just as he was about to speak, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! The door was flung open, revealing an ordinary-looking middle-aged man, panting heavily as he exclaimed, "Old Dong, you must hurry and check. Your nursery is on fire." "What?" The elderly man, who had been standing aside, turned pale and hurriedly followed the villager outside. Dong Taizhan attempted to rise from the bed, but Jiang Yun stopped him. "Your injury is not healed. I will go with Qingying to take a look." After finishing their meal, Jiang Yun followed the old man's footsteps. "Did I end the room?" Dong Taizhan watched the departing figures through the window, sighed, and clenched his fists, striking them against the wall as he gritted his teeth. "Mr. Jiang is indeed a good man." Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and the others arrived at the nursery, where the plastic shelters had been nearly reduced to ashes, and the wooden pillars were ablaze, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Thick smoke billowing upwards. Fortunately, with the assistance of the villagers, the fire was gradually brought under control. Suddenly, an elder, roughly the same age as Dong Tieshan's father, approached. "All the seedlings in the nursery have been destroyed. But do not fret. We will investigate this matter thoroughly and seek justice for you." The nursery had no visible flames, suggesting two possibilities for the fire. Either it was a deliberate act of arson or an accidental ignition. Regardless, the responsible party must step forward to take accountability. Chapter 249. The unprincipled Chunyu Dong Changshui, both anxious and furious, stomped his feet and shouted, "Which scoundrel has committed such an atrocity? Taizhan is ill, and our family relies on the nursery for sustenance. This is disastrous. Village chief." Dong Changshui's gaze fell upon the elderly man who had spoken earlier. He grasped the man's hand and implored whether this is an act of nature or human malice. "Surely the authorities should provide some compensation? Please speak to them on our behalf and convey our circumstances. Do your utmost to secure additional assistance for our family." The village chief nodded, "Rest assured. I will take care of this matter." At that moment, a young boy ran over, pointing into the distance. "Grandpa Dong, I just passed by here and saw Chinyu acting suspiciously. Perhaps you should inquire with him?" "Chinyu?" Dong Changshui gritted his teeth and declared, "I will confront that scoundrel immediately." Ignoring the village chief's attempts to dissuade him, he headed straight for Chunyu's house. Jiang Yin made a phone call and sent Black Tiger a location. Then quickly followed Dong Changshui. "Old Dong, do you have a grudge against Chinyu?" Jiang Yin inquired curiously along the way. "That I bear no personal animosity towards him, but he has a long-standing feud with my Taizhan." Dong Changshui explained. When they were both young adults, Taizhan and Chinyu had a falling out, which escalated into a brawl. Though Chinyu brought many friends, my Taizhan had trained his body from a young age and later attended a martial arts school, easily besting them. Consequently, Chinyu became his enemy. As he recounted the story, Dong Changshui sighed and continued, "Over the years, while Taizhan has been away, Chinyu has repeatedly troubled me. However, my age has garnered some sympathy, and others have supported me. So Chinyu has gained nothing from it. That if this fire at the nursery is indeed connected to him, I shall not let this matter rest." From this conversation, Jiang Yun gained a clearer understanding of Chinyu. Clearly not a person of good character, but he had already formulated a plan. If it truly was Chunyu's doing, he would ensure he paid a heavy price. As they spoke, they arrived at a dilapidated house at the village's end. Though it had a yard, it had long fallen into disrepair, overrun with weeds. Nevertheless, light still streamed through the windows, and muffled voices could be heard within, indicating that people still resided there. Dong Changshui stormed up to the door and kicked it open. Inside, several burly men stood up, turning their gazes toward him. Jiang Yun and his companion quickly followed Dong Changshui, ready to protect him from any potential hostility. Upon entering, they were met with a nauseating stench of alcohol that permeated the air. "Chinyu, my nursery is on fire. Are you involved?" Dong Changshui coldly questioned. "Oof." Chinyu stepped forward, lit a cigarette, and disdainfully replied, "Old man, which of your eyes saw me set the fire? You're slandering me. If you provoke me further, I will take you to court that if you end up in prison. Who will care for your crippled son?" His companions erupted in laughter, mocking, "I heard Dong Taizan was doing quite well. Why has he ended up like this? I suppose he got into trouble in the capital, resulting in a broken leg, and now he's back home to recuperate, that I hear he might be disabled for life." As the taunts grew more outrageous and offensive, Dong Changshui's chest heaved with anger, his face turning a deep shade of red. "You." He pointed at Chinyu, then glanced at the stove, grabbing a firewood stick and swinging it towards Chinyu. "You old fool. You dare strike me?" Chunyu's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with malice as he seized the stick and kicked it towards Dong Chang's. At nearly 70, Dong Changshui lacked the strength of Chinyu. Seeing him falter, Jiang Yun and his companion rushed to support him, shielding him from further harm. Ignoring them, Chinyu continued to boast, "Old man, I set that fire. What can you do about it? Isn't your crippled son quite capable? Let him come find me." Chinyu's friends laughed uproariously. Dong Changshui clenched his fists, undeterred, yet Jiang Yun quickly positioned himself between them, calmly stating, "Old Dong, you should return home. Leave this matter to me. No way. Today, I will settle this with this brat. I've lived long enough. If I can take him down, that's splendid, but if he kills me, he will still face imprisonment." As he spoke, Dong Changshui rolled up his sleeves, preparing to charge at Chinyu. Jiang Yin gave a subtle signal to Jiang Qingying, who immediately pulled Dong Changshui away. Chinyu scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Jiang Yun, and snapped, "What are you still doing here? Scram, or I'll make you regret it." Jiang Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, remaining silent as he did so. Observing his demeanor, Chinyu and his companions exchanged glances. One of them approached Chinyu and whispered, "I believe I've seen that watch he's wearing. Rumor has it it's worth several $100,000. Additionally, his attire is quite refined. Brother Yu, perhaps we should just drive him away. It's best not to provoke him." The others nodded in agreement. Though they were emboldened to flaunt their authority in the village, they dared not offend outsiders. Furthermore, given the village's proximity to the capital, if they truly crossed a significant figure from the city, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "Look at you all, cowering like that," Chinyu scolded, pointing a finger at them as he berated. "What gives you the impression that he is wealthy and powerful? Spare me your nonsense and hurry up and throw him out. If he refuses to leave, break his legs immediately." The crowd hesitated, their gazes shifting back to Jiang Yun and in an instant. Their eyes widened, gleaming with avarice. Chapter 250. The hidden manipulator. In Jiang Yun's hand lay a stack of 100 yuan bills, while he casually held a cigarette in the other, exuding an air of nonchalance that a cursory glance revealed that the money amounted to over 10,000. "You lot, teach this foul-mouthed scoundrel a lesson, and consider this money your reward for the trouble," Jiang Yun stated indifferently. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they turned to Chinyu for confirmation. Before Yu could react, punches began raining down upon him. The room echoed with his cries of agony. Outside, Dong Changshui was taken aback and quickly suggested, "We should go in and take a look. Chinyu and his crew are nothing but ruffians, capable of anything, that we cannot let our boss be bullied." Jiang Qingying frowned slightly and accompanied Dong Changshui back inside. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, They were both left dumbfounded. Chinyu was sprawled on the floor, while his so-called friends mercilessly beat him. In stark contrast, Jiang Yun stood leisurely to the side, smoking a cigarette. "Brother, what's going on?" Jiang Qingying stammered, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Money can make the world go round." Jiang Yun replied with a smirk, flicking the bills in his hand. Jiang Qingying shook his head in resignation. This approach seemed universally effective. Soon, Chinyu was left bloodied and battered, lacking the strength to rise. His so-called friends hurried to Jiang Yun, eager to take credit. "Brother, we've handled the situation for you. What do you think about the money?" Jiang Yun glanced at his watch, a cold smile creeping across his lips. He placed the money back into his wallet, then pulled out a 10 yuan bill and tossed it before them. "Go buy some water. Consider it your compensation." The group stood in stunned silence, their faces pale with horror. One man raised his head to look at Jiang Yun, his lips twitching. "You didn't say that before, did you?" "What was said then is irrelevant now." Jiang Yun's tone turned icy as he asked, "Do you want it or not?" Even 10 yuan was still money, and if they refused, he wouldn't hesitate to withhold it. "You bastard! How dare you make a fool of us?" The group glared at Jiang Yun, their expressions darkening. The man who had spoken clenched his fists, ready to strike Jiang Yun. The others rolled up their sleeves, clearly intent on not letting Jiang Yun off easily. Dong Changshui's face turned pale with fear, and Jiang Qingying's expression grew tense, as they both realized they were uncertain of Jiang Yun's true capabilities. Just as the group was about to close in on them, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Black Tiger arrived with a contingent from the security company. In an instant, the dilapidated room was filled with people, while the outside became a throng. The group was taken aback, and Chinyu gasped. Retreating into the crowd to minimize his presence, "Mr. Jiang, we apologize for our tardiness," Black Tiger said in a deep voice. Jiang Yun waved his hand, his smile widening. "The timing is perfect. Teach these lowlifes a lesson, so they understand the consequences of bullying others." Black Tiger understood immediately, signaling to his men, who surged forward toward Chinyu and his companions, just as Jiang Yun and the others prepared to exit. Chinyu shouted, "Brother, please, don't hit me. I started the fire, but I was coerced. I took someone else's money, and the other party is quite formidable that I couldn't afford to offend them. Please let me go," having already sustained severe injuries. Chinyu feared the arrival of more imposing figures clad in black, a sight he had only ever witnessed in films. Realizing he had crossed a powerful individual, he hastily attempted to negotiate. "Wait," Jiang Yun interrupted, pointing at Chinyu. "Drag him out." Chinyu sighed in relief as others gasped in surprise. The moment he was pulled outside, the security team sprang into action, filling the room with cries reminiscent of a hellish scene. In the courtyard, Jiang Yun regarded Chinyu and inquired, "If you don't clarify the situation, I will break your limbs." "Please no, I will tell you everything." Chinyu stammered, terrified. 3 days ago, Boss Singh gave me some money and instructed me to set fire to the nursery. Afterward, he promised me a commission for my efforts that I had no choice but to comply, but I'm not a heartless person. Although I had some grievances with Dong Taizhan, we are from the same village. I would never have burned his nursery without being forced. Though his words sounded convincing, those present could see through his true character. Such individuals are driven solely by money. They would betray even their own parents for the right price. Jiang Yun gestured to Black Tiger, instructing, "Take him inside and give him a good beating." "Brother, this is too much." Chinyu's face drained of color, but before he could protest further, Black Tiger had already taken him away. With the matter settled, they did not linger. On the way back, Jiang Yun glanced at Dong Changshui beside him and curiously asked, "Are you familiar with this Boss Singh? I have heard of him." Dong Changshui replied, his expression grave, that he is the largest flower distributor in town. "Not long ago, he contacted me about purchasing my nursery, claiming he wanted to cultivate flowers here. However, his offer was utterly unreasonable, and I rely on the nursery for my livelihood, so I refused. I thought that would be the end of it, but I never anticipated." Dong Changshui sighed heavily. If it were Chinyu who had instigated this trouble, he might have dared to confront him. However, Hearing Boss Zhang's name deflated him like a punctured balloon, leaving him unable to muster a single harsh word. Jiang Yun could easily discern Dong Changshui's thoughts. His demeanor indicated he was an honest man. Faced with such a situation, he undoubtedly wished to swallow his pride. Yet, Jiang Yun chose not to expose him. He summoned Black Tiger to his side and quietly instructed, "Make sure Qin comes with us." "Understood," Black Tiger replied, promptly getting to work. After exchanging pleasantries with Dong Changshui, Jiang Yun and his companions boarded the vehicle, which swiftly vanished into the night sky. Resembling a long dragon, they watched them depart. Dong Changshui stood to the side, unable to suppress his feelings of lamentation. "It is indeed a blessing for my family, Taizhan, to encounter such a commendable boss. Alas, given Tieshan's current state, it seems there will be no opportunity to remain by their side in the future." With several sighs escaping his lips, Dong Changshui finally made his way home. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky, once the convoy had left the village, it headed straight towards a nearby town. At this moment, Qin was kneeling inside the van, while Jiang Yun and He, who sat on either side. Jiang Qing occupied the front passenger seat, casually scrolling through his phone. "Boss, I've come to realize my mistakes." Qin Yu's face turned pale with fear, his breathing growing noticeably rapid as he lowered his head and spoke softly. "You have already had me repaired twice. I have suffered the consequences. Please, let bygones be bygones and treat me as if I am inconsequential." Smack. No sooner had he finished speaking than He, who raised his hand, gripping Qin Yu's hair while delivering a few slaps to his face. Qin Yu grimaced in pain, yet even so, he dared not utter a sound, obediently huddling on the ground like a reprimanded dog. At this moment, Qin Yu's remorse was profound. Had he known this would be the outcome, not even an abundance of money would have tempted him to set fire to Dong's nursery. Jiang Yun gently massaged his temples, squinting out the window as he spoke to himself. "I offer you an opportunity for redemption. Take us to find Boss Sing immediately, as long as I can see him. You shall be free." Chun Yu was taken aback. Presently, the lengthy convoy was filled with dozens of robust men, all of whom were exceptional professionals. It was evident they were seasoned bodyguards. The thought of Jiang Yun wanting to meet Boss Zhang suggested trouble. The mere idea sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down Shan Yu's back that if Jiang Yun encountered hardship, he would undoubtedly not let Qin Yu off easily. Conversely, if Boss Zhang chose to cower, it would still lead to trouble for him later. Truly a dilemma. Bang. Before he could respond, Heihu kicked Qin Yu's shoulder, sternly rebuking, "Are you deaf or mute? Did you not hear Mr. Jiang addressing you?" Yes. Qin Yu winced in pain, hastily responding, "I'll take you there right away." Although night was falling, Qin Yu had heard tales about Boss Zhang. The man was known for his nightly revelries, and there was only one decent KTV in town. It was said that Boss Zhang would arrive punctually each evening. While uncertain of what might transpire with Boss Zhang, he feared that disobeying Jiang Yun's wishes could lead to dire consequences tonight. Ultimately, Qin Yu steeled his resolve and refrained from further comments. Half an hour later, the convoy had entered the town. "Boss Zhang should be at Jinbui Kiki. If he is not there, I will find another way to contact him," Qin Yu whispered. The others in the vehicle remained silent, while the driver navigated towards Jinbui. As per the GPS, due to the town's modest size, they arrived at the KTV after a few turns. He, who was the first to exit, opening the door for Jiang Yun as he said, "Mr. Jiang, we have arrived." As Jiang Yun stepped out, He, who took a step forward, pointing at the still kneeling Qin Yu, and inquired, "Mr. Jiang, what shall we do with this man?" "Bring him along," Jiang Yun replied with a smile that sent shivers down spines. Qin Yu was drenched in cold sweat, but before he could protest, two bodyguards forcibly dragged him out. Jiang Qingying emerged from the passenger seat, crossing his arms and glancing at Jiang Yun before casually stating, "I just had a friend look into Boss Zhang's background. His full name is Zheng Junkai. A few years ago, he dabbled in real estate. However, as the housing market in the town became saturated, he shifted his focus to medicinal herbs and flowers, establishing several cultivation bases in nearby villages." Jiang Yun's gaze turned icy as he looked towards the opulent Jinbei AV, The visage of Dong Changshe was surfacing in his mind. Approaching 60, Dong Changshe lived modestly despite owning a small two-story house. Now that Zheng Junkai had shattered his livelihood, he could not simply let it go. "Let us confront this Zheng Junkai," Jiang Yin commanded, leading the group toward the KTV. The two security guards stationed at the entrance exchanged wary glances, sensing the ill intent of Jiang Yun and his entourage, and prepared to flee. However, before they could make their escape, several bodyguards trailing behind He, who seized them by their collars and brought them before Jiang Yun. "Why do you flee?" "I am not a beast." Jiang Yun halted, scrutinizing them before asking to we. The two guards exchanged looks, stammering without a coherent response. "Keep them here. Do not allow them to alert anyone," Jiang Yun commanded the bodyguards before striding into the KV's main hall. As midnight approached, the KTV was already bustling with patrons. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of jarring, discordant sounds. A nearby waitress hurried over, smiling as she addressed Jiang Yun. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Chapter 252. Confrontation. As Jiang Yun and his companions entered first, the waitress had not noticed the formidable presence of the bodyguards following closely behind, that in an instant, they formed a wall, filling the entire hall, leaving the waitress pale and trembling as she struggled to maintain her composure. Jiang Yun patted the waitress on the shoulder, a smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze gracing his lips. "Where is Zheng Junkai?" "The boss is in the VIP room at the innermost part of the second floor," she replied mechanically. Jiang Yun smiled in satisfaction, leading the way upstairs, with the others following closely behind. As the entire group ascended to the second floor, the waitress collapsed to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon. Moments later, she hurriedly returned to the front desk and dialed a number. "Manager, you must return immediately. Something is amiss in the establishment. A large group just arrived, claiming they seek Boss Sung, and they have already gone upstairs. Tonight, Boss Sung is hosting important guests, and if something goes wrong here, I fear he will not let us off easily." After hastily relaying the information, the waitress ended the call. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his group had reached the door of the innermost private room. Jiang Yun gestured to his men, and a burly man stepped forward, kicking the door open. "Who dares to ruin my fun?" As the door swung open, Zheng Junkai, seated on the sofa, slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly with a stormy expression. The men in the room also stood, instinctively reaching for nearby glass bottles. The women accompanying Zheng Junkai, frightened, hurriedly retreated to a corner. Only a handsome young man, seated at the main position, continued drinking, indifferent to the unfolding chaos. He Hu and the others formed a solid line, allowing Jiang Yun to step forward, his gaze locking onto Zheng Junkai. Having received a brief overview of Zheng Junkai's background from Jiang Qingying, Jiang Yun recognized him despite his fuller appearance compared to photographs, as his facial features remained distinct. "You must be Zheng Junkai." Jiang Yun stated that a man standing beside Zheng Junkai smashed his bottle in anger and approached Jiang Yun, sneering. "Who do you think you are to speak to Brother Zheng in such a manner?" Bang! Just as he advanced, a nearby bodyguard delivered a swift kick to the man's chest, sending him crashing onto the table. The fruit platter and glasses scattered across the surface with a cacophony of shattering sounds. Zheng Junkai frowned slightly. However, being a man of experience, he managed to maintain his composure, even as turmoil brewed within him. Fixing his gaze on Jiang Yun, he questioned, "Young man, I do not recall any grievances between us. Pray tell, what brings you and your entourage here?" Jiang Yun lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke before clapping his hands. That moment, two bodyguards forcibly brought Chen Yu forward. "Boss Sung, I apologize." Chen Yu swallowed hard, muttering an apology before bowing his head. Zheng Junkai's lips twitched. At this stage, even a fool could discern Jiang Yun's intentions. "You are from the Dong family?" Without lifting his head, Jiang Yun replied, "Since you recognize my identity, then Chen Yu's words must hold truth that in a bid to expand your own business empire, you have resorted to brazenly attacking others, even going so far as to set ablaze someone else's nursery. You truly are a despicable scoundrel. Confronted by Jiang Yun's biting remarks, Zheng Junkai's anger surged within him. Did I end the entirety of the town who would dare speak to him in such a manner? The bystanders, too, refrained from flaunting their power, standing quietly beside Zheng Junkai. Their previous bravado dissipated. That it was merely a nursery. Its destruction was inconsequential. Zheng Junkai pulled a bank card from his pocket. A confident smile gracing his lips. No one in this world is averse to money. Even if Jiang Yun and his associates were not well-intentioned, there is always a sum that could sway them. This card contained 1 million. If you refrain from interfering in this matter, consider this sum as my treat for the brothers to enjoy a drink. Ha! Jiang Yun shook his head with a cold smirk, gesturing to the crowd behind him. Why not ask them if they desire it? The bodyguards accompanying Black Tiger were all elite, possessing not only professionalism, but also a clear understanding of Jiang Yun's background. If they were to offend Jiang Yun over a paltry million, they would undoubtedly suffer greater losses in the future. Thus, not a single change of emotion graced their faces. They did not even spare a glance at the bank card. At that moment, Zheng Junkai felt a wave of panic wash over him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "What do you intend to do then?" "Simple." Jiang Yun flicked the cigarette but from his hand, pointing at the ground. "Were it not for your incitement of others to commit arson, we would all be peacefully sleeping at home right now. That I shan't make it difficult for you. Simply kneel before us and bow your heads a few times. After that, you must accompany me to the Dong family to apologize to the old gentleman in person. This matter will then be considered settled." This, Zheng Junkai's face turned ashen with fury. His fists clenched tightly. He had dominated the town for many years, his business and reputation growing ever larger, his aspirations soaring higher, now aiming to expand into the capital, where his status would rise once more. If he were to kneel here today and word of it spread, he would become a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. "Did you not hear what Mr. Jiang said?" Black Tiger stepped forward impatiently, jabbing a finger at Zheng Junkai's nose. "If it weren't for Mr. Jiang's benevolence, I would have already crippled you. You dare bully someone like the old gentleman of the Dong family. What kind of a man are you? You are even less than a beast." Faced with Black Tiger's reprimand, Zheng Junkai gritted his teeth, remaining utterly still. The next moment, he suddenly turned his head, his gaze landing on the dashing young man seated on the sofa. The youth appeared to be in his early 20s. Yet his eyes were alight with an unsettling ferocity, and Zheng Junkai seemed to regard him with a measure of respect, clearly recognizing his formidable background. With no other options, Zheng Junkai mustered his courage and asked, "Young Master Zhan, what do you think we should do about this?" Chapter 253. As it turns out, he is from the Qian family. As his words fell, before the young man could respond, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to him. He scrutinized the youth for a moment before declaring, "I care not who you are, but since Zheng Junkai has bullied the Dong family, even should the King of Heaven stand in my way, I shall exact my vengeance." Clap, clap, clap. The young man applauded elegantly, casting aside his wine glass with a flourish as he stood up, straightening his collar with nonchalance. "Since the moment of my birth, those around me have shown me utmost respect. Never has anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You, on the other hand, possess quite the audacity, treating me with such disdain." Before he could finish his introduction, Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively, while Black Tiger swiftly stepped forward, seizing Zheng Junkai by the collar, yanking him towards Jiang Yun. The next instant, a swift kick connected with Zheng Junkai's knee. The next moment, he found himself kneeling on the ground, his knees meeting the floor with excruciating force, the suddenness of it leaving him feeling as though his kneecap had shattered, pain causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. "Bow your head and admit your fault." Jiang Yun's tone remained indifferent. Just as Zheng Junkai prepared to glance back at the young man, a slap struck him across the face. In utter desperation, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head several times towards Jiang Yun. Meanwhile, the youth observed with a cold eye, seething with anger. He had just proclaimed his authority, yet Jiang Yun had the audacity to disregard him. even interrupting his self-introduction, that he had assumed that merely stating his name would instill fear in Jiang Yun. But it was evident that the latter did not regard him with any significance. Before long, the young man sent a text message while casting a cold glare at Jiang Yun, his eyes sharp as swords, brimming with boundless resentment. "All right, you have acknowledged your mistake to us. Now let us proceed to the Dong family," Jiang Yun languidly remarked, turning to lead the way outside. Two bodyguards hoisted Zheng Junkai to his feet, ushering him to follow in Jiang Yun's wake. Meanwhile, the men who had been drinking with Zheng Junkai hurried to the young man's side, urgently inquiring, "Young Master Zhang, what shall we do?" Smack. The young man's frustration had already reached its peak, and upon hearing the man's question, he struck him across the face, coldly commanding, "Follow me downstairs. I have already contacted reinforcements. They will arrive shortly. I intend to make that little brat pay the price he deserves." With that, he swiftly exited the private room. Just as the men trailing behind him prepared to leave, they noticed Chen Yu, kneeling on the ground. This was the wretch who had caused Xingge to kneel, bringing disgrace upon young Master Zhang. "Brothers, beat him." It was unclear who had shouted, but the crowd quickly surged towards Chen Yu. Chen Yu, on the verge of tears, felt a barrage of punches and kicks raining down upon him, contemplating the depths of despair. Just because he had set a fire, he had been beaten 3 times in one night. Now his face was swollen beyond recognition, looking more like a pig than a man, likely unrecognizable even to his own mother. Meanwhile, in front of the resplendent KTV, Jiang Yun and his companions were preparing to escort Zheng Junkai back to the village when they noticed a procession of black sedans approaching from around the corners of the road. Looking around, the sheer number of cars was staggering. Black Tiger and the others exchanged worried glances, instinctively drawing closer to Jiang Yun, encircling him for protection. Jiang Qing gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother, they do not come with good intentions. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall build dams." This situation arose because Zheng Junkai instigated it. Even if it escalates, the rationale lies with us. Jiang Yun spoke in a low voice. "Just moments ago, while on the upper floor, despite our numerical advantage, we refrained from any outrageous actions that if it comes to that, we will call the police immediately." Black Tiger and the others exchanged glances, their expressions awkward as professional bodyguards. The prospect of calling the police at this juncture would be an utter embarrassment, akin to disgrace beyond comprehension. Before long, the line of sedans had halted before Jiang Yun and his group, surrounding their convoy. One by one, robust men clad in black suits swiftly descended from the vehicles, their expressions grim and intimidating. "You bastards, your time is up." Upon witnessing this, Zheng Junkai cried out, as if invigorated, "You have offended young Master Zhang. His men have already arrived. You worthless fools are doomed." As his words echoed, the youth from the crowd approached Jiang Yun and his associates, a sinister smile playing upon his lips. "I had no intention of troubling you, but since you have chosen not to heed my respect, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Among the throng, a burly man quickly made his way to the youth, respectfully bowing before him. Just as he was about to speak when he noticed Jiang Yun among the crowd, his eyes narrowed in recognition. "How is it you?" As their gazes locked, Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. "San?" The man before him was indeed the bodyguard who had accompanied Qian Yukai and had previously escorted Jiang Yun out of the villa, leaving a lasting impression on him. It soon became clear to Jiang Yun why the young man exuded an air of nobility and spoke so arrogantly. He was from the Qian family. Moreover, the fact that he could command Qian Yukai's personal bodyguard to come to his aid signified his considerable status within the family. "Do you know him?" the youth asked, furrowing his brow. "Young master, he is the one the old gentleman has taken a liking to," San whispered. "What an extraordinary coincidence." The youth hesitated for a moment, his gaze returning to San. "So, this person cannot be harmed." "Not for now." Though San held a disdain for Jiang Yun, Qian Yukai had already regarded Jiang Yun as a substitute for the Mo family. Any issues arising from Jiang Yun's side could jeopardize the entire arrangement. Young master. Isen lowered his voice and whispered, although the old master extended an olive branch to him. He is still in contemplation. Moreover, I can perceive that this individual is overly ambitious and is unlikely to heed the old master's wishes. After a day's reflection, if he is not prepared to cooperate with the old master, it would not be too late for us to take action against him. The young man hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. Qian Yucai held an unparalleled position in the Qian family, and no one dared to challenge his authority, including himself. Asan returned to Jiang Yun's side and said nonchalantly, "You may take your people and leave." Chapter 254. Seeking a compromise, the adversary had the advantage in numbers. So Jiang Yun did not linger. This young man did not seem to be of good character, and Jiang Yun was concerned that he might suddenly change his mind if a conflict broke out between the two parties. Unforeseen complications could arise that in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yun and his companions were already in the car, heading straight for the village. Along the way, Jiang Yun glanced at Zheng Junzai, who was pressed against the side, and frowned, inquiring what was the name of that person just now. He recalled that everyone referred to the young man as young Master Zhan. If he truly belonged to the Qian family, why would he have such a surname? Currently, Zheng Junzai was deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. If even young Master Zhan dared not take action against Jiang Yun, how could he possibly offend him? His full name is Qian Zhanbua, but due to his unique status, very few people know his true name. Everyone simply calls him young Master Zhan. Zheng Junzai hastily explained a couple of things that a playful smile emerged at the corner of Jiang Yun's lips, his gaze continually shifting around Zheng Junzai. Zheng Junzai felt a surge of anxiety, especially when he met Jiang Yun's eyes, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Yet he dared not inquire further. Since he is from the Qian family, why would he be in contact with you? Jiang Yun suddenly countered. After all, Zheng Junzai before him was merely an ordinary businessman, though he was the wealthiest in the town. He was insignificant in the vast and treacherous capital. Furthermore, even if the Qian family sought cooperation, they would not approach someone deemed useless in the town. Zheng Junzai quickly explained, the Qian family often conducts business in this vicinity. And since young Master Zhan enjoys drinking and singing, we became friends 2 years ago. Understanding dawned upon Jiang Yun. It appeared that the estate he had previously visited with Qian Yucai was likely one of the Qian family strongholds. No wonder it was so secretive and remote, yet opulent within. Jiang Yun had initially thought the estate's owner was deranged for constructing such a high-standard villa in such a location that if that were the case, everything made sense. Presumably, Qian Zhanbua had come here alongside Qian Yucai, and during their conversation, Qian Zhanbua had arrived in the town to share a drink with Zheng Junzai. With everything now clear, Jiang Yun refrained from further questioning. In a flash, the car arrived in front of the Dong family home that as the group approached. Dong Changshui, who had been sitting in the courtyard, quickly rose and hastened to Jiang Yun's side. "Sir, what brings you here?" Noticing the throng of people following Jiang Yun, Dong Changshui felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Yun clapped his hands, and 2 bodyguards pushed Zheng Junzai forward. Before the bodyguards could act, Zheng Junzai knelt before Dong Changshui, hastily bowing and saying, "Old Master Dong, I sincerely apologize. It was wrong of me to burn your nursery for my own selfish desires. But rest assured, I will compensate you adequately." Dong Changshui was taken aback. Having lived in this village for decades and frequently traveling to the town for seeds, he was well aware of Zheng Junzai's identity. To witness such a prominent figure kneeling before him, bowing in repentance, was beyond belief. "Old Master Dong, I believe he shows sincerity, so let us consider this matter settled. Shall we?" Jiang Yun said with a cheerful demeanor. "Everything will follow the boss's arrangement." Dong Changshui quickly replied. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yun looked at Zheng Junzai again and said coolly, "While we have accepted your apology, the nursery has been destroyed. First, you must restore the nursery, and then compensate old Master Dong for his losses. I have heard that you own several greenhouses in the nearby villages. Although they grow medicinal herbs and flowers, With some improvement, they could serve as a nursery. How about this? You will allocate 10 greenhouses to old Master Dong. If you agree, we can consider this matter closed. What do you think? Dong Changshui was already astonished. If he truly received 10 greenhouses, he would become the wealthiest man in the village. What surprised him even more was that Zheng Junzai did not hesitate at all and quickly nodded in agreement. Jiang Yun smiled with satisfaction and waved to a few bodyguards beside him, saying, "Remember your promise to me. Today, I will not have you sign a contract that if you fail to keep your word in the future. No matter where you hide, I will find you." Zheng Junzai quickly acknowledged and hurried away, as long as he could save his life. That was already a stroke of luck, for matters that could be resolved with money. They were trivial. Shifting his gaze, Jiang Yun looked toward the two-story building before him and asked, "Is Taizan asleep?" "Boss, Taizan has already gone to bed." Dong Changshui hesitated for a moment before adding, "But if you wish to speak with him, I can go wake him up." "No need." Jiang Yun waved his hand and smiled. "Once Taizan is certain, have him come to the capital to find me. Otherwise, I will come knocking." Dong Changshui was deeply moved. Although Dong Taizan had become a shell of his former self, Jiang Yun still cared for him and even helped resolve such a tricky situation for his family. Such kindness could not be repaid. After watching Jiang Yun and his group leave, Dong Changshui finally made his way back into the small building. On the way back, Jiang Yun kept his eyes closed, brow furrowed in thought, sitting beside him. Dong Taizan inquired, "Brother, everything went so smoothly tonight. Is there anything you are still dissatisfied with?" "Nothing is that simple." Jiang Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. "I could have negotiated conditions with Qian Yucai or rejected his demands. But now that I have entangled myself with Qian Zhangbua, if I do not align myself with Qian Yucai, I suspect Qian Zhangbua will not let us off easily. The Qian family was vast and powerful. We currently lacked the means to confront them directly. I am also contemplating a compromise." Jiang Qingying remained silent. Indeed, the situation was quite precarious. It was not until they reached the city that everyone finally dispersed. As Jiang Yun and his companion arrived downstairs, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Brother, you need to be so troubled. Otherwise, sister-in-law will worry," Jiang Qingying quickly remarked. Throughout their journey, Jiang Yun had been sighing, and it pained Jiang Qingying to see him in such a state. Jiang Yun gazed at the cigarette in his hand and said softly, "It is precisely because of this that I need to smoke a cigarette to calm my emotions." Chapter 255. A clash of wits. Once he finished his cigarette, Jiang Yun proceeded upstairs. Although it was late at night, Lin Shui was still in the room, absorbed in her reading. Jiang Yun pushed open the door. He was taken aback and quickly asked, "Why are you still awake?" "I couldn't sleep without you home," Lin Shui replied with a smile, setting her book aside. She walked over to Jiang Yun, helping him out of his coat, and then said slowly, "Are you hiding something from me?" "How could that be?" Jiang Yun's lips curled into a faint smile as he pulled Lin Shui into his embrace, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Perhaps I have no true heart for anyone, but I would never feel that way about you. That if there were something I had to conceal from you, it would surely be for your own good." Lin Shui felt a surge of emotion. She understood Jiang Yun's intentions but did not want to see him burdened with too much. After a moment's hesitation, she said again, "If there is anything you need help with, you must tell me." Jiang Yun hesitated and then gritted his teeth, saying, "Since you brought it up, I shall not hide it any longer. Someone wants to bring Yinshui group under his control, and I would become their puppet. Ultimately, whether I say it now or later, the outcome would be the same. Qian Yucai would certainly not grant him too much time. Additionally, with the Mo family and Lin family's people lurking, and with the sudden presence of Gao Meiwei, Jiang Yun knew he had to be even more cautious. After careful consideration, aligning with Qian Yucai might be the best move. As long as you make your decision," Lin Shui replied. Lin Shui did not inquire further. She simply embraced Jiang Yun and softly uttered a few words. Over the past few days, she had sensed the immense pressure weighing upon Jiang Yun, yet he had refrained from confiding in her. In Ning City, no matter the circumstances, Jiang Yun would always share his troubles with her first, even seeking her assistance to resolve them. However, ever since Jiang Yun distanced himself from the Jiang family. It appeared as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Even she found it difficult to recognize him. His thoughts had become increasingly intricate, and he exhibited a keen acumen in the business realm, coupled with a ruthless approach to executing tasks, leaving her somewhat bewildered by the man before her. Nevertheless, Jiang Yun treated her with growing kindness, meticulously considering her needs and even clearing away all obstacles in her path. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Shui unconditionally trusted Jiang Yun. Under no circumstances would he relinquish the Yunshui group without just cause. The two of them held each other for quite some time before finally retiring to bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. Given their mutual understanding, there was naturally no activity between them. With the dawn of a new day, Jiang Yun had made up his mind. He gazed at Lin Shui, who was seated at the vanity, and smiled as he spoke. "Wife, I shall go and sign the contract that I contemplated it last night. Although they seek to control the Yunshui group, this may not be entirely disadvantageous for us. At least by reaching an agreement with them, we can maintain the upper hand and continue to be the rightful controllers of the Yunshui group. As for how things will unfold in the future, that remains to be seen." Lin Shui nodded, offering no further comments. That it was evident that she placed her unwavering trust in Jiang Yun's words. Having reached a decision, Jiang Yun rose early, tidied himself up, and set off with Jiang Chengying towards the door. Once inside the car, Jiang Yun retrieved his phone and dialed Qian Yucai's number. "Old master, I have made my decision that we can meet to sign the contract now. Please send me the location. I will join you shortly." Qian Yucai chuckled in satisfaction and replied, "I will send the location to your phone. Hurry over." After hanging up, Jiang Yun's expression darkened once more. Who would willingly become someone else's puppet? Fortunately, there remained room for maneuvering. Upon receiving the address, Jiang Yun and his companion headed towards the Qian family residence. This time, Qian Yucai had chosen a manor in the suburbs for their meeting rather than a villa, suggesting that he might have regarded Jiang Yun as a close associate. Jiang Yun was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in Qian Yucai's game. While Qian Yucai may have appreciated him, he certainly did not hold him in high esteem. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the Qian family manor. Looking around, Jiang Yun observed a group of robust men in suits standing imposingly at the entrance, while Qian Zhumbua stood at the forefront, flanked by several young men of similar age. Upon spotting Jiang Yun and his companion, Qian Zhumbua's lips curled into a slight smirk, his face adorned with a hint of cold amusement, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. "Young Master Qian, I did not expect you to personally welcome us. It truly brings me honor," Jiang Yun remarked with a smile. "You flatter me, Mr. Jiang," Qian Zhumbua responded, maintaining a smile that belied the chilling gaze he directed towards Jiang Yun, which sent shivers down one's spine. "Ladies and gentlemen," Qian Zhumbua addressed his peers, gesturing towards Jiang Yun, "allow me to introduce the founder of the Yunshui group, Jiang Yun. He is the promising talent favored by my grandfather, and is here today to sign a contract with him. In the future, Jiang Yun will replace the Mo family and become our representative in the capital." The Qian family was grand and influential, yet remarkably discreet. For many years, its members had remained in the shadows, rarely appearing in the capital, yet they operated effectively behind the scenes. Much like Qian Zhumbua, whose true identity as a prominent figure was unknown to the public. The young men beside him exchanged glances, each displaying disdainful expressions. These individuals were all offspring of the Qian family's elite, with parents who were core members of the family. Although the Qian family did not openly reveal themselves in the capital, they all held significant positions, much like Qian Zhumbua. While Jiang Yun was unaware of the schemes the Qian family was orchestrating, he understood that he did not need to concern himself with such matters. After all, if the Qian family preferred to remain in the shadows, he would have the time to strategize that he could not remain a mere pawn or marionette indefinitely. "Brother, don't give him too much credit," remarked a youth closest to Qian Zhumbua, disdain evident in his voice. "That I've heard that the Yunshui group was merely a subsidiary of the Jiang group, and this kid only managed to seize it through some underhanded means. Is that truly a skill? Chapter 256, Concealed Intentions That Is Not a Fair Assessment. Qian Zhongbo interjected, waving his hand dismissively, his smile growing ever more pronounced that if my grandfather has taken a liking to him, it signifies that he possesses commendable qualities. And even if he acquired the company through dubious means, is that not still his property? To steal or seize, that is also a form of skill. Laughter erupted among those present, their gazes filled with contempt and disdain. They maintained an air of superiority, perpetually looking down upon others. Jiang Yun's expression remained impassive, showing no indication of emotional turbulence, and he disregarded their remarks entirely. Beside him, Jiang Qingying clenched his fists tightly. He had once been a young master of the Jiang family, and despite his current diminished status, the people of the capital ought to show him some respect. Who would dare speak to him in such a manner? Yet, the Qian family members exhibited this dismissive attitude, seemingly not regarding them at all, which was utterly infuriating. "Excuse me, I must go inside. The old master is waiting for me," Jiang Yun said, stepping forward and pushing past the two youths blocking his path, moving effortlessly through the bodyguards behind them, as if he were returning to his own home. Jiang Qing hurriedly followed in his wake, staying closely behind him. Qian Zhongbo crossed his arms and let out a cold snort, finding the situation rather amusing that he had deliberately orchestrated this encounter to humiliate Jiang Yun in retaliation for the previous night. And since they were on the Qian family's territory, if Jiang Yun were to speak out of turn or be provoked into action, they would have grounds to discredit him, ensuring that he could not leave the Qian family residence unscathed. However, he never anticipated that Jiang Yun would possess a steadiness far beyond his expectations, remaining completely unperturbed. "Brother, I find this kid rather unpleasant. Shall we have some fun with him in the backyard later?" One of the youths suggested with narrowed eyes, a grin creeping onto his face. "Are you implying?" Qian Zheng was suddenly understood, pointing at the young man. "You rascal, you truly have a wicked mind." The group shared a knowing laugh, fully comprehending the implication behind the youth's words. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun had entered the main hall, where Qian Yucai was seated at the head of the table, still brewing tea. "That you've arrived?" This time, Qian Yucai did not treat him coldly. Instead, he waved Jiang Yun over, gesturing to a chair beside him. Jiang Yun nodded and sat down at a respectful distance from Qian Yucai, while Jiang Qingying stood attentively behind him, at a tea the same time. Qian Zhongbo and his entourage filed into the room. The once empty hall was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. "The contract is ready. You simply need to sign," Qian Yucai stated, as the butler presented the prepared contract to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun casually flipped through its pages. While it appeared fair and just and was marketed as a cooperative agreement, he understood that the contract held little real value, serving merely as a set of constraints. If he were to refuse to sign, Qian Yucai undoubtedly had backup plans in place. The Yunxua group could very well cease to exist. Without a second thought, he signed his name and smiled as he addressed Qian Yucai. "Old master, since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave." Once the partnership was established, the Yunxua group would become an integral part of the Qian family, enabling them to utilize the family's resources in the future. This was the very purpose of signing the contract. However, Qian Yucai waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Since you're here, why not stay a while longer? It would be a good opportunity for you to build rapport with Qian Zhongbo. All the family business is in his hands, and you will collaborate extensively in the future. Moreover, I heard that you had a bit of a conflict last night." Upon hearing this, the attendees began to murmur amongst themselves. Clearly unaware of the situation, the next moment, several faces turned cold, their gazes directed at Jiang Yun with ill intentions. "Grandfather, we can say that we have become friends through adversity. We have already cleared the air," Qian Zhongbo interjected diplomatically. Qian Yucai smiled with satisfaction, affirming that indeed, regardless of who is right or wrong, the youth ought to possess the magnanimity to embrace others. "Since you have reconciled, I shall refrain from further remarks." His gaze shifted to Lin Shui as he added, "Now that you are here, do not be in haste to leave. Why not stay for a simple meal at noon? With Qian Yucai having spoken, Jiang Yun naturally felt compelled to acquiesce, albeit with concerns about the quality of the wine and the banquet. Yet he dared not offend Qian Yucai's temperament and ultimately nodded in agreement. Then let us not disturb the old gentleman's tea time. Qian Zhanhua's eyes darted, and he moved beside Jiang Yun, pulling him up and leading him towards the backyard. The others, who had been trailing Qian Zhanhua, exchanged glances, each displaying expressions akin to spectators eager for a show. Soon, the group arrived in the backyard, standing at the entrance. Jiang Yun had been unable to discern the full grandeur of the estate, but upon entering the backyard, he was struck by the vastness of the Qian family's manor. Stretching endlessly before him, that we young people should engage in youthful pursuits. Qian Zhanhua remarked cheerfully, taking the lead, that in my room, there are numerous gaming consoles and various card games. Since everyone is present today, why not indulge in some merriment together? The crowd following Qian Zhanhua echoed their agreement, their unified enthusiasm reminiscent of kinship. However, Jiang Yun sensed that matters were far from simple. Although Qian Zhanhua harbored ill feelings towards him, he maintained a facade of genteel amiability. "Brother, I have a feeling this is not as straightforward as it seems," Jiang Qingying whispered to Jiang Yun, leaning in closely. "Shall we find some excuse to leave? I can't shake the feeling that the atmosphere here is rather peculiar, and I truly wish to depart." Despite coming from a prominent family where gatherings were common during holidays, Jiang Qingying felt a stark difference here. He could sense that the individuals in the Qian household seemed to harbor ulterior motives, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Coupled with Qian Zhanhua's duplicitous demeanor, it provoked a deep-seated irritation within him. Yet, given the disparity in their standings, discontent could only lead to a hasty retreat. Before Jiang Yun could respond, Qian Zhanhua approached them, brusquely pulling Jiang Qingying aside while stating, "What are you two whispering about? We are all men here." Why the secrecy? Chapter 257. The Peculiar Ant You. Jiang Qingying furrowed his brow, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Yet Qian Zhanhua ignored him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder as if they were old friends, and continued, "Rest assured, since grandfather regards you as family, we shall not make things difficult for you. Moreover, we sincerely wish to befriend you, with no ulterior motives to Friends, you think you are worthy," Jiang Yun thought to himself. Though he kept his lips sealed in the blink of an eye, they reached the residential area of the backyard. The group exchanged mischievous glances, their smiles betraying a sense of mischief as they followed Qian Zhanhua up the stairs. Just before reaching one of the rooms, Qian Zhanhua deliberately collided with Jiang Yun, causing him to stumble and crash into the door, inadvertently entering the room. Qian Zhanhua quickly remarked, "Did I not tell you not to wander around?" The others chimed in, "Such disrespect. Do you think the Qian family is like yours? How dare you disturb Annie's rest? Watch out, or she might turn you into dog food." Hurry apologized to Annie upon hearing their banter. Jiang Yun finally noticed a woman seated at a table, her back to him as she focused intently on her laptop screen. Although he could not see her face, her mere silhouette exuded an aura of formidable presence that made it hard to approach her. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed. He had anticipated Qian Zhanhua's ill intentions she had been waiting for him here. As Jiang Qingying was about to step forward to explain, he noticed Qian Zhanhua gripping his wrist. His previously jovial demeanor replaced by a cold indifference as he lowered his voice. "Mind your tongue. Otherwise, I will ensure you do not leave the Qian household on your feet." The Qian family resembled a microcosm where only their voices mattered. Jiang Qingying's expression darkened, yet he refrained from speaking out that he understood Jiang Yun's character. If the Qian family caused him trouble, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly intervene, potentially leading to a significant confrontation with the Qian family, the consequences of which would be dire. "Andy, this person is unaware of the rules, so please do not take offense," Qian Zhanhua said calmly, standing at the door. While he is favored by grandfather, he indeed erred this time. If you feel displeased, you are free to punish him as you see fit. We will all bear witness to ensure you are not unjust." The others nodded in agreement, and with that, Qian Zhongbo closed the door. In an instant, mischievous smiles spread across the faces of those outside. Although Jiang Qingying was unsure of their intentions, he could tell that Qian Zhongbo's aunt was not one to be trifled with. The Qian family had numerous rules, and many unwritten regulations were observed in this backyard. Qian Zhongbo's aunt, Qian Qingyu, was known to have a severe temper, and even their younger relatives dared not provoke her lightly. Subsequently, Qian Qingyu established a rule that even if she remained in her room for months, no one was permitted to step inside. Regardless of the reason, breaking this rule would incur consequences. The last incident involved a new maid who, unaware of the customs, knocked on Qian Qingyu's door to deliver food when she had not emerged for a meal. Though her intentions were good, Qian Qingyu did not appreciate it. Consequently, the maid's limbs were broken, and she was unceremoniously expelled from the Qian estate. Since that day, none dared to provoke her, viewing her as a fierce predator. Now, Qian Zhongbo intended to exploit the rules set by Qian Qingyu to teach Jiang Yun a lesson. Enough, let us not linger here, Qian Zhongbo said with a carefree smile, waving his hand to the others. Let us head to my room and enjoy ourselves. Tonight, we shall drink until we drop. The group nodded and began to shove Jiang Qingying along as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, inside the room, Jiang Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He stood to the side, observing Qian Qingyu, who continued to ignore him, her focus solely on the screen. The room was filled only with the sound of her typing, crisp and melodic. This continued for a full half hour until Qian Qingyu finally turned around. Their eyes met, and Jiang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Qian Qingyu, he had assumed, must be a woman well past her 40s. However, to his surprise, she appeared quite young, seemingly around his age. Moreover, her delicate features, complemented by an exquisitely defined collarbone, captivated any man's gaze. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yun quickly lowered his head and stammered, I sincerely apologize. This is my first visit to the Qian household, and I am unaware of the rules that I did not intend to intrude upon your space. It was an accidental collision. Jiang Yun offered his explanation. But Qian Qingyu remained silent. Gradually, she stood and poured herself a glass of water, then turned her gaze back to Jiang Yun. That deal you have a grudge against Qian Zhongbo. Her tone was somewhat detached, devoid of any emotional inflection. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun sighed and replied with a smile, just a minor conflict that a grudge is a grudge, regardless of its magnitude. Qian Qingyu replied flatly that I am Qian Zhongbo's aunt, and I know his temperament well. He is one who harbors resentment. Jiang Yun was aware of this as well. Surely, this was merely the beginning. Even if he evaded immediate peril, Qian Zhongbo would not easily let him go. The rules are set for those within the Qian family. They do not pertain to you, Qian Qingyu stated dismissively, waving her hand. Jiang Yun was left in a state of bewilderment. Was that it? He had expected her to be a voracious predator, but it seemed he had overestimated her. After offering a couple more apologies, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, a sudden thud resonated behind him, causing him to pause. Mechanically, he turned around, only to find Qian Qingyu collapsed on the floor. In an instant, Jiang Yun rushed to her side, anxiously asking, Are you all right? Qian Qingyu kept her eyes tightly shut. Offering no response, panic surged within Jiang Yun. The next moment, he dashed out of the room, shouting, Someone come quickly! There's been an incident! As Qian Zhongbo and the others were engaged upstairs with games and drinks. They were completely oblivious to the commotion below. However, a servant hastily rushed over, stepping forward in a flurry, upon witnessing the scene within the room. One of the servants covered her mouth in shock and quickly exclaimed, What has happened? Chapter 258, Power Struggles. Let us not dwell on that. Quickly take her to the hospital. Jiang Yun interjected urgently, turning back into the room and scooping the person up in his arms. The other servants promptly stepped aside, clearing a path in the blink of an eye. They had arrived in the main hall. Seeing this, Qian Yutsai was the first to rise, a flicker of alarm crossing his murky old eyes. Qian Qingyu's reckless behavior stemmed entirely from Qian Yucai's doting on her, having only recently been blessed with a daughter in his old age. What is going on? Qian Yucai inquired hastily that I'm not sure. She suddenly collapsed, leaving me at a loss. Jiang Yun quickly explained. Just then, Qian Qingyu coughed softly a couple of times and slowly opened her eyes. Qingyu, are you all right? Qian Yucai grasped her arm, his concern palpable. I am fine. Qian Qingyu glanced at Jiang Yun, who then gently set her down. She took a seat nearby, sipping her tea nonchalantly, and said, Thank you for your assistance, that in no need for formality. Jiang Yun replied with a warm smile. I am relieved to hear that. Qian Yucai let out a sigh of relief. Rest assured, although I am frail, I am not so weak as to be incapacitated, Qian Qingyu remarked lightly, her gaze returning to Jiang Yun. Father, I wish to take a stroll, that if there are no matters you need to discuss, may I have him accompany me for a bit? Qian Yucai agreed with a smile, but did not elaborate further. Soon, the two had left the house. Behind them, Qian Yucai watched their retreating figures, suddenly slapping his forehead before turning to the steward and asking, Just now, was Jiang Yun carrying my daughter? Indeed, the steward confirmed. Equally astonished, when she was 5, she suffered a high fever, and since then, we've not allowed any men to touch her. Even when I did, she would recoil in distaste. Yet just now, she seemed so at ease. Qian Yucai was perplexed. The steward shook his head, pondering if the young lady's condition had improved. Impossible, Qian Yucai mused, gazing into the distance, his cloudy eyes shifting as he frowned. When they return, I shall inquire further. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Qian Qingyu had exited the premises. As they walked along the road, Jiang Yun felt somewhat uneasy that he glanced at Qian Qingyu and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for helping me out. Why do you say that? Qian Qingyu asked coolly. Though I am unaware of the rules within the Qian family, I am certain I breached them unknowingly. You feigned illness to extricate me from an awkward situation. Am I correct? Jiang Yun's gaze remained fixed on Qian Qingyu. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Qian Qingyu's lips, and she remarked with satisfaction, It seems I did not misjudge you. What do you mean? Jiang Yun asked. Puzzled. The Qian family is not as simple as you might imagine, Qian Qingyu replied, her tone reflective. Though I am Qian Zhangbu's aunt, he would go so far as to use me to deal with you, which speaks volumes about his standing within the family. Moreover, my father has immense trust in him, and a vast majority of the family's assets have fallen into his hands, while my brothers remain indifferent and even supportive of Qian Zhangbu. But I know well that if the Qian family truly falls into his hands, its demise is not far off. Jiang Yun listened, bewildered, yet began to grasp the situation. From Qian Qingyu's words, it was clear they shared a common enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend. He had inadvertently gained a formidable ally. I have waited so long within the Qian family, almost giving up hope, yet unexpectedly I encountered you. Truly, heaven has eyes. Qian Qingyu continued, Although I have remained secluded, I am somewhat aware of the happenings within the Qian family. I heard you have signed a contract with my father, agreeing to be our puppet in the outside world. Jiang Yun chuckled self-deprecatingly before finally nodding. The Qian family resembled a great tree, and he was but a vine clinging to its trunk, thus needing to follow the family's lead. How about we strike a deal? If you assist me in toppling Qian Zhangbu, I shall return your company to you. What do you think? Qian Qingyu proposed. Moreover, I will offer you a handsome reward. Jiang Yun hesitated, taken aback by the suddenness of this fortunate turn of events. Although he was uncertain of Qian Qingyu's true intentions, he was acutely aware that he had become embroiled in the power struggle within the Qian family, that if he wagered correctly, he could break free from their control. But if he lost, he might end up with nothing. Contemplating this, Jiang Yun found himself in a difficult position that he had spent an entire night pondering how to respond to Qian Yucai, and now faced yet another crucial decision, which only deepened his turmoil. That I understand you harbor suspicions about me. Allow me to share my story, and you will comprehend my motives, Qian Qingyu offered as they arrived at a park. They found a bench and sat down. Where Qian Qingyu elaborated, I am of similar age to Qian Zhangbua, and when I was 5, I endured the most harrowing experience of my life. While playing with Qian Zhangbua, he pushed me into a pool, nearly costing me my life. Following that, I suffered a severe fever, but in the hospital, I overheard a secret. My birth had prompted my father to reconsider and prepare to hand over power to me. Meanwhile, my brothers sought ways to eliminate me, with Qian Zhangbua as their pawn. That a bitter expression crossed her face as she continued. That day in the hospital, had it not been for my father's timely arrival, they would have injected poison into my fore, leading to my euthanasia. Since then, I have pretended to be frail, all to protect myself and await the opportunity to thwart their plans. Gaining insight into the situation, Jiang Yun regarded Qian Qingyu with renewed admiration. This woman was astute and remarkably patient, reminiscent of the late Mr. Qian in his youth. Indeed, women of high society were far from simple. Chapter 259, An Unwelcome Request. What do you wish for me to do? Jiang Yun inquired, fixating his gaze on Qian Qingyu. My plan is yet to unfold. I only hope that when the time comes, you will offer me unconditional assistance. Qian Qingyu replied, her eyes gleaming with determination. What will I gain from this? Jiang Yun countered that I will speak favorably of you before my father, ensuring Qian Zhangbua thinks twice before attempting to sabotage you. Furthermore, I will do my utmost to protect your Yunxue group, Qian Qingyu stated, clearly aware of Jiang Yun's vulnerabilities, her words striking a chord with him. Ultimately, Jiang Yun extended his hand toward her, smiling as he declared, let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. After a brief exchange, Qian Qingyu rose and headed toward the Qian family residence, with Jiang Yun closely trailing behind. Are you really coming back with me? Qian Qingyu asked. Perplexed, what other option do I have? Jiang Yun sighed in resignation. I prefer not to engage too deeply with the Qian family, but my friend remains there. I cannot simply abandon him, that if you do not wish to return. Do not force yourself. Qian Qingyu replied calmly, I will fabricate an excuse, saying you left early, that I will also arrange for him to find you, ensuring Qian Zhangbua does not deliberately make things difficult for him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's spirits soared. It was indeed a win-win situation. This visit to the Qian family had proven fortuitous. That as Qian Qingyu entered the grand gate of the Qian residence, Jiang Yun settled back into his car. Pulling over to the roadside, quietly awaiting news from Jiang Qing, that he lit a cigarette, peering out at the scenery, yet his mind remained preoccupied with Qian Qingyu's words. Had she been more forthright with her demands, he might not have felt so anxious. However, her lack of clarity left him feeling uneasy that he could only take it one step at a time. That as Jiang Yun pondered over these thoughts, he was suddenly jolted back to reality by the voice of Jiang Qingying. Only then did he glance at Jiang Qingying, who had taken a seat in the car, and smilingly inquired, Are you all right? Jiang Yun harbored concerns that Qian Zhangbua, a thoroughly despicable person, might cause trouble for Jiang Qingying. I'm fine, Jiang Qingying replied, casting his gaze downward, his mood evidently not very bright. He turned to glance back in the direction of the Qian family, and upon seeing that no one was pursuing them, he pressed the accelerator, driving further away. Along the journey, Jiang Qingying appeared somewhat distracted. Upon entering the room with Qian Zhangbua and his companions, he felt as though he were invisible, although he had contemplated stepping out to inquire about Jiang Yun's well-being. Qian Zhangbua and the others did not permit him to leave. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Qian Qingyu, who came to his rescue, he would still be anxiously lingering in that room. Brother, he hesitated for a moment before softly admitting, I should have stayed by your side. Even if they threatened me, I should never have abandoned you so easily. It was evident that Jiang Qingying felt a pang of regret. Yet, Jiang Yun's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Instead, he chuckled and replied, What are you overthinking? In that situation, had you not followed Qian Zhangbua, both of us would have faced difficulties. Isn't it better this way? The matter has been resolved, and neither of us has suffered any harm. It's a win-win situation. Jiang Qingying nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. ever since he had recognized Jiang Yun as his brother. He had begun to experience the warmth of family. Moreover, no matter where they found themselves, Jiang Yun consistently stood up for him. His brother had made him feel at ease as they neared the city. Jiang Yun's phone began to ring. "Boss, it's me," came a familiar voice as soon as the call connected. "Old Dong? What's the matter?" Jiang Yun inquired. Dong Changshui quickly responded, "Boss, just call me Old Dong. No need for such formality. I have a matter to discuss with you in person. Would it be convenient for us to meet?" Dong Changshui was exceptionally courteous, a gesture prompted by Jiang Yun's significant assistance. Glancing at the time, Jiang Yun smiled and suggested, "Let us have lunch together. Should I come to the village to find you, or would you prefer to come to the city? You have a car, which is convenient, and our village is not far from the city. How about I prepare some simple dishes at home, and you come to me?" Dong Changshui promptly replied, his tone filled with respect. Though older than Jiang Yun, Dong Changshui was acutely aware of Jiang Yun's status and capabilities, leading him to exercise great caution in their conversations. "All right, I'll head over now." Jiang Yun agreed and hung up, giving a couple of instructions to Jiang Qingying before they set off towards the village. The journey took about an hour, during which Jiang Yun took a brief nap. Upon awakening, they had already arrived at the village. As they entered Dong's small courtyard, villagers began to gather, peering over the fence at Jiang Yun, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Yun felt somewhat like a monkey in a zoo, a bit embarrassed by the attention. Inside the courtyard, Dong Changshui had prepared a meal, with the table set in the center of the yard. Dong Taizhan, leaning on a cane, emerged from the house, warmly regarding Jiang Yun and expressing his gratitude. "Mr. Jiang, I've heard about yesterday's events that I cannot thank you enough. There is no need for such formality between us," Jiang Yun replied, waving his hand as he took a seat at the table. He paid no heed to the onlookers outside, focusing instead on Dong Changshui. Jiang Yun noticed that Dong Changshui seemed to hesitate, as if he had something on his mind, but was reluctant to voice it. "Old Dong, although Taizhan is my bodyguard, we regard each other as brothers that if you have any concerns, please do not hesitate to speak openly," Jiang Yun said, picking up his chopsticks and beginning to eat. He had only sipped a bit of water throughout the morning and was quite hungry. Dong Changshui smiled and said, "Boss, I want tea beat around the bush. The seedlings in the nursery have been completely destroyed by the fire. Although Mr. Zeng provided me with some greenhouses, I no longer wish to continue growing seedlings that I've heard that cultivating medicinal herbs is quite profitable. Do you have any insights on that?" Dong Changshui rubbed his hands together, his face beaming with anticipation. Jiang Yun grinned. While he might not be able to assist with other crops, he indeed had connections in the realm of medicinal herbs. Just as he was about to respond, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. "Old Dong, is this the esteemed Jiang boss?" Jiang Yun turned towards the voice and noticed an elderly man of similar age to Dong Changshui approaching them. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Dong Changshui quickly stood up, smiling as he approached. Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the village chief, whose white hair framed a face marked by wisdom and shrewdness. After placing 2 bottles of wine on the table, the village chief smiled and said, "I heard that such a prominent figure has arrived in our village. As the village chief, I felt it necessary to come and pay my respects." "You read too kind," Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly. "Since you're here, please join us for a meal." Dong Changshui enthusiastically urged the village chief to sit next to Jiang Yun, then dashed off to fetch some bowls and chopsticks. The village chief graciously accepted, and moments later, his gaze landed on Jiang Yun. News of the previous night's events had spread quickly throughout the small village. He had initially assumed Jiang Yun to be at least in his 40s, only to be surprised by his youthful appearance. Eagerly, the village chief opened the wine he had brought and smiled. "Mr. Jiang, at such a young age, you have accomplished so much. You truly are a remarkable individual. I presume you must hail from a prominent family in the capital." Jiang Yun shook his head and chuckled. "Does talent always have to rely on family connections? However, I shall remain polite," accepting the wine glass from the village chief. He replied, I merely engage in small business endeavors. It's nothing grand, just enough to support my family." "That's not how it should be perceived," the village chief quickly interjected, waving his hands that Mr. Zeng is a renowned figure in the surrounding villages. "Being able to persuade him to part with several greenhouses is a testament to your capabilities. That I heard you intend to assist old Dong in cultivating medicinal herbs." Jiang Yin nodded, awaiting the village chief's next words. "Mr. Jiang, the villagers rely on farming for their livelihood, yet they hardly earn enough to get by throughout the year," the village chief sighed. "Would it be possible for you to help us cultivate medicinal herbs as well? Rest assured, we would not expect you to do so without compensation. Once profits are made, we will certainly share the benefits with you." At that moment, Jiang Yin finally grasped the villagers' intentions behind their gathering. They were eagerly awaiting his guidance to help them prosper. Jiang Yin narrowed his eyes slightly and replied, "That is certainly feasible, but while cultivating medicinal herbs can yield high returns, it also carries significant risks. If we incur losses, it could result in a year of fruitless labor, potentially leading to financial ruin." "Not to worry. We trust you, Mr. Jiang," the village chief assured him, having gathered all the information the previous night. He was determined to follow Dong Changshui's lead, that he believed that aligning with Jiang Yun would not only secure his fortune, but also benefit the entire village. At that moment, Dong Changshui returned with the bowls and chopsticks, smilingly inquiring, "What are we discussing?" "Talking about business with Mr. Jiang," the village chief replied quickly. Dong Changshui looked puzzled, but before he could ask further, Jiang Yun lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the village chief. "I've thought of a mutually beneficial approach that could ensure your profits without risk." "What method is that?" The village chief's eyes brightened, and the villagers outside perked up their ears, eager to hear more. Had it not been for the concern of interrupting Jiang Yun, they would have rushed in at that moment. "You can lease all the land you have to me, and I will employ you as workers. I will pay you monthly wages, and at the end of the year, profits will be distributed according to each household's yield. All the risks will be borne by me. You need only provide the labor." Jiang Yun stated calmly that in truth, he had already identified the medicinal herb market as promising, that he distinctly remembered that prior to his rebirth, there had been a massive surge in the cultivation of medicinal herbs in the country, primarily due to the extremely low supply of tianma and its high market demand. Subsequently, a considerable number of individuals commenced the extensive cultivation of Gastrodia elata, yet the principle of scarcity rendered it precious. As a result of the overwhelming influx of growers, the price of this medicinal herb plummeted significantly. However, the initial cultivators of Gastrodia elata reaped substantial profits. Calculating the timeline, it becomes evident that there remains a considerable interval before the populace universally engages in its cultivation, suggesting that if one were to commence planting Gastrodia elata at this moment, they could indeed secure a considerable fortune in the medicinal market. That in fact, the profits garnered over a few years might even surpass those of the Yinshua group. Just then, Dong Taizhan rose with the aid of his cane, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yun, and promptly remarked, "Mr. Jiang, would you kindly accompany me for a moment?" "Of course," Jiang Yun responded, recognizing Dong Taizhan had something to discuss, and assisted him to a quieter spot. Meanwhile, the village head and Dong Changshui engaged in conversation. As for Jiang Qingying, he was engrossed in his meal. Pointing at a pot of chicken, he remarked, "Old Master Dong, I have never tasted such delectable stewed chicken even in the city. Indeed, this is from my own free-range chickens." Dong Changshui replied with a smile, "If you enjoy it, feel free to come and have some whenever you wish." The village head chimed in, "I have some as well." Behind them, a throng of villagers echoed, "You can come to our house too." Observing the villagers' enthusiastic demeanor, Jiang Qingying felt a tinge of embarrassment, his face flushing. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan had entered the room. Tears welled in Dong Tieshan's eyes as he grasped Jiang Yun's arm tightly, biting his lip as he said, "Mr. Jiang, you've already been more than generous. There is no need for the village head to impose moral obligations upon you. As for my father's situation, Please do not concern yourself with it. He is of considerable age. Cultivating land and medicinal herbs are, after all, quite similar, aren't they? After learning of the nursery incident last night, Dong Taizan had spent an entire sleepless night, deeply moved. Jiang Yun had extended unparalleled kindness. In all the world, where could one find such an admirable boss? Upon discovering that his father had taken the liberty to invite Jiang Yun, Dong Taizan wished to vanish into the ground, feeling unworthy to face Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun patted his shoulder and smiled. What if I also aspire to engage in the medicinal herb business? Are you truly not accommodating them? Dong Taizan inquired tentatively that I am a businessman, but I am not a philanthropist, Jiang Yun replied. Guiding him outside, I comprehend your thoughts. Rest assured, I shall not suffer any loss. Chapter 261. The superior attitude of the driver in a flash, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan returned to the table. After assisting Dong Taizan to sit, Jiang Yun's gaze fell upon the villagers outside, and he gestured to them. Everyone, you have heard my conversation with the village head. Please come in and express your intentions. The villagers exchanged glances until someone shouted, I am willing to follow Boss Jiang. Soon after, others chimed in with agreement that in that case, I shall instruct the company to prepare the contracts post-haste, and we will sign with everyone as soon as possible. Jiang Yun declared, filled with joy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Once the meal concluded, Jiang Yun and Dong Taizan departed in haste. The subsequent matters could be left to the village head and Dong Changshui to handle. Once the contracts arrived, they could sign immediately, thus accomplishing half of the plan to cultivate Gastrodia elata. On the way, Jiang Yun took out his phone and dialed Lin Shue's number, directly stating, Wife, I may need to make a trip to Qinjiakan. What prompts this sudden visit to Qinjiakan? Lin Shui queried. Puzzled that in the background, Chen Pingping's voice chimed in, They haven't caused you trouble again, have they? I intend to assess the results of my business endeavors. Jiang Yun replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Lin Shui and Chen Pingping, however, appeared utterly perplexed that I should be back by this time tomorrow at the latest, Jiang Yun assured, briefly mentioning the contract matter before ending the call. Half an hour later, at the airport's main entrance, Jiang Yun had already booked his flight. Just as he and Jiang Qing were about to enter the waiting hall, they noticed Chen Pingping running toward them from a distance. Brother. Chen Pingping beamed, scratching her head as she said, Although I am reluctant to develop in Qinjiakan, those residing there are still my relatives, so I wish to accompany you back for a visit. And then you can bring me back. Would that be convenient? Since following Lin Shui, Chen Pingping had undergone considerable transformation, even becoming more polite toward Jiang Yun. That I haven't procured your ticket, Jiang Yun chuckled, shaking his head while heading toward the waiting hall, not turning back that, no worries, I already purchased the ticket on the way here. Chen Pingping replied, panting, and continued, moreover, there is only this flight back home, so I certainly can't make a mistake. It must be said that since her change, Chen Pingping had become significantly more likable. As the three entered the waiting hall, they soon boarded the plane. After a few hours of flight, they arrived in Shaanxi. The group swiftly found a vehicle and headed straight for Chen. As they approached the village, Jiang Yun remarked, It seems the village head and the others have indeed made a profit. Even the road leading into the village has been renovated. A few months prior, when Jiang Yun visited, the road was rugged and exceedingly difficult to traverse. Now, however, it had been completely transformed, with the roadside neatly maintained and the trees looking considerably tidier. Upon reaching the village entrance, Jiang Yun noticed the medicinal fields flanking the road, all cultivated with Gastrodia elata. Although Jiang Yun had previously experienced some discord with the village head and others, they had since reconciled everything. Jiang Yun had provided them with technical expertise and assisted in the cultivation of medicinal herbs that, to his surprise, they had already achieved notable progress in just a few months, upon arriving at the village entrance. Jiang Yun and his companions disembarked. Since Jiang Yun had not contacted the village head and others before returning, the village was notably quiet, with no one coming out to greet them. After walking a few steps, they spotted a black sedan approaching them slowly. Instinctively, Jiang Yun and his companions moved to the side of the road, but the vehicle did not reduce its speed that as it passed, it splashed muddy water all over them. In an instant, Chen Pingping's expression soured considerably. The long dress she wore was worth several thousand yuan and was one of her favorites. Now stained with mud, how could she not be furious? Although her temper had mellowed considerably, her inherent disposition remained rather volatile. "Are you blind?" Chen Pingping exclaimed angrily, grabbing a brick from the roadside and hurling it at the car. With a thud, the brick struck the rear compartment. The vehicle came to a stop, and a man in a suit exited the driver's seat, his expression one of palpable anger. He removed his white gloves and hurriedly inspected the car. "You dare to stop?" Chen Pingping stormed forward, gripping the man's arm and pointing at her dress. "It's all your fault. My dress is ruined." "What are you going to do about it?" "It's just a ruined dress," the man retorted. Shaking off Chen Pingping's grip, his gaze fixated on a dent in the rear compartment. "Do you know what a Maybach is? Do you have any idea how much this car costs? One wheel of this vehicle is worth enough to buy you dozens of dresses. Fine, if I ruined your dress, I can compensate you, but you will also have to pay for the car repairs." Just then, a man in the back seat rolled down the window and impatiently remarked, "Have you not settled this yet?" The man who had just been arguing with Chen Pingping hurried over, saying, "Boss Zhu, we encountered a crazy woman who damaged our car. I'm negotiating compensation with her." "Compensation?" Chen Pingping's face darkened with anger. Her fists clenched tightly as she retorted, "You should be compensating me. If you hadn't splashed mud all over me, I would have never thrown a brick at your car. The villain complains first. Immediately apologize and pay me, or I will summon the villagers. You will regret it." Chen Pingping, having grown up in Xinjiang, was familiar with every household. She was certain that the individuals before her were not from the village and felt no need to be courteous. The man who had been arguing with Chen Pingping sneered, pointing at the man in the back seat. "Little girl, this is the village's financial benefactor. Even the village head has to treat Boss Zhu with utmost respect." "Who do you think you are?" Jiang Yun observed the escalating argument between the two, shaking his head in resignation, but choosing not to intervene. Instead, he settled beneath a nearby tree. This was Xinjiang. And regardless of what transpired, Chen Pingping would undoubtedly not be wronged. Meanwhile, Jiang Qingying approached the Maybach, crossing his arms as he regarded the speaking man with disdain. "It's just an outdated, broken Maybach. I wouldn't drive it even if it were free." Chapter 262. Car smashed. Jiang Qingying scrutinized the man before her gaze settling on his white gloves, and remarked, "Given your appearance, you must merely be a driver, correct? Is removing those white gloves what grants you a sense of superiority?" In an instant, the driver's expression shifted, and he clenched his fists, pointing at Jiang Qingying and her companion, saying, "Just you wait." As he spoke, he moved aside to whisper a few words to Boss Zhu, before pulling out his phone to make a call. Chen Pingping and Jiang Qingying stood to the side, neither exhibiting any intention of leaving. That today's incident would remain unresolved, without a doubt. Moments later, they observed the village head and a throng of villagers hastening towards them. As they approached, the village head noticed Chen Pingping standing off to the side and, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Pingping, what brings you back?" Chen Pingping offered little explanation, merely pointing at the driver and stating, "This person just splashed water all over me, ruining my dress. And now he dares to speak disrespectfully. Village head, you must quickly have everyone teach him a lesson. Otherwise, others will think the people of Xinjiang are easy to bully." Upon raising his gaze and noticing Boss Zhu seated in the Mercedes, the village head licked his lips, disregarding Chen Pingping's words, and hurried to engage with Boss Zhu, the content of their conversation remaining a mystery. Meanwhile, the villagers exchanged glances, their expressions turning disapprovingly towards Chen Pingping. The driver stood arrogantly to the side, seemingly having anticipated the unfolding scene. Moments later, the village head turned a stern face towards Chen Pingping, frowning as he said, "Pingping, you've caused trouble right after returning. Apologize to Boss Zhu immediately." Chen Pingping was momentarily taken aback, as if the village head's words had not registered. After a pause, she exclaimed, "Village head, you want me to apologize? It's clearly their fault." Before she could finish, the village head's expression darkened further, his tone sharpening as he commanded, "Apologize." Though Ping Ping often engaged in unreasonable antics, this incident was not her fault. It was the individuals in the car who ought to apologize. Suddenly, a detached voice emerged from the crowd. Who spoke? "Come out," the village head coldly reprimanded. Everyone understood that Boss Zhu was a significant client for the village. The majority of their medicinal materials had been acquired by him. Thus they had no choice but to appease him, fearing to offend. The villagers turned to look behind them, where Jiang Yun was slowly rising, making his way towards the forefront of the crowd. Under the blazing sun, he had been seated beneath a tree, thus remaining unnoticed by the village head and others until now. Upon seeing Jiang Yun, the villagers widened their eyes in surprise and hastily parted to clear a path. The village head stood in stunned silence. Jiang Yun. Ignoring the village head's remark, Jiang Yun beckoned to the driver with a casual gesture. "What do you want?" The driver maintained his haughty demeanor. Suddenly, Jiang Yun swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to the driver's face, causing him to wince in pain. "Village head, what does he mean by this?" Boss Zhu, still seated in the car, stepped down, his expression darkening. "The Tio strike a dog. One must first regard its master." Jiang Yun had publicly struck his driver, which was clearly a slight against him. The village head appeared troubled, lowering his head and refraining from speaking. Without Jiang Yun's assistance, Qinjiang would never have developed to its current state. Not only would their roads remain unrenovated, but their lives would not improve. He understood all too well that a single word from Jiang Yun could strip them of everything they possessed. "Ah, so it seems you intend to cease cooperation with me?" Boss Zhu's face darkened with anger. He retrieved a briefcase from the car, rummaged through it, and ripped the document in half, coldly stating, "The cooperation is cancelled. Furthermore, I will inform all the medicinal merchants in Xiangxi not to purchase your materials. Soon enough, your goods will rot in your hands, and I will ensure you suffer tremendous losses." With that, Boss Zhu gestured dismissively to the driver, commanding leave. It was evident to everyone that the village head was not on their side. If they continued to linger, the situation could escalate unfavorably for them, that in a treacherous environment, should the crowd truly turn against them. They could easily find themselves battered and bruised, with no recourse for resolution. Just as the two turned away, a cold voice rang out from behind. "The matter is not resolved. How could I let you leave?" Boss Zhu glanced back at Jiang Yun, retorting coldly, "What do you mean? Do you dare to confront me? You ought to inquire who in Xiangxi would dare to offend Zhu Yukai." Jiang Yun replied with a scoff. He gestured to the villagers behind him and commanded, "Smash his car." To the villagers, Jiang Yun was their savior. His words were tantamount to a decree. Immediately, they began picking up bricks and stones from the roadside, rushing towards Zhu Yotsai's vehicle. Both Zhu Yukai and the driver paled in fear, swiftly retreating as if to avoid being caught in the chaos that in a matter of moments, the car was left in ruins. "Brother, why are we smashing the car?" Qin Ping gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment as she declared, "We need to teach these two a proper lesson. They must understand whom they can provoke and whom they cannot." Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at Qin Ping, exasperatedly responding, "Just shut up already." Jiang Yun was no fool. He would not provoke unnecessary conflict. Even if today's incident escalated, they posed no real threat to Boss Zhu. At most, they would face a monetary loss. However, with so many villagers present, if they were allowed to unleash their anger, and someone was seriously harmed, the responsibility would inevitably fall on him that if the other party chose to settle privately. That would be manageable, but if negotiations failed, he could very well end up in a precarious position. "Enough! Everyone stop!" Jiang Yun raised his hand to halt the villagers, his gaze falling back on Zhu Yukai as he stated calmly, "It was I who commanded them to smash your car. Any grievances should be directed at me. Remember my name. I am Jiang Yun." Zhu Yukai glared at Jiang Yun with venomous eyes for a long moment before grinding his teeth and boarding his vehicle with a security detail. Though the car was now inoperable, it could still be utilized in the blink of an eye. The vehicle sped away into the distance. The village head sighed, returning to Jiang Yun's side, eagerly inquiring, "Jiang Yun, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Chapter 263. Burning bridges, let us discuss inside. Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly that it was evident that his mood was far from pleasant. The villagers exchanged wary glances, hesitant to speak further, and promptly followed Jiang Yun's lead back to the village. Half an hour later, at the village head's residence, Jiang Yun sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, casting a cold glance at the village head before frowning and asking, "Who was that plump fellow earlier? Boss Zhu, Zhu Yukai?" The village head tentatively inquired, and upon receiving no response from Jiang Yun, continued, "Boss Zhu is the largest medicinal merchant in Xiangxi, overseeing several sales channels. And all our medicinal materials are sold through him, that he holds a bit of a reputation locally." Though the village head was Jiang Yun's elder, he spoke with utmost deference, even avoiding any heavy-handedness in his tone, occasionally sneaking anxious glances at Jiang Yun, as if fearful of provoking him. The villagers, resembling children caught in wrongdoing, stood in the courtyard with their heads bowed low, despite the village being engaged in the cultivation of medicinal materials. They were bound by contracts with Jiang Yun. Without his assistance in providing technology, seeds, and initial funding, they would not be living in such splendid homes today that to them. Jiang Yun was akin to a deity of fortune. Suddenly, Jiang Yun slammed his hand on the table, rising in anger, his breath becoming noticeably rapid. With a cold glare directed at the village head, he articulated each word carefully. "Is it merely because he can take away the village's medicinal materials that you treat him with such veneration? Are you truly prepared to act against Chun Pingping on his account?" The earlier scene replayed in Jiang Yun's mind. Had he not arrived in time, the village head and others would have likely resorted to coercive measures to force Chun Pingping into submission. The fault had always resided with them. While Chun Pingping's methods were indeed extreme, the driver's attitude had been infuriating. The village head wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily admitting, "This time, we were indeed in the wrong. But we feared losing our sales channels. If the medicinal materials remain in our possession for too long, they will lose moisture, resulting in significant losses that I was merely considering everyone's interests, which is why I felt obliged to show Boss Zhu some respect." Jiang Yun gradually quelled his fury. Observing the bowed heads of the crowd before him, he resolved not to press them further. After all, each of these individuals owed a debt of gratitude to his late mother. Just then, as Jiang Yun was about to speak, a young man rushed over, his countenance pale and troubled. Upon reaching the gathering, he first glanced at the village chief before his gaze shifted to Jiang Yun. Momentarily at a loss for words, "Should I step aside?" Jiang Yun asked coldly. No. The village chief quickly waved his hand, then turned to the young man and exclaimed, "What are you standing there for? Speak up." "Village chief." The young man's face was grim, his voice trembling. "I just returned from the city and heard that there was a conflict between you and Boss Zhu. Not only is he terminating our village's collaboration, but he has also instructed his peers not to purchase our Tianma, which is driving us to the brink." His words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting a flurry of murmurs among the villagers as they exchanged worried glances. "Should we apologize to Boss Zhu? If we end up with the Tianma, how will we survive? All the profits we've made will have to be returned." The village chief sighed heavily, lamenting that it had only been a couple of days of good fortune, and now they were on the verge of returning to their previous plight. Jiang Yun surveyed them with a frigid demeanor and commanded, "Silence. You all need to focus on cultivating the medicinal herbs. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, he began to move aside. The villagers dared not voice their dissent. Chun Pingping stepped forward, addressing the crowd. "Everyone, disperse. Don't trouble my brother any further. Rest assured, he has both money and influence. Such trivial matters cannot possibly hinder him." With resigned sighs, the villagers began to make their way out of the village chief's home. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun stood atop a wall, smoking a cigarette while dialing a number. Although they were in Xiangxi, Beijing was the economic heart of the nation. While the Yunshui Group's business did not span the entire country, leveraging the Qian family's connections could facilitate the sale of medicinal herbs. After a brief conversation, Jiang Yin made his way indoors. Inside the village chief's hall, Jiang Qingying approached, sitting across from Jiang Yun, but he shook his head, saying, "Brother, these villagers truly do not appreciate what they have. Without our assistance, how could they possibly enjoy their current lives? Yet look at them, they seem to blame us." Jiang Yun remained silent, simply continuing to smoke that he understood their perspective. After all, the villagers were thinking of their own interests. Once they had tasted prosperity, no one wished to revert to hardship. That I have already made arrangements for this matter. I believe it won't be long before it is resolved completely, that we will return to Beijing with our skilled personnel. As for their future development, that is their concern, Jiang Yun stated calmly. The villagers lacked knowledge of cultivating tianma, and initially, Jiang Yun had hired a team of professionals for them. However, they no longer needed that assistance. Prompting Jiang Yun to firmly decide when Dong Changshui suggested they cultivate traditional Chinese medicine at that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. The villagers who had begun to leave rushed back, quickly filling the hall. "Village chief, what does this mean?" Jiang Yun crossed his legs, fixing his gaze on the village chief. The village chief rubbed his hands together, furrowing his brow as he replied, "Jiang Yun, though I am the leader of the village, I cannot control everyone. They wish to distance themselves from you. You have done them a favor, so..." He then produced a bank card and placed it before Jiang Yun. "What does this mean?" Jiang Yun countered. The village chief swallowed hard, realizing that since the words had been spoken, it was better to sever ties openly. "This is a form of compensation for you. From now on, I hope you will no longer involve yourself in our village's affairs. Please leave as soon as possible." Chapter 264. Reaping what you sow, a sardonic smile played on Jiang Yun's lips, and Jiang Qingying's expression darkened significantly. If it weren't for their help, how could the village have achieved its current state? Moreover, the funds on that card were rightfully Jiang Yun's. Yet now they were being treated as a severance payment. Chen Pingping stepped forward, her gaze icy as she glared at the village chief. "Village chief, is this truly how you intend to proceed?" Silence. Before the village chief could respond, a villager pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Pingping, shouting, "What business is it of yours, you little girl?" Chen Pingping, fiery as ever, was about to retort when she noticed Jiang Yun rising, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, a serene smile gracing his lips. "The village chief has spoken. Let us depart." With that, Jiang Yun stood and began to walk away, followed closely by Jiang Qingying and Chen Pingping. The crowd parted, allowing them passage, while the village chief appeared torn, uncertain of what to say. Given the circumstances, he could only take each step as it came. As Jiang Yun turned to Jiang Qingying, he instructed, "By the way, gather the technical staff and prepare to return to Beijing." "Understood." Jiang Qingying nodded. Just as they reached the front door of the village chief's home, several black cars sped into view, coming to a halt by the roadside. Both Jiang Yun's group and the villagers froze, wondering who had arrived. Soon after, Zhu Yukai emerged from one of the vehicles, striding toward them with urgency. "It's him." Jiang Qingying frowned slightly, instinctively drawing closer to Jiang Yun. With the villagers having distanced themselves, should Zhu Yukai choose to confront them, they would be left utterly isolated. Before the village chief could say anything, several villagers rushed forward, clamoring to speak. "Boss Zhu, you have finally arrived. We were just planning to come and apologize. We have expelled Jiang Yun and are severing ties with him. Boss Zhu, you can see our sincerity now. Surely we can resume our partnership." Observing the villagers' opportunistic demeanor, Jiang Yun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. They were not engaging in business. Even if Zhu Yukai agreed to collaborate again, he would likely attempt to undercut prices. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhu Yukai disregarded their words entirely. Pushing through the crowd to stand before Jiang Yun, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused previously. Please do not hold it against me." The sudden shift left the villagers wide-eyed in disbelief, while Chen Pingping looked at Jiang Yun, bewildered. "Brother, what have you done?" It was apparent that both she and the villagers expected Zhu Yukai to be there to confront them. Yet he was there to apologize? Had the sun risen from the west? In truth, Zhu Yotsai's remarkable change in demeanor stemmed entirely from Jiang Yun's phone call. Although Jiang Yun had no intention of collaborating with the Qian family, having signed a contract necessitated making the most of that connection. The Qian family's business reached across the nation, granting them significant influence in Xiangxi that a single call from Qian Yucai could command the respect of the locals. Consequently, Zhu Yukai recognized Jiang Yun's power, leading to a significant shift in his attitude, culminating in this personal apology that Mr. Jiang, how about I host a dinner this evening to welcome you? I can choose an appropriate venue for you. Zhu Yukai suggested, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Jiang Yun glanced at the time. It was already evening, and even if he wished to return to Beijing, he likely missed his flight. After careful consideration, he ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, there had been no major conflict between him and Zhu Yukai, and both were businessmen driven by profit, while Jiang Yun had no obligation to concern himself with Qinjia village's affairs. He still needed to assist Dong Changshui and others in establishing their medicinal herb base, thus leaving Zhu Yukai with some relevance. Before long, Jiang Yun and his companions were seated in the car, leaving the village chief and the villagers in a state of shock, almost as if they could not believe their eyes that a villager rushed forward, grabbing Zhu Yotsai's arm. "Boss Zhu, what about our cooperation? Since you have distanced yourselves from Mr. Jiang, we no longer have any reason to collaborate," Zhu Yukai replied, shaking off the villager's grasp with disdain and making his way to the car. The vehicles arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from the village entrance. The village chief slumped to the ground, deflated like a punctured balloon, while the villagers began to grumble amongst themselves that in the beginning, I had insisted that we should not sever ties with Mr. Jiang, yet you all chose to act otherwise. And now look where we are, a complete disaster. It was clearly you who first brought this up, so how can you now place the blame on me? Perhaps we should seek Mr. Jiang's forgiveness? Listening to the clamoring voices around him, the village head felt as though his head might explode. He bellowed, "Enough of this noise. The current situation is a result of everyone's actions." The crowd fell silent, bowing their heads, unsure of what to say. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a solution to their predicament. With a heavy sigh, the village head gazed in the direction where Jiang Yun and the others had departed and said, "We must earn Mr. Jiang's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions have returned to the city. That it must be said that Zhu Yotsai's efficiency was remarkable this very moment. He had already prepared a presidential suite for Jiang Yun and his party. After settling their luggage, they made their way to the finest restaurant in Xiangxi. Half an hour later, within the confines of a private dining room, Jiang Yun occupied the seat of honor, casually indulging in his meal, while occasionally exchanging a few words with Jiang Chengying beside him. Yet he paid Zhu Yukai no mind. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Yukai would have stormed out by now, for in Xiangxi, who would dare disrespect him? However, sitting before him was Jiang Yun, with the formidable Qian Yucai standing behind him. Though the Qian family maintained a low profile in the capital, they commanded great respect in other provinces. Thus, Zhu Yukai was compelled to regard Jiang Yun with trepidation. As the wine flowed, Jiang Yun set down his chopsticks, prompting Zhu Yukai to hastily rise and respectfully offer a cigarette, inquiring, "Mr. Jiang, have you finished your meal? Would you like me to order something else for you?" "That won't be necessary," Jiang Yun replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Mr. Jiang, since you have finished eating, let us discuss serious matters." Zhu Yotsai's eyes darted as he quickly added, "It seems you have had some disagreements with the villagers, but rest assured, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side unconditionally. Thus, do you believe we should continue our collaboration with them?" Previously, the villagers had vandalized his car for Jiang Yun's sake, which had incited Zhu Yotsai's fury. Although he was unaware of what had driven the villagers to distance themselves from Jiang Yun, he deemed it necessary to inquire, lest he provoke Jiang Yun's ire once more. After all, with a mere flick of Jiang Yun's finger, the empire Zhu had painstakingly built could crumble. Everything is at your discretion. Jiang Yun replied coolly that I plan to develop another medicinal field in the capital, specifically for the cultivation of Gastrodia elata. I will entrust the sale of my harvest to you, and I trust you will offer me a fair price, correct? Though Jiang Yun's tone was light, it resonated with an undeniable authority. Zhu Yukai understood well that Jiang Yun's connections to the Qian family at such a young age indicated that he was no ordinary individual. He realized that Jiang Yun's words were meant to serve as a reminder of his position. Having comprehended this, Zhu Yukai hastily assured, "Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction." Only then did Jiang Yun smile. Rising from his seat and exchanging a knowing glance with Jiang Qingying, the group proceeded toward the exit of the private room. Zhu Yukai immediately called out to the driver, "Hurry and take Mr. Jiang back to the hotel." After watching Jiang Yun depart, Zhu Yukai sank into a chair, unaware that cold sweat had soaked the back of his shirt. His assistant looked at him and, unable to contain his curiosity, asked President Zhu, "Who exactly are those individuals? I've never seen you so intimidated by anyone." With a sudden change in expression, Zhu Yukai slapped his assistant across the face. "Intimidated? They are people from the capital, and they have connections to the Qian family. Shouldn't I be afraid of them?" The assistant nodded fervently, wisely choosing not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun and his companions had returned to the hotel. Thanks to Jiang Qingying's prior arrangements with the technical staff, they were conveniently accommodated near the airport. The following morning, they would set off early. Additionally, Jiang Qingying had coordinated with Dong Changshui and others, ensuring that when the technical team arrived, they could immediately meet with Dong and his associates in the hotel lobby. As they entered, they were greeted by the village head and several villagers who had been waiting for some time. The village head, flanked by a few trusted villagers, approached Jiang Yun without delay, exclaiming, "Boss Jiang, you have returned." In just a few hours, the village head had already altered his address for Jiang Yun, his tone now filled with deference. Although Jiang Yun was their junior, it was evident that he intended to distance himself from them, causing them to feel a sense of urgency. However, Jiang Yun paid them no heed, making a beeline for the elevator. The village head, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Chen Pingping's arm and urged her in a hushed tone, "Pingping, you must speak to Boss Jiang and persuade him to pave the way for us to continue collaborating with Boss Zhu. You may not be linked to the village, but you are one of us. You cannot be so heartless." Chen Pingping's expression darkened. While she disapproved of the village head's actions, his words struck a chord within her. Over the years, the village head and his associates had indeed looked out for her. Although she had her own family, she had grown up relying on the kindness of others. The villagers of Chun family village were her kin. After much hesitation, she turned to Jiang Yun's retreating figure and said, "Village head, I would like to help you, but I had a falling out with my brother earlier, and he will not listen to me. You should return home at once. You have already hurt my brother's feelings. How can you still show your face here?" The village head and the others exchanged glances, each sighing in resignation. For a moment, no one spoke. Chen Pingping, unwilling to prolong the conversation, hastened after Jiang Yun. Behind her, a villager approached the village head and urged, "Village head, you must plead with Jiang Yun once more. Everyone is currently cultivating medicinal herbs, and there is an abundance of Gastrodia elata in the fields that if Boss Zhu truly refuses to sell for us, we will be left with nothing but losses and empty stomachs." The remaining villagers echoed their agreement. The village head sighed, knowing all too well the truth of their words. Yet, observing Jiang Yun's resolute demeanor, he realized that even if he intervened, it would likely be futile. The villagers had already broken Jiang Yun's trust twice. How could there be a third chance? After much deliberation, the village head finally sighed and declared, "Very well, we shall leave this to fate. Let us not disturb Jiang Yun any further." The villagers exchanged reluctant glances, but ultimately, they followed the village head out. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite on the top floor, upon returning to the room, Jiang Yun sank into the sofa and waved dismissively at Chen Pingping. When she approached, he inquired nonchalantly, "Should I allow Boss Zhu to continue his dealings with the Chan family village?" "That's your concern. It has nothing to do with me," Chen Pingping replied, shrugging her shoulders as she settled into a nearby seat and began fiddling with her phone. In truth, Jiang Yun merely wished to offer her an opportunity, as well as to provide himself with an escape route, but he did not want to force the village head and his companions into a corner. Yet he could not simply let the matter slide. The village head's betrayal had indeed left him feeling quite disgruntled. Beside him, Jiang Qingying frowned and said, "Brother, what are you still hesitating for? We should proceed with our original plan. Sever ties with Zhu Yukai and teach them a lesson. After all, their current circumstances are entirely due to your assistance, and given their recent actions, it is only fair they receive some retribution." Though Jiang Qingying spoke with conviction, Jiang Yun felt a twinge of compassion. "Very well. We shall revisit this matter later," he replied, waving his hand as he moved to the side. Soon, each of them returned to their respective rooms, and with an early departure to Beijing the next day, they retired to bed. Chapter 266. The virtuous Chen Pingping having resolved all matters in Xiangxi, Jiang Yun and his companions did not linger. After a brief tidying up, they left the hotel and proceeded directly to the airport. In the airport's departure hall, the village head stood alone, clutching 2 burlap bags. Spotting Jiang Yun approaching, he hurriedly stepped forward, extending the bags toward him. "Jiang Yun, let us put the past behind us. As for what the future holds, that is our own affair. These are some local specialties from the village. Please take them back with you that if you enjoy them, I can send you more later." Jiang Qingying turned his face aside, letting out a cold snort in his eyes. The village chief was merely acting out of self-interest, hoping to reconcile Jiang Yun with them. Chen Pingping was absorbed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the village chief. From her perspective, it was not prudent to overly support the village chief. Offending Jiang Yun would force her to return to Chenjiakin. After having experienced life in the big city, who would willingly return to a rural backwater? "Thank you," Jiang Yun said lightly, his gaze settling on the village chief. Although it had only been one night since they last met, the village chief appeared to have aged considerably, his hair already streaked with gray. Jiang Yun noticed this, but chose to remain silent. Grasping the snakeskin bags firmly, he led the 2 companions toward the airport. Behind them, the village chief sighed. Throughout the encounter, he had refrained from mentioning anything related to Zhu Yukai. Yet he knew full well that they had indeed wounded Jiang Yun's feelings. What face did he have to bring up such matters? Standing in the departure hall, Jiang Qing disdainfully glanced at the 2 snakeskin bags and remarked irritably, "Brother, he clearly just wants you to soften your heart and help them get in touch with Zhu Yukai again. You mustn't fall for it." Jiang Yun remained silent, yet his heart was tumultuous. Perhaps the village chief truly harbored such intentions, but he had his own reasons. Expressions and gazes could be deceptive, yet the changes in one's demeanor could not easily be concealed from discerning eyes. Recalling the village chief's graying hair, Jiang Yun ultimately dialed Zhu Yotsai's number, briefly explaining the situation before guiding his companions toward the boarding gate. After several hours of travel, they arrived at the Beijing airport. Stretching lazily, Jiang Yun smiled and remarked, "It feels wonderful to be back in familiar territory that, of course. How could that shabby place in Xiangxi compare to Beijing?" Jiang Qingying replied, crossing his arms, "At least the matters over there have been resolved. And we need to return to those impoverished hills again. Just thinking about the villagers makes me want to scold them fiercely." "Enough." Jiang Yun shot him a glance, his gaze shifting to Chen Pingping. After all, Chen Pingping was someone who had come from Chenjiakin. Even if there were conflicts between them, it was not appropriate to denigrate the villagers in her presence. Moreover, those villagers had shown kindness to his parents. Gratitude must be acknowledged. They hailed a cab and headed home. Meanwhile, back in Chenjiakin, Jiang Yun had contacted Zhu Yukai, who hurriedly delivered the contract to the village chief. Not only did the price remain unchanged, but the price for purchasing Tianma was also increased. The village chief and the others were overjoyed. However, None of them reached out to Jiang Yun. They simply needed to remember this kindness. After all, they were acutely aware that they had truly hurt Jiang Yun's feelings. Half an hour later, Jiang Yun and his companions returned home. It was midday, and the house was exceptionally quiet. Lin Shui and Lu Qianqian were likely at the company. And since Dong Taizan had not yet returned, only the few of them remained in the house. Just as Chen Pingping was about to head to her room, Jiang Yun seized the collar of her shirt, pulling her to his side and pointing at the mountain goods in the snakeskin bags. You need to deal with these quickly. It would be best to prepare a feast and invite your sister-in-law to enjoy a good meal. Are you joking? Chen Pingping exclaimed, her face changing to, if I wanted to treat my sister-in-law to a meal, I could just take her to a restaurant. Why bother cooking at home? Home-cooked meals could not compare to restaurant fare. Could they? Jiang Yun rolled his eyes at her. If you dare to talk back, do you believe I won't send you back to Chenjiakin? You. Chen Pingping gritted her teeth in frustration, yet she was unable to resist this tactic. Ultimately, she could only carry the 2 snakeskin bags toward the kitchen. Although Chen Pingping was still young, she had learned to cook from a young age and possessed excellent culinary skills. Moreover, Jiang Yun and the others had never eaten mountain vegetables, so they were clueless about how to handle them. This daunting task fell squarely on Chen Pingping's shoulders. In the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans clanged as Chen Pingping busied herself. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Qingying glanced at Jiang Yun and quickly whispered, "Brother, she won't end up poisoning us, will she? That crazy woman is capable of anything." Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. "Rest assured, even if she wanted to poison us, she wouldn't lay a finger on Lin Shui." Jiang Qingying sighed helplessly and ultimately refrained from saying more. As night approached, Lin Shui and Lu Qianqian returned home, chatting and laughing. However, as soon as they pushed open the door, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of food wafting through the house and the sight of the others chatting on the sofa. Lin Shui froze momentarily before rushing into Jiang Yun's embrace, disregarding the presence of the others, and planted a kiss on his cheek. "When did you come back? Why didn't you let me know in advance? Where's the surprise in that?" Jiang Yun replied with a beaming smile. "After a busy day, let's eat first. You can have a taste of your dear sister's culinary skills." Lin Shui looked quizzically at the dishes on the table, her gaze landing on Chen Pingping, who was sulking with her head down. She immediately understood and shook her head. "Why are you 2 big men bullying Pingping? Sister-in-law, you must stand up for me." Chen Pingping clung to Lin Shui's arm, beginning to complain. Seeing her pitiful expression, Lin Shui shook her head with a smile and tousled her hair. "Don't worry. I will make sure your brother pays tonight. I will definitely teach him a lesson." In an instant, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up, and he quickly interjected, "A brief separation is like a new marriage. My dear wife, feel free to unleash your wrath upon me tonight." Laughter erupted among everyone in the room. Just as they prepared to eat, Jiang Yun's phone rang, and Dong Changshui's anxious voice came through. "Boss Jiang, there's been an incident." Chapter 267. The Disparity of Land. What's wrong? Jiang Yun inquired, puzzled. By now, the technical personnel for cultivating Tiamat should have been in place. Logically, everything should be progressing smoothly. How could there be any issues? Dong Changshui sighed and promptly replied, "Mr. Jiang, if it's convenient for you, we hope you can come to the village. There are some professional matters that need to be discussed with someone like you. I can't convey everything clearly over the phone." It was evident that Dong Changshui was in a difficult position. Ever since they had met Jiang Yun, he had frequently reached out to him, each time with a request. At his age, he understood one principle. Jiang Yun valued his friendship with Dong Taizan. Now, he was depleting the goodwill between Jiang Yun and himself, that if he did not exercise restraint, Jiang Yun would surely distance himself from them. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yun glanced at the time and ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, Dong Taizan was a benefactor to him and had helped resolve numerous issues that if Dong Changshui needed assistance, he could not simply stand by. Hanging up, Lin Shui, who was closest to him, looked at Jiang Yun. Having overheard the conversation, she directly asked, "Are you really going out at this hour?" Jiang Yun nodded, sighing as he added, Old Dong suddenly called for me and seemed anxious. Something serious may have happened. I need to go take a look, Lin Shui, understanding his concerns, ultimately nodded. Yet, it was clear that she wore a slight frown of displeasure. Beside them, Qin Pingping frowned. Their family sure has a lot of troubles. We finally get to have a family meal, and it's already disrupted. Jiang Yun ignored her complaints, kissed Lin Shui goodbye, and donned his suit before heading out the door. Behind him, Jiang Qingying quickly dropped his chopsticks and followed closely. As night fell, the number of cars on the road dwindled. Jiang Yun and his companion's vehicle sped down the road like an arrow released from a bow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the village. At that moment, the village was brightly lit, with people gathered at the village entrance. Several technical personnel were hunched over a blueprint, seemingly engrossed in their research. Upon seeing Jiang Yun's vehicle approach, Dong Changshui and the village chief hurried over to greet him. "Old Dong, what is going on?" Jiang Yun asked, perplexed as he stepped out of the car. Dong Changshui sighed and glanced at the village chief before shaking his head. "You should be the one to explain." In an instant, the village chief spoke up, "Boss Jiang, after reaching an agreement with you, we transferred all the seedlings from the greenhouse. Now, the entire village's land is vacant. However, the technical personnel are claiming that we cannot cultivate tianma here. In fact, they say it's challenging to grow any of the other medicinal herbs as well." In that moment, the village chief's expression darkened considerably. In order to demonstrate the village's sincerity to Jiang Yun. They toiled tirelessly for an entire day and night, ultimately managing to transfer all the vegetable seedlings at a low price, with the hope of swiftly cultivating tianma. Now that such an incident has occurred, if Jiang Yun were to turn a blind eye, they would suffer immense losses. Thus, under the intense insistence of the villagers, they had no choice but to contact Jiang Yun urgently. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow slightly. He had not considered these matters. His expertise lay in business, and he was naturally unaware of the conditions required for cultivating medicinal herbs. As he approached a few technical personnel, he observed them rising hastily, respectfully directing their gaze towards him. "Pray tell, what factors are constraining our ability to cultivate tianma?" Jiang Yun inquired straightforwardly. "Mr. Jiang, there exists a significant disparity between the plots of land." One technician stepped forward, presenting a blueprint to Jiang Yun, and continued. "While the soil here is relatively decent, the villagers have constructed an excessive number of greenhouses, resulting in a scarcity of arable land, with most being mere vegetable patches. The soil being exceedingly loose. Cultivating medicinal herbs in such soil would be an unwise endeavor. Ultimately, after much toil, it would be challenging to turn a profit." The technicians before him were all trusted aides of Jiang Yun, having previously guided the villagers of Chunjia village towards prosperity and teaching them the methods of cultivating tianma. Jiang Yun pondered, lighting a cigarette before asking, "What about other medicinal herbs?" "Mr. Jiang, currently, tianma is in short supply in the market, whereas all other medicinal herbs have established procurement channels. Furthermore, the village does not possess ample land, and we cannot become a significant player in the medicinal herb market, rendering us incapable of competing with others. Should we cultivate other herbs, the outcome would likely be similar." The technician responded promptly. Throughout the day, they had only consumed one meal, remaining busy in the fields, striving to provide Jiang Yun with a reasonable plan. However, after careful consideration, they could only advise Jiang Yun to temporarily abandon the idea of cultivating medicinal herbs, in order to minimize losses swiftly. Jiang Yun glanced at the cigarette in his hand, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and fell in a deep contemplation. Nearby, the villagers were like ants on a hot stove, pacing back and forth, their eyes anxiously fixed on Jiang Yun, evidently awaiting his response. They had just glimpsed hope. If the cultivation of medicinal herbs failed, they would be condemned to a life of confinement in this small valley. "Mr. Jiang, you must devise a solution." The village chief quickly grasped Jiang Yun's hand, earnestly stating, "Everyone has placed their hopes in you." Jiang Qing frowned slightly. It was evident that this was a form of moral coercion, that he had been standing behind Jiang Yun, thus comprehending the intentions of those present. Since the cultivation of medicinal herbs had proven unsuccessful, why waste time further? Brother, I do have a suggestion. Jiang Qing stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yun, his expression somewhat grim. Let us consider planting vegetables once more. Since the village's land cannot support the cultivation of medicinal herbs, no amount of effort would yield results. Jiang Qing proposed directly. Instantly, the villagers exchanged glances and began to murmur among themselves that we have already sold the seedlings. Replanting now would be too late, and we would incur significant losses. Indeed, how shall we survive in the days to come? My son is taking the college entrance exam this year. I still need to earn his tuition. The village chief's expression darkened, yet he refrained from stepping forward, instead nudging Dong Changshui's shoulder. At this juncture, they could only rely on Dong Changshui. Chapter 268. The second proposal. Dong Changshui wore a conflicted expression. He was well aware of the relationship between Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan, that he knew that if he spoke up, Jiang Yun would undoubtedly find a way to make amends for their losses. Yet he felt a pang of conscience that on one side were the villagers, with whom he shared a lifelong bond, and on the other, their benefactor, that it was indeed a dilemma. Just then, Dong Taizhan emerged from the crowd. Leaning on his cane, quickly approaching Jiang Yun, that he surveyed the villagers and coldly stated, I am already aware of the situation in the village. It turned out that Dong Changshui's urgent summoning of Jiang Yun had not been disclosed to Dong Taizhan. However, the village was brightly lit, and Dong Taizhan was no fool. Hence, he stood there. He continued, I am not a friend of Mr. Jiang. I am merely his bodyguard. That my current state is due to my poor driving skills, which resulted in me failing to perform my duties properly. That Mr. Jiang has not only refrained from blaming me, but has also visited me multiple times. However, this does not imply that you can act with impunity. It was evident that Dong Taizhan was defending Jiang Yun. That it is of no concern. Jiang Yun patted Dong Tieshan's shoulder, smiling as he inquired, How is your recovery progressing? Jiang Yun attempted to shift the topic, not wishing for Dong Taizhan to become embroiled in this conflict. After all, the Dong family still needed to remain in the village. Observing the villagers' fervor, if he were to abandon the situation entirely, these villagers would undoubtedly not let the matter rest easily. Yet, given Jiang Yun's status, they would not dare to provoke him lightly. However, the Dong family would bear the brunt of the consequences. Dong Taizhan waved his hand, looking gratefully at Jiang Yun. Despite his imposing stature, years spent as a bodyguard had honed his keen perception that he could easily discern Jiang Yun's thoughts and understood that Jiang Yun was considering his well-being. Yet, this only deepened Dong Tieshan's distress. His gaze returned to the village chief and the others, and he coldly asserted, To my knowledge, Mr. Jiang's contract has not yet expired, yet you have cleared all the seedlings from the fields. If Mr. Jiang were to unilaterally breach the contract, that would indeed be his fault. However, the issues arise here, and no one can be blamed. Thus, your losses must be borne by yourselves. Dong Tieshan's words instantly incited discontent among the crowd. Once more, the atmosphere grew tumultuous. Dong Taizhan, what do you mean by that? Do you think we desire to cultivate medicinal fields? Don't think we are unaware that even if the village's land were extensively converted into medicinal fields, the profits would ultimately go to Jiang Yun. We are merely showing your Dong family some consideration. In an instant, the villagers revealed their disdainful expressions. Meanwhile, Dong Taizhan clenched his fists tightly, his teeth nearly grinding together in frustration. He felt utterly humiliated. Soon, he found himself embroiled in a heated argument with the crowd, causing chaos to ensue. Brother, it seems that poverty breeds contemptible behavior. Previously, in Xinjia village, those people burned bridges after crossing them. Thankfully, we have yet to collaborate with these villagers. Otherwise, they would surely behave as those from Xinjia village did. Jiang Qing whispered in Jiang Yun's ear, his face marred with anger. Jiang Yun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Dong Changshui, but he could see that Dong Changshui was also in a state of distress. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yun's gaze shifted to the crowd. and he spoke calmly. Enough. Continuing this quarrel will not resolve anything. That I will fulfill my promises to you. I will find a way for your fields to cultivate medicinal herbs, and the contracts I promised will be delivered to you. With this declaration, the villagers' attitudes underwent a significant transformation. Their gazes softened considerably, and they began to shower Jiang Yun with praise. However, Dong Taizhan gritted his teeth, repeatedly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. Meanwhile, Dong Changshui remained at the back of the crowd, not daring to meet Jiang Yun's gaze. This time, he had thoroughly exhausted the goodwill between Jiang Yun and Dong Taizhan. Jiang Yun summoned the technicians and whispered instructions in one of their ears. Very well. Find a way to improve the land in the village, aiming to increase the yield of tianma as much as possible. However, if there are losses, it will not concern you. The technicians exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Cultivating was easy, but achieving profitability was quite challenging. With Jiang Yun contracting all the land, once the medicinal fields were established, the villagers would only need to report to work daily and cooperate with the technicians in cultivating tianma. All other matters would not require his involvement. In the end, all the risks would rest squarely on Jiang Yun's shoulders. Once all arrangements were made, the village chief led the villagers away, while Jiang Yun and the Dong family returned to their two-story home. As Jiang Yun took his seat at the head of the table, he saw Dong Taizhan, leaning on his cane, standing before him with his head bowed, softly saying, "Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Once I recover, I will return to your side and work for you again, without asking for any compensation." Dong Changshui, too, displayed a troubled expression, anxiously awaiting his turn. Jiang Yun looked at Dong Tieshan's demeanor and smiled. Shaking his head, "Taizhan, as long as you recover, everything else is inconsequential. Rest assured, I have subsequent plans for this land. There will be no losses." Jiang Yun was a businessman, not a philanthropist, and he would never engage in unprofitable ventures. During my recent conversation with the villagers, he had already conceived a second plan. However, due to the villagers' attitude, Jiang Yun's heart was utterly wounded. Consequently, the second plan must be temporarily shelved, to be revisited at a later date. By then, all the villagers will undoubtedly feel remorseful. Yet, Dong Taizhan merely assumed that Jiang Yun was comforting him. With a sigh, he chose not to elaborate further, since the matter concerning the fields had been resolved satisfactorily. "I shall take my leave." Jiang Yun glanced at the time. It was now midnight. Although he could not accompany Lin Shui for a proper dinner, he must at least ensure she enjoys a good night's sleep. Otherwise, he would be a most unworthy husband. "All right, Mr. Jiang, you may proceed," Dong Taizhan quickly remarked, escorting Jiang Yun to the door. Half an hour later, the car was back on the highway. Yet, Jiang Qingying's expression remained grim, and he sighed repeatedly, attempting to articulate his thoughts but faltering each time. With half-closed eyes and a cigarette in hand, Jiang Yun glanced at Jiang Qingying through the rearview mirror and smiled. "Still angry with the village chief? Just thinking about it makes me furious." Jiang Qingying slammed the steering wheel and added, "Why should we even care about them? Even if we leave directly, what can they do?" Chapter 269. A direct meeting. "You don't actually think I would use my money to support them, do you?" Jiang Yun suddenly inquired, leaving Jiang Qingying somewhat perplexed. "Isn't that the case?" Jiang Qingying's frown deepened. The mere thought of the villagers' demeanor made him wish to bring a few people along to give them a stern lesson. "Foolish boy." Jiang Yun shook his head with a smile. "I've already devised a plan. We will only cultivate medicinal herbs on that plot for a year. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we are bound to incur losses. However, after a year, I will purchase all the land in the village. Afterward, we can either cultivate premium vegetables or demolish the village to erect buildings." Jiang Yun had his own calculations. Once the villagers tasted a hint of success, acquiring their land would not pose a significant challenge. Moreover, with the village merely an hour's journey from the capital, it could very well transform into an industrial zone as the city expands. That be why erecting greenhouses on those plots, Jiang Yun could reap substantial profits once more. recovering any losses from that year. Jiang Qingying pondered for a while before frowning and asking, "Brother, putting aside whether the villagers will sell their land, isn't constructing buildings here a surefire way to incur losses? Trust my judgment. This venture will undoubtedly yield returns," Jiang Yun replied without much elaboration. Being a reborn individual, he was keenly aware of future trends. The time for property speculation had not yet arrived. A little more patience would usher in a booming market. By then, Jiang Qingying would surely comprehend everything. Although Jiang Qingying remained bewildered, he refrained from pressing further. Before long, the two had returned home. After showering in Jiang Qingying's room, Jiang Yun stealthily made his way back to his own room. Mindful of not disturbing Lin Xuas, he gently pushed open the door. The enchanting figure lying in bed stirred slightly, her gaze landing on Jiang Yun. Bathed in the faint moonlight, Jiang Yun approached with a smile, softly caressing Lin Xue's cheek as he whispered, "Still awake? Why did you suddenly return?" The unexpected question caught Jiang Yun off guard. In the next moment, he saw a figure abruptly rise behind Lin Xue. Their eyes met, and the woman seated behind Lin Xue suddenly exclaimed, "Pervert!" Startled, Jiang Yun's expression shifted, and he hastily switched on the bedside lamp. Upon clearly seeing Chen Pingping sitting on the bed, his face flushed crimson. Chen Pingping quickly pulled up the blanket to cover herself from the neck down. Embarrassed, Jiang Yun turned his face away, furrowing his brow as he said, "What are you doing in my and my wife's room? How was I to know you would return tonight?" Chen Pingping retorted, exasperated, "I intended to keep your wife company, but you sneaked in like a thief." Lin Xue chuckled helplessly, never anticipating such a comical mix-up. Jiang Yun sighed. He had intended to make amends with Lin Xue, but it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. "All right, you can find a place to sleep for the night," Lin Xue said with a smile. Their home was spacious, with plenty of extra rooms. Jiang Yun sighed again, gesturing for Chen Pingping to leave as he exited the room. The following morning at the dining table, Jiang Yun, having slept uneasily due to not holding his wife through the night, rose early. He and Jiang Qingying exchanged idle chatter. As Lin Xue opened her door, she emerged alongside Chen Pingping. "Let us establish a rule," Jiang Yun said, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Pingping. "You are not allowed to enter my and your sister-in-law's room again. And you certainly cannot sleep in her embrace. Understood?" Chen Pingping scoffed. "Your sister-in-law is willing. What does that have to do with you?" "You." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. "Fine, let us eat first. We need to head to the company later." Lin Xue interjected with a smile, breaking the tension. Jiang Yun sighed in resignation, regretting ever bringing Chen Pingping along. After breakfast, the household fell silent once more, leaving only Jiang Yun and Jiang Qingying staring at each other in bewilderment. Yunxue Group had entered a stable phase, and with the assistance of a wealthy family, all the resources of the Mo family had been consolidated into Yunxue Group. Everything was running smoothly, and with Lin Xue managing the company, there was no need for Jiang Yun to worry about a thing. Throughout the morning, Jiang Yun perused economic news while Jiang Qingying entertained himself with his phone, living quite leisurely. As noon approached, Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang, and he heard Qian Zhang's voice on the other end. "Mr. Jiang, please come to my house. My grandfather wishes to speak with you about something." With that, he hung up. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow, staring at the phone for a moment before murmuring to himself, "Why would old Master Qian suddenly seek me out? Could something have happened? Brother, should we contact Black Tiger to ensure your safety?" Jiang Qingying's mind flashed back to the previous incident at the Qian family, that if not for Jiang Yun's sharp wits, they might not have escaped unscathed, and the so-called young masters within the Qian family were no ordinary adversaries, constantly undermining Jiang Yun, that if matters were not handled properly, the consequences would be dire. Jiang Yun shook his head slightly, waving his hand. "No need. I will handle this myself." But as Jiang Qingying began to speak, Jiang Yun interrupted him with a wave. "What is meant to be will be. We must face it head-on." After changing into a suit, Jiang Yun headed out the door. On the way, he remained distracted. Qian Zhang's tone had been unfriendly, indicating that something might indeed be amiss, causing a sense of unease within Jiang Yun. Before long, the car arrived at the Qian residence, the front door. Qian Zhangbo leaned against it, casting a cold glare in Jiang Yun's direction, resembling a fearsome guardian deity. That you're quite impressive, Qian Zhangbo sneered, his expression dripping with disdain. That I never imagined you could manage my aunt. Jiang Yun was taken aback, clearly unaware of the circumstances. However, he chose not to dwell on Qian Zhangbo's comments and proceeded directly to the hall. This moment, the young masters of the Qian family stood to the side, their gazes fixed on Jiang Yun, radiating hostility. Jiang Yun scanned the room, noticing Qian Yucai and Qian Qingyu seated in the hall, and inquired with curiosity, "Old Master Qian summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" A faint smile appeared on Qian Yucai's face as he gestured toward a nearby seat. "Come sit." Chapter 270. Is living off others not appealing? Although Jiang Yun felt somewhat apprehensive, he complied and took a seat beside Qian Yucai, asking with curiosity, "Old Master Qian, please speak your mind." Qian Yucai drummed his fingers on the table, feigning contemplation before shifting his gaze to Qian Qingyu and smiling. "Qingyu often mentions you in my presence. It seems you are quite remarkable." For years, Qian Qingyu had remained reserved, keeping a low profile. Even with her father, she maintained a certain distance. However, since Jiang Yun's encounter with Qian Qingyu, she had become more talkative, prompting Qian Yucai to take an interest in Jiang Yun and consider other possibilities. Noticing that all the younger members of the Qian family were gathered outside the hall, including Qian Zhangbo, Qian Yucai hesitated briefly before directing them upstairs. "Let us discuss this in my study." "All right," Jiang Yun agreed, following Qian Yucai upstairs while casting a glance at Qian Qingyu beside him. Yet, the two individuals did not engage in much eye contact. In the blink of an eye, within the study, Qian Yucai pulled Jiang Yun to sit before the sofa, his face perpetually adorned with a smile. However, the more affable he appeared, the more uncertain Jiang Yun felt. When one cannot discern the thoughts of the other, they inevitably find themselves in a passive position. "That I heard you got married. Is that right?" Qian Yucai suddenly inquired. "Yes," Jiang Yun promptly replied, revealing no hint of concealment. "How is your relationship with your wife?" Qian Yucai inquired, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Yet upon witnessing his cunning demeanor, Jiang Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. That it is known that the Qian family is a formidable force in the capital, and the influence of the Qian clan emanates from this very elder. He appeared frail, yet with a mere stamp of his foot, the capital would tremble in response. "Old sir, it would be best if you refrain from beating around the bush with me," Jiang Yun stated directly. "Very well. I shall speak plainly," Qian Yucai said, his expression turning serious. "You ought to know that Qingyu is my only daughter. Although she cannot inherit the leadership of the Qian family, she will nonetheless receive a substantial inheritance. That if you were to marry Qingyu, you would become my son-in-law, with access to the resources of the Qian family, as you see that I in an instant." Jiang Yun stood up, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had initially thought Qian Yucai was plotting against him, bracing himself for a confrontation. However, he never anticipated that Qian Yucai would offer him his daughter. How could that be? He and Lin Shui had endured countless trials to finally be together. In this life, he could betray anyone, but he could never let Lin Shui down. "Old master, please do not jest," Jiang Yun exclaimed hastily. "Jest? Does my appearance suggest that I am joking?" Qian Yucai replied with a hint of a cold smile. "That in recent days, my daughter has frequently mentioned you, which attests to your exceptional qualities. Though you are married, that is inconsequential. All I desire is for my daughter to be happy. That a father's love is indeed profound." Yet, Jiang Yun did not wish to become a pawn in another's game, nor did he want to sacrifice his own wife for personal gain. While many might be accustomed to living off others, he was not among them. "Old sir, I absolutely refuse to divorce my wife. Nor will I marry your daughter," Jiang Yun asserted firmly. Having spoken, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qian Yucai's expression darkened considerably. Since the rise of the Qian family, no one had dared to reject his intentions. Moreover, Qian Qingyu was a paragon of beauty, a walking masterpiece in a crowd. Regardless of how stunning Jiang Yun's wife might be, in his eyes, she could not hold a candle to Qian Qingyu. In terms of family background, she was vastly superior to his own wife, that he could not fathom Jiang Yun's reasons for refusal. Just as Jiang Yun was about to exit, Qian Yucai spoke again. I advise you not to let so-called love blind you, that I am a man of experience and well aware of the complexities of romantic entanglements. Without the foundation of bread, love has a limited shelf life. I hope you think this through and refrain from making decisions you may regret, that a threat, a blatant threat. Jiang Yun's face turned pale with fury. The last time Qian Yucai spoke to him in such a tone, he had coerced him into relinquishing control of Yunxue Group. And now, it was happening again. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his breath becoming increasingly rapid. Yet, despite his anger, he dared not confront Qian Yucai in a flash. Jiang Yun stormed out. As news of Qian Yucai's intentions spread through the Qian family, everyone understood the purpose of Jiang Yun's visit. Upon seeing Jiang Yun descend the stairs, Qian Zhanghua's lips twitched in displeasure. He would not allow anyone to contest his claim to the family fortune, that if Qian Qingyu were to stop secluding herself and marry Jiang Yun, matters would become exceedingly complicated, in a swift motion. Jiang Yun approached Qian Qingyu, grasping her arm firmly as he navigated through the crowd toward the main entrance of the Qian residence. That moment, Qian Zhanghu pulled out his phone, hastily capturing the scene before him. A wicked smile playing on his lips, the crowd buzzed with chatter. What on earth was the old master thinking? Why would he wish to marry his aunt off to this young man? I heard he is merely a good-for-nothing from the Jiang family. Although he shares their blood, the Jiang clan does not acknowledge him. Indeed, how could such a person be worthy of my aunt? Listening to the incessant buzzing of the crowd, Qian Zhanghua's expression darkened further. He shot a cold glare at the onlookers and barked, "Are you all idle? Gossiping here. Get lost." The crowd fell silent, quickly dispersing in various directions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun halted when he noticed no one was following him, that he turned to Qian Qingyu, his gaze icy as he furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening? Your father actually wants me to marry you? Is he making an international joke? Huh. A faint smile graced Qian Qingyu's lips as she crossed her arms and regarded Jiang Yun with keen interest. Jiang Yun, do you mean to imply that I am unworthy of you? What do you mean by that? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. That moment, it dawned on him. Was this all part of a scheme? Had Qian Qingyu been plotting against him since their first encounter? Chapter 271. One wave subsides. Another rises. It was quite simple. Really, did I know you have a wife? But that is of little consequence. Qian Qingyu stated nonchalantly that I have previously expressed my intentions. What I seek is my share of the family fortune. I require a clever individual to serve as my capable partner, and I shall provide him with satisfactory recompense. Qian Qingyu continued unabashedly, paying no mind to Jiang Yun's countenance that a capable partner. This was nothing short of a profound insult. Jiang Yun's brow furrowed slightly, his fists tightening that he understood the Qian family's modus operandi. Their actions were driven solely by their own interests. Yet he was taken aback to find that the seemingly delicate Qian Qingyu harbored a similar disposition. What was more alarming was that she was far more formidable than Qian Zhanghu. At least Qian Zhanghu was straightforward in his dealings, while Qian Qingyu lurked in the shadows like a venomous serpent, poised to strike with lethal precision. That if you find it inconvenient to speak with your wife, we can arrange a meeting that I will clarify the situation to her. Even if we were to marry, I would not engage in any relations with you. Our interactions would be strictly professional. Your wife is an intelligent woman. I trust she will make the right decision. Jiang Yun nearly cursed aloud. The reason he and Lin Shui had strived so hard for Yunxue Group was not merely for financial gain, as long as they could be together and build their shared enterprise. That was sufficient. They had no desire for opulence. They merely sought stability. All right, I have said what I needed to say. To go find your wife and clarify matters swiftly. I believe. Qian Qingyu deliberately trailed off, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. She must have known everything. Jiang Yun suddenly felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. He hastily picked up his phone to check. Sure enough, Qin Qingyu had publicly disclosed their relationship online. Though Jiang Yun had not acknowledged it, Qin Qingyu had made it abundantly clear that she was pursuing him. The online community was abuzz with speculation, some even showering her with praise. Furious, Jiang Yun gritted his teeth and sprinted away. He needed to meet Lin Shui as soon as possible to explain everything. Half an hour later, outside the office of Yinxue Group. How do you still have the audacity to show your face here? Lu Qianqian's expression was grim as she shot a cold glance at Jiang Yun. Due to Qin Qingyu's hired trolls, the news she had released had spread like wildfire, causing quite the uproar. I have no time for your nonsense. Where's my wife? Jiang Yun's voice was hoarse and chilling. President Lin is on the rooftop. Lu Qianqian replied, her brow furrowing. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Yun seized Lu Qianqian's shoulders, his voice laced with urgency. How could you let her go up there alone? If something were to happen, could you bear the responsibility? Lu Qianqian forcefully pushed Jiang Yun away. Her demeanor resolute as she coldly retorted, that is still your responsibility. Jiang Yun glared at her in anger before making his way to the rooftop. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Lin Shui stood quietly, gazing down at the street below. A look of disappointment etched on her face. Lin Mu and Chen Pingping stood beside her, but none of them spoke. The atmosphere was peculiar. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their thoughts as Jiang Yun kicked open the rooftop door and rushed in. Upon seeing the familiar faces, he let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, visions of news reports about suicide attempts had filled his mind. He dared not dwell on the thought. If Lin Shui were to act in such a manner, how could he possibly continue to live? Do you still dare to show your face here? Lin Mu clenched his fists and marched swiftly to Jiang Yun's front. He glared at Jiang Yun and shouted, You ungrateful scoundrel! Back in Ning City, you engaged in so many disgraceful acts that if it weren't for my sister's unwavering presence by your side, you would likely have met your demise long ago. And now, having achieved a modicum of success, you dare to indulge in scandalous liaisons. Truly, you are like mud that cannot be molded. Chen Pingping wore an expression of utter disappointment, yet chose to remain silent. During her time alongside Lin Shui, she herself had undergone significant transformation. Her temper had tempered considerably, and her volatility had diminished. Jiang Yun furrowed his brow and said, This is a misunderstanding. You both should leave. I need to have a proper discussion with your sister. Lin Mu stood resolutely in front of Jiang Yun, declaring, No, I will not permit you to cause my sister any further harm, that we have already made plans to relocate soon. Severing all ties with you, that I am aware of your position as the head of Yinxue Group, so we shall resign as well, ensuring we never cross your path again, even if you wish to see us. The mere sight of you makes me feel nauseous. Jiang Yun felt a pang in his heart at these words that he hurriedly pushed Lin Mu aside and rushed to stand behind Lin Shui. Just as Lin Mu prepared to obstruct him again, Lin Shui spoke calmly, You both should leave, sister. Lin Mu's face was filled with concern, clearly doubting Jiang Yun's intentions. Leave. Lin Shui reiterated, her voice firm. Lin Mu and Chen Pingping exchanged glances before reluctantly heading downstairs. However, just as they reached the doorway, Lin Mu turned back to Jiang Yun, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Jiang Yun, if you dare to bully my sister again, I swear on my life that I will not let you off the hook. Jiang Yun paid no heed to his threat, his gaze still fixed on Lin Xu. As the two departed, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Jiang Yun licked his parched lips and, gritting his teeth, murmured, Wife, do you truly believe the rumors circulating online? I do not, Lin Shui replied coolly. But I am aware of Qin Qingyu's identity, and I understand your character, that I heard you recently met with the Qian family. They must have used Yinxue Group to threaten you. And with so many mouths to feed within the company, you would likely succumb to their demands that in an instant. Jiang Yun's expression froze. Was she implying that he was a pushover? Yet every individual has their limits. And the Qian family's recent actions had undeniably crossed his AT that moment. Jiang Yun's phone suddenly rang that a familiar male voice resonated through the receiver. "Mr. Jiang, it's me. The matter you wish to investigate has made progress. Are you available to meet?" Jiang Yun's eyes widened, his heart racing. Since arriving in the capital, he had not forgotten to investigate everything related to his parents. Now that the private detective had brought him news, he felt a glimmer of hope. "All right, I will be waiting for you at Yinxue Group." Chapter 272. The test strip with 2 lines. After ending the call, Jiang Yun grasped Lin Shue's hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Wife, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Rest assured, I will never betray your trust, nor will I allow you to vanish from my sight." Lin Shui remained silent, her gaze fixed on the scene below. Soon, Jiang Yun arrived at the foot of the Yinxue Group building, where he sat quietly in the lobby, awaiting the detective's arrival. During this time, Jiang Yun continued to monitor the online developments, contemplating his strategies. He could not allow the Qian family to manipulate him. Even if the empire he had built were to crumble, he would not yield or compromise. This was his final line in the sand. The Qian family could threaten him with anything, but they must never provoke Lin Shui. After all, a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone someone like Jiang Yun. Half an hour later, the private detective arrived, wearing a baseball cap and dressed in black work attire. Upon noticing Jiang Yun seated in the corner of the lobby, he approached briskly and sat opposite him. Their eyes met as he produced a stack of documents from his folder and handed them over to Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun eagerly perused the materials, his heart racing with anticipation. Suddenly, he paused, directing his gaze at the detective, and asked urgently, "Are my parents still alive?" Through his conversation with Jiang Tingfei, he had learned that while his parents had entrusted him to Jiang Tingfei and left behind a sum of money, they had vanished without a trace since then. Therefore, their fate remained uncertain. "Your father has passed away, but your mother is still alive," the detective revealed, his brow furrowing slightly, his demeanor shifting. "However, she has lost her sanity and resides in a nursing home in a district near the capital. The address is provided in the documents. You may find her yourself." Jiang Yun's face lit up with excitement. The prospect of reuniting with his parents was more than enough. Furthermore, given the advanced medical techniques available, while congenital mental illness might be untreatable, acquired insanity could often stem from a severe blow to the head or a significant life upheaval, leaving room for possible recovery. Jiang Yun retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the detective, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. I hope we can collaborate again in the future." It must be said that the detective's skills were indeed remarkable, and his efficiency was commendable. Just as the detective prepared to leave with the payment, Jiang Yun suddenly rose, grasping his hand and adding, "There is one more thing I may need your assistance with." The detective raised an eyebrow, appreciating Jiang Yun's generous demeanor and the absence of any petty matters. Naturally inclined to accept his business, "That I want you to investigate the Qian family, that if you can uncover any evidence to bring them down, I will ensure you receive a generous reward that will secure your financial comfort for the rest of your life." Jiang Yun spoke with grave determination. This time, he was prepared to go all in. Even knowing the Qian family was a formidable force, he was determined to find a way to bring them to their knees. "I will do my best," the detective agreed before turning to leave. Jiang Yun settled back onto the sofa, beginning to review the documents in hand that an hour later, he had thoroughly examined all the materials and had confirmed the location of his mother's nursing home. He contacted Jiang Qingying, and the two set off in a car towards the facility that as they departed. Lin Shui received a mysterious call inviting her to meet at a CAF across from Yinxue Group. Half an hour later, inside the CAF, as Lin Shui entered, she spotted a woman waving at her. "Over here." Lin Shui approached, puzzled, as she had no recollection of the woman before her. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qian Qingyu." Qian Qingyu signaled for a server and then turned her attention to Lin Shui, inquiring, "What would you like to drink?" "Lemonade," Lin Shui replied. Once the server departed, she cut straight to the chase. "What is the purpose of your invitation?" Rumors had already spread online, and within Yinxue Group, Everyone was aware of the connection between Qian Qingyu and Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun had not held a press conference to clarify the matter, leading to rampant speculation to ASA result. He had been unfairly painted as a cad. Qian Qingyu's smile faltered, and she produced a check, placing it on the table. Upon seeing the numerous zeros on the check, Lin Shui shook her head. I didn't expect Miss Qian to be so generous. But is Zhang Yun truly worth 5 million? Qian Qingyu ignored her comment and continued, as far as I know. During your time in Ning City, you not only possessed Lin Group, but also had considerable financial resources. However, you have now invested all your funds into Yunxue Group. What you may not realize is that Yunxue Group is now under the Qian family, and Zhang Yun has signed a contract with us. Lin Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Zhang Yun had indeed mentioned his dealings with her, but had not disclosed the specifics. Nonetheless, she refrained from displaying her emotions in front of Qian Qingyu, not wanting to appear weak. This 5 million is merely your pocket money. Once you completely sever ties with Zhang Yun, I will provide you with even more, ensuring your financial security, Qian Qingyu continued. If you have doubts, we can formalize this with a contract to protect your rights. Lin Shui stood abruptly. Had it not been for the fact that she was facing a woman, she would have splashed the lemonade in Qian Qingyu's face. I trust Zhang Yun. He would never betray me. Moreover, I would never leave Zhang Yun for the sake of money. However, I must express my gratitude to you. Your demeanor has illuminated a truth for me. Everything has been a one-sided desire on your part. While I have misinterpreted Zhang Yun. After speaking, she prepared to turn away. Suddenly, Qian Qingyu behind her let out a cold laugh and remarked casually, "What if I were to bear Zhang Yun's child?" In an instant, Lin Shui's expression froze. Qian Qingyu approached her from behind and whispered softly in her ear. That day, Zhang Yun and I spent a considerable amount of time together in the room. And since then, our relationship has blossomed, a fact well known to the Qian family. By the way, that individual named Zhang Qingying is also aware of this. You may inquire further if you wish. As she spoke, Qian Qingyu produced a pregnancy test strip from her pocket, placing it before Lin Shui's eyes, and smiled. This is my reason for marrying him. Chapter 273. The first encounter with Qinzhoga upon seeing the 2 lines on the test strip. Lin Shui felt a tightness in her breath. Yet, she suppressed her emotions, choosing not to reveal her turmoil before Qian Qingyu. Back in Ning City, although Zhang Yun had committed many mistakes due to his timid nature, he had not strayed into infidelity nor stirred any scandals. He had merely been a pawn in Jiang Tengfei's game, repeatedly deceiving her for money. But now, he had actually impregnated another woman. Though Lin Shui was reluctant to accept this reality, she could not deny it, for Zhang Yun had indeed visited the Qian family and even met with Qian Yutai. That I've said all I needed to say. How you proceed from here is entirely up to you. Qian Qingyu's lips curled into a faint smile as she caressed her belly, adding, I do not wish for my child to be born without a father. You ought to consider your actions carefully. Lin Shui remained silent, standing as still as a statue. After watching Qian Qingyu leave, despair washed over her as she sank into a chair, biting her teeth tightly, her mind echoing with Qian Qingyu's words. Finally, she clenched her fists and coldly declared, Zhang Yun, you have deeply disappointed me. With that, she gathered her handbag and headed for the door that on the other side. Zhang Yun had arrived at the sanatorium. Though night had fallen, he knocked urgently on the security's door, exclaiming, Open up quickly. I need to see someone. Do you think this is your home? The guard frowned, clearly reluctant. He had just been asleep, dreaming of marrying a wife when Zhang Yun abruptly jolted him back to reality. Zhang Qingying pulled out several 100 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to the guard. So, can we go in now? The age-old adage that money can grease the wheels of any situation rang true. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the cash, the guard's eyes lit up. He hurried back to fetch the keys and opened the door for Zhang Yun and his companion. Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. Since you two are in such a hurry, I assume there must be something urgent. Please come in. Seeing his smirk, Zhang Qingying felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. That I want to see Qinzhoga, Zhang Yun stated coldly, having never met his biological parents. He had only glimpsed Chun Joga's image in photographs. Now that he was about to meet her in person, his heart raced that I don't know who you're referring to, but I can take you to the duty staff inside. The guard said with a smile, yet hesitated to move, rubbing his hands together. However, this might not be entirely by the book, so some arrangements will have to be made. You see, clearly he was still seeking a bribe. Although reluctant, Jiang Qingying pulled out more cash and handed it to the guard. Seeing the money once again, the guard wasted no time, leading Jiang Yun and his companion towards the office building. Minutes later, they entered the enclosed office building, which housed severely ill patients and some with mental health issues, including Chun Jioga. Consequently, the entrance to the sanatorium's office was tightly locked every night to prevent patients from escaping. Upon entering the first-floor lobby, the guard went to a nearby office to relay a brief message, and soon returned with a bespectacled male staff member. The staff member glanced at Jiang Yun and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "Chun Jioga," Jiang Yun replied promptly. "All right, follow me," the staff member instructed, leading Jiang Yun and his companion towards the elevator. The guard did not continue with them and soon left the office building. In no time, they arrived on the upper floors. The lower 3 floors were designated for office work, while the upper levels provided accommodation for patients. As the elevator doors opened, Jiang Yun was met with a cacophony of noise. He frowned slightly, and the staff member, noticing his expression, explained, "These individuals are mentally unstable, so they tend to act out like this every evening. Just wait for a while, and they will tire themselves out and fall asleep. You need not worry. All the room doors are securely locked, so they pose no threat." Jiang Yun remained silent, feeling a pang of pain at the thought of his mother being in such a place. They walked to the end of the corridor, where the staff member took out a key and unlocked a door. Inside, there was only one woman residing in the room, and it was notably cleaner and more organized compared to the others, devoid of any unpleasant odors. "She is here. Take your time to converse, that if you decide to leave, please remember to lock the door and inform me downstairs," the staff member instructed before preparing to head back down. Jiang Yun grasped the staff member's arm, asking, "Why is Chun Jioga's room different from the others?" The other rooms were filthy and chaotic, yet this one was entirely different. The staff member frowned slightly and responded, "Who exactly are you? Are you not a family member of Chun Jioga? All of this was arranged by the person who brought Chun Jioga here. That I heard he left a substantial sum of money with the facility to ensure she received proper care." Jiang Yin was taken aback and did not answer his question, instead continuing to inquire, "Do you have that person's contact information?" "No." The staff member shook his head, explaining that Chun Jioga had been admitted for over 6 years, and that individual had only visited once, never to return. Since you have finally arrived, Chun Jioga's funds are nearly depleted, that if you do not renew her payment, she will be moved to another room. Jiang Yun ignored his words, his mind swirling with questions. Who was the person that brought Chun Jioga here? "All right, I've said all I needed to say. You can take your time, but do not forget my instructions," the staff member said before heading downstairs. Noticing Jiang Yun's hesitation, Jiang Qingying asked, "Brother, is something wrong?" Chapter 274. The trail goes cold, it's nothing. Jiang Yun shook his head and entered the room, that he merely felt a sense of reflection. "Wait for me here." With that, he closed the door, his gaze settling on the middle-aged woman lying on the bed. According to the villagers from Chin Family Village, Chun Jioga should be around 45 or 46 years old. Perhaps due to the hardships she had endured, her face was etched with wrinkles, and her hair had grayed, making her appear quite haggard. Yet, her pair of lively eyes remained bright and spirited. Jiang Yun had seen photographs of Chun Jioga before and recognized her immediately. The woman before him was indeed his mother, that he rushed forward, grasping her hand tightly, and through gritted teeth, he choked out, "Mom." Startled, Chun Jioga quickly withdrew her hand, creating distance between them. Jiang Yun hurriedly reassured her. "Mom, it's me, Jiang Yun. Don't you remember me? You entrusted me to Jiang Tingfei to raise, that I have grown up now. Take a good look at me and see if you can recall anything." Jiang Yun could not bear to witness his mother in such a state. Although he was unaware of the tribulations his parents had faced or the upheaval that had befallen the Jiang family, he could still sense the immense suffering they had endured. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such depths. "Son," Chun Jiogo whispered softly. Jiang Yun was instantly filled with excitement. Could it be that his presence had rekindled Chun Jioga's memories? In the next moment, he saw Chun Jioga suddenly leap up, then frantically shout, "I have a son!" However, her demeanor hardly resembled that of a mother joyfully reuniting with her long-lost child. Clearly, she had not improved. Jiang Yun sighed. Given the current advancements in medical science, with ongoing treatment, he believed that Chun Jioga would eventually recover. Although Jiang Yun felt anguish in his heart, he knew that attending to the pressing matters was paramount. In the blink of an eye, he was already heading towards the exit. "Brother, how is it? Is Annie all right?" Jiang Qingying hurriedly inquired. Jiang Yun sighed again. "Not yet. Quickly contact the director of the rehabilitation center. I need to inquire about the identity of the person who brought my mother here, that I suspect that individual might very well be my father from what he gathered from the staff. That person spent lavishly and even covered a significant portion of the medical expenses. That it was evident that the individual was not lacking in funds, and their relationship with Chun Jioga was exceptionally close. Otherwise, they would not have involved themselves in such a dismal situation. Furthermore, the Jiang and Chun families had not been able to uncover any information about their parents, which indicated that Chun Jioga and her husband had always relied on one another. Upon reflecting on all this, Jiang Yun felt a surge of energy. "All right, I'm going out to eat." Jiang Qingying responded affirmatively and headed for the door. Meanwhile, Jiang Yun remained outside the hospital room, observing Chun Jioga lying in bed. He did not dare to step inside, for merely seeing his mother in such a state made him want to weep. Even though he had been in the room earlier, he felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. The heart-wrenching pain tore at him, leaving him unable to regain his composure for a long while. Half an hour later, Jiang Qing returned. This moment, he had arranged everything, and the director of the rehabilitation center had arrived at the office below. The two of them hurriedly took the elevator straight to the director's office. Now, all the mysteries needed to be unraveled, and Jiang Yun felt an indescribable excitement within him that a few minutes later. In the director's office, due to Jiang Qingying's financial arrangements, the director's attitude was exceptionally cordial, but he first poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yun and his brother before settling onto the sofa. Glancing at Jiang Yun, he smiled and said, "I heard you want to inquire about Chun Jioga." "Yes," Jiang Yun nodded firmly. "Tell me about the identity of the person who brought my mother here. Can you remember what he looked like?" The director pondered for a moment, then sighed and shook his head. "That I'm truly sorry. It has been too long, and I can't quite recall. However, I do remember that the person was very generous and willing to spend money. You see, when a patient's family decides to send them to us, it usually means they have lost all hope for recovery, and they would often negotiate the cost. The person who brought Chun Jioga here, however, did not act in this manner, which left a deep impression on me." Jiang Yun slightly furrowed his brows, having hoped to capture some clue, only to find the trail had gone cold. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he asked again, "Is there no record of any family members here?" "There is, but since Chun Jioga's family directly covered the expenses for several years, we did not need to maintain regular contact. Moreover, that individual did not wish to share their contact information, leaving only a phone number, and beyond that, we know nothing, given that Chun Jioga had stayed in the rehabilitation center for several years. The funds initially reserved had long been depleted. That a few days ago, I attempted to call that person, but the number had long been deactivated." At this point, Jiang Yun was utterly disheartened. That it seemed that he could find no leads or traces. Yet at least he had managed to see Chun Jioga here, which was already sufficient. "Director, please prepare the necessary paperwork. I intend to take my mother home," Jiang Yun said calmly. "That is quite manageable." The director smiled and began dialing his secretary. "That it's too late for today. I want to disturb your mother tonight." Jiang Yun glanced at the time and tapped his temple, saying, "I will come to pick my mother up first thing tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will have the relevant paperwork ready tonight, so you can take her home tomorrow," the director quickly assured. Jiang Yun nodded and, along with Jiang Qingying, made his way out. The two found a nearby hotel. Waiting for dawn to bring his mother home, did I in the room? Jiang Yun lay on the bed, unable to find sleep for a long time. His mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen Zhuge. Now that Chen Zhuge had completely lost her sanity, restoring her to health was no simple matter. Yet, one must hold on to hope. After all, with the current advancements in medicine, perhaps it was indeed possible for Chen Zhuge to recover. As daybreak approached, Jiang Yun had completed his morning routine and made his way to the dining area, closely followed by Jiang Qingyi. After a simple meal, they headed straight to the rehabilitation center. It must be said that the director's efficiency was remarkable. In the office, the director presented the prepared paperwork to Jiang Yun, smiling as he said, "Mr. Jiang, the discharge paperwork for patient Chen Zhuge has been completed. When do you plan to take her home?" "Right now." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, his expression darkening involuntarily. Just the thought of Chen Zhuge's condition caused him a pang of heartache. "Very well. I will make the arrangements immediately," the director replied, instructing his secretary. Within minutes, Chen Zhuge was brought to the office by the staff. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, she exhibited signs of resistance, instinctively hiding behind the staff, resembling a frightened little rabbit. Jiang Yun felt a surge of compassion wash over him. He quickly approached Chen Zhuge, grasping her hand and reassuringly saying, "Mom, I'm here to take you home." In the next moment, Chen Zhuge's expression shifted, and she bit down hard on Jiang Yun's hand. The staff nearby urgently shouted, "Stop! Let go!" However, Chen Zhuge paid no heed. As the staff prepared to intervene, Jiang Yun gestured for them to step back and coldly commanded, "Everyone retreat." As a guest of the director, the staff dared not offend him and could only watch helplessly as Chen Zhuge clung to Jiang Yun's wrist. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yun's wrist was left bloodied, with a neat row of bite marks that looked quite alarming. Despite this, Jiang Yun remained motionless. Though beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead, it was evident that he was enduring immense pain. Yet he understood that the suffering of the flesh could never compare to the wounds of the spirit. What Chen Zhuge had endured was undoubtedly 100 or even 1,000 times more painful than his own. Otherwise, how could she possibly have succumbed to madness? "Brother." Jiang Qingying stepped forward, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Yun's wounded wrist. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why not let the staff help? Anyone let go. She'll end up injuring you further." "It's fine." Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, uttering 2 words. Jiang Qingying could only let out a helpless sigh, choosing not to say anything further. As time ticked by, Chen Zhuge finally released her grip, allowing Jiang Yun's arm to be free, though it was now a gruesome sight, blood streaming down. The staff had already prepared a medical kit and hurried to assist Jiang Yun in sitting down.